It's very possible I started yelling yesterday. But can you blame me, ladies and gentlemen? Can you blame me? If the implications are true, as I believe them to be, can you blame me for being a little incredulous? Now, I'll tell you, I will apologize. I did potentially use some foul language. I'm not going to lie. Towel got a little upset about some of the developments over the past week. But let me just tell you. First of all, welcome. Hello, Towel friends on the Towel YouTube. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am a Towel. It's great to see so many of you. Now, there's a bunch of things going on simultaneously. And the one thing that, although it's very distressing to think about the implications, the one thing that gives me hope that something is going to be done about what has been discovered over the past week is that it's very possible that the one sentence summation of what we discovered on this stream over the past week about the John O'Keefe and Karen Read retrial verdict is that the old DOJ in Boston, the liberal DOJ, might have ran federal informants onto the Karen Read and John O'Keefe retrial state jury to guarantee a not guilty verdict. Now, you might be saying, Grant, if someone said that sentence to me that was not you, I would laugh at them. Now, the difference is, I didn't just say this sentence. I did not start a week ago from the postulate that the federal government, the old DOJ, and maybe some holdover factions still around, the liberals, before President Trump came into office. I did not start with the postulate that this verdict was compromised by the federal government as a way to insulate their reputation for some shenanigans during the John O'Keefe and Karen Read retrial probe that's now confirmed as closed, the federal probe, and due to the way the old DOJ let ARCA violate Judge Cannoni's state court order, and due to the way that the old DOJ under Josh Levy and Rollins let ARCA hide payments and contacts with Reed's defense from Judge Cannoni and state prosecutors back in the spring of 2024. So they have this motive, the old DOJ. And then furthermore, and remember, they shift out of office after November of 2024 when President Trump wins the election, January 2025. Now, it's and U.S. Attorney Foley comes in. It's no coincidence that as soon as U.S. Attorney Leah Foley came in late January of 2025, the end of the federal probe was announced. The federal probe into John's death. It was closed and it was announced through Law Enforcement Partners, which is the only way the U.S. Attorney can confirm the end of a probe pursuant to Section 25 of the DOJ Operations Manual, which is itself an interpretation of 28 CFR 126000, which is itself an interpolation of U.S. XREL 2EV Reagan from 1985. Okay, so then within 13 days of the end of the federal probe being announced, Leah Foley clearly forces Alan Jackson and the Reed defense to turn over the previously hidden contacts and payments with ARCA. That really humiliates Levy and the Justin Chow and some of the other Adam Deutsch and whatever at the old DOJ, the liberals at the old DOJ in Boston. It's humiliating. So they have two motives to do this. And by the way, the software company that administers the Office of the Jury Commissioner selection software is run by this guy who used to be at Raytheon and is also clearly in the DoD orbit or intelligence orbit. But anyway, it's very possible that the DOJ, the old liberal DOJ and some of their holdovers, you never leave the intelligence community, had a motive to do this. And then, the way that they actually executed it is mind-blowing. Because at least one, and let's say at least two, maybe more, of those jurors are in the orbit of the federal intelligence establishment. One by virtue of their father-in-law, one getting arrested for stealing missile secrets for Egypt, and then potentially withholding, as part of his cooperation agreement, withholding from the federal government. Then in 1990, the father-in-law submitted a patent with a man who used a fake name in order to evade detection by U.S. intelligence, because the man, in my opinion, was actually Saudi intelligence and then fled from Nebraska to Saudi and has been there for the past 40 years. But that patent in 1990 1990 that the father-in-law submitted was actually for a weapon interception technology called the Boomerang Warrior X. That's what it became, and it was recently deployed to the field. So anyway, this story has a lot of spider webs because, and if you watched over the past week, you saw us go down each of these trails. But the implications, the end result of it, the end result, the potential federal informants being involved in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial jury can only mean one thing. It's not that Alan Jackson has a lot of friends. It's not that someone did a favor for Bill Reed. No, the DOJ only acts this way, or the intelligence community only acts this way out of self-preservation. Now, I don't think there was some formal memoranda written within the DOJ to do this. I think it was once U.S. Attorney Foley was in office, and then that old liberal DOJ had a point to make. They just did it behind the scenes. And intelligence community stuff, just because you're not in office doesn't mean you don't have intelligence community connections. That's like the intelligence community is for life. Once you're in it, you're in it. So, that's interesting, Allie. I think I've met the Glare before. I called into his show. So, with that said, the conclusion of all of this is very disturbing. It's disturbing for a number of reasons. One, I think that first of all, it's obstruction of justice. It doesn't matter whether they were in office, out of office. If that old DOJ, which had every reason in the world to do this, if some of their holdovers or their people compromise this state jury, it's obstruction of justice. Fundamentally, it might even be treason. It's so beyond the realm of acceptable conduct that it's not just a crime; it is an affront to the dignity of the nation and the justice system. It's a very big deal. It's probably one of the most serious things I've ever come across in my coverage. It's Watergate. It's bigger than that. It's a very big deal. But there are so many tentacles to it, and the reason why this operation got really messed up, and the reason that this came to light, is it was bifurcated. Okay, one, when I started looking into this is not what I thought was happening. I thought it was more just Alan Jackson's got friends, pulled strings, whatever. But then it quickly became obvious that it was way, way bigger than that. And then the second, so that was kind of the first tip-off, but because it was too much money involved, too much moving around, different countries, all of this. It was too much money. Karen didn't have that kind of budget, or you can only do that with a black budget. The second thing that made it very obvious it was an op, was the father-in-law, that screwed it up for them. The father-in-law of the juror, the father-in-law that got arrested in 2019 for stealing intelligence secrets from Raytheon and from the Department of Defense. That man, okay, when he got popped for stealing those, hi Jesse, hello. Okay, so let's be very clear. There are a lot of people close to this. It could be Kate Peter, it could be otherwise, who have an incentive for none of this to be talked about. But it's too late, okay? I'm telling you right now that this, I'm already telling you, it's beyond questioning whether this is all connected. It's now a matter of the people that have this information in their hands. This has been taken out of the state government hands. This is so far up the chain at this point. And let me just be clear. I am telling you 1/10 of what I know. So with all due respect to the people who may be overwhelmed by the implications of all of this, I extend you my deepest condolences. But let me be very clear. In 2019, the father-in-law of the juror in question was convicted by the federal government for stealing defense secrets related to missile interception technology. And when that father-in-law was caught, he was also caught with possession of child SAM, child sexual abuse imagery. Now that man somehow, despite a 70-month sentencing recommendation from the Department of Justice, ended up with an 18-month concurrent term in FCI Leavenworth, a very low-security prison, for both offenses, stealing our missile defense secrets and for the CSAM. Now, another really weird thing is, do you know who represented that man in state court in Attleboro for the CSAM charge, which was clearly a deal worked out by the feds? Kevin Readington, the lawyer for Jen McCabe in the retrial. And then, you have to wonder, ladies and gentlemen, you have to wonder. right? The daughter-in-law, she probably was useful to U.S. intelligence. Same thing with the son. Because, it's pretty obvious that guy was Egyptian intelligence. The father-in-law, maybe still is, but was turned. And then, okay, that's one person in the orbit of U.S. intelligence. Like, that's just it's a little weird, you know what I'm saying? But, okay. And I'm thinking as we're analyzing that, all right, so did this juror disclose this on the forum? But she sent a text interview to me where she was just very confident. Like, I don't talk to this guy. I disclosed what I needed to, etc. And then I started thinking, well, you could do that. You could be fully transparent if you had a cover identity. Because the feds would be the ones telling you, like, it's okay, it'll check out. Like, they make documents and stuff all the time. And then I realized that it's not just that juror. I'm not going to talk about the other one. But I know there's another juror that's a federal informant. And I immediately called the Congress. I immediately called the FBI. I immediately called Raytheon. Okay? If you think that this is some joke, it's not. It is not. This is very real, and it has very serious implications. The only question is, how do the political powers that be want to deal with this? The headline, as I said yesterday, cannot be that the federal DOJ holdovers from that liberal DOJ compromised the state court jury to guarantee a not guilty verdict with intelligence assets. The only way that can be the headline is if the Republicans, the GOP, feel that it was the liberal DOJ acting very inappropriately. And so the story is, this isn't like our intelligence community collapsing. It's the liberal DOJ took advantage of their position, just like Rollins did when she got thrown out, to weaponize a pretextual probe into Kevin Hayden after he beat her ally Ricardo Arroyo for the Suffolk DA seat she used to hold. You understand? This office was already doing that. We know they're capable of doing stuff like that. This is on another level if they put informants on the jury, but it's plausible, okay? And if I got any word from anyone in the chain of command, and I'm not talking about in this state, if I got any word from anyone that I was off base, I would have stopped. Okay? This is just the beginning. I'm sorry to the O'Keefes that this has happened. I'm sorry that it quickly became far bigger than just this case. You can't have this happening in any case. In any case. Karen will be El Chapo by the end. So, but yes, I think this is all very important. I got a chance to sleep last night. This is not the first time I've covered a very important, very big story. I know what I'm doing. Did you see me out there like reporting all of this? No, I'm talking to you about it on stream, but I'm not even writing it up. Why? Because I've reported it to the correct people and I'm letting them do their thing. It's not my job. Now, how they're going to deal with it, I don't know. That's not my job either. It's not my job to make those calls, okay? All I can do is report the information that I've learned. And here I'm not even disclosing everything that I've learned to protect national security and also the interests of the people involved, because I don't think a lot of these people were decision makers. I think they were deployed in a project. So I'm protecting their interests. I don't believe that they're at fault here. I do believe that the old DOJ is at fault, and that's political. That's political, and that is the kind of thing that will get addressed. And I'm firm on it. This is what I believe happened. I'm absolutely firm on it. And I have the sources that can tell me what I need to know. So I'm sorry, like, I know more than the people in the state level intelligence world. I'm sorry. And I have for a while. I'm not in the intelligence community. I just have a lot of sources because a lot of people who work throughout the government in different departments really like what I do. Not just in the context of this case, but in my other reporting. You don't understand how long I have been protecting this system. And I have a lot of respect. A lot of people might mock me or not really understand what I'm doing, but the actual people who are in these positions know exactly what I'm doing, and they have a lot of respect for me. That's how I figured this out. And LA Connection and Murder by Maestro. So I mean, that's where we're at. I don't know where it's going to go, but that's where we're at. Okay? Yep, and Kevin Readington was probably in the courthouse, so there's no way he didn't know that juror. There's no way. It was an intelligence op. Readington was never pro-Jen McCabe. He was always pro-defense. He was just a plant, I think. I think even Readington might have been in the orbit of this. And Readington's clearly got a clearance, obviously. You know, I live tweeted when Readington represented the former Fall River mayor and Giselle Correa in federal court on corruption charges. With that beautiful panoramic view of the waterfront, Judge Woodlock designed that building. He was on the committee that designed that building. I love Judge Woodlock. He's a boss. During the middle of trial, one of the lawyers complained, I think, about my tweeting about the case. And I don't know if I spelled a word wrong or didn't get a quote right or something, but we didn't hear the sidebar. And then Judge Woodlock comes back into court, and he's sitting there, and he's all kind of, chipper, and he's very Judge Woodlock-like. And he says, the lawyers, or one of the lawyers, brings to my attention that what's being reported in the media about this case may not necessarily be accurate or reflect what's going on in the court. And he didn't pass judgment. He's like, now, I don't know whether that's correct. That's a matter for the media, not for us. Moving on. Thanks, Judge Woodlock. I appreciate that the federal court is not going to look into whether I got a quote right when relaying of the proceedings. But yes, this is, and it's real. And listen, I understand some people are not going to like where this goes, and we have to talk about something else as well. I got to be very, very gentle with this. I don't even know how to relay this to you. I guess I just got to do it. We're going to watch the Rachel Rollins video so you can get a little more history on this, because just me explaining it isn't as helpful. But folks, the investigation of John O'Keefe's death was clean, okay? But that unit has a lot of friends, all right? And they have a lot of friends. And some of those friends maybe don't like the fact that Sandra Birchmore's murder was covered up. It's a little inconvenient. So, might explain why, Feds is watching, all right? Feds been watching for a while. Feds are going to be watching for a while. I don't know if we're going to be able to win on this issue with the jury. I think we're going to be able to win because there's just too much. It's too public, and the GOP is going to hate it. They're going to hate what Levy did, and Levy suing President Trump. And you drop the right word in the right person's ear that Josh Levy is suing President Trump on behalf of Harvard, and Levy might have been involved in this. That's enough. That's enough to get something done. So what do you want from me? I'm sorry. And plus, by the way, if anyone in that orbit of the family or the witnesses needs to reach me, they know how to reach me. And they could reach out to me directly, and I would talk to them. And I would tell them the same exact thing that I just told you. I'd probably tell them a little bit more than I'd be willing to reveal on a public stream. But you know what you need to know. I think all of you are figuring out the weight of this. It's out of my hands, though. I'm sorry, it's out of my hands. It was out of my hands as of 9:30 a.m. yesterday morning. Maybe 10:30 a.m. And this morning, it was really taken out of my hands. There's nothing I can do. It's going to go where it's going to go at this point. I'm sorry. It's too late. I don't know what you want me to tell you. Now, they might catch and kill it, or they might make Alan Jackson fall on his sword. The other outcome here, and this is very common, is they'll make Alan Jackson just take the fall for it. I don't see that happening, though. It's too late. Even if he stood up there and was like, yeah, I did this. I called in some favors, whatever. Yeah, but that wouldn't, people will know. But if Alan Jackson takes the fall, just know that that will be the end of it. That'll end it. It will never come out that it was the DOJ. That'll be the end of it. But I don't know if they can do that now. I'm telling you, Canada stands with the USA towel community. We love Selma. God bless you, Selma. Towel. We love our Canadian towels, ladies and gentlemen. We love our Canadian towels. We love our Canadian, I have to capitalize Canadian towels. You are a rock star towel, Selma. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's all coming to a head. But yes, okay, so let's watch this video where I explain to you. It's a lot of details. My voice is tired. But I did make a 30-minute video for you to watch that explains how all this happened, okay? It doesn't explain all the details of the father-in-law and U.S. intelligence and some of the other stuff, but we'll talk about that later. This is going to explain to you what happened with Rachel Rollins and that office. And in fact, there's one further element. Let me give you a little more context, all right? You're going to hear in this, there's 161 page DOJ report, single-spaced, that we were reading the other day on this stream. And it gave me a little bit more context, and I'm glad I actually read it now versus before, because I wouldn't have understood everything. There was a lot of infighting within that DOJ under Rachel Rollins, and you're going to learn, like, the way Rachel Rollins came into office was a little weird. She's known Turtle Boy for a while. It was very political. She knew the Bidens, and she helped, I think, the Joe Biden ward off a primary challenge from Joe Kennedy Jr. by helping Ed Markey beat Joe Kennedy Jr. in a Senate race, and Rollins used Turtle Boy and a woman named Rayla Campbell to accomplish that. So it's weird, bro. Like, Turtle Boy having like 2 degrees removal from the Bidens, like what like, that's weird. 1 degree actually, because it would be Turtle Boy, Rollins, the Bidens. She had a direct connection to Jill Biden. She actually Rollins got in trouble for going to a Jill Biden fundraiser in Andover, using an official a U.S. Attorney's Office vehicle and a staff member to drive her. But I'll tell you. Rollins getting into office was weird enough, but there's something weirder. Rollins got taken out of office. I know this because I read between the lines. Rollins got taken out by Josh Levy, Dustin Chow, and a guy named Bill Abley, and then also the executive officer of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Boston in 2022. What Rollins did, and it was really messed up, is Rollins tried to interfere using her position as U.S. Attorney in the Suffolk County DA primary between Kevin Hayden and Ricardo Arroyo. Rollins did this because Rollins used to be the Suffolk DA, and when Rollins was the Suffolk DA, she didn't prosecute a lot of cases, okay? She intentionally would null pros, like a list of 15 low-level offenses, which upset other DAs, and Rollins had this very progressive vision. By the way, one of the DAs she upset, you'll learn about, was Michael Morrissey, and Rollins and Morrissey had a feud dating back like a long time. So anyway, the probe of, Rachel Rollins opens an investigation of the Suffolk County, or tries to open an investigation of the Suffolk County District Attorney Kevin Hayden. It was a little bit weird. It had to do with when Rollins was Suffolk DA, there was an incident where 2 MBTA police officers, who, and by the way, that union like supports Rollins, so it's a little weird. Oh, I get it. She covered it up and tried to blame it on Hayden. They got in trouble for, like, they did a traffic stop or something and they pulled out a gun, or there was like an off-duty situation where they like got into an altercation with a guy and one of them pulled out a gun. It was a weird situation. Rollins didn't pursue any charges. She was getting a lot. The MBTA police union was the only police union that supported Rollins when she ran for Suffolk DA. And so Rollins didn't do anything about this initial charge. And then Hayden eventually, like later on, I think he takes over the case from when Rollins leaves office, and it doesn't go anywhere. But Rollins finds out that one of the officers had donated $225 to Kevin Hayden. So Rollins, trying to make her own, I believe, cover-up look like Hayden's fault, starts this pressure and these rumors in the Globe that Kevin Hayden, she planted stories in the Globe actually, that Kevin Hayden covered up this investigation in a quid pro quo for $225. Now, he didn't do that. he did not do that. But Rollins in the lead, this was August 2022, Rollins in the lead up to the September 2022 primary between Hayden and Arroyo wanted there to be a narrative out there that Hayden had done this because it was useful to help Arroyo win the primary. But it gets even more intense. In late August of 2022, right before the September 6, 2022 primary, an October surprise, which is it's not actually in October, but an October surprise is a document that comes out or a leak that comes out right before an election. Arroyo gets hit with like the worst possible October surprise, and it's an article from the Globe saying that that Arroyo was investigated for SA in 2005 and 2012 or 2007, and the victim was very concerned. And this article just destroys Rollins' political narrative. Rollins had been trying to help Arroyo by making it seem like Kevin Hayden was corrupt with the $225 in the MBTA police thing. This narrative, then all of a sudden the Globe stories hit. Literally, that's like an October surprise. And that's the kind of thing that ends an election, like right there. And Arroyo, because it's like 7 days before the September 6th primary, knows it's over. But Rollins is pissed. And Rollins wants to try to one-up Hayden's October surprise. She's like managing Arroyo's campaign while she's U.S. attorney. It's outrageous. But it's important context because it shows you how much people were willing to weaponize this office under that old liberal DOJ. It was very, very corrupt, in my opinion. So Rollins, with 7 days to go before the primary, she's in deep trouble. She's been working on trying to get a federal probe launched into Hayden, but she's running into an issue. When she got appointed U.S. attorney on January 13th, 2021, she was forced to sign an ethics agreement pursuant to the conflicts of interest provision of federal immunity rules. It's like CFR 2593, like 93 subparagraph B or something. And in those conflict of interest rules, Rollins had to sign a statement saying she would recuse herself, like per se, no exceptions, unless she got permission in writing, from any investigation involving either the current Suffolk DA, Kevin Hayden, or any matters that Rollins was involved with, or parties that were involved with those matters when she was Suffolk DA. Now, so do you see the problem here? Rollins wants to launch a federal probe into Kevin Hayden, but she can't do it because she's mandated to recuse herself in the covered time period from any investigations involving the Suffolk DA. Well, all right. I think she actually got appointed January 2022 or something, formally confirmed by the Senate. So it's like a year or something from January 2022. So we're in that window. And this is just how complex but also like devious this was, and why I think it's possible because of this prior situation that of course Levy would have ran jurors onto the state court jury to make a point and protect his interests and his staff. So Rollins can't open a federal investigation into Kevin Hayden. So what does Rollins do? She tries two things. One, she initiates a process called recusal. Even though there was never an investigation that was going to be opened into Kevin Hayden, Dustin Chow told her as much. Even though there was no investigation, Rollins sought a formal recusal letter. And what this means is that even though Rollins was recused by virtue of her ethics agreement, she still went to the executive office of the U.S. attorney, their counsel, and asked the staff member, I think she asked through Levy, to have a recusal letter sent to the Mass U.S. Attorney's Office. Now, why did Rollins want that? Because she wanted to leak the recusal letter, we're going to find out, in order to make it seem like there was a federal probe. But this is where it gets so wild. Rollins wanted that recusal letter prior to the September 6th primary, but I'm pretty sure Josh Levy intervened and slow-walked it, all right? So Rollins got desperate, all right? And this is what happened next. Rollins approaches, and there's email documentation of this that the DOJ OIG found. Rollins approaches a local professor named Daniel Medved. I talked to him via text the other day. I gave him a call. He texted me like an hour later. she approaches this guy named Daniel Medved. And on August 14th, 2022, Medved writes an email to Rollins confirming with her that she's going to speak at his book signing event in September of 2022. August 15th, the very next day, Daniel Medved writes a letter to Rachel Rollins, ostensibly independently, demanding an investigation into Kevin Hayden. So what does Rollins do? Rollins uses the articles in the Globe about Hayden and the MBTA that she helped plant, plus Medved's letter, which she obviously encouraged, and she goes around in the U.S. Attorney's Office and tries to get the staff to write a response to Medved's letter. She can't get her recusal letter in time for the September 6th primary, so she wants Josh Levy personally to write a response letter to Medved that was substantive in violation of DOJ policy, confirming that Hayden was under investigation when he wasn't. Well, Josh Levy won't do it. He tells the DOJ OIG that he felt pressured by Rollins to write the response to Medved before the September 6th primary, and he won't do it. Then Bill Abley, the head of the criminal division, and Dustin Chow, the head of the public corruption unit, which is part of the public integrity section, both also say that they do not feel comfortable writing a letter in response to Medved before the September 6th primary. Rollins realizes what is happening, right, and gets screwed. So she tries to go to the Globe and the Herald on September 1st and September 3rd, respectively, to try to get them to run an article about this. But she doesn't have any proof. She doesn't have the documents, so they won't do it. The Arroyo loses the primary to Hayden. And by the way, remember that essay article I told you about that the Globe ran? Rollins told Arroyo before that ran, while she was U.S. attorney, to have the Globe call her prior to the article running, and she clearly tried to kill that story about Arroyo being accused of SA. That's disgusting. Good for the Globe for not doing it, and good for, I know this is going to sound weird based on what I'm about to say, but good for Josh Levy and Bill Abley and Dustin Chow and whoever that executive officer were for standing up to what Rollins was trying to do. And I do think Medved was involved, but I feel kind of bad for Medved. I feel good and bad for him. One, okay, I used to be a little progressive. I'm much more moderate now. So I understand what he was doing. He was like, this is really fucked up, like that Hayden and Arroyo are battling this way. So he was trying to center it on what he thought might have been more substantive misconduct. But at the same time, it was so political. So political. So I don't have sympathy for him. And the second thing is, he got screwed. Medved got screwed because in the footnote to the DOJ OIG report, just some random footnote, it's like, yeah, ethics investigators caught Rollins doing this and wouldn't let her go to Medved's book signing event. That I didn't like. I had no sympathy for that. No sympathy. None whatsoever. It's not the most serious thing that I came upon while looking all into this, but it's a problem. So, here's why this is relevant, though. Levy slow walks the response to Medved until September 9th of 2022, right after the primary, after Hayden has beaten Arroyo. Arroyo, by the way, is apoplectic. He apologizes to Rollins that her legacy is not going to be continued, and Rollins is like, he'll pay for doing this to you. She says that to Arroyo in a secured text message. That's how you know the DOJ OIG is boss. They got her Signal messages with him. Or it wasn't Signal, it was Whisper, which tells you that Signal is compromised and that Whisper is not. But anyway, they definitely got those messages. They were in the OIG report. And as Rollins is upset and saying she's going to get Hayden, she finally gets the recusal memorandum from the EOUSA, the executive office. What does Rollins immediately do after the primary but before the general? So while Hayden's running unopposed in the general, what does Rollins do? She takes the recusal memo, takes a picture of it on her cell phone, and leaks it to the Boston Herald. And the Herald then runs an article on September 13th. I think it was by Sean Philip Cotter, who was at the Herald at the time, runs an article saying Hayden is there's a recusal memorandum because Hayden's under federal investigation. He was never under federal investigation, though. And within 2 months, November, December of 2022, Rollins is hauled before the OIG, where she then lies under oath to the OIG attorneys about whether she leaked that image to the Herald. And then the OIG concludes that Rollins had been telling people that once you put a rumor out there that someone's under federal investigation, it's almost impossible to like end it or stop the rumor, because the feds never confirm or deny, even if they end a probe, usually that it's over and that no one was charged. So Rollins knew, think about this, in the context of the Hayden and Arroyo fight, that if she just spread rumors about Hayden, that he was under investigation, even if he wasn't, that would be the narrative and the DOJ wouldn't shut it down. Well, the OIG catches her, right? There never was a probe of Hayden. And she herself, Rollins, gets referred by the OIG to the DOJ for criminal prosecution in December of 2022 for lying under 18 U.S.C. 1001. And shockingly, the Biden DOJ doesn't appoint a special prosecutor and declines to prosecute in January of 2023. But why is this relevant, you say? Well, Rollins would have known in November, they scheduled these interviews ahead of time, in November of 2022, that the DOJ caught her, the DOJ OIG caught her. So she was out of office. And she had one existing grudge that she didn't really get to deal with. She was only in office for a little bit, and that was her that was her previous feud with Michael Morrissey. Therefore, it makes sense why when Karen Reed, David Yannetti, and Alan Jackson walked into Josh Levy's office in November of 2022. David Yannetti, who was on Rachel Rollins' transition team when she became DA because she was very pro-defense and took a lot of money from defense lawyers because she didn't prosecute a lot of stuff. That explains how they got into Josh Levy's office, because it was Rachel trying to quickly, and with some plausible deniability, Levy said that he would kind of be like Rollins' hatchet man, not those words, but he would be her hatchet man when she was recused from something. Levy was giving Rollins a little plausible deniability, and Rollins was going to start up another investigation into Morrissey as just a redo of what she did to Hayden to punish Morrissey because of their feud they had going back years over Rollins' style as a prosecutor. But here's where it gets really interesting. Rollins, even though I think the reason Karen, Alan Jackson, and Yannetti got in the door to open this probe into John's death was because of Rollins' dislike of Morrissey. The reason why it continued through the spring of 2023 and the summer was, and this is where it gets big, I think Josh Levy knew from the very beginning, November of 2022, that Sandra Birchmore's murder was covered up. The reason I think that is because Kenny Berkowitz, the former chief of the Canton Police, very likely figured out that Sandra Birchmore's murder was covered up by the MSP unit in question and reported it to the FBI. So that's what they were I really think that Levy knew ahead of time. But there's one other thing that you have to keep in mind here as well, which is that Rachel Rollins is on her way out, but the apparatus under her is still staying around, and that included a man named Dustin Chow. Now, the reason why I think this is all connected is Dustin Chow also had a long-standing feud with Michael Morrissey, and Dustin Chow was the head of the public corruption unit. Dustin Chow had a long-standing feud with Michael Morrissey, and that feud had to do with Chow's wife getting, when she was a prosecutor in 2015 in the Norfolk DA's office, getting taken out of Superior Court, being given the same salary but sent to district court. She didn't want to do it. She thought it was beneath her or something. So she thought she was more skilled. There was some dispute. So she left the DA's office, filed an ethics complaint. It was summarily dismissed, or some kind of complaint against the DA. And then Chow, the husband, went around saying that he wanted information. He went to a detective in the state police saying he wanted information to burn down the Norfolk DA's reputation. Well, okay, 7 years later, you can see there were multiple people in that office who disliked Morrissey. However, I don't actually think the probe of John's death was just some way to punish Morrissey. The reason why is Levy Abley and Chow had just taken out Rollins for doing that exact shit. Like, so it couldn't have been, sorry for cussing, it couldn't have been that the U.S. DOJ opened a federal probe into John's death just because they wanted to get Michael Morrissey or target him politically. It was too hot. They were being watched. It was not that. It was that it was a cover probe. They had permission to run a fake probe into John's death in order to investigate the state police for the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, which is why the Sandra Birchmore grand jury started in August of 2023, which was basically after the state police or whatever got completely thrown off over the summer of 2023 by the investigation by the feds of John's death, which was never real. But that explains that element of it. But there's one more element that ties this all together before I move on. So you can clearly see that Medved, the law professor, and Rachel Rollins were very close. And Medved and Rollins lost in this DOJ OIG battle. And Chow and Levy and Bill Abley cooperated with the OIG to take Rollins out. So Medved must have been kind of upset about that, because right after that, and Medved didn't say this, but this is what I believe. Medved right after that filed an ethics complaint against Dustin Chow on an unrelated matter through Medved's an organization he works for in New York called Accountability, he doesn't live in New York, he lives in Boston, but his organization's in New York, Accountability for New York or something. He filed an ethics complaint against Chow, and I couldn't figure out why, but it was obviously because Chow and Levy and, in my opinion, and Abley screwed Rollins. They didn't screw Rollins, they did the right thing, in my opinion. But it goes to show you, to wrap this up in a neat little package, it goes to show you that Josh Levy, when he started the probe of John's death, he probably felt righteous. He probably played Karen and Alan and David and was telling them, oh yeah, we're going to look into this probe, don't worry. But really, he was using them as a limited hangout, which is this idea where you publicly reveal something in a manipulated way so that the target doesn't realize what's going on. And so Levy, I think, and this is very smart, it was a honeypot. It was a beautiful intelligence operation. I don't like it, but people need to know that this happened to understand where we are now. It was an intelligence operation in the sense that if the state police and remember, these state police are friendly with the victims and the witnesses in related to the Kearney and Reed cases as well. So people involved in that orbit are not going to want anyone talking about this, but that's not, my duty is not to any one person, it is to America. That's what I care about more than anything else. Safety, country, God, family, academics thrown in there for good measure as well, in that order. You can't tell, the state police are a paramilitary intelligence gathering operation. You cannot tell them or make it obvious that they are under investigation for something like the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. So instead, what you would do is make them think they're under investigation for John's death to confuse them. That's what happened. But it gets worse. I think at a certain point, even though I think the DOJ knew that, they couldn't stop Karen's trial, I think they started to like Karen. I think Josh Levy started to like her. I think they wanted to help her. And I think they wanted to reward her for a job well done because they got Farwell. Oh, by the way, did you see overnight that Matthew Farwell added a death penalty attorney to his defense team? Matthew Farwell is going to face the death penalty unless he cooperates. And he's going to cooperate. They always do. I don't care if you work for a foreign intelligence service, a domestic intelligence service, or you're just some guy, you're going to cooperate. It's the feds. You're going to cooperate. If you don't willingly cooperate, if the feds get the sense you love America and they know you're just going to cooperate, and just do it because you want to, that's one thing. But if they want you to cooperate because they know you're hiding something, you're going to cooperate. They are not going to stop until you cooperate. They will literally put you in front of a firing squad or whatever the hell we use to execute people now, and they will kill you if you do not cooperate. Then they're entitled to do that, and they're going to do that to him. And who would Matthew Farwell cooperate against? other people he may have abused children with, cops who may have helped him cover it up, some people on that state police unit. So if you're Josh Levy, you got to be like, listen, Karen, thank you. You know, even though we knew from Kenny Berkowitz that this was a cover-up, like, you helped us run an op that allowed us to do this. We got Matt Farwell because of you, Karen. That's probably how he was thinking. I don't like it, but that's probably how he was thinking. And so, that explains why when the first Reed trial happened, Josh Levy probably personally was having his people tell ARCA about the content of testimony. So the DOJ was letting ARCA violate Judge Cannoni's sequester order. Cat Not Williams, I love that username. The DOJ was allowing ARCA to violate Judge Cannoni's sequester order. But that's just part of it. Because also the DOJ was using their federal protective order that was issued as pretextual cover to allow ARCA to withhold communications and payments involving Reed's team from state prosecutors, or Reed's team to withhold payments and communications with ARCA from state prosecutors and Judge Cannoni. Like, there already was interference in the first trial. Do you see where these building blocks are going? The DOJ under Levy was still in office, but they were interfering. And then when President Trump won the election in November of 2024, everything went to hell. Everything went to hell because Levy was probably like, oh no, I'm going to be out of office for this retrial. They're going to retry her. She's going to lose on the appeal. And in January of 2025, the worst case scenario for that old DOJ came true. U.S. Attorney Foley came into office and confirmed the end of the federal probe into John's death. Other probes are still ongoing, clearly. And then the U.S. Attorney released a header of an invoice from ARCA to Reed through a TUI request to Hank, and that was enough for within 2 weeks Hank to get the payments and contacts with ARCA from Reed's team that were hidden during the first trial. The old DOJ, and this is where it all comes together. Thus, Levy, whoever, that was a holdover, they're pissed for a number of reasons. One, they know this unit, although they were clean investigating John's death, they know they covered up Sandra Birchmore's murder. Two, they're pissed at Hank because Hank managed to pull off like just brilliance, like pure legal brilliance with all of his pretrial maneuvering. So they know Hank's going to just ruin this woman at trial, Karen. Three, they need to insulate their reputation. If Karen gets found guilty, it's going to make that old DOJ look bad. So the DOJ had, it's not the DOJ, it's certain elements that were very powerful within that old DOJ had all the reason in the world to back channel their intelligence connects to get, and to probably manipulate the jury selection, although I got to talk to the auditor to figure out how that happened, because they don't even keep access logs. They're probably deleting all the shit right now. Somebody probably got people on that jury, and some of them are federal informants, and they weren't directly, like maybe one of them was, but they weren't all directly involved in bad things, but they were tangentially involved in federal investigations that would have opened the door for the feds to make them informants. And they're going to be like, but I'm helping the country. They probably didn't even know really what they were involved in until the very end when they were briefed. But, you know, and that's why in terms of Paula, I think I said it from the beginning, there's a mutual respect there, because I think I'm just speculating, but I think Paula's view would probably be like, wow, like he's being very respectful about how he handles this. He really loves this country and he understands. That doesn't mean I agree with the fact that this operation was deployed, but I don't morally hold culpable, in my opinion, members of the project. Who I hold morally culpable are the architects, the people who ran this operation. And so for me, that's why I take sort of a deep solace knowing. Yesterday I was a little concerned. Now I take a deep solace knowing where this is going, because I know who knows about it. I have talked to them. I know who's concerned about it. I know who's looking into it. So when people are saying, oh, please, Grant, can't you understand this is, don't look into this more. No, I'm sorry. This is bigger now than this case. I will always respect the O'Keefe family and pursue justice. But if the fundamental insight is that it was really was the old DOJ putting intelligence assets on the jury, which, by the way, I mean, I can basically tell you that at least one was, probably two. But I called people and I reported this, and I don't want to hear back. They'll call them. I told them, like, there's some stuff I cannot confirm, and I do not want to pursue it. You can, however, because they work for the government, and I filed an official report. And I said, if these people, and I gave specific names, are intelligence assets, if there's files, then the old DOJ under Levy, the liberals, put intelligence assets on this jury to obstruct a state court proceeding. You know what I'm saying? That's it. That's bigger than this trial. That's big. Yes, we need to redo this trial. Okay, this verdict has to be set aside. But how it's presented to the public, how the powers that be want to deal with this is not my decision. And I don't want you to feel like I'm abdicating, but I'm not going to make that call. I'm not going to do it. It's way beyond my ability to determine. I don't have access to compartmentalized information, nor do I want it. I want the people in charge who can actually go into the files, which those are the people I called. I want them to go into the files, confirm this, and then make a decision in the best interest of the United States. That's all I want. And that's what I facilitated. It's out of my hands. You don't see me screaming about this on X every day because I'm waiting now. I'll write it up when the decision is made. You're just getting an early preview here. And I'm sorry that in some sense it all played out this way. I didn't ask the people who were here over this past week if any of us thought it was going to play out this way. We didn't. We just didn't. Now let's watch this Turtle Boy hostage video from last night. It's the talk of the internet. Actually, you know what? We have to watch the video that explains a little more context about what I just said about the history, and then we'll watch the TB hostage video. Because let me just tell you, I think it runs even deeper than I just said. But yes, let's watch this video. I put it together. I appreciate you all listening and being informed and erudite and cogent little towels. I'm a little towel. Have you ever considered that? And I'm so grateful that you're with me today. And I'm going to get lunch in just an hour, and we're going to watch this context video here, and then we're going to watch Turtle Boy's 10-minute hostage video, and then I'm going to continue to be a little towel, and we're going to see where this goes. And Towel loves America, and Towel has faith that we're moving in a good direction. Okay, that's how it is, and we just gotta believe. We gotta believe that the people who are in a position to remedy some of this very concerning behavior know what to do, and that's
need connection.
That's what life's all about. So I'm going to bring up this video, and we're going to watch it together, and this will give you all the context and more than you could ever want on the history as to Turtle Boy, Rachel Rollins, Karen Reed, David Unetti, Alan Jackson. Then we'll watch Turtle Boy's quote-unquote hostage video, and we'll determine if it was some kind of message to Karen that Turtle Boy is going to cooperate because Karen can't give him what he wants, which is exclusive interviews, or the first interview, and Karen's supporters backing Turtle Boy during his trial. And because Karen won't do that, I think Turtle Boy realizes his only option is to cooperate with the state. Maybe about the jury tampering, maybe about the WI, whatever, but Turtle Boy gets prison taken completely off the table. There you go.
Okay, so we have a question about Turtle Boy, Rachel Rollins, Josh Levy. I'll be happy to play a clip overviewing that. Basically, the overview is Turtle Boy, Hayden Turtle Boy Kearney, just before the Karen Reed trial even started, just keep this background in mind. Turtle Boy had a connection to the former Suffolk District Attorney turned former U.S. Attorney Rachel Rollins, who was very liberal. Rollins was very liberal. For some reason, Turtle Boy and Rachel Rollins had direct communication during the 2020 Senate primary in Massachusetts between JFK Jr., one of the Kennedys, red hair guy who used to be a representative for the Massachusetts 4th District in the Federal House of Reps. Joe Kennedy Jr. or something. Joe Kennedy Jr. ran against a guy named Ed Markey for JFK's old Senate seat in Massachusetts in a Democratic primary. For some reason, Rachel Rollins...
Hey, so someone from South Boston asked why I'm saying just allow things to play out. Well, we've done our research. We found at least sort of the federal component of this related to especially the father-in-law of Juror 11, but if it's the case that federal informants were put on that jury and that old liberal DOJ under Josh Levy, who, by the way, Josh Levy is suing President Trump right now. If it's the case that that old DOJ did run it up and put some intelligence assets on that jury, I mean, that's bigger than just setting aside the verdict. It has serious implications. So I'm not saying trust the plan, quote unquote. I'm saying that when you have a situation like this, first of all, I don't have access to compartmentalized files. I don't want access to them. So when I have to make a formal report, and it's actually different agencies and different sort of committees you have to report it to. I have to make a formal report telling people the names to look into, like members of the government, and I'm protected under the Whistleblower Act. They're telling members of the government, these are the names. Can you please don't tell me the result, but you need to go run these names, because if they are intelligence assets, which they can check because they supervise the intelligence community, then they got put on the jury to sabotage the state court proceeding. You see what I mean? That's why at a certain point, it's not about saying, oh, I'm going to do something or trust it. No, you have to trust in the system that appropriate checks and balances exist to remedy this kind of behavior. That's why you make reports. That's how it works.
At the time, it was either Suffolk DA or maybe U.S. Attorney, was working with Turtle Boy. No, she was Suffolk DA at the time. Working with Turtle Boy to send a Republican spoiler candidate named Rayla Campbell.
We're a think tank. We're a towel think tank. I love it. I love it. Oh, Marianne Nizio. So it's a very simple standard. We don't have to. We can review the decision as you asked. We do have to watch the background first, but it's a very simple standard, and it's not just Supreme Court decisions. It's Massachusetts decisions. There are two circumstances, speaking broadly, where you can set aside a verdict. It's a motion. One of them is external influence on the jury that was not disclosed by the jurors when they answered their question each day, or two was fraud, or failure to be candid or answer questions honestly during in a questionnaire. And remember, there's two questionnaires jurors filled out. One they brought with them to court, one they answered in court. And the first one has to do with your family being convicted of crimes, etc., etc. Now, if they had cover identities, they would have felt confident lying on those forms, but it doesn't change the standard, which is it doesn't matter why you committed fraud or how you did it. It's was there fraud on any of the applications or the questions answered, and was there transparency about external influence? Thus, from that point, if you can prove that, there is no real it's not very complicated. Then you can set aside the verdict because double jeopardy doesn't attach. So to all the people saying every verdict is final, no, it's different than asking for a mistrial. It's a very similar standard, but it's different. It's a motion to set aside the verdict, and there's two standards you can meet. You can meet one or both. External influence or fraud in the selection process, and then you can move to set aside the verdict. When you move to set aside the verdict, if you prove either one of those two elements, double jeopardy does not attach, and thus there can be a new trial. So that's the standard. I hope that's helpful. Oh yes, no, Marianne. Ow! I dropped my keyboard on my ankle. That was very helpful question, Marianne Nizio, and I think it actually helps provide useful context here. So let's go back to the video as I fix my ankle now. Ow.
To events for Joe Kennedy Jr. Now, you might say, why would they do that? Well, Rachel Rollins, I think, really wanted Joe Kennedy Jr. to lose that primary. And you might say, well, that's a little weird. Why? Well, the Democratic Party establishment, I think, saw Joe Kennedy Jr. going up into JFK's old Senate seat as a potential trajectory for Joe Kennedy Jr. to challenge Joe Biden in the 2024 primary. Now, in hindsight, for the Democratic Party, although I'm apathetic about this, that probably would have been better than what happened, the disaster that was Biden trying to run and then dropping out and Harris trying to run midway. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me give you that's the little bit of background here, because how interesting is it then that Turtle Boy and Rachel Rollins work together? Then Rollins gets appointed U.S. Attorney, okay? And right after that happened, she leaves her Suffolk DA seat and gets appointed U.S. Attorney. What's one of the first things that happens while Rachel Rollins is U.S. Attorney? Ladies and gentlemen, Rachel Rollins talks to a man who's running for her old Suffolk DA seat named Ricardo Arroyo, then a Boston City councilor. And she wants Ricardo Arroyo to beat Kevin Hayden for that seat. Kevin Hayden is a Democrat who was appointed to fill Rollins' seat when she went to go be U.S. attorney, potentially a position, U.S. attorney, that Rollins got as a thank you for helping, with Turtle Boy's assistance, Ed Markey ward off a Joe Kennedy Jr. Senate primary challenge in 2020. Rachel Rollins goes off to become U.S. attorney in Boston, Massachusetts. And then she tries to rig, in essence, or tries to help Ricardo Arroyo win her old seat. When that fails, Kevin Hayden, the man who Ricardo Arroyo was running against, was a Democrat, but he was appointed by Republican Governor Charlie Baker to fill Rollins' seat, because Rollins left when the governorship in Massachusetts was under Republican control before Baker went to become the president of the NCAA. Anyway, so Baker, the Republican, fills Rollins' old district attorney seat in Suffolk County with Kevin Hayden, a moderate Democrat. Rollins was the antithesis of that.
Oh no! Someone asked if there were documents behind this. Yeah, no. The father's arrest in 2019, the father-in-law's arrest, and the government sentencing memo are all up on Pacer. I'll grab those documents. Actually, you know what, Kevin from South Boston, I really appreciate your erudite and informed and learned questioning. You know what? And so as a result of that, I think it is right that I show you. Oh, hold on. I think it's right. I think it's fair. I think it's just for me to show you the documents that you have requested. You want to see the primary source documents about the father-in-law's arrest for stealing documents related to compromising U.S. missile defense interception technology, which ironically was exactly the kind of patent he worked on that became the Boomerang Warrior X, which I think is now compromised by Saudi intelligence. You're a patriot, right, Kevin from South Boston? You don't support Islamist extremists stealing our missile defense technology, do you? I just want to be clear. I mean, if you could just answer that question, Kevin, I think that would actually be ideal. I'm not saying I'm going to haul you in front of the House Un-American Activities Committee, but starting to raise some suspicions. Are you a communist, Kevin? Kevin, be open with us, Kevin from South Boston. Are you a communist or an Islamic radical? Please let us know. If so, report to your nearest government agency and please self-identify. That is obviously sarcastic. You don't have to do that, but I'm a little concerned now that Kevin might be some kind of subversive element. Oh no. Kevin, what are you doing here, and do you love America? I'm talking to Kevin from South Boston, by the way. All right, so let's take a look, Kevin, because listen, Kevin, I know you are interested in this. Oh, by the way, did you know I got recruited by the DOJ? I mean, it was under cover of the Federal Bar Association. But have you ever gotten an email where there's all these DOJ addresses on it, and unprompted they're like, Graham, welcome to the antitrust section of the Federal Bar. And it was the day after you got locked in a room with a federal judge, 5 federal agents, your law professor, 4 other students, and then some federal DOJ employees, and told about the 75 sections of the DOJ. And then before you could even follow up, they send you an unprompted email deciding, it was like the sorting hat in Harry Potter, except you didn't put a sorting hat on, they just did background research on you and were like, oh yeah, this kid would be good in the antitrust section, and then just put you there. It was horrifying. You don't understand. Anyway, so I really want to show, I just want to show this to you here, Kevin from South Boston. So these are this is the case number for the father-in-law in 2019 getting popped for CSAM possession. And if you want to check the statute, it's 272-29C. The case number out of Attleboro District Court is 1934 CR 001944. Ahmed Lahadi Y. Sarah Gelden is the defendant, and he was represented in that case, to which he pled guilty, by Kevin Readington. Isn't that interesting? The federal lawyer. Now, what's interesting is this dude couldn't even make bail on the case, but yet he gets represented by Readington. And then you note this little denotation here on the docket. This is a little weird, right? Why would Readington submit a motion on the docket? And it's kind of hidden as a comment on just an event result. Defendant's motion to stay execution of state court sentence and to run this 18-month sentence in state court for CP and very serious felonies concurrent with the federal sentence. Are you telling me this man got a federal sentence of 18 months for stealing U.S. missile defense secrets, okay? And he also somehow got an 18-month concurrent term concurrent for child pornography. I mean, and I'll show you the missile defense case too. I got the federal docket, if you don't mind giving me a second. I'd be happy to tell you about that. You know what I'm saying? And so I think we just have to seriously think about this. The man was in the orbit of Egyptian intelligence. There is a clear juror form. All right, hold on, retry, please. It's my image. How dare you? There it is. Here's the juror form, right, in question. So let's just take a look over here. You see, we can zoom in. All right, now look at this question here. All right, so we know the father-in-law had a lot of involvement with the criminal justice system. So those are the questions that were on the primary form. I mean, you can see it. And that's the form you bring with you to court. I mean, but I think you can see where we're going here, ladies and gentlemen. And Kevin from South Boston, we're going to get back to our video about the history here. But I just want to point out, you know, you can go to, and I'll give you the federal docket here in 1 second, but you can go to, let me make sure I get you the exact docket. I think it was on the Boomerang Warrior X page that I put the docket number. Yeah, I did. All right, so you can go in the federal docket if you're so inclined. All right, so you just go ahead. And you can check this out. This all checks out. The fake patent, the patent with the Saudi Arabian intelligence agent's name misspelled, not Mustafa Ahmed from King Fayed University, Mustafa Faisal Ahmed from King Fayed University, who was in Nebraska in the 80s, by the way. And you can go ahead on Pacer, by the way, Kevin from South Boston. You're going to want to go ahead to create a Pacer account. It's a little convoluted, but you're going to want to look up case 118CR10436. All right, that's the juror's father-in-law getting caught and somehow only serving an 18-month sentence, despite the DOJ recommending 70 months in line with the sentencing matrix, because he obliterated documents, stole them. You can read it right here. This man didn't just steal our missile defense documents. He stole whole directories. He took files that he was not working on, but instead files related to like tampering with, like how to prevent others from tampering with missiles. He did mass downloads on days where he was not working. He obliterated the classification markings with an XX or cutting them off with a scissor or razor. And when confronted, he lied over many days about what he had done and researched how to destroy the evidence, and was thwarted only because of FBI surveillance and the execution of court-ordered search and seizure warrants, and he has significant ties to Egypt. So, I'm going to eat today, bossy Texas chick. Don't worry, I'm going to get lunch soon. So, you can see here what I'm saying. Like, the father-in-law was clearly caught. He clearly cooperated. That's why he got 18 months on serious felonies. What do you think cooperation meant? I bet his family was also happy to help us out. Boom. That's an intelligence asset on the jury. I'm telling you, that's what I believe. And there's another intelligence asset whose name I'm not going to disclose yet. That's why I had to. You don't understand how hard it is to make these kind of reports. Because when you call and you have to make this report, you have to preface it by saying, I am about to tell you names, and then once you explain this background, it's very easy to report it. But then you have to say, okay, now I'm going to tell you names, this name and another name. And it's very important to me that you ensure that if these people are federal informants, that I'm right about this. And that's what my job is when making a report, which I did to the right authorities. It's not my job to just go to ask someone to go into a classified database. I would never do that. It is not my job to go find out if someone might know information about a classified database. I would never do that. My only job is to make the report to the relevant authorities so that they can find this information out and determine if I'm right. And then they don't have to call me back and say, Grant, thank you, God bless you. No, I don't want that. I want them to determine what happened, make a decision, in particular if I'm right, as to what to do, and then go from there. This is not speculation, in my opinion, as to the father-in-law. Of course it's not. And then further, I can tell you, I talked to some people who are even though they didn't know about this specific case, I talked them through the downward departure from the 70-month sentencing recommendation for the father-in-law from the DOJ and this weird concurrent state court sentence. And they told me that's cooperation at a higher level than the DOJ, probably CIA or state or something. I can't confirm it, but that would mean that his family probably would be happy to help out to get citizenship, to like whatever. You want to prove you love America, then that's the time, you know what I'm saying? And especially if your father just got popped for stealing secrets, that's the time. Now, there's lots of reasons or ways someone could become a federal informant. You know, like people, I'm going to stop, okay? I'm not trying to withhold information from you. I promise you there will be more reporting from me, Kevin from South Boston. But I don't even think you're around in the chat anymore. I just want to pause and thank you for giving me the opportunity to relay all those case numbers, because I know I got some calls from some journalists last night who were literally asking for that exact information. So some of them I know were watching the stream because there were points where I was forgetting to relay the case numbers. So now those of them that I told to watch this morning to get the case numbers, there you go. By the way, I was contacted by no less than 3 production companies in the past 24 hours. No less. That's how I really know I'm right. Like the people who are really covering this now, all of a sudden, well, it's actually, I want to give credit to, I'm not going to mention the publication's name or the operation's name, but 2 weeks ago, there was someone who knew Little Towel was right. And I want to give that person a lot of credit. I'll forever help that person because they knew Towel was right. They had coffee with me. They're a very, very high-ranking, serious person, and they knew I was right. It wasn't when this had happened, but they knew I was right. Birchmore, all this other stuff. The incentive of the MSP to drive the narrative, the liberal DOJ, their motives, how Hank figured all this out, Leah Foley, the U.S. Attorney Foley coming in, the change in the case because of that. There's one person who knew, and they're going to always have Little Towels out. And then there's the second person who I think like a week ago figured it out, and that person as well, I'll always help. So those 2 people, very special. They figured it out like within the first day or 2. One of them figured it out before the verdict even came down, and I'm talking about establishment figures, very, very, very prominent establishment figures. But the second one who figured it out, they get a special place in Towel's heart as well. So I'm already working on giving them what they requested. However, I've been approached by, I don't even know what to say. Like, I think the serious productions, I don't know if any were related to Karen or her side, but the serious productions involved in this, all of a sudden, like within the last week, they must have done their own independent research, because the inquiries now and the requests are coming in at a level that I'm not to say I can't sustain it. Oh, my camera wasn't running, sorry. It's coming in not at a level that I can't sustain, but it's certainly pushing Little Towel. Pushing me to realize like what this is, the impact of all of this. It's going to change how, well, first of all, we need to have another conversation. And we'll do it after we watch this video. But a lot of things are going to change very quickly within the next week. What order they change in, I don't know. I honest to God, I don't know. I don't know. I wish I could sit here and tell you that as of right now, this is the order I think we're going to go in. Here's where I think it's all going. But I can't. I wish I could, but I can't. Now, give me 1 second, because I got to go back a little bit to see where we left off in this Rachel Rollins video. I have the benefit of being able to do this handy-dandy little scroll here, so I can actually see the exact timestamp of when we left off in the Rollins video. Sometimes I go on soliloquies, you know what I'm saying? 8:31. Isn't that useful, though? I'm such a good one-man towel producer. I'm a one-towel show, ladies and gentlemen. We were only 3 minutes into this video, so we're going to jump forward to 8:31. And I'm sure Kevin from South Boston has since been banned, but it was great answering your question. I am.
Rig, in essence, or tries to help Ricardo Arroyo win her old seat. When that fails, Kevin Hayden, the man who Ricardo Arroyo was running against, was a Democrat, but he was appointed by Republican Governor Charlie Baker to fill Rollins' seat, because Rollins left when the governorship in Massachusetts was under Republican control before Baker went to become the president of the NCAA. Anyway, so Baker, the Republican, fills Rollins' old district attorney seat in Suffolk County with Kevin Hayden, a moderate Democrat. Rollins was the antithesis of that. Very liberal. We'll get into that in a second. But Rollins, right away, independent of the Karen Reed case or anything like that, says that to Ricardo Arroyo in a text message that she's going to make Kevin Hayden pay for beating Ricardo Arroyo in that DA primary. Hi, Murder by Maestro. Great to see you, dear friend. But tell friends, listen, because this gets even more intense, right? Rachel Rollins then opens a pretextual probe into Kevin Hayden to punish Hayden for beating Arroyo in the Suffolk DA primary, right? Then leaks the investigation to the Herald and the Globe to smear Hayden. Does that sound like a familiar precursor to other things that might have been going on, towel friends? Well, ladies and gentlemen, by May of 2023, Rachel Rollins gets forced out of office by the Department of Justice Office of the Inspector General because Rachel Rollins did indeed, as it was found by the Inspector General. You can read the DOJ's OIG report from May of 2023. Rollins launched that probe into Hayden, leaked it, and then used it to smear Hayden, and she was found to have violated a bunch of rules and also found to have violated 18 U.S.C. 1001 by trying to mislead the OIG during the investigation. Well, let me layer one more thread into this fascinating explication, ladies and gentlemen. Did you know that Rachel Rollins, a former U.S. attorney in Massachusetts, who I just explained got forced out because she launched and leaked pretextual federal probes to smear political opponents? Did you know Rachel Rollins had a history of tension with the Norfolk DA, completely unrelated to the Reed case, dating back to Rollins' time as Suffolk DA? Why is that, ladies and gentlemen? Two bifurcated reasons. One, Rachel Rollins, back in 2018 or earlier, maybe 2015, somewhere in there, started trying to advocate in court motions for not giving lifetime sentences to youthful murder offenders between 18 and 25 on the grounds that they weren't fully developed, mentally ready to be charged as adults. Well, ladies and gentlemen, do you know what happened as a result of that? 4 other DAs in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, ladies and gentlemen, intervened in that case, including Michael Morrissey.
Pause. One thing I forgot to mention earlier. Remember that ethics recusal that I mentioned about how it lasted for 1 year? The federal probe into John's death, which Rachel Rollins did not recuse herself from, started in November of 2022 and ran for a while, but at least for those 3 months until January 2023. Rollins was not allowed to be involved in any matter in which she was a Suffolk DA or in which the party that she was trying to investigate was involved when she was a Suffolk DA as a party. Michael Morrissey filed an amicus curiae, which makes one in orbit of the case, to the court in the Rollins case, where Rollins tried to seek a term other than life without parole for a youthful offender under 25 for a murder offense. It's very possible it doesn't just spider to the jury being compromised. The probe of John's death may have been invalid. Hello, Eva Towell. What I'm saying is, if Rachel Rollins should have been recused from November of 2022 through January of 2023 because Michael Morrissey was a party or in the orbit of a case and had an interest in the case, was a covered person, under Rollins' agreement with the U.S. Attorney's Office to recuse herself from all matters from which she had an interest or from which she was involved as Suffolk DA for 1 year, then that's grounds. That's some serious stuff. I don't know, do you see how each kernel of this, it all builds into a cohesive whole, but there are serious implications of each individual subset or result. So that situation with the probe being invalid for the first 3 months, big deal. The U.S. missile defense technology being exposed, big deal. The guy getting 18 months for CSAM and stealing those missiles, big deal. The Saudi Arabian guy on the patent application that became the Raytheon Boomerang Warrior X, clearly using a fake name to hide the fact that he was Saudi intelligence. Big deal. But the overall picture that this means that the jury was compromised by a DOJ operation from this former DOJ that was liberal, involving Levy and Rollins. And Levy's now suing President Trump. You can tell he was pissed. You can tell he was pissed. It was an intelligence operation. All of the little spider webs from it are a big deal. And the pretextual nature of it, the cover to investigate Birchmore's death, the violation of the ethics agreement and not recusing herself, Rollins, in the first 3 months of the probe. All of it, folks. All of it, all of it, all of it, all of it aligns to indicate that when the DOJ, that elements of that former DOJ got desperate, they compromised this jury with federal informants. It's never happened in American history. It is worse than the Edward Snowden situation. This is so bad. It is so bad. It will, and I want to be clear, this is the very beginning of this now. We were getting close to the end. Now it is the very beginning. Everything is on the table. Everything. Whether Alan Jackson is forced to take the fall, whether this comes out because the GOP, the Republicans see this as the liberal DOJ literally forsaking like fundamental principles. Well, however this plays out, there's going to be an off-ramp. I am almost certain, I'm 99.89% now certain that there were intelligence operatives working a project on that jury, and the project was to get a not guilty vote, not because necessarily to help Karen. It's not a favor to Bill Reed or Karen or Yannetti. No, the DOJ is about self-preservation. The intelligence community is about self-preservation. It doesn't matter Levy was out of office or whatever. They still have connects. They were protecting their reputation, and they were spiteful at Hank for confirming the end of the federal probe into John's death, and then also getting U.S. Attorney Foley to reveal the documents that showed how the DOJ tried to fool around with ARCA and let ARCA violate Judge Cannoni's sequester order during the first trial, and let ARCA hide contacts and payments from Judge Cannoni under the auspices of a federal protective order that the DOJ was letting ARCA violate anyway, related to talking to Karen's team. That was obstruction of justice. Now, it didn't get charged, but that was obstruction of justice. And they were pissed at Hank. It was humiliating for all that to come out. Now, a lot of the public didn't get it, but I talked to some people, like we knew, like those of us who actually understood what was going on. We were like, that was obstruction. That was a precursor to what they did during the second trial. So now that we're at this more serious situation, in my opinion, where because the DOJ, elements of that old liberal DOJ got desperate, they had to get a not guilty verdict for their own personal reasons, protecting their reputation, and also like giving the middle finger to Hank Brennan. So that's how it went down. It sucks, but that's how I think it went down. And so that is the implications of that. All the other spider webs have very big implications, ladies and gentlemen. But my word, hello, Colleen Henry, I'm a super towel. You're a super towel. But the implications of that alone, it overshadows everything else. We have to deal with all these individual sub-issues that have come up, rightfully so. But there is no getting off this track. There are two things that are going to happen no matter what. Let me be very, very clear with any of you out there who think that there's some kind of off-ramp. No. Matthew Farwell is now facing the death penalty for Sandra Birchmore's murder. I'm telling you, it's been coming for a while. It's on the table, so he will cooperate. If he cooperates, that state police unit that's close to like Kate Peter and whatever the fuck, some of them are going down. Okay, it's going to be a very, very big deal, and people are going to be like apoplectic about it. That's why that whole camp is nervous. Simultaneously, okay, that verdict was compromised from this retrial. It was compromised, in my opinion, by intelligence assets who had a motive to be working for the former liberal DOJ. It is already being investigated. There is no doubt in my mind that it is. I can't tell you they are taking X, Y, or Z steps, and it's not the state. Maybe the state's being informed, but I'm telling you, I know who I talked to. I know who I reported this to. I know what they said. They didn't give away anything. They can't. They have rules they have to follow, but I wasn't born yesterday. this is not the first time I filed a 302. I've only filed a few of them in my life. I know what requires filing a 302 and what doesn't. And I know when it's important. I know how to speak to the government when I'm reporting something that I found in my reporting because I'm concerned about America. And it's not just one conversation. It was multiple, not just with one department. The reactions told me all I needed to know. I don't need to know anymore. The people that is on a track, that situation with the jury, that is on a track that is not going to stop. Okay, so come to terms with it. Prayer, do your prayers, do your spiritual reflection, yell at a wall. I don't pass around drugs in a bowl. I don't care. Okay, come to terms with it. It's on that track. It's whether there's an off ramp. I don't know whether someone takes the fall like Alan or however they negotiate the end of that. I don't know. It's above my pay grade. But that track, we are on that track. There is no getting off it. The Birchmore situation, we are on that track. There is no getting off it. We are all, both of those. There's no switches to flip. There's no desperation Hail Mary that's coming. It's over. It's what the result is of the compromise verdict. I don't know. But that other situation, Birchmore, the locomotive is going so fast. If you pulled the brake, it would not stop. There's no brake. There's nothing you can do. Accept your fate. I'm serious. So I just need to try to talk to all these camps at once. The one thing, and that's why it doesn't even matter. I don't need to go defend or justify myself. I have better information than most of you. Not you in the chat. I'm talking to these factions. The train has left the station. One train's going a little faster than the other, but they're both barreling on these tracks, and you cannot stop them. Me too, Anne. Me too. But yes, let's go back to Towel's video. I got to get lunch soon. I promise you we'll have a whole day where you can hear Towel talk more. I promise you that we will not only watch this video, but we'll watch some of the jurors' interviews that they have done recently. And then I promise you we'd watch the Turtle Boy hostage video after this. So we got a full day of Towel fun. I don't know if I'd call it fun, but you got me for the day. We'll do our analysis. Who knows what the hell is going to happen? I could get a phone call that changes everything in a second, or I might not. I don't know.
Leading to a very public fight and spat between Michael Morrissey and DAs and Rachel Rollins. Well, do you know what else caused a little bit of history of tension? Rachel Rollins was a notoriously soft on crime prosecutor. She, instead of doing the soft broken window approach to prosecuting, she did the opposite. She wouldn't prosecute a list of low-level offenses, ladies and gentlemen. And as a result, other DAs started getting upset about that in the Commonwealth, and that caused more tension between Rollins and Morrissey. Oh, why is that relevant, ladies and gentlemen? Because we come to find out that in November of 2022, Karen Reed, David Unetti, and Alan Jackson walk into the office of then first U.S. Assistant Attorney Josh Levy, who worked for Rollins, and they started, I believe, a pretextual federal probe into John O'Keefe's death. Now, there was another reason why the DOJ up in Boston, not just Rollins, with her history of pretextual probes and grudges against Morrissey, not just Rollins had a grudge against Morrissey, but a high-ranking line prosecutor in something called the Public Integrity Section of the Department of Justice named Dustin Chow. That man also had a grudge against Michael Morrissey, and you can find this in public court filings from the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial from December of 2023. Michael Morrissey used to work with Dustin Chow's wife. Dustin Chow's wife in 2015 during a joint prosecution involving, ironically enough, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Boston and the Norfolk DA. Dustin Chow's wife was passed over for a promotion in the context of that hearing, prosecution, and other things like that. And so Dustin Chow's wife had a grudge
Someone asked if the probe was started. I think it was Susanna. Thank you for the question. If that federal probe was started to get cell phones. No, I think that was a tangential benefit. The probe of John's death. See, the timing's hard to understand because it looks like the Birchmore probe didn't start till August of 2023. But I think the probe into John's death from the beginning was actually about Birchmore. John's death was just a way so that the state police, who are a paramilitary intelligence organization like the CIA, but just within Massachusetts, although they work in the whole country, maybe even internationally, did not know what they were really being investigated for. So yes, the federal probe allowed the Karen to get cell phone records and the feds to get it, but it wasn't really about that. It was all cover. They were looking for information about Sandra Birchmore's murder. So yes, it was partially about getting their phones, but none of it was related to the investigation of John's death. That's the most important thing to understand. If you think about it that way, anything they were saying about investigating John was just cover, then it makes more sense because you got all their phones. You're looking for, were they talking about covering up the Birchmore murder? Did they put it in writing? It all makes sense.
In 2015 against Michael Morrissey. Dustin Chow then went around saying he would do anything.
Hold on, and just to reiterate, it wasn't Karen that rigged this jury. Karen was the beneficiary of it collaterally. In my opinion, it was interest within the old DOJ, specifically with intelligence community ties, which is the DOJ. It's all intelligence community. They rigged it, and it was the old liberal DOJ that had a motive to do it. Karen was just a beneficiary. That's another thing. A lot of people think that it's Karen who's like masterminding this. She's not. She is just, she's a beneficiary of a larger political motive on behalf of that old DOJ that was multifaceted and involved justifying the probe of John's death, keeping quiet the probe of the MSP related to the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, getting back at Morrissey, all of this, punishing Hank for getting U.S. Attorney Foley to confirm the end of the probe of John's death and making the DOJ look bad by exposing the DOJ letting ARCA hide communications with Reed and her lawyers during the first trial, and the DOJ, the liberal DOJ under Levy, literally letting ARCA violate Judge Cannoni's sequester order during the first trial. Very embarrassing. So therefore, to punish Hank, to cover up what they did, to protect their reputations, they put their assets, which is very expensive. You have to use black budget funds. It's millions of dollars on this jury to rig it. They probably even had connects to the software company, which is run by one guy who used to work at Raytheon, who's probably in the intelligence community. They probably had enough to get people on the jury. And they're like, literally, this was manipulated, and it's a very serious situation, and they had all the motive in the world to do it. And there you go. That's my opinion.
Yeah, he could to burn down the reputation of the Norfolk DA as a result of his wife being passed over for that promotion.
Harvard Yard, my friend, you have a great time at work. If you send me a DM on Twitter after lunch, I'd love to have you come on and do some analysis of this. I finally have a little downtime today where I think your voice would be an important one. You know this stuff backwards and forwards. You're a super towel.
So you see how these constellation of factors all align. People in politics hold grudges for a long time, long time. Rachel Rollins had a grudge against Morrissey for two reasons. Dustin Chow, high-ranking line prosecutor in the public integrity section that looks at this kind of public corruption, had a grudge against Morrissey. November of 2022, Karen Reed, David Yannetti, Alan Jackson walk into Josh Levy's office because David Yannetti, interestingly enough, to make this even more layered, was on the transition team for Rachel Rollins, which means he was very close to her, probably raised a lot of money for her when Rollins became Suffolk County District Attorney. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so Yannetti's got the connection to Rollins. Rollins probably says, give me a little plausible deniability here, meet with Levy instead. They meet with Levy, who, unbeknownst to everyone, though, Levy would go on to have some kind of personal direct connection to Karen Reed. He would talk to her ex parte about the ongoing federal probe, all sorts of stuff that shouldn't have been happening. But anyway, Josh Levy, when Rachel Rollins gets kicked out in May of 2023, goes on to become actual acting U.S. attorney from the District of Massachusetts. What happens immediately after that? A grand jury for the summer of 2023 opens into John O'Keefe's death and then quickly closes by the end of that summer, or winds down, formally closing a few months later. Now we know in public that it is confirmed as closed. But ladies and gentlemen, how interesting is it then that right as the John O'Keefe probe winds down, in August of 2023, 2023, the investigation into the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, a young woman who lived in Canton that was in a very tormented, abusive relationship with a former Stoughton cop named Matthew Farwell, who was murdered in her apartment, right? Only for that murder investigation, within 48 hours, the local police, before all the investigation was turned over to the state police, because unattended deaths and things like that are always in the original jurisdiction of the state police. And although there's initial processing of the crime scene by first responders from the local police department, in this case Canton, the state police actually do the investigation. Within 48 hours, the Canton police turned over to the Massachusetts State Police evidence that Matthew Farwell, the former Stoughton cop, was at Sandra Birchmore's murder on February 1st, 2021 at 9:23 p.m., the time that she was killed. Then the Canton police provided to the MSP evidence that a maintenance worker at Sandra's apartment building said the man who was at Sandra's apartment at the time of her death was the same man who helped her move into her apartment, Matthew Farwell. Then the Canton police went to Sandra's school where she worked and got evidence that Farwell had been telling people that he knew Sandra was pregnant, Sandra was excited to have the baby, and that Farwell would, quote, take care of the problem himself if Sandra wouldn't induce the death of the child or have an abortion, okay? However you feel about that, we're not getting into the politics of it. I think women have a right to choose, and I will stand on that till my last day. Now, ladies and gentlemen, after that evidence was handed over between February 4th and February 6th of 2021, the Massachusetts State Police Unit, the same unit that is detailed to the Norfolk DA that investigated Karen for the death of John O'Keefe, ladies and gentlemen, that state police unit gets handed the information. Two of the police on that state police unit, one man, John Fanning, who wrote the police report that we're about to talk about, and another man, Yuri Buchanan, who's a trooper on the Norfolk DA unit, used to work in Stoughton, ladies and gentlemen, the same police department where Matthew Farwell worked. And what did the MSP unit detailed to the Norfolk DA conclude about Sandra's death? Somehow, some way, that it was the result of self-harm. And ladies and gentlemen, I have reason to believe that in August of 2023, a federal probe then, as it shifted away from John's death, opened concurrently into Sandra Birchmore's murder and the subsequent cover-up thereof. And ladies and gentlemen, I believe, and I now know because of public statements from law enforcement partners, that the federal investigation into John O'Keefe's death is over. But that probe may well have led the Boston DOJ to uncover the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. And ladies and gentlemen, if you've been following this twisted tale, then what you'll realize is the DOJ had all the reason in the world to give Karen a wink and a nod and let her do things like collude with her ARCO witnesses, allow the ARCO witnesses to violate Judge Cannoni's sequester order, hide payments and contacts with Reed from Judge Cannoni and state prosecutors. And ladies and gentlemen, before we delve even more into this timeline after the fall of 2023, let's talk about how Hayden Kearney in April of 2023 gets involved with the Karen Reed case, starts reaching out to Karen through an intermediary by the name of Natalie, who went to college with Karen, PR person, liked talking about houseplants with Karen, etc. So Natalie gets hooked up with Hayden Kearney via this woman named Jen Altman. Karen knows Natalie from college. Okay. Karen and Hayden then start speaking through Natalie as an intermediary. The very first thing Hayden Kearney brings up to Karen is how Hayden Kearney in April of 2023 was facing an issue and he needed help. Karen Reed then hooks up Alan Jackson with Hayden Kearney on April 21st, 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, Hayden Kearney, according to what I have seen reported at the time, was facing an investigation unrelated to the Karen Reed trial for wiretapping a woman who lives in Rhode Island. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that woman's last name is Haskin? Haskin or something like that.
Victoria Haskin.
There's a lot of women from Rhode Island who are involved with Turtle Boy in some way, shape, or form. So, Veronica, Virginia, something along those lines. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, now let me continue with this story. Turtle Boy's facing this wiretapping investigation. The Holden police are doing the wiretapping investigation. Turtle Boy thought that if he used a Rhode Island number or something, even if he was in the state of Massachusetts, he couldn't wiretap the woman because Rhode Island's a one-party consent state or something, and the woman was in Rhode Island or something. But no, Turtle Boy was allegedly physically in Massachusetts, so the Holden police were investigating him. Ladies and gentlemen, within 2 weeks of Karen Reed hooking up Hayden Kearney with Alan Jackson, I have it on good authority that the FBI Worcester field office, an agent named Samuel Weiner, yes, that is his real name, directly intervened in that wiretapping prosecution of Hayden Kearney and made it go away. Ladies and gentlemen, do you see what I'm saying here? And then all of a sudden, Hayden Kearney gets this cover to run rampant over the summer of 2023, tormenting witnesses, writing all these stories on his blog, a pace of which he has never reflected again. Almost like the FBI was using all the attention on the Karen Read case as artificial cover in order to generate leads about the state police, which eventually led them on to Sandra Birchmore's murder cover-up, which led to the August 2024 indictment of Matthew Farwell, whereupon at a press conference, Josh Levy said the investigation into Farwell started exactly 1 year earlier.
Now, pause. If you're saying, and I know a lot of you are going to be thinking, Grant, what led you to figure out that the FBI would do something like this? Like, I know, I understand, Grant, you know a lot about this, but still, like, there's no way that you just randomly got read in or something to a classified project and were made aware that the FBI runs these kind of ops. No, I wasn't. First of all, I've never been read into anything classified, and I wouldn't tell you if I had been, and I wouldn't talk about it. You know someone hasn't been read into anything classified when they talk about it like I do. If I had any kind of connection to that world and was read into anything classified, I would talk completely differently. I would talk like that professor who gave the Dartmouth lecture. I wouldn't even like come close to implying that I knew about it. I wouldn't even try to hide in plain sight about it. I would just be like, I'm not talking about that. But let me just show you. This is real. This guy discussed it on a documentary. His name is Jim Miller. He was a journalist in Las Vegas, all right, in the early 2000s. Now, I wanted you to take a look at what Jim Miller says about how the FBI goes about using journalists as cover to draw in tips about stories. Now, in this story, the investigation of the Crazy Horse 2 was real. All right, it was a strip club out in Vegas that was run by the mob. It was in the same parking complex as this guy named Buffalo Jim. And Buffalo Jim was a wrestling promoter who cooperated with the FBI because he was getting bullied by the mob who wanted to take over his building. So, Buffalo Jim and his friend Steve Miller was a journalist in Las Vegas. They got involved as contracted federal informants to be involved in this case. Steve Miller's role, the journalist, all right, Steve Miller, was to write stories, and the FBI would then edit his blog posts to like help it get search engine optimization, SEO, so that it would appear at the top of every search about the Crazy Horse 2. Then the FBI would embed Steve Miller's email address in his articles in ways so that they would get tips. And then listen to what Steve Miller said. Any tips that came in, he was to refer to the person to the FBI and then call the FBI and tell them to expect a call. Listen to this. It's real. This is one example from 20 years ago. The op with Turtle Boy, in my opinion, and this jury tampering, that was way more advanced. But just listen. This is real. This is what the FBI does. I'm telling you, this is real.
He was also playing offense, and he was playing for the FBI.
The feds came in and completely usurped the local police department investigation, which was going backwards, not even forwards. Nobody quite ever figured out what was going on. And now, of course, I can talk about both Buffalo and I were confidential informants for the FBI. And
oh, no, listen. Hold on. Someone said, listen, if you get any emails with PDFs from people you do not know, do not open them. It's called spear phishing. Oh my God, thank you so much for bringing that up. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, if you get any emails from people you do not know that contain a PDF, for the love of God, do not download those PDFs. Do not open them. Delete the email. That is called spear phishing. You can Google it on Google right now. We have to have an intelligence briefing. Okay, towel intelligence briefing. Everybody gather around. We need to have a conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, we must have a conversation. Okay, spear phishing. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are in my orbit, if you are just in your own orbit, you need to know about this. Thank God someone brought it up in the chat.
That started in 2002, and it lasted through 2007, the day the place was closed, and the confidentiality part is for 7 years, approximately.
So now you can talk about it.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. But for the 7 years that we were.
Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, let me just make something very clear. I'm going to bring it up for you on the screen. It's called spear phishing, okay? It is incredibly important that you do not fall for this, all right? So I'm going to bring it up on the screen for you now. Give me 1 second. Vicky, yes, please, and all of you, be super careful right now, especially if you've shared your email in here or anything. All right, we're going to go to the DNI's report on this, and I'm going to show you this on the screen in real time. I beg of you, please take me very seriously. This is not a joke, especially because Vicky was just targeted with it. Any of you that are in this chat, okay, any of you that are sending me emails, whatever, just be aware you are going to become a target for very complex cyber penetration attacks. The goal will be, it's not necessarily about you, it's they want to either see what I'm sending to you, or they want to use access to your email to get information about me. Now, obviously, anything that happens I see. I get an activity log on, I have 2FA on everything, so I get literally alerts and then I report them as violations of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act of 1996. However, most people don't know what they're looking at. This is a spear phishing attack. A spear phishing attack is an attempt to acquire sensitive information or access to a computer system by sending counterfeit messages that appear to be legitimate. Spear phishing is a type of phishing campaign that targets a specific person or group and often will include information known to be of interest to the target, such as current events or financial documents. It'll pretend to be something it's not, or like a bill or an invoice. Like other social engineering attacks, spear phishing takes advantage of our most basic human trait, such as a desire to be helpful, provide a positive response to those in authority, a desire to respond positively to someone who shares similar tastes or views, or simple curiosity about contemporary news and events. These messages are delivered via email and are designed to convince the user to open a malicious link or attachment, exposing the target to malicious software. It's a spear phishing attack. Phishing is no longer as obvious as it once was. The goal of spear phishing is to acquire sensitive information such as usernames, passwords, and other personal information. When a link in a phishing email is opened, it may open a malicious site which could download unwanted information onto a user's computer. When the user opens an attachment, malicious software may run. It gets hidden in the PDF, which could compromise the security posture of the host. Once a connection is established, the attacker is able to initiate actions that could compromise the integrity of your computer, the network it resides on, and your data. In the past, users could easily detect phishing emails, which are often sent from unknown senders, contain misspelled words, and use poor grammar. Today, phishing scams are more sophisticated. Identities are masked, messages are tailored, and email content appears legitimate. Signs of a phishing scam may include generic greetings, urgent access requests you did not initiate, requests for personal information, and even baseless threats. Other cyber attack concerns include compromised or counterfeit websites that introduce malware to obtain a user's personally identifiable information, PII. Skilled hackers can create new websites that appear legitimate or hack into a legitimate site undetected and embed malicious code. Signs of a malicious website include strange or unexpected search engine results and abnormal redirects to unexpected websites. Antivirus software tools can often catch website redirects, and most search engine companies such as Google, Chrome, and Bing alert users to problematic websites and often block access to those with malware. Here are a few easy things to help you protect yourself from phishing and malware. Avoid websites that produce browser alerts and advise against access. Do not open email attachments or click links from unknown senders. Okay, from Pebble. Merba Maestro, I can't. It's in order to extend the impoundment of the juror names. It's a pro forma impoundment because the initial order to impound the jury names expired this morning. Now there is a new order up on the docket. The juror names are still impounded. Okay, so just letting you know. But again, just to be clear, folks, the juror names were already impounded. The order expired after 10 days. They're just being re-impounded. Well, this is very important, though. We have to, Murder by Maestro, please continue to reiterate in chat, especially to anyone who may have gotten this kind of email, or and Vicky, I hope you now realize you were targeted. Hello, Alex. Do not open email attachments or click links from unknown senders. Right now, all of you, if you've ever posted your email in this chat, if you have your email public, if there's any, just in general, no exceptions, do not open attachments or open the email from unknown senders. It is an attack to compromise your computer system. Do not do it. and use a strong password. And if any of you clicked an unknown PDF or opened those emails, now is the time to rotate your passwords, update them on all your accounts, and then also make sure that you enable two-factor authentication on all of your accounts, okay? If you do not have two-factor authentication enabled right now, which is a check and balance to make sure you need a password and something else to get into your account, like a message. Don't use text messages. They're easily intercepted. Like an authenticator app or something like that. Make sure you have two-factor authentication enabled. And then also, please take a look at these resources. StaySafeOnline.org, which is the government's website for making sure you know how to identify these kind of attacks. Yes, thank God I told you all. Do not fall victim to this. If you are in my orbit, I know about all this stuff, so I have very good operational security. It's not perfect, but that's why I have redundancies and stuff built in as well. But for the love of God, do not open any links right now or in your email. Do not open any unknown emails. Do not open PDFs. Oh, dear God, delete them right away. If you get a spearfish, if you see people trying to log into your accounts, immediately call the FBI, listen to the instructions for reporting online based attacks, and then report this as a violation of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act of 1996. It's a federal crime, so make sure that if this happens to you and you fall victim to it, if you don't delete it, immediately report it to the feds. Immediately. Juror 11. Yep. Great job. No. Don't click on the email. Vicky, you don't have to click on it. On the left, if you don't have an option to delete it, just ignore it. But on the left of your inbox, you might be able to click a box and just delete it by clicking the checkbox. Don't open the email. Clicking the checkbox, and then up at the top of your browser, there should be a delete button. I don't know what email you're using, but don't open it, but there should be 3 dots or something. Just don't open it and try to delete it. If not, ignore it. The reason they use all capitals and whatever is it's spear phishing. It's meant to get your attention. They might lie to you and say they're the government or something. You have taxes due. Just ignore it. Do not open anything right now. If you are in the orbit of me, if you're working on this, I'm telling you, we're having a defensive security briefing. I'm a towel security briefing. No opening PDFs in your email. It is spear phishing. We've just learned from the DNI, this is an official government document, what it's about. It is very real. Do not fall for it. I beg of you. Oh, goodness. Hello, Stacia Melones. I didn't see your comment, so we'll see if you post it back. If you are here to say hello, then hello. We're going to go back to watching our Rachel Rollins video because that towel security briefing was very important, but it is not exactly directly on point. It's just Vicky brought up something very important, and we had to take a look. All right, so we're going back to this video. Remember, this video is about if you think it's impossible for the FBI to use a journalist domestically to generate tips, listen to this video, and then we'll go back to the Rachel Rollins video. Sorry, I got to turn the volume up again. I forgot I turned it down before we started our last our towel security briefing. Towel security briefing.
Was also playing offense, and he was playing for the FBI.
The feds came in and completely usurped the local police department investigation, which was going backwards, not even forwards. Nobody quite ever figured out what was going on, and now, of course, I can talk about both Buffalo and I were confidential informants for the FBI, and that started in 2002. And it lasted through 2007, the day the place was closed. And the confidentiality part is for 7 years, approximately.
So now you can talk about it. Well past that.
Absolutely. But for the 7 years that we were on contract with the FBI. So it wasn't a matter of just, I can't talk. I mean, I don't think I'd go to jail, but I could get in a lot of trouble. You're not allowed to talk.
Yeah. In 2003, the Crazy Horse 2 was raided by the FBI.
And so I was thrilled when I saw the Fed step in. The police were told, butt out. When the feds had their raid, I was told about it because they wanted me to cover it, nobody else. I later found out what the real basis of the raid was. Can't believe the story either when I tell you, but I will. They were there for only one reason, was to plant electronics. It was supposedly on the premise of drugs and guns. That wasn't
That
why.
was all a cover.
That was the cover. Yeah, that was the cover. And they were there. They planted so much electronics in there. It's cutting edge. I mean, only the feds would have what they had. That place was wired for the next 5 years.
This was the beginning of the end for Rick Rizzolo and the Crazy Horse 2. Over the next few years, the FBI, with the help of Buffalo Jim and Steve, surveilled and investigated the Crazy Horse 2 and its associates.
So my dad was a credible source to them.
Yeah.
When my dad said something occurred, it actually occurred.
Yeah.
But my dad would send in information to them, and I was told that it was very helpful.
My column was completely vetted by the FBI on a weekly basis, and that I would see things there that I thought were kind of interesting. They had how many places, how many links were there to my personal email address throughout, 10 maybe in each column. I didn't put them there. And all of a sudden, on Google and Bing and all the various search engines, if you type in Crazy Horse 2, here comes my column on the top. The next column, the next column. I mean, I'm taking up pages. So I begun to ask around, and the guys laughed and they said, yeah, we took care of that for you. You're famous. Okay, so I said, what am I supposed to do? I'm getting all these emails. People got beat up. They got this and that. He says, okay, that's what we want you to do. That's why we put you in there. He says, if it sounds legit, you've got to call me 24/7. And he says, and you give me the name of the person, give me a little scenario as to what they told you happened and their phone number. And we'll get right back to him. He says, you got to tell them they're going to get a call. A guy named Bobby, he's a federal agent. Well, 13 people in the next couple of years, that's as many as I was credited for, emailed me. And they were the federal witnesses.
Rick and the people who had interest in protecting the Crazy Horse 2 may not have known Jim was working directly with the FBI, but they did know that he was a threat.
So, let me pause this.
Playing.
Ladies and gentlemen, did you hear him say that? I'm so glad. And just to confirm, yes, my mom is Wendy Murphy. She is, Jen Coffindaffer is former FBI. My mom is not. My mom is a former sex crimes prosecutor in Middlesex County. Her and my dad met there. My dad was Frederick Ellis. He recently passed away. May God rest his soul. He was a prosecutor on organized crime cases, and he helped take down the Angelos, I'm pretty sure, actually. So he's a very good man, and he went on to open a civil class action firm. My dad was one of the first people he got a big judgment against the breast implant company, Dow Corning, which became Dow Chemical, or Dow Chemical, which became Dow Corning. And they knowingly apparently manufactured breast implants that were defective and put a lot of women's lives at risk. No, Heartstar. My mom believes that Karen is responsible. My mom's a very strong voice as to her belief in Karen's guilt. But yeah, so my mom, though, her primary work is on the Equal Rights Amendment to make women equal they're already equal under the Constitution, but make them equal with a level of strict scrutiny for constitutional violations. Right now, women only get middle tier scrutiny. So, for example, if a state wanted to make a law that women and men cannot, so in the 1970s, Milwaukee or Wisconsin or something made a law that men between 18 and 21 could drink could drink beer with alcohol by volume up to 5.7%. But at the same time, they made a law saying women between 18 and 21 could drink beer, but only up to 3.7 alcohol by volume. It might have actually been that men 18 to 21 could drink up to 3.7% and women couldn't drink at all. And then at 21, men could drink higher, women could drink lower. It was something where men and women were treated differently as to what alcohol they could consume based on their age. And thank you, Steph. My mom's a real trailblazer too. And the court ruled in the beer case from 72 or 73, maybe a little bit later, 79 or something, that women and men could not be treated differently in that way. It was illegal, unconstitutional, under intermediate scrutiny, under the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment, for men and women to be treated differently, and therefore either everyone couldn't drink under 21, or they could drink but had to be allowed to drink the same beer. So that was the ruling in that case. Now, the reason why this comes up again is in the 1990s, there was another famous case related to the rights of women called VMI. It had to do with whether the Virginia Military Institution should be forced to admit women, or whether they should be able to have separate but equal facilities. And Justice Ginsburg, who was actually the lawyer in the beer case, also wrote the 8-1 decision in in the VMI case. Rehnquist couldn't get a 9-0 majority. I think he was close. He wanted one, but he couldn't get one. And 9-0 decision. Those are very rare. But in that case, in VMI, the Supreme Court made the decision that women could not be discriminated against in that way, and that it was a violation of law. However, my mom doesn't like intermediate scrutiny, because intermediate scrutiny, it's more than rational basis. And what we're talking about here is when a state makes a law. I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice. But when a state makes a law, do they have to have, what level of justification do they have if it's constitutionally challenged? You can make a law that discriminates against people, okay, as long as it survives to certain levels of constitutional challenge. The most basic level, if you don't discriminate against a protected class, or if it's just kind of a group of people without very much protection, that's looked at under rational basis review. That means it's the lowest standard possible. The state doesn't, they just need to have a rational, quote, reason for doing what they're doing. The next level up is intermediate scrutiny, and it's what women and men get when they allege that a state has made a law that discriminates on the basis of sex or gender. That you need a little bit more. Like, the state can't just say, like, women are dainty and they drink, like, when they drink they get more drunk, so therefore women should not be able to drink the same beer as men. That is absolutely not okay. That's not a compelling state interest. You know what would be a compelling state interest, though? If the U.S. government said, okay, we're going to make a law that doesn't allow women to be drafted but allows men to be drafted, and the reason why is military readiness. If the government asserts, it's this very broad term, if the government asserts that their compelling state interest is military readiness, then they could have a law that, and that's the law we have, that men can be drafted but women can't. Okay? Now, my mom, and this is why it gets a little controversial, my mom thinks that the constitutional standard for treating men and women differently should be strict scrutiny. Therefore, and my mom believes it should be even higher than that. And my mom thinks that it should be illegal for the government to have a draft where men are in the draft and women are not. My mom believes that if you draft men, you have to draft women. So my mom has this very, very, very strong belief that we must constitutionally treat men and women exactly the same, and there is never a situation, even military readiness, that would justify, say, women not being in the draft no matter what. It is never permissible. A lot of people like and love my mom's work, but just realize that's a reason why she's a radical feminist. She gets a lot of criticism from people who will say, I totally support states not discriminating on like key issues like access to public facilities and access to like the same beer. It's kind of ridiculous that Milwaukee or Wisconsin even was thinking about that, or access to our military colleges or access to schools. That's perfectly fine, but a lot of people will say, in the name of equality, you want to force every woman to be in the draft when the military is saying that that would undermine readiness. That's a little bit too far. But that overall, Tao Mom is really good. She's also spent her career outside of the constitutional standard for analyzing state-based discrimination on sex. She's also spent her career advocating for the voices of vulnerable women and children in the justice system. She pioneered the discipline of representing representing victims of sexual crimes, because victims in the criminal process don't have standing. They're just a witness. And so, for example, in the case of Ruby McDonough, Ruby was an older woman in a nursing home, really sweet. She had aphasia, okay, so she could understand, but she could only communicate with shaking her head yes and shaking her head no. A man by the name of Kofi Agana was accused and deported, actually, as a result of he was a nursing home aide abusing this 88-year-old woman sexually while she was in her nursing home. He goes to trial, and the defense, with the judge's permission, has Ruby declared incompetent because of her aphasia and tries to prevent her from testifying at her own SA trial. Well, what does Towel Mom do, ladies and gentlemen? Super long. We'll take a look, MBM. Send it to me by DM. But let me just finish. So, what does Towel Mom do? Towel Mom goes into court, right, on Ruby's behalf, and Towel Mom gets held in contempt so that she can get standing to challenge the ruling by the judge of incompetency, and then against the with like fighting the attorney general at the time, Martha Coakley and others. My mom got Ruby standing. The SJC gave her standing, and her competency declaration was overturned, and Ruby was given accommodations and allowed to testify in her own trial. That's how good Towel Mom is. So yes. Please let me know about the post. Paula also did a video yesterday we can watch, but I just wanted to talk about Towel Mom. Now we have to go back to the Rachel Rollins video. Please remember, we have some things we have to get through today, so you are more than welcome to send videos. Send them on over. We'll continue watching them. Just know we're progressing through this one thing at a time. We have to finish this Rachel Rollins and Turtle Boy video, and then we can take a look at Paula's posts, and then we can, well, we actually have to watch the Turtle Boy video next. Then we will look at Paula's post. Then we'll look at Paula's video from last night, and we'll go through it one at a time. But we're going to start off with this, okay? One thing at a time, please. But feel free to leave your requests in the comments. Just remember, I sometimes don't look at what's going on in the comments because I have to pay attention to what I'm saying. And if I read your comments, they sometimes lead me on a tangent. So just remember, if I don't see your comment when you say it the first time, I'm not ignoring you. I'm intentionally not reading it, because if I answer it, we will not talk about what I'm focusing on, and that's not helpful. But once I'm done, it's helpful if you reiterate, and don't feel this is an obligation, but if you just say a comment when my eyes are closed and I'm speaking about something, I will never see it. It goes so fast. But once I'm done, you want to reiterate that comment in the chat, and then I might see it.
Led the Boston DOJ to uncover the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. And ladies and gentlemen, if you've been following this twisted tale, then what you'll realize is the DOJ had all the reason in the world to give Karen a wink and a nod and let her do things like collude with her ARCO witnesses, allow the ARCO witnesses to violate Judge Cannoni's sequester order, hide payments and contacts with Reed from Judge Cannoni and state prosecutors. And ladies and gentlemen, before we delve even more into this timeline after the fall of 2023, let's talk about how Hayden Kearney in April of 2023 gets involved with the Karen Reed case, starts reaching out to Karen through an intermediary by the name of Natalie, who went to college with Karen, PR person, liked talking about houseplants with Karen, etc. So Natalie gets hooked up with Hayden Kearney via this woman named Jen Altman. Karen knows Natalie from college. Okay. Karen and Hayden then start speaking through Natalie as an intermediary. The very first thing Hayden Kearney brings up to Karen is how Hayden Kearney in April of 2023 was facing an issue and he needed help. Karen Reed then hooks up Alan Jackson with Hayden Kearney on April 21st, 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, Hayden Kearney, according to what I have seen reported at the time, was facing an investigation unrelated to the Karen Reed trial for wiretapping a woman who lives in Rhode Island. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that woman's last name is Haskin? Haskin or something like that. Okay, there's a lot of women from Rhode Island who are involved with Turtle Boy in some way, shape, or form. So, Virginia, something along those lines. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, now let me continue with this story. Turtle Boy's facing this wiretapping investigation. The Holden police are doing the wiretapping investigation. Turtle Boy thought that if he used a Rhode Island number or something, even if he was in the state of Massachusetts, he couldn't wiretap the woman because Rhode Island's a one-party consent state or something, and the woman was in Rhode Island or something. But no, Turtle Boy was allegedly physically in Massachusetts, so the Holden police were investigating him. Ladies and gentlemen, within 2 weeks of Karen Read hooking up Hayden Kearney with Alan Jackson, I have it on good authority that the FBI Worcester Field Office, an agent named Samuel Weiner, yes, that is his real name, directly intervened in that wiretapping prosecution of Hayden Kearney and made it go away. Ladies and gentlemen, do you see what I'm saying here? And then all of a sudden, Hayden Kearney gets this cover to run rampant over the summer of 2023, tormenting witnesses, writing all these stories on his blog, a pace of which he has never reflected again. Almost like the FBI was using all the attention on the Karen Read case as artificial cover in order to generate leads about the state police, which eventually led them on to Sandra Birchmore's murder cover-up, which led to the August 2024 indictment of Matthew Farwell, whereupon at a press conference, Josh Levy said the investigation into Farwell started exactly 1 year earlier. See where I'm going, ladies and gentlemen? And how interesting is it then that it is only after Josh Levy and that whole cohort is removed from the DOJ when President Trump takes office in January 2025, that on January 30th, 2025, Hank Brennan gets the first ever responsive TUI request under a case called U.S. XRL TUI v. Reagan from 1985, which is interpolated by 28 U.S. CFR 126.000, which is itself interpolated in Section 25 of the DOJ Operations and Sections Manual, okay? For the first time, the new U.S. Attorney, Leah Foley, and her office turn over to Hank Brennan just the top of an invoice between Karen Read's experts from ARCA, who were retained in the context of that shady federal probe that Josh Levy, Rachel Rollins, and others helped start, and Read's team. Within 13 days, ladies and gentlemen, on 14 days, February, or within just maybe even less, February 13th, 2025, Karen Read's lawyers are forced to turn over, ladies and gentlemen, forced to turn over evidence to Hank Brennan of their contacts and communications with ARCA. And then, ladies and gentlemen, days later, although the TUI rules do not allow U.S. Attorney Leah Foley to directly confirm the end of the John O'Keefe and Karen Read federal probe, what happens? U.S. Attorney Leah Foley tells Dan Ray on WBZ Nightside that, well, she can't confirm those kind of things. The DOJ does allow law enforcement partners to confirm such things. Within a week, the Brian Walsh prosecutors confirm that the federal probe is over. Hank Brennan, the prosecutor in the Read case, says out loud he had permission from U.S. attorneys, the Leah Foley or her office, to confirm the probe is over in open court. And then the Canton police release a statement saying they got permission to confirm the O'Keefe probe was over. And so, ladies and gentlemen, and then we therein recognize that it was, in fact, this sordid overlap between the DOJ's investigation into John's death, which closed, and then the discovery of Sandra Birchmore's murder, which led the DOJ to, one, give Karen a wink and a nod, two, facilitate this old grudge against Michael Morrissey, three, use Hayden Kearney's coverage of the case as a honeypot and give Hayden Kearney some protection to generate tips about the MSP. And then four, it explains why in December of 2023, ladies and gentlemen, when Hayden Kearney faced a bail revocation for going over to Lindsay Gattani's apartment. By the way, it was Lindsay Gattani, who we've talked about on this stream, a superhero in so many ways. Lindsay Gattani was given information by Hayden Kearney that Karen Read and Josh Levy were talking directly in the fall of 2023. Natalie, the intermediary I mentioned earlier, she had a falling out with Karen because apparently she called Karen late at night about something to talk about her personal problems, and so Karen cut her off, Natalie off. Therefore, the only information that was available about Karen Read and Hayden Kearney and Josh Levy's relationship between June of 2023, when Karen cut Natalie off, and December of 2023 was Lindsay Gattani. Well, you know what? When Hayden Kearney got criminally charged in October of 2023, ladies and gentlemen, for witness intimidation and a bunch of other things. That was in Stoughton District Court. Those charges got bound over by a grand jury, an indictment on December 20th, 2023. You know what happened next, ladies and gentlemen? another grand jury was open, and Lindsay Gattani on December 21st, 2023, got a subpoena for that grand jury. Why? Hayden Kearney must have been thinking, well, the previous charges just got indicted. What could the state be doing a grand jury about now? What does Lindsay know? Oh, did Lindsay have information about Karen Reed and Hayden Kearney colluding potentially to torment witnesses in Karen's trial? Did Lindsay Gattani have information about Hayden Kearney saying Karen controlled what he could publish on his blog? Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Did Lindsay Gattani's information eventually lead to a search warrant affidavit and a search warrant being approved for Karen Reed's cell phones? And did it get worse, ladies and gentlemen? Did Hayden Kearney go over to Lindsay Gattani's apartment on December 23rd, 2023, and try to find information on Lindsay's phone, and according to that search warrant from Karen Reed's affidavit, tell Lindsay not to cooperate with the new grand jury? And when Lindsay refused, did a situation happen where Hayden was accused of pushing Lindsay onto a couch, wiretapping Lindsay without her consent by recording her with a phone in his pocket or something along those lines, and then committing witness intimidation? Yes, and on December 23rd, 2023, after Hayden Kearney spent the weekend declaring himself a fugitive on social media, did Hayden turn himself in for a bail revocation hearing? At which point, ladies and gentlemen, did Tim Bradel, Hayden Kearney's lawyer, say that he had been on the phone with the FBI and the DOJ that morning? Yes, and do I have reason to believe that Hayden Kearney was reaching out desperately to high-ranking Free Karen Reed supporters, begging for FBI agent Leah Ferreira's number over that weekend, only to be told no? And does it make perfect sense then that Tim Bradel invoking the FBI and DOJ on Monday was a last-ditch effort to keep Kearney out of jail because the FBI and DOJ didn't need Kearney after they generated their leads and stumbled onto the Birchmore cover-up and the O'Keefe probe was closed? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it all makes sense. It's a modern black mass redo. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I did that from memory. I could write it right now. I think I have put it all together. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, I even have reason to believe that in the fall of 2023, the Massachusetts State Police were trying, ladies and gentlemen, to figure out what the federal probe was about. And I have reason to believe the Massachusetts State Police were told that they and Michael Morrissey were the targets of the probe. And they must have realized in the fall of 2023 that it was not about John O'Keefe's death. It was about the murder of Sandra Birchmore and the subsequent cover-up by the same unit that investigated Karen for John's death. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that's exactly what happened. And I think when people got too close to that story during the pendency of the investigation, winter of 2023, spring of 2024, they would get their wings burned off to prevent them from explaining to the public what happened. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, I believe State Police Officer Brian Tully, who himself was trying to figure out what a federal probe was about in the context of his official position as a state police officer, which never should have happened, then took Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction, a 15-year extraction of Lindsay Gattani's phone, manipulated it allegedly while in state police custody to remove only messages from Tully to Lindsay and from Kate Mafia Masshole Peter to Lindsay, with Kate being an alleged PI who worked for a guy named Marty Kraft and helped look into the Hayden Kearney prosecution, or help assist with the Hayden Kearney prosecution reportedly. Tully then took a 15-year extraction of that phone, unprecedented in the history of every single case that I've talked to high-ranking people about. Unprecedented. Takes a 15-year unredacted production of that phone, except for those manipulated messages. That included intimate moments of Lindsay Gattani's family life, the births of her children, and releases it directly to Hayden Kearney's lawyer on April 24, 2024, just days before Karen's first trial starts. And did Brian Tully do that for a number of reasons? I believe so. I believe Brian Tully did that, one, to undermine Lindsay and prevent her from being able to tell people that the actual federal probe was probably about Sandra Birchmore. Two, I believe Tully did that so that Hayden Kearney would send those documents around and then provide a useful distraction from some of the other Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial witnesses at Lindsay and her children's expense. And ladies and gentlemen, I think furthermore, I think there was collusion for months to to prevent a protective order from issuing related to that cell phone extraction so that Lindsay would be used as a tool and have her credibility artificially decimated to avoid her being able to relay the tale of this DOJ investigation and how it uncovered Sandra Birchmore's murder. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. It all ties together. It all fits. It all makes sense. Everything is explained. The mosaic has been painted. The historical tiles come together, and the timeline of the events is sealed in towel stone. Murder by Maestro, you're right, it could not have been a mistake. And my ability to memorize all this, which should be impossible, and relay it all to you in a coherent manner, which should also be impossible, can only mean that someone out there, somewhere, was meant to hear this information. And Towel is but a mere conduit, conveying it so that you, whoever you are, hopefully in the government oversight apparatus or in the FBI, can take this and for some godforsaken reason, stop delaying the justice that is deserved for Sandra Birchmore and Lindsay Catani. For the love of God, there's no reason I should be able to convey all this point by point by point with specific details, dates, timelines, hours of the night, down to the minute. It's for a reason. Someone out there's meant to hear it. And by God, I beg of you to act on it. Please bring justice to these voices who became ping pong balls in a godforsaken proxy war between the state police, the Norfolk DA on one side, and Karen Reed, Hayden Kearney, and the DOJ on the other. Well, who asked for that? Eva, I hope you got what you wanted and more. I did everything I could to lay out for you and answer your question. It may have been more than you were expecting. I'll tell you, folks, I enjoy giving Towel soliloquies. That one was intense. I don't even remember most of what I said, but I know it was accurate. By God. Yes, Ed Jobs. So Matthew Farwell, the officer who had the illegal underage relationship with Sandra Birchmore and then allegedly killed her, was arrested. But how the state police unit who investigated Farwell cleared him initially for years, said Sandra died from self-harm despite evidence otherwise? No. Get this number 9 large out of here. Back to reality. That was reality. If you can't handle it, leave. No, only Farwell was arrested. Now, there's even more to this, ladies and gentlemen. I have a good faith reason to believe that there were more victims, that there was a ring of cops in Stoughton, that there were other victims other than Sandra. Okay? There is more going on here than meets the eye. This probe, I believe, into Sandra's death and the ring of cops surrounding Farwell is still ongoing. It's not just was it Farwell and his brother and that other cop who's getting decertified by the Post Commission soon. It's not just were they abusing young girls and did they know about Farwell killing Sandra. It is did that state police unit, who I argue did nothing wrong in the context of their investigation of Karen and as role as to John's death other than being very grotesque in some of their text messages, but that isn't a commentary on Karen's guilt, which I believe she is guilty for killing John, and the evidence they collected proves it. But did that state police unit, John Fanning, Tully, Brian Tully, Yuri Buchanan, Proctor, even Nick Garino, did they know about the cover-up of Sandra's murder? It's about so much more, ladies and gentlemen. Why is number 9 large still here? Ladies and gentlemen, we must use our wrench powers. We must use them. And I have utilized my wrench power. Yes, Jimbo. So let me explain something about that. Ladies and gentlemen, we will very quickly talk about, Towel is very devoutly Catholic. Although I was raised in a Jewish family, I converted.
And I go on this soliloquy is important. I go on to explain here why you can't just turn a blind eye even if someone agrees with you on one case, even if because they did something bad in another case. You have to listen to this. It's a little bit by analogy about the Catholic Church, but it's important.
I wouldn't say converted. I became more Catholic in undergrad. But what I will say is there is a very similar analogy to what happened with the Holy See dating back to the 1920s and utilizing the sanctity of the sacrament of penance to divert reports of priests abusing children to an internal church body called the Congregation for the Doctrine of Faith in this situation. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, did you ever ask yourself why Papa Ratzinger, who was Pope Benedict, the first ever pope to retire, did you ever ask yourself what he was doing when he was the head of the Congregation for the Doctrine of Faith in Germany in the 1980s? You should, ladies and gentlemen. Do you know why you should? Because Papa Ratzinger was in charge of moving around all those priests. And if you don't monitor institutions like the state police or the Catholic Church, even if you have a really authentic faith in those institutions and their ability to act in the furtherance of the public good, they will run amok. And that is exactly how the priests got moved around. That is exactly how the whole system happened. In fact, Father Gagan, back in the 80s, ladies and gentlemen, do you know what happened when Archbishop Darcy reported Father Gagan to Cardinal Law? They moved Archbishop Darcy to South Bend, Indiana as punishment and moved Bishop Father Gagan to some random parish so the authorities couldn't find Father Gagan. Now listen, it doesn't matter the organization, this kind of corruption can happen. And if we just want to blindly say that because the state police unit that investigated Karen Reed was able to bring about the evidence that will lead to her guilt, we should ignore what's going on with Sandra Birchmore or Lindsay Gattani. We have not done justice to the system we claim to uphold. It disgusts me. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at whether Karen Reed has arrived at court. We don't have the Karen cam yet, so we're not quite ready to go. But I had a lot to say, and by God, I said it.
I think that's a good summary, Grant. By God, you had a lot to say, and by God, you said it.
All right, let's see if Karen has arrived.
Hold on, so let me pause that. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you for staying with me. That was quite an overview. That was quite an explication. Oh, Peony and Rose shared with us a wonderful super towel emoji. It should be coming up on your screen any minute now. My word, ladies and gentlemen, my word. Oh, look at the super towel emoji. Look at him. He's poking his head up. Look at him. He's like, hi, Grant. Hi, Grant. And I'm like, hi, super towel emoji. You're a little super towel. Hello. Oh, look at, hello. Look at, that's me. Hello. You're wonderful, Peony and Rose. I need a little super towel giggle after that. Now, listen, I promise you, after we watch this overview and explication, that little towel would show you the Turtle Boy hostage video, and you know we're going to do that. Towel also wants to order lunch. Should I get a cheeseburger? I had chicken and rice yesterday with pita bread. I didn't eat a lot of it. It wasn't that it wasn't good. I just was very stressed yesterday, so I would like to eat something today that has a lot of towel calories. I'm thinking I'm going to get a towel cheeseburger, and then if I get it with french fries, I get a free order of french fries, so I think that's a very good deal, and the cheeseburger is about as big as my head, and that makes me a happy towel. So, I hate to say it, but it's deserved. I can see the rise and fall of Turtle Boy video already. Look at the super towel. First of all, I agree with you. And then also, look at the super towel emoji, ladies and gentlemen. He is bowing to me. He's saying, you are a super towel. And I'm saying to him, Peony and Rose is a super towel. I'm just here because I'm a super towel, and I think I'm excited to watch this video and get my lunch. You don't understand, ladies and gentlemen, so much of a weight has been lifted off my shoulder. I feel like I did my job. I served my country. I served the cause of justice. I don't know how it's all going to play out, but I haven't had this weight lift off my shoulders. I was glad it was lifting off other people's shoulders at various points, but I waited for so long, and I know I'm right. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if, frankly, it's a little, I don't really care if the story is that, I don't want it to be, Grant was right. I don't care. That's not what I care about. I don't want that at all. All I really want is for there to be a resolution to this. It doesn't even have to be that, the public has to have this big reckoning about the old liberal DOJ potentially weaponizing and corrupting the state court process by getting on the jury and manipulating it. If we want to protect our assets, I don't even care if that doesn't get revealed. I defer to the national security interests of the United States. It's not about me in particular. It's about the United States. So whatever they feel is best, just do that. but it does need to have some kind of resolution, even if it's Alan falling on his sword, whatever. So that's all I'm going to say about that. I really think that the weight is lifted off my shoulder, not because we're at a resolution to all of this, but because for better or for whatever the outcome, it's in the hands of the people who can do something about this. How they choose to do something about it, I don't know. It's not my business. I love America. And I love everything this country stands for, its constitutional system, its principles, its precedent, the integrity of our three branches of government. All of this matters so deeply to Little Towel. I love our military, and I love our police and firefighters and EMTs and the people who serve this country. And in order to do justice by them and the rank and file, we must ensure that if this happened, there is some kind of accountability. How the system wants to do that, it's very complicated. It's political. It might have to do, I think the old liberal DOJ or Alan Jackson's going to become the fall people here for this. There's no choice. And then what we do about it, I don't know. Listen, this isn't about what any one person or group wants. It's not about what the state police want. It's not about what Brian Tully wants. It's not about what Kate Peter wants. It's not about, and sadly as this is, even what some of the witnesses or the families or whatever may want exclusively, although their voices are very important. It's about the integrity of the judicial system in the United States. The comedy between federal and state law enforcement, the comedy between federal law enforcement and the integrity of the state judicial system. These are core issues to the integrity of this country. Every single one of us, whether we're Americans or not, if we care about those principles, but in particular if we live here, if we love this country, must look at this in a nonpartisan, objective manner in order to determine how we feel about what is at stake. And we cannot engage in cognitive dissonance. We must be able to understand that two things are true, can be true simultaneously. Everything is defined by shades of gray. And there can be a person you really like because of their views on one case who did something really bad in the context of another. And as long as you realize, and once you realize that, and once you also realize that Karen was not actually the driving motivator behind this, it was actually the DOJ, the old liberal DOJ, everything makes sense. Karen didn't have all that power. She was a proxy for people who had a lot of power. And also, people had mixed motives, and the reason why the feds probably really hate these state police and the Norfolk DAs, they think, and probably for good reason, that Sandra Birchmore's murder was covered up, and then Karen was just allowed to go out in public and mess with the Norfolk DA's reputation as preemptive punishment. I'm telling you. Please see Beach Nance question. So good. Is Hank Brennan contract completed after the verdict? Yes. Yes, but that's not really how it works. He's contracted to work on the case. So if anything comes up related to the case, he's probably still covered. I don't know if they do a new contract or whatever, but it's his case. He's responsible, especially for that jury verdict. So it would go through him most likely, but they also have a team of prosecutors, so it doesn't matter. But either way, yes, if it came up related to the case, Hank would still be involved, regardless as to the terms or whatnot. He'd have to renegotiate, or he'd have to do it under the original contract. But if it's related to the case and the verdict, he's definitely still involved. That's federal court, Beach Nance. So federal closings are different. 45 minutes is normal for an opening and closing. An hour 15 is gracious, and she actually gave them unlimited time and didn't cut them off. So 45 minutes is normal. But anyway, I want to watch this Turtle Boy hostage video. I got to order lunch, and then we'll watch more of Paula's interviews. We'll listen to an interview with Juror 1. I want to re-listen to this interview with Juror 1 on the Howie Carr show yesterday. I missed it because Little Towel had a lot going on, and I literally was on the phone for 90% of yesterday. I've never dealt with anything like that in my entire life before. It was incredibly overwhelming. I mean, in some sense, I'm glad that I did it, but I needed some time, and I'm glad that I was able to decompress in that way. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to bring up the Turtle Boy quote-unquote hostage video, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to listen to that, and then we're going to listen to the juror number 1 interview. Now, I think the reason Turtle Boy wrote this statement is not because he was made to. I think he wanted to deliver a statement but it's very sensitive, and he had to do it right, so he wrote it and pre-recorded it, probably with Meredith's help. And so in that sense, I think what this is actually a message to Karen that because Karen chose to not give him interviews and Karen might not be supporting him anymore, I think Turtle Boy is going to cooperate against Karen, either related to the jury tampering or related to something else. Now remember, that's also an off-ramp for the intelligence community. If Turtle Boy's like, yeah, I did it, and then or Alan did it, then they don't have to bring up the intelligence asset thing. They can cover this up by just, and in a good way, in the sense that they won't expose any assets. They can just be like, yeah, Turtle Boy compromised the jury. So it really works if he admits to everything. And it also would mean that Turtle Boy would cooperate against Karen in any potential jury tampering probe. Turtle Boy would cooperate against her in the witness intimidation. And if the verdict gets set aside, Turtle Boy can't take the fifth in a retrial. He would take the stand against Karen because he would get an immunity and plea agreement. So this is what I think this video is really about. But let's listen to it and we'll analyze it. Give me a second to load it up.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to address some comments that I made on my show the other night that have become fodder for social media. Karen Reed's team is not distancing themselves from me, and I'm sure I'll be able to sit down with them and have a recorded discussion with them eventually. The only reason I even brought that up on my show was because people kept asking when I was going to have them on, in light of Bob Alessi and David Unetti's appearances on other channels. I've always been straightforward about what's going on, so I answered the question truthfully. This has been perceived as me being bitter, but the truth is I was just answering a question that a lot of people were asking. Let me be very clear, though. Karen Reed and her team don't owe me anything. I didn't do this for accolades and thank yous or money. I did this because I love doing investigative journalism, and I've been doing this sort of work for 11 years now. I love digging into stories and reporting what the rest of the media isn't. I love uncovering corruption, exposing people who behave badly, and helping innocent people. It's a very satisfying line of work, and I'm lucky and blessed to be able to do it for a living. I wrote about the Karen Reed story because it was a story that wasn't being properly told by the media. I was shocked on April 17th, 2023, when I read all of the court filings and spent hours doing a deep dive. I published part 1 of the Canton cover-up series at 3:30 a.m. on April 18th, 2023, and I've never looked back. The story didn't take off because I sensationalized it. The story took off because the facts and the evidence were shocking. Like many of you, I have had no idea that our institutions could partake in something so transparently evil. My reporting and activism is not the reason Karen Reed is free. Dr. La Posada, Dr. Rentschler, Dr. Russell, Dr. Wolf, Dr. Scorti-Bello, Lucky Loughran, and Nicholas Barros are the people most responsible for her freedom. It was their truthful testimony that caused the jury to realize that John O'Keefe wasn't hit by a car, and therefore Karen Reed did not kill him. You could argue that Hank Brennan, Yuri Buchanan, Judd Welcher, Kerry Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, and Kelly Deaver contributed to her acquittal more than anyone because of the way they behaved in front of the jury that proved that the Commonwealth wasn't being honest. Karen Reed is free because of her own investigating and the fine investigative work done by her lawyers and private investigator. That's not to say that I don't think I played a part in it. I certainly did, and my reporting supplemented theirs. I wasn't just annoying Chris Albert outside of his pizza shop. I was filing public records requests, speaking with other witnesses, and passing this information on to the defense when it was useful. I found things in my own investigation and gave that information to Karen and her team prior to publication. I reported that Jennifer McCabe was parked outside the Proctor's house on September 25th, 2023, which proved for the first time that there was a personal relationship between the two families. This information was used in court filings, and the two families could no longer lie in court about that. More than anything, my journalism and activism raised public awareness, and without that, none of this was possible. Not only did the crowds outside the courthouse lift Karen Reed's spirits, they also gave her the financial ability to properly defend herself. The Legal Defense Fund was an idea I suggested for Karen Reed, and I was one of the first people to fundraise for it on one of my earlier shows in May of 2023. We ended up raising over $1.1 million, which paid for the defense to fly, feed, and lodge all of these experts time and time again for pretrial hearings. The experts are the reason the jury acquitted Karen Read, and every single person who donated to the Legal Defense Fund helped make that possible. There's no denying that the story has helped me professionally. Although I made a fine living with Turtle Boy before the Karen Read story, I've made a lot more money since writing about it, and my social media reach and online profile have grown exponentially as a result. But I never would have had the opportunity to do this if the Commonwealth didn't frame an innocent woman for murder. If they had dropped the charges after part 1 of the Canton cover-up series, then this story would have been a one and done, and most of you never would have heard about it. Instead, they decided to continue to frame Karen Read with new planted evidence. They arrested me for asking questions of the people who were quite clearly hiding something, and they dragged Karen through 2 internationally televised trials. They chose to do that, not me. My newfound fame and monetary gain that came out with it was simply a side effect of their choices, not mine. I've spoken to Karen many times since she was acquitted, but I don't want to bother her too much because I'm sure she needs space. Think of what she just went through. 3.5 years of being framed and tortured by the most powerful people in the state, being defamed as a murderer, having every word she said taken out of context, and dealing with the constant anxiety of knowing that at the end of this, there was a chance that she could spend the rest of her life in jail, which would mentally and physically kill her parents. Although you can probably imagine what a horrible feeling that must be, you don't really understand it until you've lived it. 4 times I've stood in front of judges at the Commonwealth as they have sought to revoke my bail and put me in jail for 60 days over completely made-up charges. 1 time they succeeded, but all 4 times were anxiety-inducing hell. Being away from my kids for 60 days was the worst punishment I ever could have imagined. Talking to them on the phone from jail, pretending I was away on business, and not being able to truthfully answer their question about when I was coming home was painful. Reuniting with them on February 23rd, 2024 was one of the greatest feelings in my life. I couldn't sleep that night as I looked at their pictures on the wall and promised myself I'd never be separated from them again. I thought I would never be happier when I got out of jail, but the truth is, I was never more scared. Just days after I was released, Paul O'Keefe and the McAlberts brought the woman who had lied about me and sent me to jail with them to a Karen Read hearing for the sole purpose of having me charged with violating a restraining order. It worked. I knew that 17 days later, I would be standing in front of a judge who would have the chance to revoke my bail again, this time for 120 days. Imagine feeling the joy of being reunited with your kids after 60 days away from them, only to immediately be faced with the process of being away from them for another 120 days. It was the biggest tease ever, and I didn't truly feel free until the bail revocation was denied on March 14th, 2024. After that, they tried to have my bail revoked 2 more times, once over window intimidation and another over comments I made on my show about what I hoped would happen to the corrupt cop who knowingly participated in framing me. The feeling of standing in front of a judge, knowing that he has the ability to cause you the worst pain imaginable by taking you away from your kids again, is mental hell. I can't tell you the amount of nightmares I've had about going back to jail. It's on my mind constantly and will be as long as I'm out on bail. And these bad faith, corrupt law enforcement officials have the ability to lie and file motions that would take away my freedom. Too many times to count, I've woken up in the middle of the night kicking and screaming as I was in the middle of a horrible dream about being forced back to jail. It's traumatic, and I deeply underestimated what it would be like when I got out of jail last February. I'm not telling you this to feel bad for me. I'm telling you this because I know what Karen Read is going through, as only someone who has lived it can truly know. I see a therapist regularly, and I highly doubt Karen has time to. What she's been through isn't normal. The smiles you see on TV and the confidence she exudes in public are her way of putting on a strong front. But she is human, and she knew that at the end of this, if she was convicted, that she would be the only one who has to go to the hellhole known as state prison. Although we're all happy for Karen Reed, keep in mind that the emotion she's feeling right now might be even worse than what she was feeling before she was acquitted. What she has lived through the past few years has been news and entertainment for us, but for her, it's been traumatic, and she may not even realize it until now. I don't know if she's having nightmares and random feelings of severe depression like I was after getting out of jail, but it would be very normal if she was. Life will never be the same for her after this. As for interviewing her, I've had many discussions with her over the last 2.5 years about being the first to interview her, but she never promised me that. It was always something I hoped for, but it wasn't something I thought I was entitled to. The fact of the matter is that she has lost everything as a result of this, including her job, her car, and her house. She has to rebuild her life again, which means she has to make money. As much as I would be honored to interview her first, the fact of the matter is that there is likely a bidding war going on right now for that honor. I'm just a guy with an online news website, and I can't compete with what others would offer her. I don't have hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. I've discussed this with her, and I think she should make as much money as she can off of this. She assured me that after the first interview, she'd be happy to sit down with me. So no, Karen Reed and her team are not distancing themselves from me because they're worried about new charges or because I use foul language that they don't want to be associated with. In fact, I was the second person Alan Jackson called after his wife on the day that Karen Reed was acquitted. I was invited out to dinner with all of them that night. It is purely a business decision for them now, which I not only completely respect, but I think they would be crazy and stupid to blow that type of financial opportunity just to throw me a bone.
He's speaking inverted. I think he's really trying to say is they would be crazy to do that instead of doing the interview with me because I can hurt her more. I'm telling you, there's something to this.
Blow that type of financial opportunity just to throw me a bone. Everything I did with this story was for justice for John O'Keefe. I might get a little carried away sometimes, and I definitely use foul language that my mother wouldn't like. But the fact of the matter is that an innocent man was murdered inside Brian Albert's house, and the people who did it not only got away with their crimes, but framed an innocent woman for it. If this doesn't sufficiently outrage you to the point where you use foul language or want to get up in people's faces and ask them legitimate questions about why they murdered someone, then you're not understanding the gravity of what an injustice this was. I didn't do this for any sort of professional or monetary gain. I didn't do this to get an exclusive interview with Karen Reed. I did this because I was outraged and couldn't remain silent. I am fine with whatever happens from this point on. I will continue to do my show and make public speaking appearances, talking about my coverage of the story. If and when Karen Reed is up for it, I'd be happy to sit down with her for an interview. But for now, I just hope that she does what is best for her and her family, as will I. Thanks, guys.
That's weird. Isn't that a little weird? We're going to watch an extended interview with Juror 1 next. But doesn't it almost seem like Hayden was telegraphing a little bit of a message there to Karen? I mean, I don't speak Turtle Boy, but something's going on there. It's almost like he was saying, what I really wanted from Karen, he didn't say this, but what I really wanted from Karen was the first interview, regardless as to the money.
For you
Hold on a sec. What I really wanted from Karen was the first interview, and then I also really wanted Karen to, he didn't say this, but support me going forward. I can't go back to jail. And he kept emphasizing the most important thing to him is not going back to jail. And then at the end, he was like, I'm going to do what's right for my family. He's not talking about giving public speaking appearances. I think he's talking about he needs to avoid going to jail. The only way to do that is to give Karen up. And it actually works on multiple levels. This is my analysis. It works. Everyone would win with that because the intelligence community wouldn't be as concerned if everyone can just be like, oh yeah, of course Turtle Boy rigged the verdict. That's easier for everyone if he just takes the fall. Alan might get in trouble depending on who Turtle Boy. If Turtle Boy's being willing to be like, it was all me, the defense knew nothing. Okay, then Alan wins as well. And then the state wins because they get Karen, they'll probably be able to reopen the case into John O'Keefe's death. They'll try Karen again because you can set aside the verdict if Hayden can give them evidence that he externally influenced the jury or there was fraud on an application. You don't even have to touch the intelligence community stuff. It gets the DOJ off the hook, as I said. And then the state also wins because Hayden will cooperate against Karen both in the retrial for John's death and any witness intimidation, grand jury, or charges against Karen. It guarantees convictions. Hayden would have to take the stand against Karen if he takes a deal because there's no immunity. There's immunity. If you can't take the Fifth Amendment if you take a deal and get immunity. So this is, and then I'll tell you, we'll look at David Yannetti's follow-up response. Someone asked if we could take a look at that. So give me one towel second, and then we're going to listen to 2 interviews with Juror 1 over towel lunch. But let me just bring up Boston Defender's Twitter here 1 second. Boston Defender. And it's a reply he actually made to someone, which makes it even stranger, ladies and gentlemen, even stranger. So I'm going to take a look. I'm going to take a look down here at the reply. I think it was a reply to Turtle Boy. And I'm going to bring this up on your screen right now. No promises. Hold on. I got a plan. All right. I got a plan. I am the towel with the plan. All right. What am I going to replace here? I guess I could. Let's see if I can copy this. No, I guess I could do this one. All right. Hold on. So we're going to do this. All right. And then look at this. All right. Let me expand it for you a little bit. You see David Yannetti's comment here? This was a comment last night. Our friend Zona Eagle. Zona Eagle's right in there getting in on the thread. So David Yannetti says, no one should read anything into the fact that Bob and I have not gone on Hayden's show. He was wildly successful without us, with much more success to come in his future. He has been a tireless advocate for Karen. Yeah, I agree, Murder by Maestro. He has been a tireless advocate for Karen and for Karen Reed, and played such an important role in this movement, shining sunlight on injustice. Anyone seeking to cause a rift between Hayden and me, please stop. You will only end up being disappointed. So it wasn't necessarily like, that's very, very interesting. So Murder by Maestro made a response to Paula. We're going to take a look at that. And then, hold on. I'll send you a headshot. Okay, so Murder by Maestro, very interesting find. But then also we have a response here from Zona Eagle to Boston Defender. Karma never forgets an address, David, and it will be coming for your client, Turtle Boy, in spades. The silent majority in this country. Oh, my goodness. All right, come on. Come on. It's too politically loaded. Zona Eagle, I love you, dear friend. But, just because, somebody told whoever in that interview to say it, I know it's become a talking point. It's just not a good one. I love you, my dear friend, but it's too politically charged. The silent majority in this country can't be hoodwinked. We all know she's and always will be guilty. I hope TB for once does the right thing to avoid jail time and tells the courts everything. Everything. Gotta love Zona Eagle, ladies and gentlemen. Got to love Zona Eagle. Now let's see here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see here. Yes, let's take a look at the interview with the foreperson from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, and then, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to listen to an audio interview with the foreperson from Howie Ka and do some analysis while Towel eats his lunch. All right, take it away.
Investigation.
We'll raise, first and foremost, the house. I mean, if I was in that house, I know that house would have been stormed, first and foremost. No one went into the house. Someone's laying on someone's lawn, but no one goes in the house. It just doesn't make sense in large part. And that was just one hole amongst many holes that we had to sift through.
How would you describe the police investigation into John O'Keefe's death?
No justice in a certain aspect. It was It was really say shot, not even say shoddy, because then I would say lazy police work, because in large part there's certain things that you kind of learn 101 about collecting evidence, making sure no one's near the crime scene, how you do when you talk to witnesses, all those things 101, they was all done lazy. How do you have interviews with all the people all at once that's supposed to be suspects? No one was separated. It was all done in one group. That alone, it just leaves so many speculations and everything. It was nothing to grasp on.
Do you believe there was any collision?
No, I believe Karen Reed is not guilty.
Did it put extra pressure on you being the foreman?
When I first received the message, at first I was like, okay, let me see. But then when I got in the room and all the evidence there, I was like, whoa, okay, now I got to orchestrate this. But it was truly a group effort.
Bruh. Bro, he was like, I got to orchestrate this? Come on. It's so obvious. I'm not going to say anything, but it's so obvious.
We all trusted each other. All the jurors trusted each other after having, we could call it a friendship in which we had amongst each other, in which we understood what was going on in the grand scheme of things.
How did you approach this case?
Well, I approached it like how any juror should be approaching it, and walking in there understanding this is supposed to be an innocent person, and now the prosecution has to prove the charges, and the prosecution didn't prove the charges. It was a aha moment, like, wow, they're reaching, and which was when they talked about the holes on the back of the hoodie and everything, and then they had to point back and bring us back in and tell us, no, those was holes that was made by the forensic person. And it was like, oh, so how more holes that we have to sift through and try to figure out more games that's being played.
What evidence stood out regarding driving under the influence?
Well, her own testimony. That's what really kind of what solidified it. We looked at 3 different clips, and then we counted all the drinks at the 2 bars and everything. If she sipped, if John sipped, all these different things. Did they share, whatever? Did she actually? And then we tried to look at all that, and we went over. We went over the videos twice, and then we went and counted the drinks, and then we looked back at her videos, and we was like, this is the only thing that's solid. This is the only thing we really have that's solid, that we could feel honestly, truthfully, like we could charge her only with this.
When you just started deliberations, were you leaning one way or the other?
When I entered deliberation rooms, I still was leaning, she's innocent, let me hear from everybody else.
What a weird interview. What a weird interview. And then also, ladies and gentlemen, I want to be clear. Turboy's not going to trial. That interview was because he's going to cooperate against Karen, in my opinion.
We are still...
Oh, hold on. I didn't mean to go to this video. We don't have to watch... I wanted to go back to the juror interview. I didn't want to watch Andrea's analysis. I want to go back to this juror interview because I want to listen to the audio interview from Howie Carr. But the audio interview doesn't really have anything with it. It's just an audio interview. So I'm going to put up on the screen the picture of the juror talking in this interview. By the way, this PR firm, as Julie Carpenter pointed out, this is the same PR firm This is a very famous PR firm. This guy mentions it on the Howie Carr interview, and it's the same PR firm. It has some weird links to just a number of things. Like when he's in the PR firm's office, he's in the owner of the PR firm's office for this interview, because we found that picture in another media interview about the owner of the firm. Second of all, the owner of this PR firm was basically like a spy for the Boston Globe to get his start, and like, I don't know, he may have I could see him having some IC connections. And then furthermore, the longest tenured employee of this PR firm, or one of the longest tenured, like 27, 37 years, went to Bentley when Karen was there. So it's just very, very weird, ladies and gentlemen. Also, just to reiterate, both the defense and prosecution stipulated that there is no dog DNA of any kind involved in this case. Paw Printed Heart, let me actually show you, because I think this will help. That was a complete fabrication about the dog made up by Janet Reed, and I'm going to show, I have proof, because I can show you a video clip where Janet's own family admits that Janet just was spitballing ideas to try it without even seeing the autopsy photos, just when she was trying to help Karen come up with an innocence fraud campaign. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead over here, and I'm going to search for, and this was the video about Janet Reed doing Chloe Dog dirty. So give me one sec while I bring this up. All right, Janet. So we know Janet Reed did Chloe Dog dirty, ladies and gentlemen, and I can prove it. And I just want to make sure that people realize this, because I'm not like trying to hurt your feelings. It's just, and I'm not trying to do anything other than show you the reality of this. So I just want to be very clear. This is what Janet Reed did to Chloe Dog for no reason. She just there's no dog DNA. Chloe does not defy the laws of doggy gravity. Okay, she follows the laws of gravity. She has a lower jaw. Okay, there was no dog DNA involved in the case. Chloe follows the laws of doggy gravity, and she has a lower jaw. Okay, so I just want to be very, very clear, and then I want to play this for you, because, and I'm not trying to be insulting, it's just very important to me that in the comments you realize that Chloe was never involved in this. Chloe was unjustly vilified, and it all had to do with Karen Reed's mom, Janet. How dare you, Janet? You did Chloe Dog dirty. We love Chloe Dog. Chloe Dog, we are going to free you. You're going to get to run in the fields with your fluffy piggy friends and Chewbacca. You don't understand. We love Chloe Dog. Janet did Chloe Dog so dirty, it should be a rap video.
In May of 2022, we got the autopsy photos and the hospital photos, and I was in Yanetti's office with my dad. And then we called, give my mother the download, and she said, "Karen, describe it. What is on his arm?" I said, "Mom, they're like kind of gouges, and they're a little jagged. They're not road rash looking type of an abrasion." And she says to me, without seeing them, she says, "Karen, do you think it's from an animal, like a dog?" In May of 2022.
How dare you? How dare you, Janet? You did Chloe Dog so dirty. Oh, welcome, Selma. You are a towel fan. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, you know what we're going to do? We haven't had one of these in a while. Little Towel isn't doing amazing, but I'm going to, in honor of Selma joining as a Super Towel fan, I'm doing a very special treat for you all. Ladies and gentlemen, because Chloe Dog was done so dirty by Janet Reed, I'm doing a special thing here. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. These are very rare. We have membership parades from time to time, but you are here, ladies and gentlemen, for one of the most special, a towel-initiated membership parade. Oh, there it goes, ladies and gentlemen. There it goes, Shannon. Mary, welcome. Welcome to the Super Towel fold. Enjoy your new Super Towel memberships. Ladies and gentlemen, it is raining Super Towel memberships. You don't understand. I, in honor of Selma joining our channel as a member, decided to drop Super Towel memberships, and now it is just flooding. Arlene, Lycan, got a secret you can keep. Enjoy your Super Towel emojis. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't understand. You can now drop Super Towel emojis in the chat. We have everything from Chloe to the Call Me Hank clip, to the Call Me Hank emoji, to pictures of Bob Alessi with a zipper on his mouth. It's hilarious. So now I do think Paw Printed Heart, you're not victim shaming. Oh, Selma sent gift memberships. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Julia, Ashley, Curious, Savage, Ice Copy, Mom, Allie Riddle. It is raining towel memberships. Enjoy your new super towel emojis, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy them. It is just raining super towel emojis. This is in honor of exposing how Janet Reed did Chloe Dog so dirty for no reason, ladies and gentlemen. No reason whatsoever. And yes, Chloe Dog has DNA. Of course she does. She's an entity on Earth. You cannot be a biological-based entity on the planet Earth and not have doggy DNA. You don't understand. That's how DNA works. It is the basis of all life. I don't have time to explain it to you. It involves a double helix. However, I also want to be clear that, so Chloe has DNA, all right? There is no dog DNA in the case, all right? So that's box one. Number two, Chloe follows the laws of doggy gravity. She does not float around just like a little doggy in the air floating. What? That would be ridiculous. She follows the laws of gravity. And thirdly, she has a lower jaw. So all those things together confirmed, plus this video from Janet Reed, that Chloe Dog was done dirty. She's a dog. She can't even defend herself. The only people who were trying to free Chloe Dog was this channel. It took a bunch of towels coming together to liberate Chloe so she can run free with her little piggies and Chewbacca in the fields of golden barley. You don't understand. We love Chloe Dog. And we love Selma for supporting the channel. God bless you all. Silver Fox, basically, during the beginning of Karen Reed's artificial PR campaign way back in 2023, she called, or 2022, she called her mom and was like, Mom, this is what John's arms look like. And her mom was like, I think a dog did it. And so out of nowhere, they came up with this ridiculous story that Chloe, who has DNA, somehow violated the laws of doggy gravity and didn't use her lower jaw, jumped up, and somehow was responsible for John's injuries. None of that is true. It was just Janet Reed being like, oh, I think it was a dog. Ladies and gentlemen, Chloe is free. She is in the fields of barley running with her little piggies and her Chewbacca guardian. I'm telling you, she's free. I will not entertain this nonsense about Chloe Dog somehow being responsible for John's death and not leaving DNA and violating the laws of gravity, doggy gravity, to do it. And somehow detaching her lower jaw. Oh, God bless you, Jack D65. Hello, Laura, Daisy, Miranda, and Terry, and NL. You now have super towel emojis. Now listen. You don't understand, love Chloe Dog. We all love Chloe Dog on this channel. You can say, oh, little towel. I'm back. Hold on. I'm going to restart anyway, though. Give me 2 seconds. No. Hold on. We're here. I'm not restarting. I'm here. All right, here we go. I'm here. Listen, you may say, Grant has a very interesting mind, but I don't want to believe the jury was compromised by federal informants. Well, you know what? You may not want to believe that. You may not want to believe that there's going to be more on the Sandra Birchmore case because your friends are involved. I'm not talking to any of you. You may not want to believe Little Towel is righteous in his quest for justice. But let me tell you one thing. We can all be on the same page about the fact that, one, Jack D65 is a super towel, and two, Chloe the dog is free because she has DNA, she follows the laws of doggy gravity, she has a lower jaw, and Janet Reed threw her under the bus. I'm grateful. You don't understand. We're a little sensitive about Chloe Dog on Towel Channel. Now you got to be very careful. You don't go at Hank Brennan. You don't go at Hank Brennan, and you don't go at Chloe Dog on Towel Channel. We love Chloe Dog. We're Chloe Dog's only advocates. No one even cares about liberating Chloe Dog. We did. I'm not trying to take credit for this. It was all of us together. We love Chloe Dog. Murder by Maestro, that keyboard has gone flying like 6 times today. Murder by Maestro, I think, has like a counter where he keeps track of how often I just fling my keyboard because I just. Oh, goodness. We love Chloe. We love Hank. Let's listen to the juror's interview on Howie Carr now. Alan Jackson's a towel. No, he's not a towel. No, he is not a towel. I changed my mind. Alan Jackson's not a towel. Murder by Maestro is a towel. Beach Dance is a towel. All hail the keyboard. It suffers on our behalf, says Murder by Maestro. Yes, Towel gets a little incredulous, starts yelling about Chloe Dog, and then the keyboard goes flying. It is thus tradition. All right, so now we're going to listen to this radio interview. Let me pull it up 1 second. Yeah. All right, where is it? All right, here it is. I'm going to go to the Howie Carr interview, and I'm going to play it. So the Howie Carr interview was on radio, ladies and gentlemen. So you can't actually see the Howie Carr interview, but you're going to hear it playing, and I'm going to analyze it because I'm a towel. Someone said, Funkarella said, Alan Jackson is a wet blanket soaked in Grey Goose. Well, if that's how you want to describe Karen, I mean, like, he's soaked in something, I'll tell you that. All right, here we go. We're going to jump forward a little bit.
Where's Howie? Isn't it
Welcome to the Howie Carr Show. 844-500-4242 is almost exactly
this is not live.
1 week ago today that the jury came back with the verdict, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty on Karen Read. And it's the biggest trial, certainly of the decade in Massachusetts, national attention. And it is a pleasure today to be joined by juror number 1. He was the foreman of the jury, and he's really been a great source of information at various forms, including my newspaper, the Herald, and the Today Show.
He almost said a great advocate for Karen, I'm pretty sure.
And juror number 1 is joining us for the first segment here, and I have so many questions to ask him. Juror number 1, thank you so much for being with us here on the Howie Carr Show today. We appreciate it.
How you doing?
I'm doing great, and I'm so happy that she was acquitted, and so are the vast majority of our listeners, and we thank you for your work. And apparently, you were, according to Paula, juror number 11, you were a great foreman. You had a photographic memory, she said.
I didn't take no notes. It was a lot of just trying to absorb a lot of the information that was presented in front of me in evidence and the testimony.
Was there a point in the trial when the sort of the light bulb went off and you said there's no possible way she could have done this, or did you go in skeptical?
I went in like every juror should go, is she's innocent until proven guilty. And there wasn't any moment that I really felt solid that she could do this. So, and then when I went into deliberations, we collectively felt the same way, and we all felt that she was innocent at the end of the day.
So there was no piece of evidence that Hank Brennan put out there that made you say, well, maybe she could have hit him?
There was no supportive evidence at all that the prosecution was able to put out there for lack thereof police work.
You know what, I like the fact that you said, and I think the Herald interview, on the first Herald interview, where you said, why weren't there any cops that went into the house? You said if it had been my house, if there'd been a body on my front yard, the cops would have swarmed in. And I think everybody felt that way, and that's
just thinking about knowing that this was supposed to be the last location that this man was supposed to be, that John was supposed to be in. Why not just take a walkthrough or whatever it is, maybe anything, but there was none of those things happened.
And you also, another phrase you used, the word you used that I liked. You said that they threw all this technical stuff at you with the the guy with the blue paint and the guy who didn't know the difference between megabits and megabytes, and you called it jargon. I thought that was a very good way to describe it.
It's just, I feel like it was just a lot of stuff to just kind of, and we all collectively was like, even the first day when we started delivering, we were spinning because we didn't exactly know how to attack the evidence. And then come Monday, we all had our particular ideas and we regrouped together and we started the wheels rolling, and there we were. That's what the kind of the verdict we came up with at the end.
You know, we had Alan Jackson on the day afterwards, and he was talking about how the judge one time he was getting testimony from one of his witnesses. I think it was Dr. Wolf, and he said that there were 49 objections from Hank Brennan, 49 objections, and Judge Cannoni sustained the objections every time, 49 out of 49 times.
Well, that's more of a commentary on Alan violating the rules of evidence, right, Howie?
How was that? How was that seen by the jury? That the fact that that apparently the judge and Brennan were hamstringing the defense from examining witnesses.
Me personally, I feel when I can't really speak that part. We didn't really speak of how the judge acted towards the lawyers or whatever. It was really small in that aspect. But my look on it, it was she was just trying to do the best she could on a lot of things that a lot of people was trying to slide things through on the defense and the prosecution side. And we was just trying to make sense of all the evidence with that. So she was just doing the best she could in what she had.
So you didn't think she was particularly prejudiced towards Brennan?
I wasn't even, that's the whole process. I didn't really process myself on kind of feeling what she was doing. I was processing myself on witnesses and lawyer and evidence. And that's what I really was sustained. Okay, but I see where we're going with this, and that's where my whole thing was. I wanted to see where each witness, each piece of evidence was going with. Why were they submitting this? What did it do with the testimony, and how is this leading on to proving her guilty or not guilty? And that's kind of my whole process was.
We're talking to juror number one. He was the foreman in the Karen Reed trial. Was there were there particular witnesses that you found particularly effective or ineffective?
Which part?
Well, who would be a witness that you didn't believe or you didn't like?
I can't really say in large part. It was just a lot of holes and a lot of faulty memory at times. So I just had to weigh myself on the evidence in that process.
So when the Boston police officer Kelly Dever said that she had a false memory, what did you believe her?
What I did was look at the whole picture of everything, and in all aspects, me looking at the whole picture, like it. Let's make it make sense. Why would you say something so direct and then renege on it a year and a half later? So it came down to, okay, how credible is this? But at the same time, wait a minute, now you got me thinking. So
did you they made it very difficult to say who hired the crash reconstruction experts. They made it very difficult to say who interviewed Jen McCabe, who she lied to when she gave the wrong name. I asked Paula if she knew it was the FBI. Did you know it was the FBI when they kept talking about another agency and they kept repeating that over and over again?
I really didn't. It had no.
Bruh, he's intimately familiar with the FBI. You can hear it in his response. Bruh. Also, Murder by Maestro. Listen, I know it's easy to think this was Alan, this was Karen. It was not Alan or Karen. They were agents. It was not the juror from the first trial. They were just working for people. I'm telling you, this is the intelligence community. It's not the current DOJ. It's Levy and his connects at the old DOJ. These people are not getting prepped by the defense. The defense are part of the discussions. It is intelligence community stuff. So and I'm talking specifically to Murder by Maestro, but it's very important to me that we get out of this mindset, Murder by Maestro, you and I, of ever thinking that this was Karen's influence or Bill Reed or Alan. No. We're missing the forest through the trees. They were just part of this. It is Levy. The defense doesn't have to do anything. They did have to do the trial, but they don't have to do any prep. They don't have to get the PR firms. They don't have to do any of that. They're just part of it because it's a black budget intelligence community op that probably wasn't even brought to the attention of the current DOJ. It's serious stuff. But yes, as soon as we all get on the same page, Murder by Maestro, please, Murder by Maestro, please. It was not another juror that prepped this guy. It was not Alan Jackson. It was not the defense. It was people who were with the DOJ or former intelligence community assets or their handlers. Though all those people you just talked about were in the room for the discussions, helping on the talking points, but they were not prepping him. It's very important to me because we cannot proceed to the next step of this unless you get out of this mindset, Murder by Maestro. I'm not scolding you. You have to get in the mindset that the defense did not need to prep these people. If this is an intelligence community op, they have handlers. The defense did not need to prep these people. I know. It was prep, but it was by intelligence community handlers with input from the defense. So that I'm not getting frustrated. I just need to reiterate this over and over because I don't know. It's very complex. And if you miss one part of it and you make an assumption about it being Alan or the juror, that's so simplistic in the sense that it's not what was happening. These people did have prep from intelligence community handlers. Listen, all of this analysis, though, means that it was if we're right about them being agents or intelligence operatives, then they didn't need to take notes. It was a fait accompli. They had a job to do to not only get the not guilty verdict, but to sell it to other jurors. It was an operation. And again, I'm just being very clear. This is not anything to do with the defense directly. The defense was just part of a larger web. The defense didn't prep these people. The defense didn't need to. The defense was in the room for it, but they didn't need to. This is a way bigger operation. This is not just about getting Karen Read off. This is about insulating that old DOJ from accountability and then also selling a certain narrative that does benefit Karen, obviously, but it's tangential to the larger operation. So, yep, it's intel prep, and it's very, very important. But we're going to go back to the interview. I got to get my towel food. I'm very hungry.
Pertaining to evidence, and that's the whole key. It was... Yeah, there was somebody else investigating, probably there would be, or whatever it could have been, maternal affairs, or whatever it could have been. But I particularly didn't know or didn't really care in that aspect. I just was trying to find where is this evidence connecting to the case.
Now, you said today you hoped in the Herald you said you hoped the FBI got involved in this case. I mean, you don't. I know this seems like a silly question, but you have no confidence in the Mass State Police or the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to get to the bottom of this?
It's not even that I don't have confidence. I feel right now at this point of the scope of way people look at it, it's too many applicative biases that which I feel like even for their sake, it would be better just being handled elsewhere.
And now, who was your the lawyer that you found most effective in the courtroom on either side?
Everybody had their parts, and I could see how with certain witnesses and certain aspects of the case, certain people was put in place for this witness or in that aspect. So, I mean, all of them I felt did a great job. Lowry, Brennan, I feel Jackson and Lassie, Yeti, Little, all of them did a great job in that process.
How'd you feel? Paula said she would look over at the families, and when the verdict was read, she was looking at the O'Keefe family. Did you study the faces of the O'Keefe family and the Reed family as the days and weeks went on?
Well, let me put it to you this way: in all aspects, I did not want justice for Karen still to be like downplaying justice for John. And even when I was truly soft-spoken when I was saying the verdict, because I didn't want it to be something that was bigger than it needed to be in that aspect. So when I did look over throughout the whole case and everything, I seen a mother that lost her son. I seen a father that lost his son, and I seen a brother that lost his big brother. And I was thinking about just me myself. I have two big brothers, and not to have them around, I would truly be lost in a certain aspect. So I could sympathize in that aspect, and I could still want, like I said, justice for John. So.
Yeah, you said you knew the Sarnievs, the Boston Marathon bombers, and you knew the little kid that was killed, the poor little Martin.
No, I only knew the brother. Only knew the younger brother.
Oh, you knew. Oh, okay.
And I was working at a particular location with at-risk kids, and he was the lifeguard there.
What? Hold on. No, wait, what? Murder by Maestro, there were two brothers involved in the Boston situation. You know that. He's saying that he only knew one of the brothers. It sounds like he only knew the younger brother. Now, you know what's weird? I reached out to Michelle McPhee last night because, and I don't know. I'm not going to say any names or anything. But speaking generally, there was someone. I mean, I don't know. I'm thinking, I'm really wondering now because, and this is definitely raising my suspicion level, just, very generally, like think about what it means if you were in the orbit. Hi, Modelo Macy. It is so interesting. So think about if you were in the orbit. Can I just tell you, if you missed it last night, can I tell you a little bit of a story about the Boston Marathon? So I told it last night, but Towell was at Boston College at the time. I think I was a first-year grad student or something. And my friend was a fifth-year grad student, and I worked as a graduate student employee at the library. And I forget what they were doing. I think they were having gather. It was our last days working. It was the end of the term, near the end of the term or something. And we went to the mod to watch the marathon at Boston College, these modular apartments. It's in the middle of campus. It's really cool. And the reason I bring this up is I head to the mods that day, and I was actually in the mods. We were at mile 21 when this happened. When the incident happened, I'll never forget it because we were in the mod, and we were I remember watching the TV with my friend, and we were just watching the marathon, and all of a sudden it was just like police running around on the TV. Within 30 seconds to a minute, all of a sudden there were these militarized, basically army. It wasn't army. It was definitely National Guard or state police. They were militarized police coming through the campus with the RAs, the resident assistants, and they were keeping us calm, but they were so first of all, I lived in an apartment near campus. I didn't live, and I couldn't even get back to my apartment because it was on the other side of the marathon route. So I knew I had to be on campus for a little bit anyway, but they locked us in the mods. They would not let us leave. They allowed us to keep watching TV, but the police came to every single dorm, and they stood outside those dorms. The priests, bro, this is when I knew it was really scary. We couldn't go to get food because we were all on lockdown, and the way they protected us, and it made me cry when it happened, because I realized I don't think the students knew. I think they thought it was for comfort, but they put us with, if we needed to go to the dining hall, they couldn't like bring us food. We had to go get food from McElroy, or no, not McElroy, Lower, which is the lower dining hall at BC. To walk like 100 yards, they brought priests, literally priests, in their full robes, I understand, murder by maestro. No, I'll make the call. I'll make the call. They brought priests in their full robes to escort us from the dining hall. I can't read any of your comments right now. I'm sorry. I'm just going to not read them. They brought us from the dining hall, brought us from the mods to the dining hall in their priest gear, like with their full robes on and their collars. And the reason they were doing that, now that I realize, it was so that we would not be hard targets. It was so that people would, and it was, in hindsight, it was weird, because if it was an Islamist attack, that would make us more of a target. But it was so that if people attacked us, they would have to attack the priest. That's how I knew something was wrong. But that's not what I'm interested in talking about. What I'm interested in talking about is a few things. One, so this juror mentions he was friends with I think he was talking about the younger brother of the marathon attackers. And the younger brother, this is really interesting, because the younger brother, I think he was saying he was a lifeguard or something. He was not just a lifeguard, bruh. The younger brother went to UMass Dartmouth, and I've been around forever. So that dude, the younger brother, was a weed dealer, okay, at UMass Dartmouth. He pushed weight, and his sources for the weed that he sold, I think Michelle McPhee put some of this together, but I don't know if and I think she pretty much got it all. But like, I used to run the Hemp Fest on the Boston College, the Freedom Rally. So like, on the Boston Commons. So I know what I'm talking about. I really know what I'm talking about. I have very good sources in that world. The three brothers, okay, in Waltham, if you look up the Waltham 2011 triple murder, what you'll find is that there was a triple murder in Waltham in 2011. And the three guys who were murdered, one of the guys' name was Eric. He was a co-founder of a glass company called Hitman, and the other two were his roommates. Now, they were tied into an MMA gym. They did a lot of MMA out of Cambridge or Somerville. I think it was Cambridge. Now, that MMA gym is the same gym where the older and younger brother went. Now, here's where it gets really, really wild. The younger brother in the marathon attack was a weed dealer at UMass Dartmouth. Now, the guys in Waltham, they weren't just weed dealers. They sold a strain called Snowcap. They were like very high-level traffickers of cannabis, like very high-level traffickers. And I know for a fact that they sold weed to the kid at UMass Dartmouth, the younger brother in the marathon bombing. Now, in 2011, all three of those guys were ritualistically murdered. You can look this up on the internet. 2011, Waltham triple murder. All right, what are you saying now? Yeah, no, I understand. So listen, the younger brother, okay, he was definitely selling weed at UMass Dartmouth. Now, I can't read the comments. I'm sorry. Like, if you tag me now, it's not helpful. I'm going to ignore it. I'll read after the story. After the story, you will distract me. I'm sorry. I mean, like that. So just let me refocus. This is exactly why. So the younger brother was selling weed at UMass Dartmouth. Look up the 2011 Waltham triple homicide. Those three guys were selling the weed to the younger brother. But the older brother was becoming radicalized by Islamist groups at the time. Now, the older brother, I believe, found out that the younger brother wasn't just like buying weed from them. He was selling it in weight, which is very not acceptable in extremist Islam. Now, here's where it gets even more wild. I have reason to believe that the FBI knew that the older brother committed that triple murder. in Waltham. It was ritualistic. He killed the guys and then sprinkled weed over their body. That is a message. That's how you do a ritualistic killing. He was killing them because they were selling weed to his younger brother. That got completely covered up, though, because, and there's definitely some links here, because one of the witnesses to this like triple murder, or who knew the older brother or something, was like killed by the FBI in a shootout in Florida. It's a little wild. He was definitely involved with extremism, I think. The older brother, I think, gets popped for this triple murder, but this is where it gets weird. There is records. You can find this online. Right after 2011, 2012, the older brother, and I think maybe the younger brother, at least the older brother, gets sent to Chechnya, okay, which is a region of Russia known for Islamic extremism. It's like a breakaway region of Russia that really, really has a lot of Islamist extremism problems. Okay. The older brother gets sent there. I think it was clearly by the feds, because the reason I know something's up is the Russians send him back. They expel him from Russia, and they send him back to the U.S., and CBS News was able to confirm this, that Russia sent him back and said, this guy is like engaging in with terrorist elements in Chechnya. What are you doing? Well, that was like 2012, 2013, right before the Marathon bombing. So something's going on there, and I think the most likely thing is like either they fell through the intelligence net or something. The younger brother, though, definitely got radicalized, and as part of his radicalization, I think that the older brother killed those 3 people in Waltham, and that it also explains why there was a lot of people who didn't want the younger brother to talk. And if you heard me talking last night, like I knew somebody who worked at BIDMC during when the older brother, after the incident in Watertown, when he got caught near the 7-Eleven, like after the younger brother supposedly ran him over in a car. I know someone who was at that hospital. The news was misled and told that the brothers were going to Mount Auburn that night in Watertown, but they weren't, in Cambridge, but they weren't. They were taken to BIDMC. Now, the FBI cloned everybody's phones. It was not even the FBI. I think it was something more serious, probably DHS. They cloned everybody's phones at the hospital last night. I don't even know if Michelle McPhee knows this. I should talk to her about it. But it's on record here anyway, so. Now, when the older brother got there, what was weird, and I've always wanted to talk to this EMT driver, or this ambulance crew. I'm never going to pursue them, but I've always wanted to. The ambulance that dropped off the older brother, Tamerlan or whatever his name is, now he was the one that died. That ambulance crew reported to the staff at the hospital that the older brother was dropped off to them already dead. So the older brother, there was news reports that night. It is a little weird about the older brother, like being arrested. Like there's a footage of him naked on camera going into a cop car. And then the ambulance that brought him to BIDMC said they received him dead from either another ambulance or a cop car. I think it was another ambulance. So this is pushing my memory a little bit. And then here's where it gets a little weirder. The younger brother, this is why I think the younger brother, who's in Supermax right now, I think and I don't want to be involved in this at all, but I think he knows more than, and I think everybody involved in that situation knows more than they're letting on, because the younger brother, he was arrested about 18 hours later, maybe a day later, in a boat in a backyard in Watertown, okay? And in the boat in the backyard in Watertown, there's footage of him being arrested, but there's only a little bit of blood coming from him. I want to say either like his arm or his face. Like he's walking on his own. He gets out of the boat, climbs down a stepladder. He had written a message in blood in the boat, so they clearly had shot him. But there's no obvious, like he's not like obviously injured. He's just bleeding a little bit. Okay. When he gets to the hospital, he has 3 very specific wounds. A shot through his femoral artery, I believe a shot through his hand, and then a shot through his jaw, which my source described as a doctor saying was a precision shot through his jaw, through his tongue, and out of his mouth. Okay? So it was like a precision shot. I believe he said the entry wound was right here. It went through his tongue, and then it went through the cheek. Okay, so the trajectory of the shot was like this. And the doctor, I didn't speak to a doctor, I spoke to a source in the orbit of the hospital. The doctor there was a bunch of doctors involved in this, but the doctor who examined the younger brother when he got to the hospital said that he had never seen anything like it. Like it wasn't a shot you'd like take from far away. It wasn't enough to kill him or blow his brain out. All it did was prevent him from speaking because it shot through his tongue. And so that's what had the doctors on guard. And then a federal magistrate judge had to come down to BIDMC and demand to be let in to Tamerlan's room to hold the arraignment because they were trying to interrogate him without a lawyer and without him having an arraignment. And it really freaked out a federal magistrate who personally left the federal court and wherever they were working, it was late at night, they were on duty, went down to BIDMC, the federal courts are open 24/7, went down in person and issued an order to the agents standing in front of the federal judge. This is how I knew federal judges had, like, it's more than just power. They issue something, you do it. I don't care if you're the NSA, CIA, whatever. In the context of that case, the federal magistrate judge shows up, issues a sua sponte order demanding that the judge, I think it was a woman, be led into the younger brother's hospital room, and then they hold the arraignment in the hospital room against the wishes of the FBI and DOJ, and then he gets counsel. I'm telling you, something like that whole situation is weird, and he did sell weed, the younger brother. He had some weird contacts. I don't believe for a second he was a lifeguard, and I don't believe for a second that this guy, given this interview, didn't know exactly what was good with that, which raises my questions even more. What are so many people on this jury doing in the orbit of these people who were under federal investigation regarding serious cases? This is some serious stuff. Now I can look down. Yes, Eva, I lived near Englewood Avenue on Beacon Street. I bet we've passed each other before, dear Eva. Okay, Murder by Maestro, now you can ask some questions. Had the juror mentioned the Boston Marathon before? I think, yes, Murder by Maestro, he mentioned it in the first text interview, I think it was with the Herald. Richard and Joanne Hogan, the older brother delivered fast food for a local pizza place on the Waltham-Watertown line, so the older brother was familiar with the Waltham area. Yeah, I agree. No, that murder of Eric and his friends was definitely done by the older brother, who's now dead, of the Boston Marathon, and he was never held accountable for it, and he for sure ritualistically did it because he found out they were selling weed to his younger brother in weight, and the strain they sold was called Snowcap, SNOCAP. Tasted like the top of a mountain. Not that I would know anything about that. Listen, I love my country. I love the United States. All I want to do is help. I don't understand what's going on. I didn't bring up the Boston Marathon. This juror did for no reason. No, yeah. I have no idea why he brought it up. Murder by Maestro, it's the first interview he did with the Boston Herald, this juror, so you'll be able to find it. But let's keep listening. I got to eat my cheeseburger.
So you've had some experience with high profile, even sort of peripherally, you've had some experience with high profile cases like this.
Well, yeah, even like literally, my wife worked in the building that Collie was shot at, was shot and killed.
The wife worked in the building at MIT where Collier was shot and killed? Huh.
MIT. Yeah.
I was supposed to be picking her up at 9 o'clock. But she told me at 8:45 that I'm going to take the train because a lot of the kids are already leaving.
That's so weird. You know, that gun that was used by the terrorists to shoot that police officer, I wonder where they got that gun. I've always had questions about that. I'm going to have to look more into that.
I'm going to take the train, so meet me at the train station. So, yeah. And I knew also the young Martin boy, he was in, I don't know what exact class he was in, but he was also in my class when I worked at Neighborhood House Charter School.
This is a case that people are going to talk about for a long time. Did you know about Brennan's background with Whitey Bulger and all that?
listen, this is bait. This guy is giving out a lot of information. I mean, he's allowed to reveal it, and then you can talk about the information he talks about. But I don't know who this guy is, but I think he's baiting people by not giving his name to try to violate the order. So, it's what I'm doing is the court order was extended today. So we're doing a blanket prohibition on any names that haven't been said by jurors in interviews. So they can talk publicly about details. We can talk about that, but no names, no speculation. And unless the jurors say it, like Paula or otherwise in an interview, you are to use their juror numbers. So yeah, it's very interesting. I'll be very Murder by Maestro. I don't know what you're talking about. Murder by Maestro. As I said, no names, no speculation. We will do our analysis. I don't exactly know what's going on. This person did a 38-minute interview with Howie Carr, and we'll listen to this last minute or two again about the Boston Marathon. But again, no names, no speculation. Juror number 1, I don't exactly know why he's talking about the Boston Marathon bombing, but let's listen to it again.
With at-risk kids, and he was the lifeguard there. In that aspect, and I could still want, like I said, justice for John. So.
Yeah, you said you knew the Sarnievs, the Boston Marathon bombers, and you knew the little kid that was killed, the poor little Martin.
No, I only knew the brother. Only knew the younger brother.
Oh, you knew. Oh, okay.
And I was working at a particular location with at-risk kids, and he was the lifeguard there.
So you've had some experience with high profile, even sort of peripherally, you've had some experience with high profile cases like this.
Well, yeah, even like literally, my wife worked in the building that Collie was shot at, was shot and killed
at MIT. Yeah,
I was supposed to be picking her up at 9 o'clock. But she told me at 8:45.
No, Murder by Maestro. No, you got that wrong. You got to listen to the full clip. He was only saying no right there to knowing the two brothers. He goes on to say later he did know the young kid who was killed too. You got to listen clearly. He got nervous, but you got to listen.
Only knew the brother. Only knew the.
He's not saying he didn't know the kid who was killed. He's just answering the question about only the two brothers.
And not to have them around, I would truly be lost in a certain aspect. So I could sympathize in that aspect, and I could still want, like I said, justice for John. So.
Yeah, you said you knew the Sarnievs, the Boston Marathon bombers, and you knew the little kid that was killed, the poor little Martin.
No, I only knew the brother. Only knew the.
And Murder by Maestro, you'll hear it later. He wasn't saying no to not knowing the kid. He was just saying he didn't know both brothers.
The younger brother.
Oh, you knew. Oh, okay.
And I was working at a particular location with at-risk kids, and he was the lifeguard there.
So you've had some experience with high profile, even sort of peripherally, you've had some experience with high profile cases like this.
Murder by Maestro, I promise you, at the end of this 3-minute clip, he's going to say, "And I did know the kid as well." So just listen. I'm attentive. I'm a Tao.
Well, yeah, even like literally, my wife worked in the building that Collie was shot at. Was shot and killed.
At MIT. Yeah.
I was supposed to be picking her up at 9 o'clock. But she told me at 8:45 that I'm going to take the train because a lot of the kids are already leaving. I'm going to take the train, so meet me at the train station. So, yeah. And I knew also the young Martin boy. He was in, I don't know what exact class he was in, but he was also in my class when I worked at Neighborhood House Charter School.
There you go. He's saying I knew the younger brother in the marathon and then also the young Martin boy.
This is a case that people are going to talk about for a long time. Did you know about Brennan's background with Whitey Bulger and all that?
No, I didn't. I didn't know anything. I didn't even know Jackson with all his other cases or high-profile cases. I didn't want to research anything or anybody about anything. And so afterwards, it was like, wow, eye-opening for me when I was able finally to research and look up and see all these different things I couldn't see before the case.
How difficult was it to avoid seeing anything on social media? I mean, your social media had to be pretty much shut down totally. Forget about watching it on TV or reading newspapers or the radio.
Well, I don't think a lot of the people on my feed was really tight with the case or anything, because I really didn't get too many things about anything about Karen Reed or anything like that. I was still on there, and sometimes I'm on there because some of the kids I work with, they have their little pages and I comment on them and stuff like that. But other than that, no, I didn't see much. I didn't turn on the news, or if the news was on, I was quickly turning it off or hearing any brief reviews of stuff like that. So I didn't see anything.
What's your reaction to the horrible things that people are saying on social media, some of the trolls about people like Paula, juror number 11?
I haven't been really reading on any. I haven't even read anything about what people saying about me or anything.
They're happy with you, juror number 1. They like you a lot.
Well, I mean, this is weird. Howie didn't say, oh, what do you think about these reports about Paula's father-in-law being a spy for Egypt, or like all the stuff like Howie would normally talk about. Like, he's being weird.
You're doing very well. It's with them. Are you glad you did it?
I am, but back to Paula. I found her wonderful throughout the whole case and everything. I had no problems with her. She was a wonderful woman, always concerned about her kids and everything. So, yeah.
All right. And we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us, juror number 1. And but a lot of people on my social feeds, they want me to say that, will you go on with Turtle Boy? He's looking for you.
Will I go on with Turtle Boy?
Yeah.
Reagan Communications.
Okay, I already gave him the number for that, and I just wanted to check with you. Well, listen, is there anything else you want to say? And again, thank you very much, and we're very happy. We were concerned that you guys weren't going to pick up on some of the things that we were seeing, because you were kind of in that vacuum, not being able to read or see anything else. But you guys seem like you really knew exactly what you wanted to do and what had transpired.
Yeah.
Well, listen. Go ahead.
She was saying, that's all.
Okay. Well, listen, juror number 1, we really appreciate it. Thank you very much for joining us here. And again, thank you, and thanks to all the jurors, Paula and Jason and everybody else who took part in this trial. This circus is what it was, but everything turned out for the best. Thank you again, juror number 1. We really appreciate it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, and let me be clear. He was not making fake news. He knew the younger brother clearly in the Boston Marathon. And, that's weird. I think it's a little bit bait to get someone to, go say his name or something, which we will not be doing here. If the juror doesn't reveal it in an interview or talk about it, that's the line of demarcation. You can talk about what the juror talks about in the interview. No names, no pursuing the juror's name. If they choose to come forward like Paula did and say their name, then it's fine. But nothing for now. That's the rule. But yeah, I just have an inclination that this was an intelligence community operation. But you know what I want to do? I want to, in hindsight, I want to watch Paula's interview. I know some of you are going to be mad, but I want to watch her interviews that she did with the media. I have most of them saved. And then what I want to show you is I want to show you a little bit. I want to show you a podcast she did about 3 years ago, where she, now that we know, we have some suspicions about whether this was the old DOJ, etc. And I know some people don't want to hear it. They're a little bit worried about, the Birchmore probe and what this all means, and maybe some of their friends getting, indicted for covering up Birchmore's murder. They deserve to be indicted, by the way, for that, if they did that. So stop playing politics. I'm sorry. I have no sympathy for you. None. Zero. This is the trains have left the station. It's not stopping now. So don't bother trying to. It's literally, if folks try to use intimidation or social or whatever influence or whatever to interfere in a federal investigation, I mean, I will report it right away. I got one threatening phone call. One. That was it. Because I immediately... Anyway, all right. Now, let's take a look at Paula's interview. The first one I want to watch is Murder by Maestro asked me to dub this video where Paula talks in Portuguese. Hold on. That was being annoying. Hold on. This is where Paula talks about how she met her husband. A lot of you had questions about Juror 11 in particular. And the questions that you had, I thought, were good ones about sort of, when did Paula get to the U.S., because she was talking about it on interviews. She was interested in talking about she spoke for about an hour and 40 minutes on a bunch of different channels. Did you know Paula sent me some text responses? She sent me an we tried to figure out how to DM each other. I followed her so she could DM me. I wasn't able to DM her unless she followed me. She eventually sent me a written statement. We read it out on air. I think it was yesterday or the day before. Yesterday, actually. So a lot of you have kind of had some questions. Paul has probably been the juror, more so than Juror 1, who was out there giving interviews, well-spoken. Now, this is a dub, so that Paula was speaking in Portuguese in the original interview, but I have it dubbed into English here so we can understand it. And this maybe will give you a little more context into especially the most outspoken juror who we can talk about. Okay, so again, I'm going to say this one more time. I'm sorry if you missed it earlier. No speculating about the identities of jurors who haven't come forward to say their name. You can talk about we know from the last juror interview, juror number 1, that he said in the interview he knew the younger brother of the marathon attack and also one of the victims, but no speculating about identity, no posting names. The person has not identified themselves. It is not permitted here. I understand your interest in it, but that's the line of demarcation. Pursuant to the court order, you may discuss what the juror talked about in their interviews, but if the juror doesn't identify themselves, you are not to pursue identifying them, and you are not to post any speculation about their name. That is the rules of the court order. It will be strictly enforced. It is a strict liability offense. So I'll continue to reiterate those rules throughout the day. You may talk about anything that the juror talked about in their interview. They said they knew the younger brother of the Boston Marathon brothers. They said they knew one of the victims. And that's the extent. You can talk about what the juror talked about in the interview. That is it. No names, no speculation, no trying to find out where they live now. Sorry, Eva Towel. None of that. It will not be tolerated. I'm laying down the ground rules. You must follow the court order. It is non-negotiable. There's no debate. There won't be a discussion. And even if I like you a lot, that's a red line. You won't be back for at least a little bit. No negotiation.
Hi everyone, how are you? So, I'm going to tell you how Karim and I met. Sit down. Here comes the story. So we met at a cafe in San Francisco. I had a little Brazilian flag, a card with the Brazilian flag. And he saw the flag and asked if I was Brazilian. I said yes. Then we started talking. He told me his name was Karim. I thought to myself, Arab, I really like that. What an interesting man. He also had a beard like I like, a little bearded guy, cute, a little wooden necklace that I was enchanted by, which I later found out were prayer beads, but I thought that little necklace was super hippie. I thought, wow, Arab, hippie, bearded, perfect, right? But our conversation started to flow there, and we really connected when I told Karim, on that same on our first day, I told him that I wanted to learn more about Islam because I was studying Islam, because I had been fasting, that I knew about Ramadan, knew some things, and I wanted to learn more. He immediately offered to teach me a lot of things, and we had other meetings after that. I met some of his friends. Yeah, he met my cousin here. I mentioned him to my family. He saw my family on camera. You know, that's what we could do. I also met his parents through the camera, and well, Muslims don't date. Muslims meet and marry. So we couldn't keep dragging this process out, you know, just getting to know each other, you know. And since Karim is a psychologist, this helped a lot because he did a bunch of personality and compatibility tests with me. We talked very openly about everything. We discussed things like where we are going to spend vacations with my family or with his, like the method we will use to have a child, if I prefer normal delivery or cesarean section. We talked about things like who will pay the household bills, how the bills will be divided, how everything about the day-to-day life of a couple we discussed before getting married. Seriously. Nothing was sugar-coated or sweetened. We were very straightforward because he knew the right questions. And I was 27 years old. I wasn't that mature, but I also knew what I wanted. So we were very direct with each other. And the fact that of me looking for a religion, wanting to do the right things, wanting to follow this faith, it also enchanted him and gave him confidence that I was a nice person. And he also gave me a confidence that I wasn't afraid. During this process of getting to know each other, he converted, and we went through the process of the religious wedding. After the religious wedding, I was able to meet his parents, and then we could travel, because once you have the religious wedding, you can already live as husband and wife. So then I went to meet his parents, and we could travel together, and then we had the civil wedding here. And all of this happened in 3 months. Okay, folks, I married him in 3 months. I called my grandma. I told her what was happening. I said he was Muslim. Then my grandma said, wow, Paula. I woke up early these days. I was watching a morning show that was explaining how Muslims wake up super early to pray. They must be good people. Just like that, my grandmother gave me that kind of sign, like, go, Paula, go ahead. It will work out. And I believe in these kinds of signs in life. My mother didn't oppose. My grandmother didn't oppose. My aunts, my cousins didn't say much. My father, I think he was a bit hesitant. The family of Karim certainly had doubts too, but things happened very easily for us, you know. As his friends got to know me, childhood friends, people he trusts a lot, the friends also realized that I was being sincere. And as I got to know him, talked about him to my family, and my family saw him, they also felt that Karim was sincere. So everything went right, you know? So it was super fast, but it was fast and responsible. It was responsible because we were first trying to honor God. Second, because we asked the right questions and discussed absolutely everything before getting married. And third, it was quick and easy, which we understood as a divine sign that it was meant to be. And here we are almost 7 years later. It truly was meant to be, because almost 7 years, 3 children, 1 move, 2 trips. I think his family likes me. Certainly my family likes him. So that was our love story. It was destiny. It was from God. It was at the right time. We said the right thing to each other so that we connected right away. The conversation began. And will I tell you it was easy? It wasn't. The first year of marriage then was horrible, because intercultural marriage is complicated. It's not simple, okay? Yeah, different cultures, different customs. I was adapting to the new rules of the religion. Yeah, he was trying to adapt to my ways, to the things I liked that he didn't understand. Language. My English was terrible. I spoke with many mistakes, and he couldn't understand me most of the time. But like, we had some really intense moments, like in the first year, in 2014. Then in 2015, we went to Brazil, had our wedding party there in Brazil.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to break in because I think we are, now I'm absolutely convinced that the state police close to Brian Tully and Kate Peter in particular are worried about what we found out. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. So there is a woman, her name's Christy Citroni. She used to, I think her mom at one point used to have a romantic relationship with a private investigator named Marty Kraft. Now, Marty Kraft used to employ a woman named Kate Mafia Masshole Peter. Now, Christy Citroni has had this weird pattern of specifically going after people that only Kate doesn't like. Christy pretends to not like Kate Peter, but she's really in Kate Peter's orbit, and I believe she's pretending to be FKR and pro Turtle Boy to feed information back to Kate and Marty Kraft and all the people who are like the state police, like Tully and whatever, who are being investigated for the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. So Christy is kind of like a PR agent, but today she's on her Twitter. Look at this. We got these people, like completely got them. Christy is trying to convince people that what we've been talking about on this stream is Freemasons on the jury. But what's wild is, and I immediately responded to her and I said, this is engagement bait, Christy. The question isn't whether it has nothing to do with Freemasons on the jury. It's that the father-in-law of Juror 11 stole U.S. missile secrets and got arrested for child sex abuse material, yet only did 18 months. And I said immediately, Christy, is it true? Did your mom date Kate Peters' boss, former boss, Marty Kraft? Listen, this runs deep. I think we absolutely got this. They're panicking. They realize that we're on to this network of jurors that were close to U.S. intelligence. Christy can't even address, and this means Kate and Tully don't want to deal with this either. Christy can't even address that the father-in-law of Juror 11 got popped for child sexual abuse material, which means that apparently Christy's trying to cover this up, and also stealing U.S. missile secrets. I'm now wondering if Christy Citroni even cares about the United States. She didn't even address the stolen missile secrets or the CSAM. Oh, this shit runs deep. I wonder if she's covering for Tully. Oh, wow. This is crazy. And Kate Peter now wants to, I think, put some kind of pressure campaign to get people not to look into this. Listen, the Birchmore stuff, like, nobody's getting away from that. That's on the train. They put the death penalty on the table for Birchmore. Tully and those guys, they're not getting away from that. I don't care how much Kate Peter or Marty Kraft or whoever wants to help them. They're going down. So she's panicking, and she won't even address that the issue with the compromised jury is the stolen U.S. missile secrets and the orbit of the IC. Listen, Christie's a little off kilter in my opinion. Like, you read some of those court documents about what she threatened to do to her kids, like drive them off the road. Very scary woman. But I think part of the reason she's enabled and got close to some of the witnesses in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial and the Albert and McCabe families is because she has this like usefulness in a certain way to distract people. This is horrifying. I don't know. I'm now seriously questioning whether this woman who looks like some kind of operative playing the role of a pro-free Karen Reed person or pro-TB person to feed information to Kate Peter, I'm now seriously wondering if she's loyal to the United States or not. How can you look at the stolen missile secrets and the child sexual abuse material and then say, oh, yeah, I'm going to distract the public and lie and say that Grant's really been talking about Freemasons? How can you? People are going to see right through that. That's disturbing. That's scary, ladies and gentlemen. We're on to something. This woman, Christy Citroni, is just a low-level, in my opinion, useful idiot for Kate. But it shows that the powers that be, especially among the state police, are a little bit worried about this. But why? Why would they be worried about exposing that the jury was tainted? What is it about the intelligence community, the state and federal intelligence community, that makes them use proxies? First of all. And second of all, how can people be so disloyal to this country that I love so much to the point where they would try to deflect away from that discussion about the stolen missile secrets and about the CSAM material in that kind of insidious form of propaganda, and start saying that somehow raising questions about that is related to Freemasons or xenophobic? That's malicious propaganda. That is the kind of propaganda that someone does when they're panicking. This lines up with what I'm hearing about the coming weeks as well. These people are panicking on both sides. There's a lot of vested interest that wanted this to just go away. Oh my God, this is explosive. Oh, wow. Thank you in some sense for this post, because I wouldn't have realized just how much people are panicking if this person didn't make this post. Oh my God. This is incredible. They're going to get indicted. Some of those state cops are going to get indicted for the Birchmore thing. And they know it's coming, and they're freaking out. And Karen's team's freaking out because I think Hank probably is like, fuck those guys for that. Sorry, I didn't mean to cuss. I think Hank is probably like, yeah, they shouldn't have done that with Birchmore. He's not going to save him from that. But if Hank is also willing to figure out how the jury got tampered with and expose potential federal informants, it's out of the hands of the Kate Peter crew and the Tully crew anyway. This is explosive. This is incredible. This is unbelievable. No wonder why all those different projects were approaching me over the past few days. It is going to happen. It's going to happen. They're both going to happen. Both things. And Kate is going to get absolutely screwed. And so is Tully. And so is Fanning. And probably Garino. And, oh, this is incredible. All because that was the dumbest thing she could have posted. And Christie's only tangentially related to this, I think, in that she's just like an attack dog, a hidden attack dog for Kate Peter. But she shouldn't have posted that, because that ties, they don't really know what's going on behind the scenes, which is why they're panicking. But that explains why I've been being approached by the people I've been approached by. The institutions, the journalistic institutions, the governmental institutions know that this is right. Not only about the coming Birchmore stuff, which, by the way, is going to be really serious. It's going to, like those people, I think if people in that MSP unit get indicted for the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, imagine what that PR apparatus that spent so much time, like Kevin from Yellow Cottage Tales, Kate, trying to just deflect from the role of the feds and all this, the real role, what they're going to do. They're going to freak out. You're going to have years and years and years of people talking about how that state police unit and the people close to them knew about the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder and tried to hide it. And now you got the same people interested in potentially trying to hide the father-in-law of Juror 11 and his role in stealing U.S. missile secrets and getting arrested for CSAM. No. There are people on both sides of this who don't want this to come out. It is only because we're paying attention to it, and that I called in a lot of, I made reports to very specific people in the government. I called very specific people in the government. It's only because of that there's even a chance that anything's going to get done. Oh, they're panicking. They're free, all of them. On both sides, they're losing their minds because they don't know what's coming for the first time. Yes, about time you got cut out of the freaking information loop, because it was your access to information that was allowing you to do all this. Yes. About freaking time. God bless America. God bless the United States of America. About time. They have no idea what's coming. I know it's coming. Juridically. They don't. Oh! It's so glorious. It's so glorious that I have to actually be quiet. Because that's the whole point. They don't know what's coming. That's why they know something's coming. Both of them. On both tracks of this train. Both tracks, both sides know something's coming. The Reed side and the Turtle Boy side know something's going on with whatever happened with that jury verdict, and people figured it out. And then the state police know something's coming with Birchmore and all the people in their orbit. But nobody knows what's going to happen. Oh, it's all, I don't know when. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow. It's all coming to a head. I'm thinking next week. Oh my God. This is incredible. I just took it for granted that people would just like figure it out like me. They don't know what's coming. Oh, this is the best day of my life. I'm so sad it has to happen in this context, but this is the best day of my life. Take a bow towel. Grant Smith Ellis doing the towel dance. He's a conductor, a whole orchestra of information. Towel's excited. Oh, this is so good. It's better than I thought. It's so amazing. I'm just going to sit here with you all. We're going to watch a compilation of some of Juror 4's interviews on the media, and I want to watch this with an eye. Imagine you were sent out there as part of an operation. Put yourself in that mindset. Just imagine everything you're watching is part of an operation, and then it all of a sudden becomes so clear. It literally becomes clear as day. We don't even have to watch the Turtle Boy interview first. We can just watch the compilation of interviews. Listen, this is incredible. I cannot believe it. I can't believe we put all this together. First of all, I can't believe we're all here for this. I can't believe I'm seeing this all unfold live, and I can't believe I'm the one who knows where it's all going. Oh, I have to be so... Listen, I'm going to respect this country. I'm going to do the one thing that everybody has been failing to do, which is respect the justice system, respect this process, and I am not going to telegraph anything. Nothing. You're going to get nothing. Zero. Not any of you in the comments. I'll continue to talk. But you are going to get absolutely nothing. Not you all. I'll tell you all the same I would tell you in any stream. I'll be as authentic as I can. You're getting nothing. Nothing from me. Nothing. The only thing you're going to get from me is what I'm willing to say on this stream. Wow.
And what made you come forward to actually share your experience about being a juror in this high-profile case?
I actually want to give a message to the family, make them understand that, or at least hear us out saying it's not our fault that Karen Read was innocent. I mean, the Commonwealth and the investigation couldn't actually prove and show evidence enough to make us convict her of anything. So I want to come out to let them know that.
Actually, you know what? We have to take a different path with this. It's a little hard for me to re-listen to all of Paula's interviews because we've listened to them a few times. We're actually going to go to her podcast she did with her husband because we're... All right, towel friends, it's time to enter towel class. I've now realized there may be some people who inadvertently are hurting America. I am now, I was saying earlier, I was starting to question people's loyalties based on their response to this U.S. missile defense system theft and the child sexual abuse material that was possessed by the father-in-law of Juror 11. But I think I need to pull it back. I think we need to rightfully reset, and I need to explain to you what I'm realizing. And it's that some people might be either being manipulated or whatever and losing sight of the interests of the United States, especially if they live here. And I think they're being played a little bit by their emotions or just, like whatever, like they're just not necessarily able to grapple with the full scope of this. So I want to watch two things. This is an interview we're going to watch with Juror 11 that she did with her husband about 4 years ago. It's in English, but it's specifically about why Western women who are Catholic and feminist should convert to Islam. It doesn't say it explicitly, but it's basically the point of the interview. Now, the reason that I want to show you this interview is I think that it goes to why I'm so concerned that some of my fellow country people, like the people who should, like, who ostensibly love the United States, might be falling for something very, very dangerous here, ladies and gentlemen. And when I say very, very dangerous, I mean that they may inadvertently be threatening the national security interests of the United States. And the reason why is that I don't think this is just like we work with intelligence assets, you know, or whatnot. I think we have to, unfortunately, like, play ball with the way in which some of those assets want to do their job so that they can pretend that they're actually doing their job for the foreign state while pretending to work for us. Now, I bring that up because if we listen to this podcast about the role of the Islamic faith in the United States, and I want you to keep in mind we're going to watch a 45-minute lecture afterwards about what Saudi Arabia in particular does through its Ministry of Islamic Affairs. Now, this could be Christians doing this. This could be secular people doing this. This could be pagans doing this. This could be absolutely anything. But the reason I bring it up is that the style of statecraft, okay, is often to do very similar to this. You don't say to people, you should become Wahhabi Islamists, or you should practice Sharia law or whatever. And there's another podcast that the husband does with a woman in a full veil who worked for the Department of Education, talking about why they have to do it this way. I don't think she meant to give it away, but I picked up on it. She was saying, you can't just tell Western women to be subservient to their husband. They are reactionary to that. But if you tell them, you know, that this is a beautiful thing in the Quran, and the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, we say that out of respect to our Muslim brethren, the Quran shows a very beautiful form of love. It's subservient, but it's love. It's flowery. And the woman in the full veil was saying, and then Western women will buy into it. So keep that in mind when we listen to this, because I really want, now realizing that a lot of people are losing the bigger picture here. They're picking up on, not anyone in the chat, but just in general, they're picking up on individual elements of this story. The poisoning of the jury, the role of Turtle Boy, the tension between Karen and Turtle Boy, the DOJ component, the Josh Levy involvement, Rachel Rollins, the tension between the DOJ and the Norfolk DA, the role of potential informants in all of this, the missile defense theft, whatever. But what we're really dealing with is spycraft, okay? Statecraft, intelligence. And so we need to understand intelligence for what it is. And that's why we're going to watch this it's not quick, but this interview between the juror 11 and her husband. And then we're immediately going to watch a lecture at Dartmouth for 45 minutes from a man who understands the way in which statecraft functions, especially by the Saudis. And you're going to tell me whether it's possible that the people involved in this in this world may indeed be the kind of people that U.S. intelligence would find and say, okay, you keep doing your thing, pretend like you're working for another state while you're actually working for us. And also whether the chances of that are heightened if the person's father-in-law got arrested for stealing missile defense secrets from Egypt and also for child porn, and instead of getting a 70-month sentence as recommended by the DOJ, got a 18-month sentence concurrent to the state court charges for CP somehow, some way. I see what's going on. I know it. I know what's going on. I wonder who you tried to get close to me. I'm starting to have questions.
Who is the woman not behind the man, but next to the man?
Same side.
Oh, no.
Like,
you were one of those feminists?
Yes.
And having the same coffee? How did you go from bikini to burkini?
I don't need to be against acts of kindness to be feminist.
Haven't you heard enough of my voice and Coffee with Kareem,
Yeah, I'm definitely the number one fan, but,
born and raised in Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, specifically,
correct.
Right?
I was raised Catholic. My grandmother was Catholic. But in Brazil, everyone is born Catholic. I was taught how to pray and believe in God and have fear of God. Funny story is that it's like my family, we are all women and they are very clean women. So every time was a storm, my mom would tell me I would be afraid of the thunderstorm. My mom would tell me it was God washing the house and moving the furniture. So we had like this practical vision of God in our house.
And it's connected to cleaning and organizing.
Connected to cleaning and organizing, yes.
Hilarious. Yeah, my wife loves to clean and organize, so that's fascinating. That's part of your childhood theology right there.
Yes.
So how did you go from that to eventually leaving Brazil to come to the United States and then studying Islam before that, and then eventually embracing Islam in the United States? I mean, Brazil's usually considered a culture that is very different from most Muslim cultures.
For sure.
So how did you go from bikini to burkini?
Well, I gotta say, we do have soccer in common. I think most of the Middle Eastern countries love soccer
too,
just like Brazilians. So back in 2002, there was the soap opera in Brazil, very popular, called El Clone. Probably a lot of people heard about. And there was a story about this Moroccan lady.
She tells this story a lot. Like, she ties her finding faith into this Brazilian soap opera a lot. And remember, her primary social media channel is targeted at Brazil. So again, we're studying this not gratuitously. There's going to be a lecture we're going to listen to in 45 minutes. I actually want to listen to it because I finally have put all my thoughts together about this. And, it's statecraft, in my opinion. It's statecraft.
Who was living Rio and deal with all the cultural differences, and she was sent to Morocco to get married. And she had a very wise uncle who was always coming with good messages about Islam, a little details about the history of Islam, who was Prophet Muhammad, how we should behave in a family. And it was the character was a very interesting character. So that was the first time I heard about Islam. That was also the same year of the 9/11 terrorist attack. And so the whole world was talking bad things about Islam and Muslims, and these people is horrible. And at the same time, we were watching this show every day at 8 p.m. All the families would gathering to learn about this religion, who actually, at least in television, seems to be pretty cool and similar to our values. And
okay, I'm listening to this really closely now. Oh, it was right around 9/11. Muslims were being demonized, but wait, I want to give it a chance. Are you kidding me? This is the most obvious propaganda I've ever seen in my life. I didn't listen to this closely enough initially.
It seems to be good people.
Yeah.
So that was my first impression of Islam. And when I finished my college, I went to Canada and I met some more Muslims, and I had
Oh, you went from college to Canada and met more Muslims. Interesting. I wonder if you ever had any allegations of extremism or were investigated for that in L.A. I'm just wondering. Listen, if you changed your ways and the U.S. is cool with you now, but what the hell's going on here?
Very good first impression of them. The girls didn't seem to be oppressed and sad and shy or anything. They were happy hijabi girls, happy to share, happy to teach, to show us around the city. The guys were very kind and gentlemen. They didn't seem to be the sexist, horrible Muslim men that we heard who doesn't let the woman drive or do this or that. And so it was a very interesting, good impression. And then after that, when I came to the United States in 2011, I again meet more Muslims, and I start to be more curious about Islam, about what Islam teaches, what are the pillars of Islam, and how the historical side of it, who was Prophet Muhammad and everything. And that's how my journey actually started, learning a bit here, a bit there. And there was a period of my life where I was very lost, feeling very disconnected with God. I was alone here, far from my family, far from my friends, everything I knew. I felt like I didn't have any meaning. And it was right at the same time of Ramadan. So I took this time of Ramadan. I tried to fast. I did all wrong, but I tried to fast on my own. I was pretty much most of the time in my room, just reading and learning and watching videos. And I found so beautiful to see people gathering for iftar in Ramadan, and they have that like connection. I also heard the adhan for the first time, and that somehow touched me in a way that I never felt before. It's literally brought tears to my eyes out of the blue. Like I was just hearing this sound, this music, and I just started crying and thinking just how beautiful that calling was. And as I learned more about Islam and what it teaches, I just felt was very aligned with my life views at that moment and what I want for me. And I converted to Islam. Yeah, after this, specifically Ramadan, when I was like a little down with the learning, I was like praying for a direction in my life. And alhamdulillah, 2 months later, I met you.
SubhanAllah.
Do you notice she doesn't talk about this at all? Okay. Do you notice that? You notice she doesn't talk about this at all on any of her interviews? About the Reed case. We've watched them all. There's like an hour. There's 4 hours if you include the Turtle Boy one. She talks about like being a person of faith. She never mentions this at all, and she's clearly very proud of it. And I don't fault her for that if she's proud of her religion. But there's something weird about why she'd be so proud of it in this interview, but not at all in any of the other interviews. Remember, this is from 4 years ago.
I was raised by only women. My parents were divorced. I was raised by my grandmother, my mom, and my aunt. And I was taught that women needs to be strong. We don't need men for anything. One thing that we are very proud about it is that my mom would change lamps and carry heavy stuff and do everything on her own because she didn't need any men in her life.
Okay, so notice this is the setup. Again, this is why I think it's propaganda. She's telling a story. She's adapting the persona of this, right? You know, like not everyone is Catholic in Brazil. There are other faiths there. And then also she's like, listen, I was taught to be a strong, independent woman. She's setting it up so the listener will be like, I'm a strong, independent woman, and I'm having a crisis of faith. And then I don't know if I believe in the church. Oh, that's what it was like for her.
And I had this image that, you know, I can have it all on my own. I'm all I need. And I don't need men for anything. I never really I never really saw the value of a man in a woman's life or in a family setting because I had everything with my mom, my grandma, and my aunt. So of course that made me a person with, you know, strong opinion and very feminist, a little bit extreme feminist. I gotta say that I would feel offended if you opened the door for me.
Oh no!
Like
you were one of those feminists?
Yes. I would.
But you would still let the men pay for your dinner?
No.
Oh. Really?
Notice she's setting it up again. Oh, I thought I didn't need men, and let me tell you why I do that. It's so propaganda.
Really?
No, I share. I ate my part. I pay my part.
Okay. So you went Dutch. So at least you were fair and consistent.
I was consistent. Okay. Yes. No.
Oh, yeah, and don't get me wrong. It's not that her points, I'm not analyzing the substance of her points. You can feel how you want about the importance of different role models in people's lives and all that. But the way she's selling it, in my opinion, is, oh, yes, and, you know, I was the stubborn man-hater, and I was doing everything for myself and Catholic, and, you know, here's why all of a sudden I realized, no, I need men to change, to open the door for me. And it's weird. It's not like about the feminist aspect. It's like why she's then going to go on to say, oh, but feminism and Islam can live in harmony. That's the weird part.
Pay half and half.
Because there's some sisters that they don't want any of that, but then they still expect you to, you know, they pick and choose where they want their chivalry.
No, I would feel offended. Why? You think I can't open the door myself, or you think I don't have money to pay? That was all.
So notice that's a very common belief among Western liberal feminists or Western feminists, especially, you know, whatever. Oh, like, why would I need you to open the door for me? Why would I want you to pay for me? Like, she's adopting the mindset of someone who she's trying to convert. It's That's why I knew this was propaganda, because I know what propaganda looks like. I study it, and it's not just one thing that you say or two things. It's how you structure what you're doing. You're anticipating in a preemptive symbiotic relationship with the listener what the listener is like. Who is your target audience? I don't do this because I'm just being authentic. But if you're doing PR, you're thinking, who is my target audience? What is the demographic? What is the most likely sort of mental state for them to be in? And you want to then engineer your points so that without them realizing it, you're getting them to say, much like with a good song, this is about me. But really, you're just saying really general things that could be true of a bunch of people. Oh, I didn't want the men to open the door for me. I didn't think I needed a man. I was born in a strong female family who valued independence, and we changed our own light bulbs. Like it's the broadest possible description because it's designed much like a song to be relatable to everyone. Oh, a kiss from a rose on the whatever. Like, yes, everyone can think about how that would feel. It's designed to literally make everyone who listens to it think, she's talking about me. Now, it's not going to work for everyone, obviously, but that's why this immediately came across my eyes, and I immediately said, oh, goodness. Oh, hello, Lori SFL, Lori, South Florida. I love that super towel emoji. You don't understand. That is a little super towel emoji, and he is a little fox, and I think of myself as an adorable little super towel, and so he's waving at me and saying, hiya, and I'm like, hello, super towel emoji. Have you ever considered the fact that I think you are wonderful, and I'm saying hiya to you? And I need a little super towel giggle as I was doing a complex reconstructive analysis of the way state-sponsored, in my opinion, propaganda functions to engender within the listener a feeling of identification with the speaker, thus usurping our independent mind and instead supplanting within us the thoughts of the speaker. It's a very highly skilled art form, and here's how. Say I wanted to do it to you. Let me give you maybe this is the best way to do it. If you all find this helpful. Oh my goodness! Look at the super towel emoji. Oh no, the keyboard went down again. Oh, look at the super towel emoji. He's on the screen. Hello, Lori SFLA. We welcome you to Towel Stream. And you've already been here because you have a wrench and a super towel heart. But I am so grateful for that emoji. He made my day. Now, let me give you an example of how I would do this propaganda, all right? Have you ever heard of, cold reading? Have you ever watched, this is actually the best way to do it. I'm so glad we did do this live because as I come up with really interesting things that I want to show you, I can just literally bring them up on stream. So there was the guy, Randy, who debunked psychics, okay? His name was James Randi, okay? Now, James Randi debunks cold reading. I'm going to show you how cold reading works, and then I'm going to show you how it can be weaponized. She is doing an inverted form of cold reading. She's basically like the person who goes into the room and says, okay, and what was the name of your sister, or what was your brother was named Bob. So I have to give you James Randi's breakdown because he does it better than me. So hold on one second. And it's specifically about cold reading, which is why I have to take a second to find the clip, because I mostly want to listen to him do the cold reading analysis. So give me a second. You're going to hear him talk a little bit.
Good morning. Happy to see so many fine folks out here and so many smiling faces. I have a very peculiar background, attitude, and approach.
Let me just make sure this is the right video before I show it to you.
I am a conjurer. Now, I prefer that term over magician, because if I were a magician, that would mean that I use spells and incantations and weird gestures.
Now, hold on. Let's just watch this, because I love James Randi, And this is actually exactly what I kind of want to explain to you. So it's a discipline, okay? It's like it's kind of magic by other ways, but it's like psychological manipulation, okay? So I'm gonna show you this James Randi video, and I think it's probably the most appropriate way to do this because James Randi explains it better than I can, and the discipline of cold reading is not exactly what we're talking about, but it does play into it in the sense that the PR is a form of cold reading. Your audience isn't in front of you. You're anticipating what your audience is going to be like, okay? So we're going to listen to this analysis by James Randi and then think about sort of how the different jurors have presented themselves and tell me if you hear any striking resemblances.
Good morning. Happy to see so many fine folks out here and so many smiling faces. I have a very peculiar background, attitude, and approach to the real world because I am a conjurer. Now, I prefer that term over magician because if I were a magician, that would mean that I use spells and incantations and weird gestures in order to accomplish real magic. No, I don't do that. I'm a conjurer who is someone who pretends to be a real magician. Now, how do we go about that sort of thing? We depend on the fact that audiences such as yourselves will make assumptions. For example, when I walked up here and I took the microphone from the stand and switched it on, you assumed this was a microphone, which it is not. As a matter of fact, this is something that about half of you, more than half of you, will not be familiar with. It's a beard trimmer, you see, and makes a very bad microphone. I've tried it many times. The other assumption that you made, and this little lesson is to show you that you will make assumptions, not only that you can, but that you will when they are properly suggested to you. You believe I'm looking at you. Wrong. I'm not looking at you. I can't see you. I know you're out there. They told me backstage that it's a full house and such. I know you're there because I can hear you, but I can't see you because I normally wear glasses. These are not glasses. These are empty frames. Quite empty frames. Now, why would a grown man appear before you wearing empty frames on his face? To fool you, ladies and gentlemen, to deceive you, to show that you, too, can make assumptions. Don't you ever forget that. Now, I have to do something, first of all, switch to real glasses so I can actually see you, which would probably be a convenience. I don't know. I haven't had a good look. Well, it's not that great a convenience. I have to do something now which seems a little bit strange for a magician, but I'm going to take some medication. This is a full bottle of Calms Forte. I'll explain that in just a moment. Ignore the instructions. That's what the government has put in there to confuse you, I'm sure. I will take enough of these. Indeed, the whole container. $32 capsules of Calms Forte. Now that I've done that, I'll explain in a moment. I must tell you that I am an actor. I'm an actor who plays a specific part. I play the part of a magician, a wizard, if you will, a real wizard. If someone were to appear on this stage in front of him and actually claim to be an ancient prince of Denmark named Hamlet, you would be insulted, and rightly so. Why would a man assume that you would believe something bizarre like this? But there exists out there a very large population of people who will tell you that they have psychic magical powers, that they can predict the future, that they can make contact with the deceased. Oh, they also say they will sell you astrology or other fortune-telling methods. Oh, they gladly sell you that, yes. And they also say that they can give you perpetual motion machines and free energy systems. They claim to be psychics or sensitives, whatever they claim. But the one thing that has made a big comeback just recently is this business of speaking with the dead. Now, to my innocent mind, dead implies incapable of communicating. You might agree with me on that. But these people, they tend to tell you that not only can they communicate with the dead, hi there, but they can hear the dead as well, and they can relay this information back to the living. I wonder if that's true. I don't think so, because this subculture of people use exactly the same gimmicks that we magicians do, exactly the same physical methods, the same psychological methods. And they effectively and profoundly deceive millions of people around the earth to their detriment. If they deceive these people, cost them a lot of money, cost them a lot of emotional anguish. Billions of dollars are spent every year all over the globe on these charlatans. Now, I have two questions I would like to ask these people if I had the opportunity to do so. First question. I want to ask them to call up, because they do hear them through the ear. They listen to the spirits like this. I'm going to ask you to call up the ghost of my grandmother, because when she died, she had the family will, and she secreted it someplace. We don't know where it is. So we asked Granny, where is the will, Granny? What does Granny say? She says, I'm in heaven, and it's wonderful. I'm here with all my old friends, my deceased friends and my family, and all the puppy dogs and the kittens that I used to have when I was a little girl. And I love you, and I'll always be with you. Goodbye. And she didn't answer the damn question. Where is the will? Now, she could easily have said, oh, it's in the library on the second shelf behind the encyclopedia, but she doesn't say that. No, she doesn't. She doesn't bring any useful information to us. We paid a lot of money for that information, but we didn't get it. The second question that I'd like to ask, rather simple. Suppose I ask them to contact the spirit of my deceased father-in-law, as an example. Why do they insist on saying, remember they speak into his ear, why do they say, my name starts with J or M? Is this a hunting game, a hunting and fishing? What is it? Is it 20 questions? No, it's more like 120 questions, but it is a cruel, vicious, absolutely conscienceless, I'll be all right, keep your seats, game that these people play, and they take advantage of the innocent, the naive, the grieving, the needy people out there. Now, this is a process that is called cold reading. There's one fellow out there, Van Prague is his name, James Van Prague. He's one of the big practitioners of this sort of thing. John Edward, Sylvia Brown, and Rosemary Altia, they are other operators. There are hundreds of them all over the earth. But in this country, James Van Prague is very big. And what does he do? He likes to tell you how the deceased got deceased. The people he's talking to through his ear, you see. So what he says is very often, it's like this. He says, he tells me before he passed that he had trouble breathing. Folks, that's what dying is all about. You stop breathing and then you're dead. It's that simple. And that's the kind of information they're going to bring back to you? I don't think so. Now, these people will make guesses. They'll say things like, why am I getting electricity? He's saying to me, electricity. Was he an electrician? No. Did he ever have an electric razor? No. It was a game of hunting and questions like this. This is what they go through. Now, folks often ask us at the James Randi Educational Foundation, they call me, they say, why are you so concerned about this, Mr. Randi? Isn't that just a lot of fun? No, it is not fun. It is a cruel farce. Now, it may bring a certain amount of comfort, but that comfort lasts only about 20 minutes or so, and then the people look in the mirror and they say, I just paid a lot of money for that reading, and what did she say to me? I love you. They always say that. They don't get any information. They don't get any value for what they spend. Now, Sylvia Brown is the big operator. We call her the Talons. Sylvia Brown, thank you. Sylvia Brown is the big operator in this field at this very moment. Now, Sylvia Brown, just to show you, she actually gets $700 for a 20-minute reading over the telephone. She doesn't even go there in person. And you have to wait up to 2 years because she's booked ahead that amount of time. You pay by credit card or whatever, and then she will call you sometime in the next 2 years. You can tell it's her. Hello, this is Sylvia Brown. That's her. You can tell right away. Now, Montel Williams is an intelligent man. We all know who he is on television.
He gave me my first GameCube.
He's smart. He knows what Sylvia Brown is doing, but he doesn't give a damn. He just doesn't care. Because the bottom line is the sponsors love it, and he will expose her to television publicity all the time. Now, what does Sylvia Brown give you for that $700? She gives you the names of your guardian angels. That's first. Now, without that, how could we possibly function? She gives you the names of previous lives, who you were in previous lives. Duh. It turns out that the women that she gives readings for were all Babylonian princesses or something like that. And the men were all Grecian warriors fighting with Agamemnon. Nothing is ever said about a 14-year-old bootblack in the streets of London who died of consumption. He isn't worth bringing back, obviously. And the strange things, folks, you may have noticed this too. You see these folks on television. They never call anybody back from hell. Everyone comes back from heaven, but never from hell. If they call back any of my friends, they're not going to, well, you see the story. Now, Sylvia Brown is an exception. An exception in one way, because the James Randi Educational Foundation, my foundation, offers a $1 million prize in negotiable bonds, very simply, won by all you have to do is prove any paranormal, occult, or supernatural event or power of any kind under proper observing conditions. It's very easy. Win the $1 million. Sylvia Brown is an exception in that she's the only professional psychic in the whole world that has accepted our challenge. She did this on the Larry King Live show on CNN 6.5 years ago, and we haven't heard from her since. Strange. She said at first of all that she didn't know how to contact me. Duh.
All right, pause. Hold on. I thought he was going to do it in this video, but he goes on to say that she tries to pass his challenge and can't. But I want to get you a better example of James Randi talking about cold reading, because that laid a good foundation for my insight that I want to tell you about, which is it's a form of magic, okay? But I want to go to this other video, which is, I think, an interview with James Randi, and let's see if he talks about it here. 1 second.
Hi, DPR Jones here.
Of any paranormal, occult, or supernatural event of any kind under proper observing conditions. It's that simple, friend.
I know that you...
He took 45 seconds to make 20...
So this isn't what I wanted. All right, so I really want a good video explaining cold reading. I'm going to look for it now. How cold reading works. So I think that it won't make sense to analyze the juror's video unless I show you how cold reading works. So let me see if I can find this. All right, Orson Welles talks about it. I like Orson Welles. All right, and I hope this is from Dick Cavett, because I love the Dick Cavett show. All right, so let's listen to Orson Welles talk about cold reading.
You know, I'm a magician, and I got interested in mind reading and fortune telling, fake fortune telling, you know. And I got to know a lot of old fakes who had retired as millionaires, you know, and they told me their secrets, how you do it. There are things that are called cold readings. A cold reading is you warm up the sucker by telling him things that he says, how could he ever know that, you see? You say, you know, between the ages of 13 and 15, you had a great change came in your life. It happens in everybody's life. But he says, he came in and told me things I already see. You've got a scar on your knee. Everybody fell down and has a scar on their knee. Those are cold readings, you see.
I have a scar on my
Sure
neck. How
you
did
do.
you know that?
Yeah, you see? Just something bigger than myself. Well, now, the point about this is that after they're warmed up, they're amazed by this knee bit and the rest of it. They start telling you. Because you just say, is it sin? You see from their face it is or it isn't. Then you tell it back and they say, how did he do it? You see? So I was bored. I was playing in Kansas City with Catherine Cornell one time, and we didn't have any matinee on Wednesday, so I hired a room and put Dr. Swami fortune telling, you know? $2 readings. And for the whole day, they came in, and each one, because I felt guilty about it at the end, I said, I'm not going to take your money. You know, because I couldn't have really taken. For a whole day, I was a fortune teller, faking. But then there began to happen to me the thing that does happen to fortune tellers, and which is the occupational disease of fraudulence, fortune tellers. And they have a name for it. It's called becoming a shut-eye. And a shut-eye in the argot of these crooks is the fellow who begins to believe himself. You see, and you make these wild guesses. One of them explained to me, he says, supposing you're a night clerk in a hotel, and when you get the job, first of all, a fellow comes in, wants a single room, you look at how good his luggage is, how good are his shoes, and you tell him there's a room in the court, there's no room, or yes, sir, depending on various pieces of evidence. He says, you've been a night clerk long enough, you glance, and you tell him. You've been a night clerk a little longer, and you don't have to look. You've seen it, but the computer in here has made all of those deductions without your being conscious of it. So the mind reader gets so that he, without thinking, does that, and then they say it's true. And a woman came in to me at the end of my career as a fraudulent fortune teller in a bright print dress, sat down, looking perfectly all right, and I said, you've lost your husband last week. And she burst into tears. She had. And then I quit. Yes, it's one of those things. Undoubtedly, it's not psychic. Undoubtedly, there was evidence of a tragedy. There was all kinds of things that went into the computer and got processed without me crookedly thinking what I'm going to say to her. And that's how it works, I think.
That's fascinating. And you get sort of 5 spooky premonitions a year.
Like that, and then, yes, I do. And I'm sure they're all spooky like that in some kind of funny way. I suppose I looked at Una and said, she's just, Una is exactly the girl that would be happy with Charlie, I suppose. And instead of thinking, maybe you'll meet him, what did I lose? I said, you're going to marry him. And she did.
All right, so do you see? I mean, I think you all are getting it. Murder by Maestro, I will look at your DM, but I have to stay somewhat on track. We'll look quickly at the video of the that you sent of the magician. But do you see what Orson Welles is saying? He's talking about, and this is why what he's talking about is actually easier than PR. He's talking about where you're in the room with someone and you're reading them, like we talk about on the stream here, like subtle context cues about them. And you're reading them, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I thought it was a video, Murder by Maestro. What does he does for work? Oh, yeah. But I get it, Murder by Maestro. It's tied into the defense industrial complex. I mean, I think it's a little bit of a stretch to say that because his brother's a magician, this is related. I think you could just, I get that part. No, I get what you're saying. I get it. Okay. So he's saying, Murder by Maestro is saying the guy's magician training, the brother's magician training is very similar to the kind of training that you would get for this kind of thing. So hold on, let me open this image for you. But do you get what Orson Welles is saying? When you're in the room with someone, and this is why I didn't want to get distracted, MBM, but I'll look at this in a second. When you're in the room with someone and you're reading them and you're cold reading them, that's kind of easy. You know what's harder? When you're looking at, when you don't have the person in front of you, when it's an audience and you have to anticipate how they're going to react to what you're saying. It is an advanced form of cold reading. And Murder by Maestro just wants us to highlight that the guy who does a lot of public relations consulting for criminal defendants, which is tagged as innocence fraud, although I'm really starting to suspect a lot of... I have a lot of questions about a lot of the industrial movements surrounding even like coverage of that. So you know what I'm saying, Murder by Maestro? Are you seeing what I'm laying down, my dear friend? But anyway... there is something to be said here about the fact that a lot of people that engage in PR are close to the defense apparatus, and you can see one of the major PR firms that for criminal defendants is run by a guy who is very close. I believe this is the guy himself, very close to the defense establishment. So. And, it's not, it obviously, the government doesn't have an incentive in getting people off on crimes. The government prosecutes crimes. The government has an incentive to get their protected assets off on crimes. So I keep trying to tell people that, what you're trying to point out as an innocence fraud watch movement is not innocence fraud. You are attacking the U.S. national security establishment for protecting their assets by deploying resources under the cover of PR to help defendants. So, like, I don't know if you don't get it, or not you, Murder by Maestro. I don't know if, like, the other people involved in that don't get it, if they're just a little, like, one-track minded and, like, they think it's really about the principles of justice. Like, it's not. It's not well-funded defendants. They are intelligence assets. You all have been, like, spent the past 5 years attacking the national security state. That's why it's not going anywhere. You're never going to do anything about it. I'm sorry. Like, you never will in a million years. I'm not trying to deflate your purpose, but, like, you got to understand what you're up against. You're up against the national security establishment, okay? Literally, you're up against the national security establishment who is running innocence fraud, not innocence fraud, but running PR to help their assets. It is not about the innocence. It is not about the government trying to help guilty people get off. It is about the government protecting their assets under the cover of a PR campaign. So, yeah, I mean, I think you all have to understand this. And it's very important to me, Murder by Maestro, that you do, because, like, why, even if you totally believe in this, which I believe you do, like, you think that it's actually about innocence fraud, I'm now telling you that it's actually not, and that it's not like this well-funded criminal defense movement. It is a specifically rolled out operation for certain protected assets, and inadvertently, anyone who's been sort of pointing this stuff out for the past 5 years has been attacking the U.S. national security state. Now, you may be saying this is an inappropriate deployment of it, and especially in the Karen Read case, which I agree with, but it's not innocence fraud. It is a targeted intelligence operation to protect assets of the U.S. national security state. So just saying every time they roll that out is wrong, I mean, come on, Brett. I'm not going down that road. No. What are you, you're not an enemy of America, but, like, you'd have to be an enemy of America to be like, every time the U.S. rolls out an operation to protect an asset like that, it's wrong. No. Maybe there's flaws in the system, but to suggest that every time they roll it out, it's wrong, no, you'd expose our assets. I'm sorry. Country first. I don't agree with the people. I'm sorry. I don't support. If you didn't know, that's one thing, but I do not support attacking a clandestine program that is designed to protect U.S. intelligence assets when functioning correctly. Sorry, Murder by Maestro. You're not selling me on that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Just how it is, man. Just how it is. Hold on a second. Well, I mean, first of all, we have to make a few decisions. One, it's not really, to answer your question, Laura, South Florida, it's not really in the purview, like in our purview, to investigate or determine whether the deployment of these type of operations is appropriate. We might be able to, as citizens, provide a check and balance when they run astray, but we can't make decisions, and because we'll never have access to the information about whether it's appropriate for the U.S. government to deploy a clandestine program to protect its intelligence assets that get caught up in criminal charges. I'm sorry. We can't make those calls because those assets could be extremely valuable to U.S. national security. America's enemies are the type of people who would want to expose that kind of thing. Because that means every innocence fraud campaign, it's not innocence fraud, it's a domestic op to protect assets. Yeah, Murder by Maestro, and I'm telling you, the point of that whole project is it only gets deployed when the people involved are domestic intelligence operatives. Do you not understand? And that's very, you know what I mean? Like, I totally get why it's wrong morally, but it's not like this, like, wider civic movement. It is a targeted movement deployed under the auspices of a social movement to protect specific assets. No, it was never junk science. It's not about changing the courts. Murder by Maestro, it's a way to deploy federal security assets, black budget op assets, to a PR campaign for a criminal defendant who is actually an asset of the government. You know what I'm saying? Yes, I know Murder by Maestro. I'm agreeing with you. And those specific operations, I promise you, are because the people involved, the criminal defendants, were intelligence assets. I promise you. I promise you. The whole Innocence Fraud, quote-unquote, project, the whole Innocence Project, I promise you, is a domestic cover-up to protect agency assets. I know, and I realize that I don't like the implications of that any more than you do, because it means the whole project to expose the Innocence Project actually threatens national security. You realize that, right? Oh, lordy, 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 ladies and gentlemen. It's all coming together for me. I get it. I get it. I love my country. I'm an American. I'm an American towel, ladies and gentlemen. I love America. Never going to be able to convince me not to love America. I'm an American towel, and I love America. And I'm not a communist. I'm an American towel. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to now watch more of this video of the juror, and I really want you to focus now, based on what we just talked about whether you think maybe it's possible that this juror was doing a form of cold reading of her audience to try to get into the mind of what her audience is, and then take on a character that they would identify with, like a music song, to sell them a certain viewpoint. That's what I'm talking about. And it's Orson Welles analyzed it in the context of a clearly apocryphal story of him being a fortune teller. But let me give you an example about how I would do this kind of propaganda. Let me explain to you like what I would want to do. Okay, so this is going to be a little scary because I would never do this to you, but let's say I wanted to do it. So I know a lot of you, like I know you're rough, like generally we don't have any viewers under 24. I know the demographics of the audience. I know what a lot of you care about, and I know, things like that. Okay, that's how I'd be thinking. All right, so what is my goal? What is my goal in this hypothetical exercise? Okay, say I wanted to, let's see, what's a good example? Say I wanted to sell you Catholicism, okay? But I didn't want to directly come out and say you should convert to Catholicism because you might be resistant to it. Here's what I would do. And I've never done this and I would never deploy this. But I know how PR thinks. That's how I can analyze it. Ladies and gentlemen, I've thought a lot. Murder by Maestro, you're 100% right. It is a cover program. You're 100% right. The Innocence Project is a cover program, definitely to protect domestic assets. I'm agreeing with you. And I'll look more in a second. But also, folks, let me do this example. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been thinking a lot lately about where we're headed in the world. And, I'm a pretty pluralistic guy, and I really understand, this trend towards atheism and secular sort of humanism in the Western world. But, if you really think about it, like the emergence of secular humanism is kind of a parallel structure to a lot of the principles that were laid out in some of the belief systems that have been around forever. Now, I'm not, I'm very partial to my faith. Roman Catholicism, of course, was something that started very long ago in the tradition of Jesus's teachings and those principles of sort of unconditional love and service to the most vulnerable. We really see those embodied in secular humanism today. And, as someone who grew up in an atheistic household, my parents, they didn't really understand what religion was. So I was militantly atheist, and I was the type of person who would go around and and say, oh, I don't believe in God. That's what people who don't understand the world mean, say. Little did I realize my own hubris, though, and wasn't it a beautiful moment when I was praying to the Virgin Mary outside Baptist Library at Boston College, right after I had converted, when I heard a most sacred call, and I heard the call to serve. And that kind of religious experience shows me that our modern interfaith secular world still holds true to the principles that Christ endowed upon his church. And I will say that if we could just have more people going to church, meeting their fellow Catholics, traveling to Rome, seeing the beauty of it, then I think that this world would be in a better place. And did you know that it's as easy as finding a local Catholic church group? You could reach out online. A lot of Catholic churches do their sermons on Zoom. And frankly, I think that that is exactly the kind of thing that perfectly speaks to the harmonious interfaith nature of a modern secular world. We can root our modern secular world in those Catholic principles and those bonds of community that people feel to be so fleeting in their lives. Why is there no one around me? Why am I on the internet all the time? Well, that's what the church was all about to begin with. And isn't that a beautiful way to bring ourselves back to that state of society that we all feel is going away? Where are the family dinners on Sunday? Where is sitting down to watch football after church gets out? Where is the milkman, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, if only you become Catholic, then that sense of Americana, the fleeting nostalgia that we all share, will not be ethereal. It'll be made manifest in the bonds of community that will come about when we turn America into a Catholic country. Okay, you see what it doesn't. Or someone was like, "Is that Graham? What are you saying?" I'm giving you an example of how easy it is to propagandize. Okay, I know what you want to hear. I know exactly what to say, and if I wanted to sell you the Catholic religion, that's how I would do it. Now, is that exactly how she is doing it? No, but do you see how it's like there's an origin story. Oh, militantly atheist. Oh, he evolved from that. Oh, like it's a very, very specific form of preemptive psychological manipulation. I hate doing it. I have to study it to understand it, but that's how it functions. So, and listen, obviously what's scary is those are my beliefs. I believe that, but I'm not going to proselytize. So what you're hearing there, and the reason I can do that, is I authentically believe everything I just told you, but presenting it to you in that way it feels dirty to me. It feels like it's a profane, like pornographic, as David Yannetti would say. It feels like an insult to my beliefs, because I'm invoking them authentically and saying what I believe, but I have this insidious purpose where I'm trying to convert you to Catholicism, and I'm using my very authentic personal experiences as a weapon to manipulate your mind so that you feel more comfortable like becoming Catholic. And although I think it's great if people are Catholic, I don't want to manipulate people into becoming Catholic. That's what propaganda does, though. But no, I'm not. Listen, I am not 100% saying that people who do this kind of preaching are all bad faith. But I just am trying to say, combined with the Orson Welles analysis and plus what we're about to see this juror talk about, just think about how I just tried to sell you Catholicism, think about what Orson Welles said, and then think about what this juror is trying to say about Islam.
Is my answer, and it's silly. Alhamdulillah.
Why is it silly though?
It's silly because I still feel as I want to be treated well, and to be treated well, it means you're gonna open the door for me. I want that. And if you want to take me further than you're going to pay for, I want that. In the same way, I can one day take you out for dinner, choose like, honey, today is on me. Doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. But I don't need to be against acts of kindness to be feminist.
I see. I don't need to be against acts of kindness to be feminist. A Paula Prado original. I like that.
That was really my attitude. And alhamdulillah, I grow up and I mature to the point where I can see that men and women are different, and they both are needed in a family setting, in society and everything, and they have different roles. I consider myself a feminist, but more aligned with the goals the feminist movement has in the past of equal opportunity and having rights than like.
Oh, also, in Murder by Maestro, I just want to circle back on this. I totally agree with you, and I just want to foundationally assert that I think your analysis is spot on. There is overlap. Every single one of the tactics we saw in the KR trial has its origins in the disciplines that you pointed out. I'm going to check my DM. And this lawyer Josh Dubin, and the junk science article is interesting. I know the angle to use in a defense, and then the brother of Dubin doing propaganda in war zones, as you pointed out, is wild. Now I'm going to take a look at this document that Murder by Maestro sent me. Now, I Murder by Maestro, I do want to give you some of a heads up. Like, I know it's declassified, but where did you get it? First of all, is it on like a FOIA website? Let's see. Hold on. Is it a FOIA website? I'm checking now. I'm a little bit... All right. Oh, okay. It was an OIG report. Got it. All right. I got it. Hold on. Murder by Maestro has provided us the documents, and I'm allowed to show it to you. Okay, so here's the source document. Okay, so this is... the guy who invented the discipline or the Innocence Fraud Project. This is his brother, I believe. So the Readington, is this his brother or him, Murder by Maestro? Hold on. So let's take a look. I have to just show you the markings here, because that's, so see how it's crossed out? That means that this was declassified. And it says that it was, wait, where's the, it should have a declassification stamp, Murder by Maestro. Hold on. It should have something on it that says, I've never seen that before, Murder by Maestro. I've never seen 25X1. But also there's no, where is the declassification marking? Murder by Maestro. I understand, but where, yes, thank you, Richard, I appreciate that. I saw that the third party culprit was that defense was denied. Murder by Maestro, maybe I should just Google this, because normally, and I could just be missing it, but normally when you get something like this, what it should have is it does have the marking crossed out, but it should have a declassification authority and then an index page that references the redaction. So Inspector General for the U.S. DOD involvement with the Readington group. All right, so let me get the actual file. I got it. Hold on. Here we go. Let me just make sure this was properly declassified. I'd rather get it from the reading room. All right, here we go. Let me see if this is the one Murder by Maestro gave us. Is it the same? Murder by Maestro. What? Hold on. It looks like this is the doc. Actually, you know what? This is the version I'm comfortable reading, okay? This is, I don't know where you got that other version, but this is what's on the DOD website, okay? And this, I think, is similar to the document you gave. Hold on. It's on page 2. Yep. No, I agree. It is approved for public release. But, Murder by Maestro, take a look at this. The version you have, you got the color version. The DOD on the DOD website has this. So let me see. This is good. This is Murder by Maestro is right, though. This was Hello, Jeff Williams. We're reading about how propaganda is really prevalent in criminal defense. And what page am I looking for? Murder by Maestro. Let me just look at the image that Murder by Maestro sent, because that's easier than reading through the whole point. It's you, and question 3, question 4. So, question 3, please provide us with all the contracts between the Readington Group and the DoD. See Appendix C for a list of work orders. Question 4, why has the Readington Group, a public relations firm, been hired by the DoD in every U.S. military intervention since the Panama invasion? Counter narcotics and strategic communication. Yeah, but okay, that doesn't say what you said initially, Murder by Maestro. I mean, but I get you. So, like, Murder by Maestro, I'm telling you, I don't know if the information you're sending me is what you think, because what you're proving to me is that this group, this Innocence Group, is an intelligence arm that only deploys its assets to protect assets. It only deploys its resources to protect intelligence assets. So therefore, why would I ever want to criticize them? They're doing it with the permission of the national security state to protect assets. Like, the fact that people have been attacking them, this project, although I can see how it goes astray, do you realize, Murder by Maestro, if I'm right, that it is actually an approved agency operation that has specific assets that it is deployed to protect, then just saying the whole project is wrong or, like, bad. No, I know you did. No, I got it, Murder by Maestro. I got the direct quote. But you realize this only reinforces my belief that this group, the Readington Group, and the Innocence Project in particular, is a approved domestic intelligence operation to protect agency assets. I want to repeat this. The Innocence Project appears to me, in my opinion, to be an approved domestic intelligence operation to protect highly valued assets who get caught up in the criminal process. So I want to repeat this. What we are attacking and trying to expose as innocence fraud in this specific context of the Innocence Project may not be fraud at all. It may be a targeted intelligence operation to protect agency assets. Everybody realizing that? I know it's a little bit, it's a lot. It's a little bit intense to cope with, but just remember, why would the U.S. defense establishment care unless they're protecting their assets?
Being a type of feminist who's going to go on the street and go in a march naked to prove a point. So I don't believe that this is the right way for you to show power and your feminism.
You feel like some of these activities to prove a point are going overboard, and sometimes I've heard you say it's like almost like takes away from the core spirit of feminism. Can you tell us more about why you feel that way about some of the modern themes or trends in feminism that you've observed?
Yeah, I feel like women has been oppressed by the society in general, the culture in general. We didn't have equal opportunity. We were mistreated. We had to be at home taking care of the kids and couldn't go out. We were financially controlled by men because we couldn't work, all those things. So we did suffer. I'm not going to deny we have a history of suffering and oppression. And then now, because we are in a place of a little bit of more power, we are overdoing. Like some women, they just want to take the place of men. They want to be like a man. They want to be more than a man. And the way I see is that we are all humans. So there's no more or less of a human on me or you. We just have different roles in society and the family.
Different talents,
different talents, skills. Yes,
but we need each other.
But yes, we are complementary. So I don't like those very small percentage of feminists that are, I know, getting out of the way to hate men, to talk against men, to, going extremely aggressive to the male figure when he's as important as us in a society. We need a man to function. We need men to have babies and keep the humanity going.
Keep creating more future women. You're still going to need us.
We need the men, like, for everything. If you don't like the men to change your bulb in your house, it's no problem. But, men is an important part of society, and it doesn't need to... I don't need to diminish men to make myself feel better.
Right.
What I need and I want, it's equal opportunity. It's having the same opportunity to talk in a meeting. It's having the same amount of promotions my colleague would have. I want to be seen by the human I am, not by my gender.
Yeah. Yeah, and I like that point that you were saying, that sometimes there are people in this feminist movement who just... want it all, or want to replace men completely. And I also kind of feel like maybe historically, part of the reason why some populations of men or some places had more rigidity around women is because of perhaps a sense of insecurity about the power that women have. I mean, think about it. When you're an arcane man, right, and women are these portals for the souls to come through, she's like almost like a magician. Yeah, it's almost like a wizard, or just like an amazing, like almost like a good witch or something. It's like, I couldn't imagine what somebody 10,000 years ago thought about this creature that is so beautiful. I want to be with her. And when I am with her and share this gorgeous, connection and bonding, humans come out of her. And she...
Do you see how general they're talking? I'm analyzing it again. I think this is the second time we've listened to this one. Do you hear how general they're talking? He's not saying anything specific about her or what. He's just like, women are beautiful and they give birth to God's creatures, and how could men must have thought they were magical, and feminism, clearly feminists are taking it too far. It's so general, but it has such a specific purpose, which is that modern feminism is bad. Like, Islam is more modest. You should be Islamic. It's not saying it, but it's even more insidious because it's preaching it between the lines.
He feeds them from her own body. I mean, that's a lot of power. And I'm sure there were a lot of men who were very insecure about that. They were like, wow, like, she possesses the power of life. She's the portals of life.
Yeah, also, of course, man is biologically stronger, and he can control women in many ways, because we have this magic thing coming for us with the childbirth. We have to take care of the kid, so he has to go out and provide. So I only think like a man and a woman, they are complementary to each other.
Of course.
I don't think we as women are looking for equality in a sense. We want to be men, equal to men. I think we are looking for...
Well, some women are, but some women aren't, right?
I know me, my friends, and the people I know that are
so
considered...
in your circle,
in my circle, yeah. The people I know that consider themselves feminists, but with balanced ideas. We don't want to be equal men. We just want to have the same opportunity as men.
Right.
That's the trick right there. I don't want to grow a mustache or be super strong, and I don't want to compete with men in any way in athletics or something. I just want to have the same opportunity. I want to be in a company and be heard, and I want to have the opportunity to drive if you can drive. And it's, in my opinion, it's bringing a negative image to feminism, which is a very important movement and necessary up to now.
Right. It's like, don't take away from the core of the real cause, because there are people on the fringe that act and think a bit insanely, right?
So is her argument that a better way to be feminist, like authentically, is to be Islamic? And that baffles me a little bit. Maybe, but it may be like, I think she's talking about like people who take off their shirts, like, and things like that to protest bans like on women being topless in public. But like that, I mean, that men can be topless in public, so that's not immodest, right? So why shouldn't women be able to be topless in public? I mean, but what I'm saying is she's saying that it's the opposite, that there's nothing wrong with men. She didn't say it, but she didn't seem to say that she had an issue with men being topless in public. She seemed to have an issue with women who, in the spirit of feminism, think they should be able to be topless in public. And therefore, a better form of feminism is being modest. I'm not sure I agree with that, but I'm also not a woman, so I'm only analyzing this.
Yes, and honestly, we do need a special protection as a woman.
Right.
Doesn't make me weaker.
Someone asked if the extended impoundment order that Katie Benoit posted, I think it was Selma, if it has some resonance. It does have resonance or relevance to one extent, which is that the impoundment order that just went up on the docket indicates, at least to me, that some of the jurors, although reached out to the court and said that they don't want their names released. But last trial, a juror had to actually file a motion on the court docket to do that. Here, it just said jurors reached out to the court. That's what strikes me as a little weird. Everything about this is weird. Because then at least if the jurors submitted a motion, you'd know who their lawyers were. Here, they just apparently contacted the court. It says, some of the impaneled jurors have come forward. It says, based on the circumstances of the first trial where a juror avowed that they were in fear for their safety and safety of their families, that the list of jurors were made public, and the fact that the case continues to receive daily divisive attention in Massachusetts beyond, the court concludes that there is a real and present risk of personal harm to the jurors and to the integrity of their service. Some of the impaneled jurors have come forward and spoken to the media after the verdict of June 18, 2025. However, some of the jurors have requested that the court impound the list of impaneled jurors beyond the initial 10-day period because they are fearful. The court concludes that there is a risk of immediate and irreparable injury should the list be made available to the public at this time. The court finds that good cause exists to extend the impoundment order dated June 16th until and unless otherwise ordered by the court. This order shall not preclude any juror from identifying himself or herself and or from speaking to the public about her juror service. So the list is impounded, ladies and gentlemen. The list is propounded indefinitely, and none of them have come forward. Something is weird. Something is weird.
But why is it?
And they didn't have to file a motion.
Why is it a problem to accept that in some ways you are weaker than men, and men are weaker than women in some ways? Like that's how I see it. Because if we are fundamentally creatures of need and bonding, this is how Allah designed us. We're social creatures. Naturally, there has to be things we're gonna actually need from each other, and the other will be stronger.
We complement each
right?
other.
So it's fascinating because Allah says there's a male and a female. We created the two. Your pursuits can be different, but despite your differences and your commonality, keep excellence and beauty and character in the way you do things. So it's like Allah is telling us there's gonna be differences, and in other times we recognize there are certain things that are more appropriate.
Jumping in. So Murder by Maestro, I'm not sure if you're still here. I just realized it may not be just what I was thinking. I was thinking earlier, the Innocence Project might only be deployed to kind of protect agency assets. No. What if it is more insidious? And maybe this is what MBM has already figured out. I'm not sure. But what if the Innocence Project actually functions to for psychological op purposes? Like, we'll run it on this guy because it'll kind of ramp up certain tension or bring about this political result. That's way more in line with CONTELAPRO or domestic psychological operations than just protecting agency assets. So now you got my wheels spinning, MBM. Now you got my wheels spinning.
Or more fit or more natural for men and for women. So, I don't know why we're all so freaked out by the word weakness. I think men are weak when it comes to certain things. For example, we have sometimes weaker abilities around, let's say, our modesty or our impulsivity, right? Men tend to have those issues more than women, right?
Yes.
Women aren't as impulsive as men are, generally speaking, right? And that means we do more dangerous things, more stupid things, and so on. So, I mean, we have weaknesses. I'm just saying, why is that a problem? Because we are weak by nature. Humans are weak. I mean, you're not that powerful as a creature.
We have to start treating each other as human, brothers and sisters human. So we have different weakness, different strength. You are, of course, stronger than me when it comes to your body and your physical strength, right? So if I have to, why I'm going to carry a heavy box if you are there for me?
Right.
That doesn't make me, less of a woman for that. Just look to the fact that our brains are wired differently. We are biologically different. So I don't want to be treated the same way than you. And anyhow, and I accept the fact that I'm vulnerable. Just look to the domestic violence stats, right? It's much more common men being violent,
women,
being aggressive towards women than the opposite. Of course, because you are stronger, because you can, really take.
All right, so I think we've listened to enough of this to prove my point. Orson Welles does a better job of explaining it in that 3 minutes than I did over 30 minutes. And also, I think Murder by Maestro is off doing more research now, but I sent him a DM to let him know that in light... See, I sometimes see things very clearly, and with that Innocence Project, I had some sense of what it is. But as I look at more of the operations they ran, now I'm starting to wonder what that whole Innocence Project is and whether it's more than just protecting certain people, whether it's like they work on certain cases because it will rile up domestic strife. And remember, like, the church committee was pretty clear. Maybe we should watch a little bit of the church committee. I think we can watch it. So a lot of these, what I like is a lot of these documentaries are available for us to watch. There's only a few documentaries that when we watch, I have to actually get rid of them. But I have a pretty good list, and I do a pretty good job of finding the ones that we're able to watch. Now, the documentary that I want to watch is about the church committee, because I think it all kind of ties together to this question of, and I know people don't want to deal with it. It has nothing to do with Freemasonry or pre-Christianity or occultism. That's all very interesting, but that's more like an analysis of the checkerboards and things like that. I don't believe that has anything to do, and I don't think it ever came up in the context of our analysis of the jury. But I do think that we're dealing with, domestic intelligence agencies. I've said it for a while. I think it happened to permeate to the surface regarding this Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial jury in a way that was, quite insidious. But I want to talk a little bit about the church committee. I want to look at what the church committee looked into. I want to talk about the role of domestic intelligence. And listen, this has been covered on everything from PBS to Channel 4 to major documentaries. The church committee is one of those things where when you really learn about what they were doing domestically and what CONTELAPRO is, it'll give you a different perspective, I think, rightfully so, on how these ops might work. So let's listen to some church committee testimony. I really find this interesting. If you're not as interested in the intelligence component aspect of this, I apologize. We clearly have firm indication by virtue of the juror's father-in-law. We have literal documentation that there might be intelligence involvement here. And then second of all, Murder by Maestro is right to point out whatever, even though I didn't mean to jump down Murder by Maestro's throat a little bit, but I got a little worried national security was threatened. but what my real insight was that whatever the Innocence Project is, okay, it clearly has ties to intelligence because Murder by Maestro found some documents about the guy's brother. It's all very interesting. So this whole thing, this whole apparatus around Karen Reed isn't really about Karen Reed. It's not really about about Alan Jackson. It's really, I think, about the intelligence community, but the question is why? And it can't be that Karen Reed is a valuable asset. I don't believe that. Maybe she became one, but it started, I think, because it was useful for the DOJ to have a cover investigation to investigate the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. And then, to make this even more interesting, when you circle around on it another layer, you realize Josh Levy and that old DOJ would have had all the incentive in the world to, get a not guilty verdict for Karen based on how they behaved in the first trial, like helping ARCA evade the state court sequester order, helping ARCA hide payments and contacts with Reed's team from Judge Cannoni and state prosecutors. Of course, if they got desperate, then the second trial would have been more than just helping them like that, because the federal probe was closed, obviously, and announced as closed in January of 2025. And the ARCA documents were released by Leah Foley that led Hank Brennan to find out about how the DOJ was mucking around. That's some serious reputational damage. Okay, what's the best way to get back? Run intelligence operatives onto the jury. Let's take a look at the history of what the CIA had, the intelligence agencies did. And I want to point out these are congressional hearings. I'm not showing anything here that was not talked about publicly in the Congress, and then also covered extensively on PBS. This was 1975 through 1976, and maybe it fell out of the national consciousness. But I want to watch it because it's starting to become really relevant, and I think the intelligence component of this has definitely brought. It's noticed, okay? People are talking about it. I think a lot of people. I've talked to some people who are very smart, who know what they're talking about, and they're not telling me I'm wrong. So let's listen to this. Let's learn about what the intelligence agencies did back in the 70s, and let's see if that'll give us some indication back then. And we obviously learned about the Crazy Horse too, but let's see if this will give us some better insight into maybe what's going on here.
So the war was brought home, and the techniques of destruction that had become involved in the fight against communist intelligence services or Nazi intelligence services overseas were, by the admission of the man who was in charge of these programs, brought home and used against the American citizens. And there is no better example of that than the language and the activity used against the so-called black nationalist hate groups, which I remind you again included such nonviolent and gentle movements as the Southern Christian Leadership Conference and the New Left.
From Washington, NPAC presents a special report on the United States Senate's investigation of the FBI. Now, here is NPAC correspondent Paul Duke.
Good evening. The Senate Intelligence Committee opened its hearings today on the domestic surveillance activities of the FBI. The session produced several shocking disclosures that the FBI may have tried to persuade civil rights leader Martin Luther King to commit suicide because it regarded King as a dangerous man, that the agency spied on a women's liberation group, believing it might be subversive in some fashion, that it freely employed the tactics of snooping, sabotage, and other forms of skullduggery in harassing civil rights, black liberation, and leftist groups. In the process, illegally tapping telephones, printing false information, using fake press credentials, even sending out phony letters to try to break up marriages. All of this came out in today's testimony, shedding a great deal of documented new light on FBI management under J. Edgar Hoover. A House committee also investigating the Bureau heard a former FBI agent testify today that the agency has now become, as he put it, a degenerate dictatorship from which public support is being rapidly withdrawn. We've long heard about the FBI in peace and war, and tonight we hear about the FBI in trouble. For the next hour, we'll show you videotaped highlights of today's 4.5 hours of Senate testimony. We'll also provide commentary by two men who have closely followed the FBI's activities. Sanford Unger, Washington editor for the Atlantic Monthly, whose book on the agency will be published soon, and Nicholas Horrock, investigative reporter for the New York Times. Today's hearing climaxed 6 months of investigation by the committee. The catalog of abuses was given by Chief Counsel F.A.O. Schwartz and Assistant Chief Counsel Kurt Smothers, who took the unusual way of sitting in the witness chair to tell what they had found. Here is how it went as Committee Chairman Frank Church began the hearing.
There has never been a full public accounting of FBI domestic intelligence operations. Therefore, this committee has undertaken such an investigation. Its purpose is not to impair the FBI's legitimate law enforcement and counter-espionage functions, but rather to evaluate domestic intelligence according to the standards of the Constitution and the statutes of our land. If fault is to be found, it does not rest in the Bureau alone. It is to be found also in the long line of attorneys general, presidents, and congresses who have failed, who have given power, rather, and responsibility to the FBI but have failed to give it adequate guidance, direction, and control. Information is a powerful resource. One of the FBI's most significant features is its system for efficient processing, filing, and retrieving of the data it gathers. The potential dangers in this system are obvious. Today we are here to review the major findings of our full investigation of FBI domestic intelligence, including the COINTEL program and other programs aimed at domestic targets, FBI surveillance of law-abiding citizens and groups, political abuses of FBI intelligence, and several specific cases of unjustified intelligence operations. These hearings have one overriding objective: the development of sufficient information for Congress to legislate appropriate standards for the FBI.
After the senators' opening statement, Schwartz and Smothers began their presentation of the FBI irregularities, detailing the broad surveillance activities of the Bureau, mainly in the 1960s, and giving some notable examples.
In the area of what they characterize as the New Left, an example of the overbreadth of the requirements for information laid on the field can be found in the document that's at 13-1 of your books. And in this document, the director of the FBI issued an instruction to all special agents of the Bureau as to the kind of information that he wanted them to collect and report on. Now, the number of items in the report are in letters from A through R and numbers under each one of those entries. I will just refer to a couple of the specific examples of what the FBI agents are required to report into the field. In the area of finances, who are the so-called angels for the group? In the area of publications, describe all the publications. In the area of religion, the policy of what the organization relating to its approach to religion, and any vehement statements made against religious bodies by leaders. Conversely, any statements of support for the movement by religious groups or individuals. In the area of political activities, any and all political activities in which so-called New Left leaders are involved, and details relating to their position taken on political matters, including efforts to influence public opinion, the electorate, and government bodies. In the area of education, all information concerning courses given, together with any educational outline, and together with what is the assigned or suggested reading. In the area of so-called social reform, all information on activities in connection with demonstrations aimed at social reform, whatever that may be. In the area of labor, all information, including all...
All right, hold on. I found something even more interesting. I found the actual hearing. Turns out this is not a very easy hearing to find. They don't just have the church committee hearing index, but the guy you were just listening to is FAO Schwartz, and I believe this is the hearing. So let's go ahead and thank you to C-SPAN, who actually has the hearing itself. So let's look at it. This was hard to find.
Who are most at...
1 second.
Remember that profoundly.
Therefore, this committee, its
use of power.
There has never been a full public accounting of FBI domestic intelligence operations. Therefore, this committee has undertaken such an investigation. Its purpose is not to impair the FBI's legitimate law enforcement and counter-espionage functions, but rather to evaluate domestic intelligence according to the standards of the Constitution and the statutes of our land. If fault is to be found, it does not rest in the Bureau alone. It is to be found also in the long line of attorneys general, presidents, and congresses who have given power, rather, and responsibility to the FBI, but have failed to give it adequate guidance, direction, and control. Information is a powerful resource. One of the FBI's most significant features is its system for efficient processing, filing, and retrieving of the data it gathers. The potential dangers in this system are obvious. Today we are here to review the major findings of our full investigation of FBI domestic intelligence, including the COINTEL program and other programs aimed at domestic targets, FBI surveillance of law-abiding citizens and groups, political abuses of FBI intelligence, and several specific cases of unjustified intelligence operations. These hearings have one overriding objective.
Whoa, murder by maestro. Is that, are you serious? Wait a minute. Karen Read has a direct tie to the Innocence Project? Whoa. So I just want to say, murder by maestro, doesn't this give you the ring that maybe the Innocence Fraud Project and Karen and whatever, maybe they all have ties to the intelligence community? I mean, this FBI video, the church committee, is very interesting, and I hope the volume's up loud enough now, but let's keep listening. I'm thinking, first of all, Murder by Maestro is a genius. Second of all, I think we're starting to get very close to what actually happened.
The development of sufficient information for Congress to legislate appropriate standards for the FBI.
After the senator's opening statement, Schwartz and Smothers began their presentation of the FBI irregularities, detailing the broad surveillance activities of the Bureau, mainly in the 1960s, and giving some notable examples.
In the area of what they characterize as the New Left, an example of the overbreadth of the requirements for information laid on the field can be found in the document that's at 13-1 of your books. And in this document, the director of the FBI issued an instruction to all special agents of the Bureau as to the kind of information that he wanted them to collect and report on.
Pause. I think I might have something even better. Hold on. Let me make sure this isn't the same clip. Hold on. Oh, it is the same clip. All right, let's continue.
Now, the number of items in the report are in letters from A through R and numbers under each one of those entries. I will just refer to a couple of the specific examples of what the FBI agents are required to report into the field. In the area of finances, who are the so-called angels for the group? In the area of publications, describe all the publications. In the area of religion, the policy of what the organization relating to its approach to religion, and any vehement statements made against religious bodies by leaders. Conversely, any statements of support for the movement by religious groups or individuals. In the area of political activities, any and all political activities in which so-called New Left leaders are involved, and details relating to their position taken on political matters, including efforts to influence public opinion, the electorate, and government bodies. In the area of education, all information concerning courses given, together with any educational outline, and together with what is the assigned or suggested reading. In the area of so-called social reform, all information on activities in connection with demonstrations aimed at social reform, whatever that may be. In the area of labor, all information, including all activity in the labor field. With respect to the public appearance of leaders, the identity of any leader who makes a public appearance on radio and television, and who appears before groups, for example, labor, church, and minority groups. And in connection with such appearances, the identity of the group, sponsoring the speaker, and a succinct summary of the subject matter discussed. In the area of mass media, influence of the New Left on mass media, and any indications of support of the New Left by the mass media. A wholly comprehensive listing of everything those people thought or did on any subject you can imagine they're having a concern with. Taking as a next example of how the intelligence desire seeks out information of scarcely relevant to subjects that we had thought the Bureau was concerned with. In the area of women's liberation, report after report about meetings of women who got together to talk about their problems. Now, how the Bureau got this information is not entirely clear, but it's apparently by informants. So we have informants running all over the country, checking up about what housewives are talking about in their efforts to decide whether women should have a different role in the society. Reports on particular women who said why they had come to the meeting and how she felt oppressed, sexually or otherwise. Reports on such important matters as the release of white mice by women at a protest demonstration. Reports on such other important matters as the women's liberation movement is interested in zapping the Miss America pageant at Atlantic City by protesting the standards and well, whatever they protest in Atlantic City.
No, that was okay. They were protesting. Hold on. They were protesting, I think, the bikini contest. Women protest Miss America pageant 1970s. It was. I remember reading about. It was 1968. And did you hear how? And look at the senator laughing. And did you see how even FAO Schwartz, the general counsel, was laughing? This is what the protest was actually about. No, sorry, that isn't it. Oh, yeah, no, 50 years ago. So it was literally like, this is that famous protest. They were throwing their bras. This was that. And he was like, whatever they were protesting. And it sparked a feminist revolution. As women organized the first protest against Miss America, they were responding not only to the pageant and its antiquated misogynistic attitudes towards women and beauty, but also how did the U.S. as a whole treated women. The 1968 uprising was conceived by a radical feminist named Carol Hanisch, who popularized the phrase, "the personal is political." Disrupting the beauty pageant, she thought, in the summer of the year just might be the way to bring the fledgling women's liberation movement into the public arena. Like so many things, it began as a marketing scheme held in Atlantic City just after Labor Day. It started in 21 as a way for newspapers to increase their circulation and for the resorts businesses to extend their profitable summer season. Newspapers across the country held contests judging photographs of young women, and the winners came to Atlantic City for a competition where they were evaluated on personality and social graces. There was no equivocating women's beauty. White women's beauty was a tool. Since its inception, the pageant has evolved in some ways and not so much in others. It was an obvious target. On August 22nd, they issued a press release inviting women of every political persuasion to Atlantic City. On September 7th, they would protest the image of Miss America, an image that oppresses women in every area to which it purports to represent us, and they would feature a freedom trash can into which women could throw away all the physical manifestations of women's oppression, such as bras, girdles, curlers, false eyelashes, wigs, and representative issues of Cosmopolitan, Ladies' Home Journal, Family Circle, etc. And they also wanted to boycott companies whose products were used in or sponsored the pageant. Many reporters would not be allowed to interview protesters, which remains one of the loveliest details of the protest. This was like the start of the women's rights movement. Listen to how this guy refers to them. He's just like, whatever those women were doing up there in Atlantic City.
Why they had come to the meeting and how she felt oppressed, sexually or otherwise. Reports on such important matters as the release of white mice by women at a protest demonstration. Reports on such other important...
Karen also has way more money than just what's in her Give, Send, Go or her fundraiser. She got a lot of donations directly to Venmo or through third-party fundraisers. There's something going on.
Important matters as the women's liberation interested in zapping the Miss America pageant at Atlantic City by protesting the standards and well, whatever they protest in Atlantic City.
Did you see how he described that? What a malicious, like, even this guy who's like trying to audit the FBI is like laughing about the women's protest in '68 when it was like went down in history as the foundation of the women's movement. This man.
My favorite example, in the Baltimore Women's Liberation Movement, in a document which was sent not only to the FBI, this one's at tab 5.4, not only to the FBI, but to 3 military agencies for some reason, a document in which there's a long discussion of the origins, aims, and purposes of the group, its location, its pamphlets, and in concluding on the purposes of the group, comes up with such important findings as they wanted a purpose, and that was to free women from the humdrum existence of being only a wife and mother. They wanted equal opportunities that men have in work and society, and so forth. Nothing to do with violence, nothing to do with these labels of subversion and extremism. And what's the conclusion on the document? Quotes, "We'll continue to follow and report the activities of the women's liberation movement."
Not all of the information collected by the agency was stashed away in some musty file. Much of it was turned over to White House aides, and much of it was used for political purposes.
There was an indication in the '64 Democratic Convention that violence may erupt. And the Bureau was called upon to supply information regarding the potential for violence, assumingly both on a federal level and to assist local law enforcement officials. In addition to that, after infiltration...
Hold on, I have to figure out who had the Senate majority. Which party had the Senate majority in 1975? I want to say it was the Republicans, but there might have been some blowback. Oh, it was the Democrats. Yeah, I was going to say. So it looks like the Senate. So this is the Republican Minority Council, and FAO Schwartz is the Democrat Council. And it means Smothers is more likely to point out something the Democrats did wrong. Schwartz is more likely to point out something the Republicans did wrong.
The challenge plan of the Mississippi to the Mississippi Convention, the plans of those who were challenging the official delegation.
Oh, okay. So this, I know what Smothers. I know a lot about this actually. So Karen is negotiating the rights to her story. The publishing rights are being rep by the top. Okay, so Karen, just in today in Variety, the publishing rights to Karen Reid's story are being rep by top literary agent Luke Janklow of Janklow and Nasbit. CAA is representing the firm's the film television rights. CAA is huge. Do you understand CAA is one of the biggest talent representative agencies in the entire world? Listen, everything is riding on this. If they get fucked and it comes out that this jury was poisoned, people are going to lose millions, hundreds of millions. And it's too late now because everybody knows. It's all reported up the chain. Listen, hundreds of millions of dollars are at stake. That's why people are like, Grant, why are you staying on this? Why are you analyzing this? And by the way, did you hear a little bit about what the FBI was doing, like running propaganda and media? Let me tell you what Smothers is talking about. So, Lily White delegation protest, Mississippi, 64. There was the Mississippi delegation was like a Dixiecrat, like Lily White delegation. And so there was something called the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, and you can tell Smothers doesn't really want to get into it, but I'll get into it because I know what it is. And when the Mississippi, the Democratic Party in Mississippi were Dixiecrats, like they weren't Democrats back then. They were more closer to Republicans. It's complicated, but anyway, the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, as you can see up on your screen, this is what Charles Smothers is talking about. In '64, they basically tried to send their own. In 1964, the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party was founded. It was open to everyone of all races. They decided to challenge the seating of the so-called regular state party, which which was the Lily White delegation, at the National Party's convention being planned for August in Atlantic City with the help of thousands of young volunteers who came to Mississippi in Freedom Summer of '64. The MFDP slowly built up its membership and organized parallel precinct, county, and regional meetings. This culminated in a state convention to select delegates. The 68-person delegation included a wide variety of activists, including E.W. Stentlope, Fannie Lou Hamer, Victoria Gray, Annie Devine, Hartman Tubro, and Hazel Palmer. They were hopeful of traveling to Atlantic City, but nonetheless, counteraction by President Lyndon Johnson, seeking a peaceful, non-controversial contention and fearful of a Dixiecrat walkout, battered MFDP supporters. Threats were made against supporters in line for federal appointments, and United Automobile leader Walter Reuther threatened to withhold money from Martin Luther King's SCLC. Finally, a compromise was announced by then Minneapolis Attorney General Walter Mondale. 2 seats for the MFDP and a full seating of the so-called Lily White delegation. No discussion had been held with the MFDP about the compromise. They rejected it after a parade of civil rights leaders and other liberals urged acceptance. We didn't come all this way for no 2 seats since all of us is tired, said Ms. Hamer. For all this, the MFDP campaigned for the Johnson-Humphrey ticket in the fall, and their efforts at the Atlantic City Convention forced reforms in the National Democratic Party that expanded the participation of women and minorities going forward. So he didn't exactly explain what was going on there. Let's listen to that again.
Assist local law enforcement officials. In addition to that, after infiltration of various groups, the challenge plan of the Mississippi Convention, the plans of those who were challenging the official delegation, were developed by the FBI and submitted to the White House through a White House staffer. The plans of Dr. King, the plans of CORE, the plans of SNCC with respect to activities at the convention were also communicated, both as they related to efforts to disrupt as well as general political strategy at the convention. This was accomplished really through a complete infiltration of these groups. And when it became apparent, as in the case of the Mississippi Challenge, that it might be politically expedient to have some information to discredit the group, the FBI provided that also by providing some bookkeeping data on the organization and its funding sources. We see the same kind of unofficial dissemination occur after the critics of the Warren Commission began to surface.
Oh.
And the White House is a bit concerned about these persons who are criticizing the Warren Commission.
Hold on, you realize that was the Lyndon Johnson White House, and a lot of people think Johnson set the Warren Commission up like as a fraud, and so this is saying that the FBI became and remember, it was Johnson who was worried about the delegation, the Mississippi Freedom delegation coming up to Atlantic City in '64 because he thought it would force a Dixiecrat walkout. So listen, this is intense. I am learning a lot right now. Oh, and by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I heard we might have an interview with Harvard Yard coming up it looks like it's going to be around 5 p.m. Eastern, ladies and gentlemen, and that'll probably be the end of our broadcast day today, unless there's any breaking news. So after this very interesting analysis of the FBI's domestic operations in the 70s and earlier, and then Karen is admitting to it. I struggled for over 3 years to overcome this power of corruption, eliciting help from eventually the federal government. Well, yeah, Murder by Maestro. We know Murder by Maestro that Karen Reed walked into Josh Levy's office in November of 2022. We've always known that, right? But the question that I asked Karen in my walk and talks with her before was, how did she walk into the federal government's, and she said it's been obvious before, how did she walk into Josh Levy's office in November of 2022? They didn't reach out to her. She reached out to them. We know that. She solicited it. How? But yes, that's an explosive quote. Murder by Maestro. Explosive quote. No, and so she didn't struggle for 3 years. She reached out. She's misleading the article. She reached out for help from Josh Levy in November of 2022. November, that was John O'Keefe's death was in January 29th. Karen was charged and brought to court on February 2nd. John O'Keefe's death was on January 29th, 2022. Okay? She went to the feds by November of that year. So she didn't wait 3 years. She didn't eventually go to the feds. She went to the feds first after 8 months. After 8 months. Before any of this even really started. 8 months in. Oh, goodness. Oh, yeah, she's getting a book deal. But the thing is, we're not even sure that this verdict was legitimate. I'm almost certain it was an intelligence operation and that there's something that's going to come out because it touched on some stuff it shouldn't have, the way the operatives were ran. But let's keep listening.
To gather information on those persons, information which extended to their personal lives, indeed down to and including sex activities. The name check process was often used as a basis of getting a clearer fix on people who had begun to criticize the administration. In several cases, we've identified news correspondents at major networks who apparently at one point or another earned the White House's ire and were the subject of name checks. The number of reporters from major newspapers, many of the names there pop up immediately after revelations or accusations about misconduct or the activities of...
Contact who, Murder by Maestro? The DOJ's press office? No, not right now.
The White House. We even got to the point where the name check process was used as a basis to gather the views or information on private citizens who have objected to Vietnam policy, and this information was subsequently distributed to persons who may be in a position to point out adverse information in the individual's background. This took the...
Whoa, doesn't that sound a lot like Turtle Boy? Whoa!
Was used as a basis to gather the views or information on private citizens who have objected to Vietnam policy, and this information was subsequently distributed to persons who may be in a position to point out adverse information in the individual's background. This took the form, for example, of going to political figures and saying to those figures, if you have an occasion to comment upon so-and-so, you might want to have this information. We will talk a little more about that when we come to COINTELPRO activities. The use, though, in a political arena virtually covered the spectrum. In one case, we will deduce information regarding the FBI's reported efforts to influence the Speaker of the House regarding a prominent civil rights figure, using information that had been gained through various investigative techniques and accomplishing this unofficial, over lunch kind of dissemination.
A footnote on the 1964 Democratic Convention. A technique which was used there was the furnishing to the FBI of false press credentials by one of the major networks, which the FBI then used in order to insert itself as a bogus newsman into legitimate discussions of political persons and protest groups.
Are you telling me news organizations have been giving the FBI fake credentials? All right. Who among my colleagues is a FBI agent or some kind of undercover operative? Come on. Sue O'Connell. Sue, is it you?
And acquire information concerning their plans, pretending to be a reporter, and in fact acquiring it for the purposes of the Bureau and transmission to higher authority. Now, turning to COINTELPRO. COINTELPRO is a abbreviation of the words Counterintelligence Program. COINTELPRO is the name for the effort by the Bureau to destroy people and to destroy organizations, or as they use the words, disrupt and neutralize.
And in pursuit of this goal, FBI agents used a wide range of weapons, disseminating misinformation, creating animosities, and generally spreading havoc among the target groups.
One of the other techniques utilized was to destroy the job or family life. And family life was a particularly opportune target in the Bureau's view, and played on some fairly tender sensitivities. Without mention of the name reflected therein, if you look at tab 9-4 of your books, you will see the Bureau's report on a COINTELPRO effort against a white female who was involved as an officer in what is defined as a local black activist group. The way to discredit or neutralize this leader was to take attention away from activities of the group by creating another kind of distraction. The distraction read as follows: Dear Mrs. Blank, look, man, I guess your old lady doesn't get enough at home. Mr. Blank, I'm sorry, letters to her husband. Or she wouldn't be shucking and jiving with our black men in action, you dig? Like all she wants to integrate is the bedroom, and us black sisters ain't gonna take no second best for our men. So lay it on her, man, or get her the hell out of blank. It's signed a soul sister. A particularly effective technique, as reflected by the memorandum, it did succeed in distracting her.
Bureau agents were told to attack the New Left by disinformation and misinformation, and I will give you 6 quick examples of what was done pursuant to that program. There was a body called the National Mobilization Committee to End the War in Vietnam. At the time of the Democratic National Convention in 1968, that body attempted to obtain housing in Chicago for demonstrators who would come to the convention. The FBI local office in Chicago obtained 217 of those forms and filled them out with fictitious names and addresses of persons who purported falsely to have houses in which the demonstrators could stay. The tactic had its designed effect because, according to FBI documents, the persons who went out to look for these houses made, quotes, long and useless journeys to locate the addresses, and the effort to find housing was canceled. And what effect that had upon the attitude of the persons who were there in Chicago and what contribution that made to what happened thereafter, I suppose we'll never know. Precisely the same tactic and program was carried out by the Bureau with respect to the 1969 presidential inauguration, where they again filled out false housing forms to confuse and disrupt efforts by persons coming to Washington to find places to stay. During those same 1969 inauguration ceremonies, the Washington field office of the FBI discovered that persons who were attempting to coordinate and control the demonstrations, there were marshals, and this committee has examined in executive session Mr. Eagle Crow, who was responsible for coordinating law enforcement at that demonstration, and he has told us that the marshals of the demonstrators were a very useful and helpful group of persons in order to keep the demonstration orderly. Now, what did the FBI do? They found out what citizen band was being used for walkie-talkies, and they used that citizen band to supply the marshals with misinformation, and pretending to be a unit of the National Mobilization to End the War in Vietnam, countermanded the orders issued by the movement. In 1967, there was a rally in Washington protesting the Vietnam War. A newspaper in New York City indicated that its contribution to this rally was to be the symbolic act of dropping flowers on the Pentagon. And the newspaper put an ad in the newspaper asking for a pilot who could help them do that. The Federal Bureau of Investigation answered the ad, and it kept up the pretense that it was a genuine pilot up to the point when the publisher of the newspaper showed up with 200 pounds of flowers and there was no one there to fly the plane.
The most dramatic testimony today involved the surveillance of Martin Luther King. The committee staffers described in detail attempts to discredit and to destroy King, to try to turn his followers against him, even to find another idol for black Americans. Martin Luther King was and is a national hero to millions, but to J. Edgar Hoover, he was a dangerous man who would wreck the country.
By January of '62, Mr. Hoover has already typed Dr. King as no good. Hoover is particularly disturbed after, in 1963, it became clear that the concept of nonviolence was gaining adherence, a adherence to be made even more clear by the time the March on Washington came around. This development of the concept of nonviolent confrontation or nonviolent protest was seen as a threat to law enforcement and something the Bureau was indeed unhappy about. This was aided, apparently, by what the Bureau regarded as Dr. King's direct attacks on Mr. Hoover and the Bureau. And the public controversy was pretty much full-blown at the time, in 1963, when Mr. Sullivan, who should be able to give us some assistance on this matter, communicates to Mr. Hoover a plan for dealing with Dr. Martin Luther King. Quoting from a memorandum, the plan here is to completely discredit Dr. King by, quote, taking him off his pedestal and to reduce him completely in influence. In its effort to reduce Dr. King in influence, to take him off his pedestal and to change, if you will, his image before the masses, we began to get some insight into the thought process of the FBI at this time. The thinking was that this would not be a terribly difficult task. The memo indicated, for example, that this can be done and will be done. Obviously, confusion will reign, particularly among the Negro people. The Negroes will be left without a national leader of sufficiently compelling personality to steer them in the proper direction. So the FBI decided that if they were going to take King off his pedestal, it was a part of their task to find and bring into prominence a new, quote, national Negro leader.
After the March on Washington, there was an acceleration. He was defined because of his speech in that demonstration in Washington as the most dangerous and effective leader in the country, and there was a paper battle within the Bureau as to how best to attack him, and he was attacked. After Time magazine named him as Man of the Year, again, the Bureau finds that reprehensible, believes it must attack and destroy. When he was given the Nobel Prize, again, they seek to discredit Dr. King with the persons who welcomed him back from that award. When he began to speak out against the Vietnam War, there's a new crescendo of efforts by the Bureau to discredit and destroy Dr. King. When the Poor People's Campaign took place, once again, they go after Dr. King. And their activity to go after Dr. King didn't even cease when he died, because as Congress began to consider the question of whether or not Dr. King's birthday should be made a national holiday, the Bureau developed plans to call in friendly congressmen for off-the-record briefings concerning King in the hopes that those congressmen could keep any such bill from being reported out of committee. The period surrounding the March on Washington and directly following it is particularly revealing. A report was written for the director by his chief intelligence officer, reporting that the Communist Party, in fact, for 40 years had been trying to control the Negro movement, and that it had always failed, and that its efforts in connection with the March on Washington were infinitesimal. This was not accepted by the director of the FBI. He found that thinking wrong, unacceptable, and said that it must be changed, and it was changed. And then we find paper coming in which the lower-level people in the FBI apologize for having misunderstood matters, and on they go with this effort to discredit, and start they do the bugs on Dr. King. The FBI sought to prevent the Pope from meeting with Dr. King. It intervened with a cardinal.
Prevent the Pope?
The Pope.
From meeting with Dr. King?
It did. And when the Pope, despite that effort, did meet with Dr. King, the FBI documents record the adverb astounding.
Must have been Pope John, was it?
It was in 1964. Now, someone's got to help me on that. Who was the Pope?
Now, you want to know what's interesting? I think I know what, and by the way, I have to go get some water in a second, but I think I know what he's talking about there. It was Pope John Paul. Oh my God, that might have been in Boston. Oh, okay, hold on. No, that was 79. Pope America visit 1964. Let's figure out what he said. 64, right? Hold on one second. It was 1965, and it was Pope Paul VI. Hold on one second.
Been Pope John, was it?
No, Pope Paul VI.
It was in 1964.
1965. It was October 4th, 1965. And I want to see if I can get video of it for you, so give me 1 second. Because apparently he met with, the Pope met with Martin Luther King, and it really upset the Bureau. So, and what are you going to do? It's the frickin' Pope. I got it. I got the video. Oh, this is incredible. Oh, towel friends, listen. This is like a history class sometimes for me and for you. I found the video of Martin Luther King meeting with the Pope. Oh, this is so fascinating. Thank you all for going through this with me. We do have about a 5 p.m. Eastern interview coming up with Harvard Yad. We just have to get through this documentary, and I'm not doing this gratuitously. I'm very, very, very interested in this, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm listening to this committee testimony from the Senate committee, and I'm kind of doing some real-time research as we watch, and let me just tell you, it is absolutely fascinating. We learned from Orson Welles a little bit about cold reading. We saw a James Randi clip, of course, and now I'm just loading up this video of Martin Luther King meeting with the Pope. So give Tal a second here. There we go. It should be transferring now, so we should be getting it in a few minutes. I think this is one of the first times that I've done this kind of live analysis, but this is the moment. The FBI apparently really didn't want this to happen, and the Pope ignored it.
Rewarding, fruitful, and amicable audience with Pope Paul. I think the audience was most significant in that Pope Paul made it palpably clear that he is a friend of the Negro people, and he wanted me to make it clear that he is committed to the cause of civil rights and the cause of justice taking place in the United States. In fact, he opened the conference by saying that he was aware of my work, and he wanted me to know that he is aware of all of the developments taking place in the United States, and that he is a friend of the Negro people and a friend of the cause of civil rights. He also asked me to take greetings back to the Negroes engaged in the struggle for freedom in America, and to make it clear to them that he is remembering them daily in his prayers, and that he wishes God's blessings upon all of us in this struggle. If Mr. Goldwater is elected president, we will see some very dark days in the United States, and I'm afraid we would move down the path of fascism. There's no way to deal with this problem but to be honest. I'm not predicting, I'm not advocating a night of social disruption. Neither am I setting forth a threat. But as a social analyst, I must admit that if Mr. Goldwater is elected president of the United States, we will probably see much more violence, growing out of the discontent, the restlessness, and the frustration of people caught in poverty-stricken positions and people who are caught in oppressive positions of racial injustice.
Okay, first of all, that's amazing to get to watch Martin Luther King Jr. speak. Second of all, we're hearing, let's see, what has Karen Reed been up to? Second of all, I heard a lot about Martin Luther King being nonviolent, but that was a dog whistle to violence, okay? What's also weird is he was clearly a Democrat. He was encouraging people to vote for Johnson. I mean, that was, 60, going into 60, it was in 64. So Kennedy was already assassinated. Oh, goodness. All right, got a new post here from the Hollywood Reporter. It went up just about 12:02. Oh, it looks like it's paywalled. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me see if I can get it. Okay, so here's, I got the Karen Reed movie deal is in the works, ladies and gentlemen. Let me show it to you on the screen. Give me 1 second. Just got this from the Hollywood Reporter coming across, and I'm going to try to show it to you right now. This is from the Hollywood Reporter. So I'm going to try to bring it up on your screen. Hold on 1 second. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The title of the article, I'm bringing it up on your screen right now. The title of the article is, it says, oh, hold on, let me scroll up for you. Let's see. The title of the article is Karen Reed inks deal to develop screen adaptation of murder case. Oh no, ladies and gentlemen, this is very, very bad. This means that she's, like, while this stuff is still going on to determine what happened with the jury, she has a deal, a movie deal for the murder case. Killers of the Flower Moon producer LBI Entertainment is behind a scripted project, and CAA is repping rights for Reed, who was acquitted of second-degree murder. Scripted adaptation of the Karen Reed murder case, which ended in recent acquittal, is in the works. LBI Productions is partnering with Reed and her lead defense attorney, Alan Jackson, to develop a scripted project chronicling the case that ignited national media attention. The project promises details of the Reed story not yet disclosed to the public, producers said. CAA is representing the film and TV rights. On June 18th, the jury found her not guilty. The same jury found her guilty of OUI. Hold on 1 second. This just ran in the Hollywood Reporter, ladies and gentlemen, but it is being a little frustrating. All right, come on now. So this obviously is the news that was just breaking in the Hollywood Reporter. I think this was just coming over the wires, I believe, about 12 o'clock Eastern. We are going to go back to watching our C-SPAN hearing related to the FBI CONTELAPRO, because a lot of the tactics, although it was in the 70s, somebody got it earlier, a lot of them seem very eerily similar to what was deployed in the Reed case, although just in modern form. All right, hold on, little towels. This Hollywood Reporter site is a little resource intensive, but I'll get it. Hold on, little towels. I'll figure it out. Might just because one of the ads is annoying. All right, hold on. I'm just gonna get rid of this. All right. Yeah, no. Already closed you, so too late now. All right, so let's go back over here. We're not going to actually watch the MLK video again. We're going to go back to the church committee. This is obviously very interesting. Karen Read has, of course, just announced, or at least it came out in the Hollywood Reporter, that Karen Read has inked her film deal with Alan Jackson. Obviously, folks knew this was in the works. She is being repped by CAA, ladies and gentlemen. Karen Read being repped by CAA. Now, we are watching, if you're just tuning in, we're watching, hello, Housewives and True Crime, hello, Napa Valley German Shepherd Rescue, hello, Laura Lee Dixon, hello, and you're a super towel. What we are watching, if you're just tuning in and you're saying, Grant, why are we learning about the FBI's COINTELPRO activities in the 60s and 70s? Well, it turns out that they kind of parallel a little bit of what was deployed in the Read case. And I think a lot of people are starting to see it. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, I am, it's Tawayas. Laura Lee Dixon, Toallas, Toallas. Yo soy una toalla. Yo estoy una toalla. I am both permanently a characteristic of soul, a towel, as a permanent characteristic of soul, a towel, and I am both temporarily a towel. There you go. Soy una toalla. All right, let's watch a little bit more because I think we're learning a lot about what the... Just so you know, it's really hard. You can't just, find the church committee hearings. Go try to find the November 18th, 1975 church committee hearing in full. You can't. There's this one video on C-SPAN 3 that redid some of that, reproduced it. And I got to say, ladies and gentlemen, it is amazing to be able to get this level of insight. For the next 10 minutes, I got to go grab some water. So you all hold down the fort while we watch. I'll listen on my radio. But oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, spell for me or else I'll never learn. Okay, so hold on. How do you spell towels in Spanish? Hold on, Aisha. This is what we do on this stream. Someone has a question, we answer it. How to spell towels in Spanish? Okay, ready? Ready? I got this for you. We are doing towel. Oh my goodness, look at that super towel emoji. Look at that super towel emoji from Laura Lee from LS. Oh my goodness. Hello, LS. I'm a super towel. That emoji is a super towel. Oh my goodness. And it's British pounds. Towels an Anglophile. I absolutely love the city of Bath. I lived behind the Royal Crescent for a while, and I also studied in Oxford for a bit. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that super towel emoji. You don't understand. I love super towel emojis. He's dancing on the screen. He's like, how you doing? Or how's it going? And I'm like, how you doing? I'm a super towel. You're a super towel as well. Ladies and gentlemen, also I have an answer to your question, Laura Lee Dixon, because that super towel is waving at me. He's an adorable super towel emoji. The answer to your question, I believe, was Laura Lee Dixon. Towels in Spanish is spelled Toallas. That's the verb. That is the form for the plural, multiple towels, Toallas. Now, I think a single toalla, una toalla, would be Toalla. Welcome to Towel Spanish lesson. Now let's go back to history lesson class. I hope all you little towels are in your desks taking notes and ready for the quiz later. Yes, there will be a quiz on this material, and I look forward to explaining to you more about how the FBI tactics in the domestic arena work, because I think the church committee hearing is an interesting, although slightly antiquated, insight into the kind of operations which may have been run in the orbit of the John O'Keefe and Karen Read trial. In short, I'm a towel.
Now, someone's got to help me on that. Who was the Pope then? Pope Paul. Was it Pope Paul? In any event, that effort didn't work. The paranoia, the belief that American citizens couldn't deal themselves with Dr. King is indicated by this story. At one point, Governor Rockefeller was planning a trip to Latin America, and the Bureau felt that it had to approach Governor Rockefeller so he was planning to see Dr. King before going, so that he could be warned of what a great danger Dr. King was. This effort went on and on and on. Each time that he was doing something important, there was an effort to discredit him. Each person who the Bureau felt could give further credit, further recognition to Dr. King, an effort to stop that from happening. The Bureau went so far as to mail anonymous letters to Dr. King and his wife, which were mailed shortly before he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. and finishes with this suggestion. King, there is only one thing left for you to do. You know what it is. You have just 34 days in which to do it. This exact number has been selected for a specific reason. It has definite practical significance. It was 34 days before the award. You are done.
If I can interrupt, that was taken by Dr. King to mean a suggestion for suicide, was it not?
That's our understanding, Senator.
Who wrote the letter?
Well, that's a matter of dispute. It was found in the files of Mr. Sullivan, who was the assistant director of the FBI and was heavily involved in these programs. He claims that it's a plant in his files and that someone else in the Bureau, in fact, wrote the document. The document which was found is a draft of the letter, which was the anonymous letter which was actually sent.
Is there any dispute that the letter did in fact come from the FBI?
We've heard no dispute of that.
One thing that is very clear as we examine the King information is that the FBI has not only presumed to know an awful lot about the movement which Dr. King headed, but that many of its fumbling efforts, many of its failures to convince people that Dr. King should be discredited, was born out of the ignorance and, if you will, the very clear racism at large then in the agency. A particularly revealing aspect of the Bureau's approach to the question, even at a time when they were examining the so-called Negro question, is evidenced by the response to a memorandum which then Attorney General Kennedy wrote to Mr. Hoover. Mr. Kennedy wrote a memorandum asking Mr. Hoover how many Negro special agents he had. Mr. Hoover wrote back, "We don't catalog people by race, creed, or color." And now reading from Mr. Sullivan's transcript on the point, it was assumed by Mr. Hoover that this would take care of Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy came back with another very nice letter. That's a little laudatory attitude. You are commended to have it. But I still want to know, how many Negro special agents do you have? So we were in trouble. It so happened that during the war, he had 5 Negro chauffeurs. So he automatically made them special agents. Did not matter whether they finished college or high school or grammar school or had a law degree. So now we wrote back and said we had 5. Then Mr. Kennedy came back and said this was atrocious. At the time, according to Mr. Sullivan, the FBI had 5,500 special agents. Out of that number, 5,500, and you only have 5 Negro agents? Mr. Sullivan again, of course, we did not say in that memorandum that none of them conducted investigations. They were just drivers. This is 1961. Is it any wonder that the FBI was later presumptuous enough to feel that it could determine the next new national Negro leader? It's part of the problem as they attempted to translate the tactics used first against the Communist Party against virtually every perceived enemy as the Bureau looked across the landscape and decided who should be neutralized, discredited, or destroyed.
As we all know, the Bureau was originally set up as a crime-fighting agency. But in 1939, in a directive by President Roosevelt, it assumed a new task of seeing that the country's internal security was maintained in the face of a growing threat from fascism and communism.
In 1939, the FBI had and established an index called the Security Index, which was a list of individuals, both aliens and citizens, I'm now quoting, on whom there is information available to indicate that their presence at liberty in this country in time of war or national emergency would be dangerous to the public peace and safety of the United States government. The documents which notified all FBI offices of such lists and to prepare names indicated that the Bureau should make certain that the fact it was making such investigations does not become known to individuals outside of the Bureau. Nevertheless, the Department of Justice was then informed, and in 1941, the Department of Justice commenced to work with the Bureau on classifying persons as to degree of dangerousness. In 1943, however, the Attorney General then in office, Mr. Biddle, wrote a memorandum for J. Edgar Hoover, in which he instructed J. Edgar Hoover to get rid of the lists and to stamp on each document in which a person had been given a classification for the purpose of being locked up the following legend: "This classification is unreliable. It is hereby canceled and should not be used." Attorney General Biddle told J. Edgar Hoover that after full reconsideration of these classifications, I am satisfied that they serve no useful purpose. There is no statutory authorization or other present justification for keeping a custodial detention list of citizens. The department fulfills its proper functions by investigating the activities of persons who may have violated the law. It is not aided in this work by classifying persons as to dangerousness. Now, within a few days of that instruction, very flat instruction from the Attorney General, the director of the FBI indicated to all FBI agents that the instruction, in effect, indicated that the instruction should not be carried out. He told them that what they should do is simply to change the label on the files from, quote, security matter to, quote, security matter, and from, quotes, custodial detention. And he instructed the agents of the FBI as follows: that the Bureau will also continue to prepare and maintain security index cards. And this was for the same purpose of knowing who the Bureau might lock up. And he further instructed them the fact that the security index and security index cards are prepared and maintained should be considered as strictly confidential and should at no time be alluded to in investigative reports or discussed with agencies or individuals outside the Bureau other than representatives of the military intelligence agencies who were going to be let in on the secret. In 1948, there was a new Attorney General in office, and he, contrary to Attorney General Biddle, who had instructed that this be turned off, the new Attorney General in 1948 instructed the FBI to prepare an emergency detention program following something called the Attorney General's portfolio. This included plans to suspend the writ of habeas corpus. It included ultimately plans for a master warrant of arrest, whereby on the signature of the Attorney General and only that signature and without reference to the courts, thousands of people could be locked up.
Have they continued to maintain these files for lockup purposes?
The key question is your last three words, Senator. They have continued upon the agreement of the Department of Justice to maintain the same files. The numbers have now been reduced to 1,200 persons. The name has been changed to something called the Administrative Index. What purpose that serves and whether it still is used as a reserve list of persons to lock up, I think we're going to have to ask the Bureau, and I can't give you a definitive answer.
Well, for most of the hearing, the members of the Senate committee sat silently listening to the documentation of abuses from staffers Schwartz and Smothers. One senator said he regarded the FBI wrongdoing as more serious than the CIA wrongdoing. All were stunned and appalled by the disclosures, and at day's end, several gave vent to their feelings.
I've been told for years by, among others, some of my own family, that this is exactly what the Bureau was doing all the time. And in my great wisdom and high office, I assured them they were on pot. This just wasn't true. Couldn't happen. They wouldn't do it. What you've described is a series of illegal actions intended squarely to deny First Amendment rights to some Americans. That's what my children have told me was going on. Now, I didn't believe it. The trick now, as I say it, Mr. Chairman, is for this committee to be able to figure out how to persuade the people of this country that indeed it did go on, and how shall we ensure that it never happen again.
And I would hope as we lead to the strengthening of the FBI in the criminal field, we impose very clear and unquestioned limits so that this kind of unrestrained, illegal, secret intimidation and harassment of the essential ability of Americans to participate freely in American political life shall never happen again.
Seems to me that we have moved away from concern by the Bureau for actual actions that might be violent or might be criminal, toward action, toward ideas that might be unpopular or may not be acceptable to some people within the Bureau or perhaps within the administration.
The FBI has never had a statute clearly defining its authority. And after all these many years, this is the first serious congressional investigation of its activities. And we have seen today the dark side of those activities, where many Americans who were not even suspected of crime were not only spied upon, but they were harassed, they were discredited, and at times endangered through the covert operations of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Such revelations place a serious responsibility upon this committee to see to it that that can't happen again.
Rich Schwartz, as a result of the committee's investigation, did you ever learn who wrote that letter to Martin Luther King or who authorized it?
Well, I think it was a man called Sullivan who we examined. Actually, Senator Montail took his deposition up in New Hampshire, and then he died before we could call him at a public hearing. But he was head of the domestic intelligence group under J. Edgar Hoover, and I think he was the person who did it. Whether Hoover himself authorized, I'm certain Hoover would not have objected, because all of the so-called COINTELPRO proposals, like, for example, one in Chicago where the FBI tried to get one black leader to kill another black leader by sending an anonymous letter to the one they wanted to do the killing. But all of those actions were authorized by Hoover, and he would say, okay, go ahead and do it so long as you don't embarrass the Bureau. That was the exact word, so long as you don't embarrass the Bureau, by which, of course, he meant so long as you can keep it secret. But we didn't find internal evidence in the FBI beyond our being certain that Mr. Sullivan had been responsible for producing that letter. We didn't find internal evidence about whether the approval went up to Hoover. A lot of Hoover's documents, the day he died, his famous close secretary and one of his closest aides went through his files and destroyed a lot of them. Fortunately, they didn't destroy everything, and we found an enormous amount. But it may be there was a Hoover approval of the suicide letter, but that was one of the things that was destroyed. I don't know the answer to that.
Mr. Maxwell, do we know, did the committee find out what impact this had on Dr. Martin Luther King at the time?
Well, I think it was
I'll leave that to Fritz to answer, because Fritz was much more deeply involved in the domestic side than I was. So,
all right. Was there any witness who testified whether or not the FBI's was Dr. Martin Luther King aware of the FBI's surveillance of him, and did it affect his activities?
Yes, he was, and yes, it did affect his activity, but it didn't suppress his activity. But that letter, which was received and talked about not only between King and his wife, but between King and his close advisors, was of great concern to them. It just proved further the extent to which the FBI was trying to hurt them. I mean, the FBI peddled information about King to the Pope, to the White House, to universities, to foundations, to foreign leaders. They tried to prevent his getting the Nobel Peace Prize. But, you know, Eliot made a great point, where he used Phil Hart for this. The King, of course, is a known counter-leader to the practices of J. Edgar Hoover, but the FBI did things that injured all kinds of people. Civil rights leaders, where they would write anonymous letters trying to break up marriages. Unitarians from Ohio who traveled to Chicago for the Democratic Convention in 1968, where the FBI used false information to have them not have housing and get all mixed up in where they were staying. An actress who did commit suicide after the FBI had peddled information about her relations with people of another race. And it was deeply, deeply disturbing that a law enforcement agency knowingly and intentionally violated the law and did it in ways that were designed to hurt lots of ordinary people and lots of significant and famous people.
In just a few minutes, you're going to see 30 minutes of the Deputy Associate FBI Director, whose name is James Adams, who appeared before the committee the day after the Martin Luther King revelations. But to give you a taste for what that 30 minutes is like, let's show you a short clip of Democratic Senator Phil Hart questioning Director Adams. It's the segment that we just heard about from Mr. Maxwell. Let's watch.
There were an awful lot of people who never got close to a Nobel Prize, whose name is Jones and Smith, that my review of the file show had violence done to their First Amendment rights. And Nobel Prize winners will always get protection, but Joe Potatoes doesn't. And this committee should focus on him, too.
Joe Potatoes, quite a memorable reference by Senator Phil Hart. We're going to show the entirety of this in a few minutes, and you talked about the impact of this on you, Mr. Maxwell, but would you give us a sense of what the atmosphere was like in that room at the time?
I think it was electric. The extent of what the FBI had done was almost unbelievable. And it came against a public backdrop about the FBI, which was the crime busters, the elite police activities on the federal level, incorruptible, unbeatable, a bulwark of American institutions. And to think that these things had been going on below the surface, and in such contrast to the image of the FBI, was extraordinary.
Sure, and we should tell people, because this is such a vintage time, but that image was propelled by Hollywood, because there were, in the popular culture, the FBI agent was always the type of person that you described. So this was a real revelation to the public that there were two sides to it.
Absolutely. It was the untouchables, in a sense, and all of a sudden to think that the untouchables had been doing things that were so destructive, so wrong, so in violation of the oath that they took was, I think, almost unimaginable at the start of the investigation.
So thanks to Elliot Maxwell and Fritz Schwartz for setting the stage for this. And up next, you're going to see from November 19th, 1975, the PBS broadcasting of this hearing. And it's anchored by Paul Duke, which might be a familiar name to many of you watching. And it's the edited highlights of testimony of Deputy Associate FBI Director James Adams. Let's watch.
From the outset today, it was plain that much of the interrogation would revolve around the committee's disclosures yesterday of the attempts to discredit Dr. King, an intensive campaign that was waged over a 7-year span. The hand of Hoover was everywhere in the harassment of Dr. King. Adams told of 25 separate acts, acknowledging there was no legal basis for any of them. As we pick up the proceedings, Adams...
Hi, Ola. How are you, dear friend? So we had a question why we were watching this hearing, and it's very hard to learn about how the FBI deploys tactics, and we're picking up on some tactics that the FBI used back in the 70s that ring eerily similar to kind of what happened in the orbit of the Reed and O'Keefe case. And we also are starting to wonder if maybe the jury in the Reed and O'Keefe case might have been compromised, and it wouldn't really have been that hard to do. So we're listening to a little bit of testimony. Now, this specific FBI testimony is very interesting. There's a more interesting part of this hearing about the CIA, but I wanted to listen to this for just a little bit longer.
is being questioned about an anonymous letter sent to Dr. King in 1964, shortly before he received the Nobel Peace Prize, a letter which some suggest was an attempt to induce suicide. Democratic Chairman Frank Church quoted directly from the letter.
King, there is only one thing left for you to do.
I found it odd, Macy, that they were doing that in particular because I found it odd that they were making those rounds and then obviously not going to Turtle Boy. There's something very, very strange going on. But let me see. Let's see if this is a document. I really want to watch let's see. Let's see if I can find it here. C-SPAN Church Committee here. There's only 6 videos on C-SPAN of this. It's very hard to find the Church Committee hearings, but there is some coverage of it. And there's one, I guess we can watch the NSA part. It's about FISA, and I'm very interested in that as well. So let's take a look. Let's see if I can get, let's see if I can find the, let's see if I can find the actual main page. It's a little bit hard to find, but I'm going to talk to Harvard Yard at around 5 p.m. Eastern, and we'll see if anything comes up towards the end of the news day, and then we'll obviously be back. We'll be back together. So hold on one second.
And
I think this is just oh, it's just an analysis of it. All right, hold on. I want to. I know that I have the history. I know that I have the page I want to go to here because I looked at it just a little bit earlier. All right, where is it? Where it is? All right, I think this is it. All right, hold on. Got it. All right, so there's an NSA part that I did want to watch, and then we'll lead up to our 5 p.m. interview with Harvard Yard. Let me see. All right. It's not James Adams I want to see. I want to see NSA Church Committee hearings testimony. It's the NSA component that might kind of also be relevant. And I think, let's see. All right, so I think it's this one. Yep, it's this one. All right, here we go. This is the one I want to watch. And then around 5 o'clock, we'll talk to Harvard Yard.
3.
Welcome to Real America on C-SPAN 3's American History TV. 40 years ago, in the wake of Watergate, the United States Senate created a special committee to look into the activities of U.S. intelligence services. The committee had a long official title. It was the Senate Select Committee to study governmental operations with respect to intelligence activities. And it quickly took on the nickname of its chairman, Frank Church, and it was best known to history as the Church Committee. Well, the committee met for 16 months. It reviewed more than 10,000 documents. It called 800 witnesses before the committee and its staff. Its legacy includes the creation of the Senate Permanent Select Intelligence Committee, providing ongoing oversight of the intelligence agencies, and the creation of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act of 1978, which we know as FISA. Two former staffers of the Church Committee are with us and will be with us to help provide some historical context and understand the significance of the 40-year-old video that you are about to see. From New York City, Fritz Schwartz, who was the committee's chief counsel, is with us. And here in our studio in Washington, D.C., is Elliot Maxwell, who was a counsel to the committee as Pennsylvania Republican Senator Richard Schweiker's designee. Thank you to both of you for joining us.
Thank you.
In this installment of our series looking at the work 40 years ago of the Church Committee into the work of U.S. intelligence agencies, we're going to focus on the committee's investigation into the National Security Agency and the Fourth Amendment rights of American citizens and where those two come into conflict. To get us started, let's watch a clip from October 29, 1979.
This morning, the committee begins public hearings on the National Security Agency, or as it is more commonly known, the NSA. Actually, the agency remains unknown to most Americans, either by its acronym or its full name. In contrast to the CIA, one has to search far and wide.
Its nickname back then was no such agency.
To find someone who was even heard of the NSA.
40-year-old video of the Church Committee's work. That was the chairman of the committee, Frank Church of Idaho, and immediately to his right is the then 39-year-old chief counsel to the committee, Fritz Schwartz, who is our guest joining us throughout this series. He's with us in New York. Elliot Maxwell here in Washington, D.C. Now, today, in the wake of 9/11, the NSA is something of a household word for anybody who follows the news and politics. But how well known was the agency in 1975? Mr. Schwartz.
Well, hardly at all. The NSA, the joke was that NSA stood for no such agency. It was not meant to be discussed at all, and it wasn't generally. It was to have the hearings on the NSA was one of the most hard-fought issues within the committee. I think it was a quite close vote, and again, not at all on partisan lines, about whether we should or should not have a public hearing, and we decided to have a public hearing. Then there was dispute on whether we should reveal the names of the companies that for 30 years had given every single telegram every day to the NSA, and we voted again very closely to do that. Actually, the wonderful staff member who'd uncovered that, Britt Snyder, had recommended that we not disclose their names, and I disagreed with him because I said, look, they violated the rights of their customers, and they did it for 30 years, and so they deserve to be mentioned. Another thing of attitudes, I remember speaking to the general counsel of the NSA when we began getting information and indicating we needed to get more information. And he said to me, but the Constitution does not apply to the National Security Agency. That was an interesting idea, that the Constitution didn't apply to a whole agency. I think I know what was in the back of his mind, that their work was meant to be foreign. They were meant to be doing things overseas, largely. And my rejoinder to him was, of course the Constitution applies to the NSA when you're doing things that affect Americans and affect Americans within America. But Elliot may remember more details about that. It was a controversial issue within the committee where actually you couldn't predict who was on one side at all, and it was quite a close vote about whether we should have the public hearings on the NSA or just issue some report without a public hearing.
And while you're thinking about that, was it also difficult to get the NSA director to testify?
Well, do you see what he's saying? He's saying that, like, just having a hearing is a big political decision because you can bury it in a report if you don't actually have a public hearing.
I think that was another issue. The NSA is a peculiar beast, and it was the only reference to the legal authority for NSA was a provision in the Espionage Act about the disclosure of signals intelligence. Now, this is a large agency with activities around the world, a giant vacuum cleaner for information, and it rested on the legal authority of a crime to disclose its product, which is an odd thing. And at that time, if you went to a bookstore and looked for books about the CIA or about NSA or about the FBI, you would come up with one or two. That's all. Nobody knew anything about it. Nobody knew what was being done. Nobody knew how it was being done. And it was remarkably effective at what it did. It also was a creature of the Defense Department. And the leadership was a military officer because the primary support was for defense activities. And military officers respond to the chain of command. And they do what they're told, absent some really extraordinary reason not to. And NSA was being told, partly in the context of the Vietnam War and protests against it, was being told to target people beyond that which they would target normally outside of the country. And I spent 6 months going up every day to NSA, and the conversations I had at the time, and which I think were genuine, were that we want to know what we're allowed to do. We're not going to fight about, the restrictions. We will do what we're told to do. We will honor what we are told to do. We're being told by our chain of command to do these things, and there's nothing that says we can't. And that was extraordinary. And they acted inappropriately. They acted improperly. They violated the rights of Americans, but they were doing what they were told, I think, largely, not aggressively going out and saying, I want to do more and more and more and more in the United States, but saying, if my commander tells me to do that, then I'll do that.
Much of the work of the Church Committee, people who are watching will hear echoes in the recent debates and the post-terrorism investigations. And we have another clip, and that will also resonate. This is of General Allen testifying before the committee about the development of watch lists. So let's watch it.
1967 to 1973, requirements for watch lists were developed in 4 basic areas: international drug trafficking, presidential protection, acts of terrorism, and possible foreign support or influence on civil disturbances. In the 60s, there was presidential concern voiced over the massive flow of drugs into our country from outside the United States. Early in President Nixon's administration, he instructed the CIA to pursue with vigor intelligence efforts to identify foreign sources of drugs and the foreign organizations and methods used to introduce illicit drugs into the United States.
Elliot Maxwell, almost as if we could have this same testimony today.
Absolutely. And I think that's one of the great lessons from the work of the committee, that one has to be constantly vigilant when power can be exercised in secret. Whether it's now, whether it was then.
One has to be constantly vigilant when power is exercised in secret. He literally just said why we're watching this. Oh my God. We need hearings about what happened in the Reed case. This is how it happens because nobody feels comfortable having the hearings. Oh my God. Yeah, Fast and the Furious, the gun running. There's all sorts of stuff like this that happens, and then people are like, oh, no, we can't have hearings. We have to. We have to. They compromised the state court jury, in my opinion. We have to. I'm not saying we have to look at the entire intelligence community, but the only reason they don't do this stuff would be if there was some kind of oversight, and we don't have oversight because no one wants to have these kind of hearings. Oh, it's a bad situation.
Then, when the next crisis comes, the same questions will be asked, and the same forces will be pushing for more and more and more. And it's an object lesson that we have to be vigilant.
Before we show a longer portion of this...
Holy crap! This was 40 years after the Senate committee. So 75, 85, 95 to the 2015. This was right after Snowden. I thought it was 2005. This was right after Snowden. He knew that we were heading in a bad direction. He could tell. He didn't want to say it, but he knew.
First, anything to comment about the context for what we're about to see?
Well, I think that you always have to have in mind that many of the missions of these organizations are important, vital to the country, legitimate. And in a way, one of the tragedies of where the agencies go beyond the bounds that they should go is it can undermine their ability and their reputation to do the things we want them to do.
And with that thought, let's watch now from October 29th, 1975, portions of the Church Committee hearing on the NSA and Fourth Amendment's rights. This one was recorded at the time by NBC cameras.
The hearing will please come to order. This morning, the committee begins public hearings on the National Security Agency, or as it is more commonly known, the NSA. Actually, the agency remains unknown to most Americans, either by its acronym or its full name. In contrast to the CIA, one has to search far and wide to find someone who has even heard of the NSA. This is peculiar because the National Security Agency is an immense installation. In its task of collecting intelligence by intercepting foreign communications, the NSA employs thousands of people and operates on an enormous budget. Its expansive computer facilities comprise some of the most complex and sophisticated electronic machinery in the world. Just as the NSA is one of the largest and least known of the intelligence agencies, it is also the most reticent. While it sweeps in messages from around the world, it gives out precious little information about itself. Even the legal basis for the activities of NSA is different from that of other intelligence agencies. No statute establishes the National Security Agency or defines the permissible scope of its responsibilities. Rather, executive directives make up the sole charter for the agency. Furthermore, these directives fail to define precisely what constitutes the technical and intelligence information which the NSA is authorized to collect. Since its establishment in 1952, as a part of the Defense Department, representatives of the National Security Agency have never appeared before the Senate in a public hearing. Today, we will bring the agency from behind closed doors. We have prepared ourselves exhaustively. We have a particular obligation to examine the NSA in light of its tremendous potential for abuse. It has the capacity to monitor the private conversations of American citizens without the use of a bug or a tap. The interception of international communication signals sent through the air is the job of NSA, and thanks to modern technological developments, it does its job very well. The danger lies in the ability of the NSA to turn its awesome technology against domestic communications. Indeed, as our hearings into the Houston plan demonstrated, A previous administration and a former NSA director favored using this potential against certain U.S. citizens for domestic intelligence purposes. While the Houston plan was never fully put into effect, our investigation has revealed that the NSA had in fact been intentionally monitoring the overseas communication of certain U.S. citizens long before the Houston plan was proposed, and continued to do so after it was revoked. This incident illustrates how the NSA could be turned inward and used against our own people. It has been a difficult task of this committee to find a way through the tangled webs of classification and claims of national security, however valid they may be, to inform the American public of deficiencies in their intelligence services. It is not, of course, a task without risks, but it is the one that we have set out for ourselves. The discussions which will be held this morning are efforts to identify publicly certain activities undertaken by the National Security Agency which are of questionable propriety and dubious legality. General Allen, Director of the NSA, will provide for us today the background of these activities, and he will be questioned on their origins and objectives by the committee members. Like the CIA and the IRS, the NSA, too, had a watch list containing the names of U.S. citizens. This list will be of particular interest to us this morning, though we will take up another important subject as well. The dominant concern of this committee is the intrusion by the federal government into the inalienable rights guaranteed Americans by the Constitution. In previous hearings, we have seen how these rights have been violated by the intelligence services of the CIA, the FBI, and the IRS. As the present hearings will reveal, the NSA has not escaped the temptation to have its operations expanded into provinces protected by the law. While the committee has found the work of the NSA on the whole to be of a high caliber and properly restrained, and has tremendous respect for the professional caliber of the people who work there, the topics we shall explore today do illustrate excesses and suggest areas where legislative action is desirable. That is why we are here. You have a
This complex and sophisticated electronic capability is the most fragile weapon in our arsenal. And unfortunately, I cannot elaborate on that because that would not be proper. Public inquiry on NSA, I believe, serves no legitimate legislative purpose while exposing this vital element of our intelligence capability to unnecessary risks acknowledged in the chairman's own statement. SRES 21 does authorize NSA inquiry, and this has been done very thoroughly in closed session.
Beginning in 1967, requesting agencies provided names of persons and organizations, some of whom were U.S. citizens, to the National Security Agency in an effort to obtain information which was available in foreign communications as a byproduct of our normal foreign intelligence mission. The purpose of the list varied, but all possessed a common thread in which the National Security Agency was requested to review information available through our usual intercept sources.
Okay, that's very interesting. We're going to pause here for a second. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. I've learned, yes, it is very striking. All right, let's listen to more. Peony and Rose wants more. I want more. We're going to wait for the Harvard Yard interview till we listen to a little bit more of this. And we weren't going to do that till 5:15 anyway. I was just going to switch to the Watergate for a little bit. But now I'm realizing, okay, this is very important. Let's listen.
The initial purpose was to help determine the existence of foreign influence on specified activities of interest to agencies of the U.S. government, with emphasis then on presidential protection and on civil disturbances occurring throughout the nation. Later, because of other developments, such as widespread national concern over such criminal activity as drug trafficking and acts of terrorism, both domestic and international, the emphasis came to include these areas. During the early 1960s, requesting agencies had asked the National Security Agency to look for reflections in international communications of certain U.S. citizens traveling to Cuba. 1967 to 1973, requirements for watch lists were developed in 4 basic areas: international drug trafficking, presidential protection, acts of terrorism, and possible foreign support or influence on civil disturbances. In the 60s, there was presidential concern voiced over the massive flow of drugs into our country from outside the United States. Early in President Nixon's administration, he instructed the CIA to pursue with vigor intelligence efforts to identify foreign sources of drugs and the foreign organizations and methods used to introduce illicit drugs into the United States. The BNDD in 1970, the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs, asked the National Security Agency to provide communications intelligence relevant to these foreign aspects. And BNDD provided watch lists with some U.S. names. International drug trafficking requirements were formally documented in use of requirements in August 1971. The one instance in which foreign messages were intercepted for specific watch list purposes was the collection of some telephone calls passed over international communications facilities between the United States and South America. The collection was conducted at the specific request of the BNDD to produce intelligence information on the methods and locations of foreign narcotics trafficking. In addition to our own intercept, CIA was asked by NSA to assist in this collection. NSA provided the CIA names of individuals from the International Narcotics Trafficking Watch List, and this collection by CIA lasted for approximately 6 months, from late 1972 to early 1973, when CIA stopped because of concern that the activity exceeded CIA statutory restrictions.
With respect to wholly domestic communications, is there any statute that prohibits your interception thereof, or is it merely a matter of your internal executive branch directives?
My understanding, Mr. Schwartz, is that at least the National Security Council Intelligence Directive defines our activities as foreign communications, and that we have adopted a definition for foreign communications consistent with the Communications Act of 1934, and therefore I think that is the...
All right, but you believe you're consistent with the statutes, but there isn't any statute that prohibits your interception of domestic communications?
I believe that's correct.
Nothing further.
Oh, dear God. All right, listen. I think I realize what's going on. Okay. I realize what's going on. The reason why Towel can be entrusted to do this, I've listened to what they're mostly concerned about. The reason why Towel is even though no one's really entrusting me to do anything, but the reason why I'm somewhat trusted to do this, I think, is because first of all, there is no question that my loyalty is to this country and only to this country. Second of all, I think that they look at me a lot like they look at like a congressperson, because I am very like those congress people. Like, I constantly hold things back. Like, I say, like, I really care about the people, like my people of the United States. Because I constantly will say things like, okay, like, I can't tell you X, Y, and Z, but I'm telling you I want to be transparent because I'm trying to do my best. Like, that's why it's very serious. I understand. You can do this work, okay? And you can, like, they will let you think about the framework of the national defense establishment and the intelligence community. But one, you better be a patriotic, loyal American. Second of all, you better not in any way, shape, or form, you have to have, like, no personal life. Because you can't be exposed to anything that a hostile state actor could use to influence you. You have to live in a room and do nothing. I mean, I understand, because this is fascinating. I think I could do this. Like, I stay up very, very late reading governmental documents. I have a lot of respect for, like, the national security establishment. I really love our armed forces. I really love our police and firefighters and EMTs. I think I can do this. I don't exactly know what it is I'm going to do. Mr. Towell goes to Washington, I suppose. Bit of a situation like that. But I get it. After all that time, I get it. Now, there's one more thing I want to watch before I send Harvard's Yard the Zoom link in a few minutes. That mentioned something called the Houston Plan. All right, and my brain started percolating because I watch a lot of the Senate Watergate testimony. So let me just, the Senate Watergate Houston Plan. I want to watch that section of it because the Watergate testimony actually talks a lot more about the domestic operation of the FBI than you think. So let me see here. I think it was H. Howard Hunt Watergate testimony. It might actually have been in John Dean's testimony, but Howard Hunt's Watergate testimony is very fascinating as well. He was former CIA. So let me just see if I can bring up the transcript of Howard Hunt's testimony. Hello, Bridge. We are doing some very interesting analyses today of the intelligence apparatus to determine what exactly happened in the orbit of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case. We don't know where it's going to go. I don't think anyone does. But I have one thing that I want to search here in the transcript, which is the Houston Plan, because it came up in the church committee hearings in 78, in October and November of 78. And now I'm really interested because I remember in Senator Irving's Watergate hearings in 73, the Houston Plan came up. I watch these testimonies religiously. I don't know why. I really like watching G. Gordon Liddy, Howard Hunt, John Dean testifying in front of the Senate Watergate Committee. It wasn't actually called the Watergate Committee. It was the Senate Committee into Presidential Campaign Activities of 1972. But I'm looking for the Houston Plan, so let's see if I can get a hit. Come on. Come on. No, not Houston. Houston. Maybe I'm spelling it wrong. Let me see here. Hold on. Oh, the Gemstone Plan. Let me see. That was interesting. Let me see. Fielding. Very interesting. Oh, okay, let's listen to a little bit about this. So we'll listen to the Fielding Plan stuff, and then around 5:15 I'll send the link. So I got what I wanted.
The surreptitious entry into Dr. Fielding's office, Mr. Liddy and I compiled a very brief report, which
This is H. Howard Hunt, one of the Watergate burglars who used to be CIA or FBI. I think CIA.
Young and Krog, and whether it went to Mr. Ehrlichman is another matter.
You don't know about that.
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Now, you spoke about Mr. Bittman telling you that he had received a telephonic communication, which was followed by the deposit of $75,000 in an envelope for you, I believe in his home. Did he tell you who he received the telephone call from?
Are we referring to Mr. Bittman, sir?
And just to bring you quickly up to speed, what they're talking about is Dr. Fielding was Ellsberg's psychiatrist, and Ellsberg was the man who leaked the Pentagon Papers. The Pentagon Papers were a secret study of the Vietnam War that caused embarrassment to the Nixon administration, although it was actually an ex post facto review. I think Ellsberg worked with Secretary McNamara. Anyway, so the plumbers who broke into the Watergate complex in June of 72, a year before that, in July of 71, broke into Dr. Fielding's office to steal Ellsberg's health records to use against him, but the problem was the judge in the Ellsberg case found out and dismissed the charges.
Yes. No, he did not.
You have any knowledge of the source of that $75,000?
No, sir.
I understood you to state that you had been promised on about June 21st, 1972, that you would have money furnished you for your
support and also for counsel fees, that you were given assurances to that effect at that time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Who gave you those assurances?
Mr. Gordon Liddy.
My 10 minutes is up, so I'll...
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I am sure I can finish the line of questioning I have in mind in about 10 minutes, and then we'll be able to proceed to finish possibly this afternoon's inquiry at a fairly early date. I understand that's the wish of counsel and of the witness. Mr. Hunt, you've already testified about how you were employed as a White House consultant, and I won't extend our conversation about that much further, except to say you were employed first by Mr. Colson. I believe you and Mr. Colson had been associated in the, or had been together in the Alumni Association of Brown University. You were both alumni of Brown.
Yes, sir.
And that Mr. Colson was aware of your previous history.
Some context here: Howard Baker was the last person to defend Richard Nixon. He's very Republican. He's trying to protect the administration, but it didn't end up working in the end.
Background with the Central Intelligence Agency and his predecessor.
Yes, sir.
Would you briefly tell us of your CIA and intelligence background, or if you want me to, I can briefly read the resume that staff has supplied me and you can correct it. Would it be more convenient to do it that way?
I would prefer that you do it, sir.
The information we have is that you graduated from Brown in 1940 and entered the Navy. You were discharged after being injured in an accident at sea. In 1942-43, you were an editor for the March of Time and a war correspondent for Life magazine. And from 1943 to 1946, you worked with the Office of Strategic Services, using the Army Air Force as a cover. You trained people in clandestine intelligence work in Orlando, Florida. Then you were assigned to work with Chinese guerrilla bands behind the Japanese lines. You were based for a while in Kunming in southern China, and your OSS unit won a presidential citation. In 1946, you obtained a Guggenheim Fellowship and spent a year in Mexico reading Spanish, learning Spanish, and writing. And for 2 years, you were a movie scriptwriter. The CIA was created in 1947, and in early 1949, you joined that agency. After a short period at Washington headquarters, you were sent to Paris as an attaché at the American Embassy. During 1949 and 1950, you were in Vienna, Austria from 1950 to 1953. You were in Mexico City, and from 1953 to 1956, your cover position was that of a political advisor to the Defense Department of Latin America, Japan, Spain, and several European countries. During this period, you were actively involved in the overthrow of the Guatemalan regime. From 1957 to 1960, you were CIA station chief in Montevideo, where your cover was first secretary at the American consulate. When the CIA sought to reassign you from that position, there was a good bit of dispute over whether you should or should not, and there are rumors that President Benito Nardone, the president of Uruguay, was asked to intervene on your behalf to keep you stationed there. At any point in this summary, which I repeat as a staff summary, if you have a disagreement, feel free to tell me so. Your cover as a consultant to the Department of Defense from 1960 to 1965. In 1960, you were ordered back to Washington from Uruguay to participate in the preparation for the Cuban invasion. You resigned from the Foreign Service in 1960 for the purposes of a more effective cover and moved to Mexico and then to Miami, posing as a writer who suddenly had come into an inheritance. For the next 19 months, your alias was Eduardo. You acted as the CIA's representative to the Cuban Revolutionary Council, the prospective post-Castro group, in whose name the invasion brigade was being trained in Guatemala. You resigned your job when
when certain disputes arose after the assignment of certain people to the provisional government of Cuba, and went to Miami to serve with the Cuban Council. After the invasion of Cuba failed, you served as personal assistant to CIA Director Allen W. Dulles. Your subsequent activities are not entirely known. In 1963, the American ambassador in Madrid refused to accept you as deputy chief of the local CIA station. However, you were in Madrid on unknown business from 1965 to 1966. According to the information staff supplies, the 1966-1967 edition of Who's Who listed you as a retired government official living in Madrid. You returned to Washington in 1968, purchased a home in Potomac, Maryland, and retired from the CIA on April 30th, 1970. From 1970 to 1971, you were vice president at the Robert R. Mullen Company, where you continued to work until you became a White House consultant in July of 1971, until your dismissal on July 17th, 1972. Is that a fair sketch of your career?
Reasonably fair, yes, sir.
Was Colson aware of this rather extensive intelligence, OSS, Bay of Pigs, and CIA involvement?
Yes, sir.
Did you discuss that as a precondition to your employment?
I discussed it with him over a period of years.
At the time you went to work with Mullins and Company, were you aware of, or is it a fact that Mullins and Company had ever been cooperative with or had any connection with the CIA?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
After you became a consultant at the White House, did you contact the CIA about your new position?
I certainly let former associates know of my new White House connection. Yes,
Who? Did you talk to General Cushman?
General Cushman in a different context, sir.
Had you served with General Cushman in the OSS or the CIA in Europe? Had you ever, for instance, shared an office with him?
I had back in the 50s at CIA headquarters
Did
in
you
Washington.
talk on a number of occasions to CIA officials about your duties and responsibilities at the White House during your tenure as a consultant there?
No, sir.
On more than one occasion?
Yes, sir.
On how many occasions?
Well, including medical staff people, I would say half a dozen.
Could you name them?
I say half a dozen occasions.
All right, could you name the people that you talked to?
Well, Dr. Bernard Malloy of the medical office.
Was that in conjunction with the Ellsberg profile?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
All right, so we're going to watch this for a few more minutes. Do you all understand what he's saying? This is Howard Hunt, the Watergate burglar, saying, oh yeah, first of all, this man, the CIA, he has been everywhere. He overthrew the government of Guatemala. He was a attaché. He was the CIA station chief in Cuba. He was attaché in like 40 different countries. Oh, I know. No, I know Murder by Maestro. They have a speech and debate privilege. They can say anything they want. They can even read classified stuff into the record. That's what happened with the Pentagon Papers. The way it got out is you can't arrest a senator or representative if they are going to the House or Senate to say something. So Senator Baker got the Pentagon Papers, which were classified. Not Senator Baker. It was who read the Pentagon Papers into the record. Hold on, I'll get you the news report. Hold on, this is actually fascinating. Senator reads Pentagon Papers. He convened like some random architectural subcommittee about the Capitol grounds. It was Mike Gravel, and he went on to run for president in recent years. But let me show you Mike Gravel reading the Pentagon Papers. This was a big deal, Murder by Maestro. This was an absolutely big deal. Hold on. Oh, no. What do you mean you don't have it? Why don't you have it up? You said you have it up. Hold on. And this will be our lead-in to the I'm going to ask Harvard Yard what she thinks about all these developments from a sort of the perspective of someone who is just learning. So I just want to show you Murder by Maestro as a complement to this, what it looks like when a U.S. senator gets top secret documents, wants to read them into the record, and the government is fighting him, but he just does it. And you can't arrest a senator. You can arrest a senator outside of the House or Senate for certain things, but even that, it's very rare. What you cannot do, though, is you can never stop a senator or representative. It's literally in the Constitution. It's called the speech or debate clause. If they are walking, physically trying to get to the House or Senate, or they're in the House or Senate, they can say anything, and you cannot arrest them. But it's a very serious responsibility. Let's watch.
Black market, the greatest trolls, black marketeers, and grand-scale dope.
He has a speech impediment, so this was a major thing for him to do. It was very hard for him to do.
Pushers.
Let time go. I could do it tomorrow, I could do it next week, I could do it the week after. And I could maybe just hang on to the documents and never do anything about it and just sit by and let time go on. But the thing that I'm overpowered with, totally overpowered with, is the fact that this very moment we're killing people in Vietnam with our tax dollars as a result of our... Nobody in government had done anything. The only thing that was being done in government was an effort to stifle and hide this stuff. And it just dawned on me that somebody, if we're going to have any faith at all in our institutions, somebody from government's got to have the same resolve, the same feelings for stopping the killing as Ellsberg did.
Now, let me tell you, Murder by Maestro. So... Well, yes, Paula, it was because he was choked up, but also he had to read 500 pages of documents into the record, and he had a speech impediment, and it was very hard for him. And obviously he was doing something very emotional. The other thing is, the government charged 2 of his aides for possessing the documents, helping him carry them over to the building. And then that formed the basis of a famous case where the privilege gets extended to congressional aides if they are working at the explicit direction of their boss. So it's some serious stuff. All right, let me send over the link. There's one more thing I want to watch from the Howard Hunt interview. If you've never heard the description of them breaking into the Watergate, let me just find where it is. All right, hold on. All right, so hold on. All right. All right, here we go. Let's start here. And then while we're listening to this, I'll send the link. This is, if you want to learn about how the government operates, this is very interesting. This was the burglars who stole documents from the Pentagon paper leaker Daniel Ellsberg's psychiatrist office. And then this was also a CIA agent for 50 years. And then he also broke into the Watergate complex. And if you're wondering why are we watching this, it's because it is part of our larger series that's ongoing right now about the potential role of the federal government in a nefarious way, the old liberal DOJ under Josh Levy with Karen Reed. And we cannot understand this unless we actually analyze how all this played out over history. And Murder by Maestro finds it interesting, as does Paula and Ola and Peony and Rose and Vicky and a number of other people. And by the way, Paula mentioned it earlier. This is what makes America absolutely great and wonderful. Very few countries, and I'm not saying anyone could do this. I think you really have to do this in the way that I'm doing it. You have to definitely be someone who loves America. But the fact that we can talk about this stuff in this country does make us the best country in the world, because most countries would never allow this hearing to have happened or us to analyze it. It's very important, and I'm glad we're watching it. It tells us a lot about, even though it's 50 years ago, it tells us a lot. Like, we're never going to find out what the intelligence community is doing now, and I wouldn't tell you if I knew. But this gives us a way to talk about it, learn from historical examples, and maybe figure out what's going on these days.
That it is permissible for me to make a preliminary statement, and I want to take advantage of that opportunity. I will describe my personal background, my relationship to the Watergate entry, and events which have befallen me since that day. I was born in 1918 at Hamburg, New York. My father was a lawyer and judge, my mother a pianist and housewife. I was educated in the public schools of Florida and New York, and in 1940 graduated from Brown University. 6 weeks later, I volunteered to serve in the armed forces. While a destroyer officer on the North Atlantic convoy run before Pearl Harbor, I was injured and medically discharged. Later, I volunteered and became an Air Force intelligence officer. In 1944, I volunteered for the Office of Strategic Services, the forerunner of the CIA, and was sent to China, where I was engaged in partisan warfare until the end of World War II. In 1949, I joined the Central Intelligence Agency, from which I retired on May 1st, 1970, having earned 2 commendations for outstanding contributions to operations ordered by the National Security Council. During the 21 years I spent with the CIA, I was engaged in intelligence, covert action, and counterintelligence operations. I was trained in the techniques of physical and electronic surveillance, photography, document forgery, and surreptitious entries into guarded premises for photography and installation of electronic devices. I participated in and had the responsibility for a number of such entries, and I had knowledge of many more. To put it unmistakably, I was an intelligence officer, a spy for the government of the United States. There have been occasions, as one might expect, when covert operations by the United States or other nations have been exposed. Such episodes have not been uncommon. When such mishaps have occurred, it has been universally the practice for the operation to be disavowed and covered up. Usually this has been done by official intervention with law enforcement authorities. In addition, the employing governments have paid legal defense fees. Salaries and family living expenses have been continued. Former CIA Director Helms has testified before this committee in regard to some aspects of this practice. After retiring from CIA, I was employed by a firm whose officials maintained a relationship with CIA. Some months after I joined the firm, I was approached by Charles W. Colson, Special Counsel to the President, to become a consultant to the Executive Office of the President. Mr. Colson told me the White House had need for the kind of intelligence background which he knew I possessed. This was the basic reason for my employment, which I understood at the time was approved by John D. Ehrlichman, and now understand was approved also by H.R. Haldeman, both assistants to the President of the United States. From the time I began working at the White House until June 17, 1972, the day of the second Watergate entry, I engaged in essentially the same kind of work as I had performed for CIA. I became a member of the Special Investigations Unit, later known as the Plumbers, which the President had created to undertake specific national security tasks for which the traditional investigative agencies were deemed by the President to be inadequate. In this connection, I was involved in tracing leaks of highly classified information. These investigations led to an entry by the plumbers into the office of Dr. Lewis Fielding, Dr. Daniel Ellsberg's psychiatrist. The entry was authorized by Mr. Egil Krogh, deputy to John Ehrlichman. It was considered necessary because of the belief that Dr. Ellsberg or his associates were providing classified information to the Soviet Union. The operation was carried out with my assistance under the direction of G. Gordon Liddy, a lawyer, former FBI agent, and member of the plumbers unit. The Fielding entry occurred in September 1971. In late November, I was told by Mr. Liddy that Attorney General John N. Mitchell proposed the establishment of a large-scale intelligence and counterintelligence program with Mr. Liddy as its chief. Mr. Liddy and I designed a budget for categories of activities to be carried out in this program, which came to be known as Gemstone. It was my understanding that the program had been approved by Messrs. Jeb Stuart Magruder, a recent White House aide, and John W. Dean III, counsel to the President. Later, I learned that Charles W. Colson, special counsel to the President, had approved it too. In April 1972, Mr. Liddy told me that we would be undertaking the Watergate operation as part of the Gemstone program. He said he had information, the source of which I understood to be a government agency, that the Cuban government was supplying funds to the Democratic Party campaign. To investigate this report, a search of Democratic National...
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Listen, I get Nixon did something bad. Why did no one ever tell me that the reason Nixon was spying on the DNC is that they had information that the Cuban government was trying to fund them? Now you can say, oh, that's just cover. No, he's saying why they initially went in. Now, it was bad that they spied on him, but I think CIA was involved in this, and they didn't want it to come out, so they threw this guy to the wolves. He was a very honorable man, Howard Hunt as well. Oh, whoa. I didn't realize that it was because the Cuban government they suspected them of funding the Democrats. Now, you can say, oh, that's obviously awfully convenient, Grant, but that's what he's saying he was told.
That the Cuban government was supplying funds to the Democrats. Mr. Liddy told me that we would be undertaking the Watergate operation as part of the Gemstone program. He said he had information, the source of which I understood to be a government agency, that the Cuban government was supplying funds to the Democratic Party campaign. To investigate this report, a surreptitious entry of Democratic National Headquarters at the Watergate was made on May 27, 1972, and a second entry on June 17th. The second entry was accomplished by a group, two of whose members had been among those who accomplished the Fielding operation. I was indicted for my part in the Watergate entry. Following indictment, and prior to my guilty plea, the court ordered the government to produce all material taken from my White House safe and other evidence. Some material was produced, but significant material was withheld or destroyed. Because the government had withheld evidence, I knew there was no chance of proving my defenses. In addition, my wife had been killed in an accident in December, and I was deeply depressed and anxious to devote myself as quickly as possible to the welfare of my children. Accordingly, I had no alternative but to concede that I was wrong, and so I pleaded guilty, hoping for merciful treatment by the court. Instead, on March 23rd of this year, I was provisionally sentenced to prison for more than 30 years. The court stated that my cooperation with the grand jury and with this committee would be considered in determining my final sentence. Since being sentenced, I have been questioned under oath on more than 25 occasions, often for many hours, sometimes for an entire day. I have answered thousands of questions by innumerable investigators, prosecutors, grand jurors, and staff members of this committee. I am informed that such intensive and repeated interrogation is a most extraordinary procedure and of dubious legality. Even so, Urged by the court to cooperate fully, I have not contested the procedure. In fact, I have answered all questions, even those which involved confidential communications between my attorneys and myself. After my plea, I learned of obstruction of justice by government officials. I learned of willful destruction and withholding of evidence, and perjury and subornation of perjury before the Watergate grand jury. This official misconduct deprived me of evidence which would have supported my position that A, my participation in the Watergate was an activity authorized within the power of the President of the United States, and B, if my participation was not so authorized, I justifiably believe that it was.
You get why he's making that argument? Because Model Penal Code 4.04 or 4.03 allows you to say if you're detrimentally relying on an order of an executive officer, then you can get away with saying that you did it. And by the way, we're watching this because I'm kind of on an intelligence community analysis binge. A lot of people find it interesting. We just learned that the reason the plumbers went into the Watergate is because they suspected that there was Cuban money funding the Democrats. I never knew that. I think I knew it at one point, but you read books, you read newspaper articles about Watergate, no one's ever going to talk about that. No, she inked a movie deal. Bossy Texas chick Karen Reed inked a movie deal. It was announced today in Vanity Fair.
A few days, therefore, I have asked the court to permit me to withdraw my plea of guilty and to dismiss the proceedings against me. I believe the charges should be dismissed because, based on revelations made public since my plea, evidence is now available to prove that my participation was not unlawful, and because, to quote Judge Byrne when he dismissed charges in the Ellsberg case, quote, the totality of the circumstances of this case offend a sense of justice. The bizarre events have incurably infected the prosecution of this case, unquote. It has been alleged that I demanded clemency and money for my family and for those who helped in the Watergate entry. I did not ask for clemency. Mr. Liddy assured me that, in accordance with established practice in such cases, funds would be made available. I did seek such funds, but I made no threats. Now I find myself confined under a sentence which may keep me in prison for the rest of my life. I have been incarcerated for 6 months. For a time I was in solitary confinement. I have been physically attacked and robbed in jail. I have suffered a stroke. I have been transferred from place to place, manacled and chained hand and foot. I am isolated from my 4 motherless children. The funds provided me and others who participated in the break-in have long since been exhausted. I am faced with an enormous financial burden in defending myself against criminal charges and numerous civil suits. Beyond all this, I am crushed by the failure of my government to protect me and my family, as in the past it has always done for its clandestine agents. In conclusion, I want to emphasize that at the time of the Watergate operation, I considered my participation as a duty to my country. I thought it was an unwise operation, but I viewed it as lawful. I hope the court will sustain my view. But whatever that outcome, I deeply regret that I had any part in this affair. I think it was an unfortunate use of executive power, and I am sorry that I did not have the wisdom to withdraw. At the same time, I cannot escape feeling that the country I have served for my entire life, and which directed me to carry out the Watergate entry, is punishing me for doing the very things it trained and directed me to do. Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the committee, I thank you for your attention and your patience. I will now undertake to answer your questions to the best of my ability.
Great timing, as always, Havard. Hold on one second. I think you should be able to hear me. Are you there, my dear friend? There's no guarantee I'll be... Oh, great. All right, let me bring you up on the screen. Let's get your audio going. People, I think, are looking forward to this. I've been looking forward to chatting with someone, and I brought your picture up on the screen. All right, there we go. And folks, if you're just tuning in, we have had quite a week. I would call it quite a series of days. Harvard Yard, how have you been? You've been moving?
I have been moving, and I just have a couple of things before we get moving. Grant, I appreciate you qualifying me as learning. That was very kind of you. I heard that. Um, but I just want to say thanks to you and Murder by Maestro for this week has been wild. And I can't see the chat, obviously. I can just see you. Um, but resourceful, I wrote down the words resourceful, genius, and committed. And that definitely was this week. I mean, it was a week to remember. The other thing too is I think there are some people in chat that have been with you know, all every stream, whether I had to kind of pop in and out, but there's people from beginning to end saying good morning, good night, and it's a wild ride. You've got to be mentally cute to join this ride, is what I would say. Um, the other thing I wanted to say is would you please take back Baps Library immediately?
Take
Baps
it.
Library.
Where do you want me to
Baps
take it back
Library.
from?
No, no, I want you to take it back from your example of how to be an operative, because that's not fair.
My no, yes, where I used the story about Bab's Library but that's the point, is it not? Which is, if you're going to do that kind of work, some of it's going to be melded with authentic experience, and that's the point.
No, it is the point. And I had you on in the background, and I heard you say Babs Library, and I thought, okay, he's saying something real important right now. Let me tune in, because there are times in your stream where you've said you wanted to be a priest. Okay, that is, and you'll tell me if that's incorrect. And so I'm thinking, oh, he's telling the story about when he got his vocation to the priesthood, right? And I was buying it hook, line, and sinker as you were talking. So it was a very, very great analogy. That's what I wanted to tell you.
Yeah.
So
Well,
that be that.
go ahead.
That. And then the last thing, Grant, as you mentioned earlier with
Give me 1 second. You talk for a second. I got to take this.
Okay, go for it. I'll go ahead. Grant spent time earlier today talking about internet security and internet safety, and I had a situation, which does happen, where my phone will get hacked. I have a couple of phones, and the way I do life is I nap. So, coffee and nap, coffee and nap. And I had it in my pocket. I took a nap, and I'm like, what the heck? It's hot as heck. This phone, and I thought, I don't use a heating pad. I use ice. Post back surgery, what in the H is going on? And lo and behold, iCloud, I couldn't get in it. Starlink, I couldn't get in it. I was getting texts from hoobly hoo, tons of letters. So anyway, I want to say it's easy to correct, but really I would say what Grant shared earlier, I would really take heed to that warning, because it is out there and it does happen. And that's that's what I've learned, and continue to learn. So, when he mentioned passwords and stuff, it is important to password stuff. If you do have an iPhone, there's something called lockdown mode. You can do that. That'll semi-protect. But I think the biggest protection, Grant will verify this, is to change your password immediately. Passwords, plural. Um, but for sure, your main password. That's what I would say on that, but we'll wait till Grant comes back. Okay, not being able to see the chat. How's everybody doing? Our minds are bent, our hearts are open, our brains are working. How's everybody doing out there? I can't see, but I'm hoping that maybe some people are writing a chat. Um, I put down a few notes. I have a lot of thoughts from over the week. Um, some maybe resonate with people, some maybe not, some may not like them, some may. I just think it's been an extraordinary week of learning, and there would be some people, I think, that come in and say, well, I don't want to watch a bunch of documentaries and I'm over this and so forth, and that's totally cool, because there's tons of other channels to go to. I think that some people may come in just kind of lurking. I've kind of kept my eye on X. and people saying what the H is this, stuff. And then other people are very interested. So I think that, in my experience this week, it's been fascinating and very interesting to see the process of investigative journalism, to see Murder by Maestro sending stuff over to Grant communicating back with him, them working together in real time. I think has been a very cool thing to witness, because if this was done in real life, not on a computer, you might be sitting, in a room together, or you'd have a panel in a room, or you'd have people working remotely and then getting together at an appointment time, or however it would work. And that's what it would work like. The other thing I would say is that, in my experience, the creative process, right, as we saw this week, is kind of that lead up. Then you find the information. It's like, oh shit, and then boom, 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 you're way up high. And then, like we saw this week, then there was a dip, kind of, and a lull. I remember we saw that this week, say with Grant, where boom, he became really tired. Murdered by Me, harder to see because obviously I can't see you. But then there's that dip. Okay, we're going to let it all assimilate. And then you come back and it's like, all right, let's do it again. And then you go up, and then tired. And I think that's part of the investigative process. And for those that don't, or actually, I should say those who experience it, because they've been here, or most have been here in chat. It's like, what in the H is going on? That's kind of the process of it. And it's a wonderful process, but it's also very tiring, because you're really putting yourself on the line. You're putting yourself out there. I know we saw this week. Grant had his story of his lifetime, so to speak, so far. Pardon me. And when you see that happen in real time, it's really, really cool. But it takes a lot of juggling. It takes a lot of quick research on the go, putting pieces together. So it's kind of like, if you're a person that loves puzzles, right? You're putting the puzzles together, and when you finish it, it's like, oh, and then you kind of go, well, what next? And then in this case, there's just so much next. And then in comes the other one. So it kind of comes in waves. The other thing I think is learning the history has been really cool, as well, because other than this, I may not have had an interest. History is not a huge interest of mine. Everybody's different. Some people love it. Some people, it's not. Being an American definitely is. So I resonated with that portion of this week, but the history, not so much. But here, I'm learning to really enjoy history, to see where it's brought to the future, and that I wouldn't have been able to do without being on this channel. So there's just some cool stuff. The other thing I saw this week that was really fun in chat is people started listing books they read, and it tells a lot about a person, what they like to read. The other thing I noticed this week, I think Grant's still busy, because I see him kind of frozen. Was we had a change in who came in chat. So, but there was a community, I'd say, before, where it was cows and cows and cows. And this week we saw more people kind of coming in that were either kind of not against the channel, so to speak, quote, quote, or interested, or however. So even if they didn't type anything, you'd see them come in, which showed me there was interest. Well, probably some anger, and interest. So that was cool to see. I'm trying to think, what else did I learn this week? I learned temperance. I learned that the information will come in, then I have to take it, stay calm, and say, okay, does this is this hitting home with me or not so much? And some of it did, some of it didn't. And but yet respect, I would call it the author, okay, or the authors, but respect the process of the person, or persons in this case, Grant murdered by Maestro, in what they're uncovering, and celebrating their accomplishments in doing so. So that's that. I mean, Grant, for the love of God, I mean, I'm sounding like you. I'm sitting here, blah, blah, blah.
Hold on, give me. All right, I'm back. I apologize for that slight delay. I'm trying to get settled. Let me just say, how are you, Harvard Yard? What did I miss? Can you fill me in like 20? I know you talked, but were you having fun?
Of course I can. I talked about the creative process, what you and my Murder by Maestro did, how you kind of go up, excitement lull down, then back up. Ask the chat. I try to explain that it's exhilarating, but it's hard sometimes for people to understand. I understand it, but it's hard to understand. We talked about. I just gave a list. Sorry, of things. I don't know. I gave a kind of a weekly update of what I observed this week. People coming in chat, out of chat, the creative process, learning about history. Here's your short version. I don't know what
tell me the I kind of would like to interview you a little bit about this, because I think a lot of people tune into this stream. You're right that a lot of people watch it the whole time and they know what's going on, but a lot of people tune in. I don't think they realize it's like more of a public information service. So it's like C-SPAN, right? Or whatever, BBC. Right. It plays like, we might like analyze a long form clip. We might break news. Like it rotates. Right. But you were there for some of those moments, and I know you find them very exhilarating, where we'd be sitting there and just kind of reading through like a long, and this is why people watch, because we'll just be reading through an obscure court document. And what was that moment like when I know you were there, where I said to Murder by Maestro, oh, this guy has patents, and we pulled the patent, and what was it like as you saw us go from, I wonder what this patent's about, to, oh, it's the Boomerang Warrior X, oh my God, there's a fake name, oh my God, he's Saudi intelligence. What was that like?
It was like a buildup. Okay, so in my case, I'm trying to figure out, where is this going? Where is this going? Where is this going? Okay, let me see if I can get where that's how my brain works. Where is it? I want to participate. And you know me, oftentimes I'll try to like bust in chat, so for me, it's wanting so much to learn very quickly in subjects that I'm not versed in, so, and I think maybe some in chat might have that experience as well. But the other part is, to see, in your particular case, to see you make those connections and get so excited, and then, like I said, then it comes that little bit of a lull. Cal's got to get some rest. But even before that, you kind of start to come down, which is how it happens. You've got a big deal, and then it comes down, then it comes back up, so it really is, for me anyway, very interesting to see, very heartwarming to see, and I'm almost like cheering, go, go, go.
Now tell me, what is it, I think a lot of us who are maybe a little bit older, like 27 or whatever, will remember like All the President's Men, or the Watergate movie, or will remember Black Mass, or these different stories. But I think journalism in general is seen as this like mystified, and obviously we know now why, because a lot of journalists are in the intelligence community, but it's like this mystified story. You never really see it, but this is different. You don't have to wait a year, 6 months, whatever. You don't have to read the story, see it produced into a film. You're watching the journalist in real time, collaborating with others and putting it together. So how is that? I know you were saying your mind was kind of seeing where it would go, but how does it feel, well, knowing that it's real time, knowing that other outlets don't have this yet, that you're basically watching, knowledge that if only people knew about, it would be a very big story. When the actual conclusion came about, probably yesterday, and the one sentence conclusion is federal informants potentially on the Karen Reed jury. Setting aside that conclusion, but when the initial conclusion about the Saudi intelligence and all that, when that came to fruition, how did you process that? Obviously we found the guy at King Fayel. He had been in Nebraska, 40 years at the university, used a fake name. Was your reaction, I'm concerned about the country, this is an important story, what do we do about this? How did you react as to, what were you proactive or more reactive?
Well, see, so Grant, that with the PR background, okay, it might be a little different than others. But mine went to, okay, where is this vision going? Okay, where is it going to land? Where would it go to? Who's going to read it? I'm watching your numbers on YouTube. I'm watching them grow on X as you're talking about this. So I'm doing a little bit more of that kind of analysis, if that makes sense.
Well, what about, that totally makes sense. And I think that insight is very valuable. But on a human level, you also, we're in America. We care about America. And this fundamentally touched on, I think even one of these stories would have made any American say, okay, so for, the missile defense, the child abuse material, all. But at a certain point, it kind of crescendos to, this isn't just any one story. This is a horrifying commentary on a defense, a governmental apparatus gone wrong.
So what I will say about that, thank you, Grant. Now I know where you're going. I remember the day that you became extremely emotional about America. Okay. And that stays with me and that stays in my heart. So in that day and from that day forward, it became my experience, okay, became okay to be an American in the chat, right? So I want to put flags, I want to put stuff, I want to put, America. That was my experience. And again, watching and you've been very upfront about this, that your goal and your intention is for the greater good of America. Okay, not for a self-serving, I want to publish something out there. It's for America. So in that sense, I was very, very proud. And it also had me become more interested in what you were doing, if that helps.
No, absolutely. And I think it sheds a light on, well, first of all, I appreciate how much you care about Little Towel, but it also sheds a light on your sort of, you kind of went beyond the, okay, this is concerning and scary, to, okay, we know that in order to fix a problem, we have to identify it. Hold on one second. Oh, my camera. Hold on, I got to reset. You can still hear me, right?
Oh, yeah.
So, no, my camera just restarted. Hold on, let me restart my camera. But I think one of the things that a lot of people were grappling with is kind of, as you were mentioning, the building block. We went from, okay, this is, what is, and I think, to be fair, the first questions we were asking is, why is this juror, and you and I were uniquely positioned when we did our first interview and then our hot coffee chats discussion, which was amazing. Why is this juror is so trained in PR? So maybe that's the best way to do this, because this is still breaking. This is not going to be the only time this is told. So let's tell it from the beginning. When you first, do you remember back right after the verdict, a lot of us were kind of shocked. What is going on here? And then the first thing we did was we started watching the juror interviews. Can you take us back, if you remember your analysis, the PR style of those interviews? How were you first thinking about it? She's trained by the defense. This is too weird. How did you when you saw those juror interviews from number 11, react?
She was way smarter than she was acting. That is what I picked up right away. She was way smarter than she was acting. She easily slips into different accents. And I was big, as you remember, on the accent part of it, and none of this in any kind of making fun of her, okay, or her accents at all. It was more of an objective, wow, this is one accent here and one accent here. I think Murder by Maestro and I talked about, or I did, or however, doing a compilation to show the change. And I don't have those computer skills. But there really was. And I thought to myself, she's really a lot smarter than she um, is interviewing. Then I thought, all right, so she's going to different channels and doing this. But why? I'm just giving you my thought process, okay? But why so many? And why so many in succession? Why? It felt very it felt very planned to me. Do one, do two, do three, do four. And again, nothing against her as a person. There's a lot out there of very mean comments, about her. And that's not what I felt. I just felt like, who is this person? Really? Who is this person? Because this person is not just some juror. And then you started going on the woohoo.
Oh yeah. Oh, then this is where you knew where I was going. So then, and it was very natural, and I think you would agree with me. I think a lot of people, right, may have strong beliefs about different sort of governments or religion's impact on government. But almost everyone on this channel in the comments is very kind of respectful, regardless of what faith people are, regardless of where people are from. We have towels from all over the world here, and I noticed that one thing that they all kind of shared was no one was engaging, and I was proud of this, in that kind of like general sort of like inappropriate behavior that I was seeing on Twitter. No one in these comments, they were very it wasn't concerned about her beliefs or where she was from. It was more, why is there just this sort of skilled oratorical syntactical precision in a package that's coming across as an act? And I'm not insulting Paula, but like, that's not what she actually would want to talk about. I could tell, so my question to you then is, and I know you've seen this one a few times, and a lot of people say, why do we keep watching this random interview from 2021 about her talking about Islam with her husband? But didn't you notice that act was much different than the interviews? So what did you think when we then, secondly, right after we saw the juror interviews over the 2 or 3 days, found this podcast about Islam? Well, what were you thinking when we listened to that the first time? Was it heightening your suspicions?
I was interested, but I was more interested in the husband at that point, to be honest with you. I was more interested in the husband that then was, and we'll get there, I know, but then was the interview in the cafe, and where he came up to her, he noticed her thing, he proposed marriage, or however that, that works. So I think that, okay, so you and I are Catholic, right? But we don't go out. I mean, at least that I know of, praying rosary beads in the street and, meeting up for mass. I mean, I guess.
Listen, maybe, and I support it, but maybe some of the nuns down in Southie, okay, there are some people and that's fine, but I wouldn't say that's very common among Catholics. A cross on the neck is about as much as you're going to get.
That's true. I'm just remembering Boston. So I found that part interesting. Then we see a whole different side of her that was not that accent wasn't the accent on the things, wasn't the person. This was a very intelligent woman discussing now some of the issues she discussed I didn't agree with, but again, this was a very smart woman having a discussion with her husband, who happens to be, whatever he does. So I found it just fascinating that then we start to see, because you dug it up, right? Then we start to see another side of her. And then we're saying, all right. So,
can you tell me a little bit about the PR of it, though? Because we looked at that Orson Welles interview earlier, and let me just replay it for you, because you're a PR expert, right? So,
I'm an expert, but yeah.
Well, you're designated by Towel as a PR expert, okay?
Why thank you, Towel.
So I want to watch this with you, and I love that we have this. We're getting to be like a mini TV studio here, which I really enjoy.
You too.
Now, so I'm not guaranteeing this is 100% going to work, but I want to bring up this Orson Welles interview that we watched earlier today, okay? So, and it's Orson Welles on cold reading, all right? And it's very interesting, and it's kind of a video that's going to lead me into my next question. So if you're just tuning in, it's just coming up on the top of the hour, 6 p.m. Eastern here in a finally more temperate Boston. It is down to, would you believe it, 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Thank goodness, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't didn't know how much longer I could take of that oppressive heat. And we are here with guest Harvard Yard, and I'm looking forward to the opportunity to discuss the week that was, ladies and gentlemen, on Towel Stream. Harvard Yard, along with a number of other Towel friends, were here and literally watched probably, I don't want to declare it this way, but if I only could tell you who just called me during that stream, and I would not, and this was not a personal call, it was a professional call. If I only could tell you, I cannot reveal it, who called me during that stream and what they just said, you all would know that the culmination of this week is that Little Towel was right. And what you may have seen on this stream is a number of very interesting developments related to the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial jury that started because of a simple analysis of a juror giving, and I think you'd agree with this, Harvard Yard, she went out there and gave an hour and 40 minutes of interviews in a few days. Of course we were going to watch them. That's what they were put out there for, so we would watch them.
I just think they didn't expect them to be researched like this. And that's where I made a list of kind of your Rollins stuff and all that for later. But I don't think they thought it through enough to think that people would deep dive on this. That's my personal, you want my PR thing? That's my PR thing. I think so.
No, I agree with you. And so what we're going to load up right here, and I'm going to share the screen with Harvard Yard so they don't have to watch it delayed on the YouTube. Although this is going to push Towel Stream to its absolute maximum capacity, but we're going to do it. Ready? All right, so I'm going to bring up the Orson Welles on cold reading, so you let me know when you see it.
Well, hold on, it's thinking.
It's going to process. There we go. It should be popping up.
All right, hold on, it's not popped up yet. You think the heat had anything to do with what you had going on this week? Feels like it does.
Oh, yeah, no, and Murder by Maestro, I think it was Murder by Maestro, said they didn't, oh no, hold on, we've pushed Towel Stream to its absolute limit here. Hold on, I think it's working though, I think it worked.
All right, I'll tell you, but just think about it, when all this is going on, I can see him, I can't hear him yet, but it was 90, 100 degrees, all this is going, we got towels sweating, it was something. But I can see this, thank you.
Okay, excellent. Now, we have to give it a second for everything to reset on the other end, because let me just say as I mentioned, I think we have pushed Towel Stream to its absolute limit, but it's working. It's working. I need to actually bring up the Orson Welles video. Hold on, everybody, hold.
Yeah, Grant, do you want to close any of those tabs for privacy or to get it moving quicker?
No, it's not that. It's that the actual streaming software, we're waiting for it. All it's really showing right now is on the middle of the screen is like the Zoom bar window. So
the guy's pointing at me. No joke.
Orson Welles. Yeah. Well, but you're not on the stream anymore because I have to wait for it to do its thing.
I can just listen if you want. How long is it?
Oh no, it's not that. It's actually them that I can't show it to. So I just want to wait. No, I just want to wait like a little bit because I don't want to pause mid-interview. So just give.
He's giving me the what for, no doubt about it on this end.
Oh, and we love Orson Welles. Don't get me wrong. But let's listen to the audio, and then I'll bring up. Hopefully that will fix it while it's doing its thing. This is so you'll be able to watch it. The stream won't. It's Orson Welles talking about cold reading. So let's go ahead.
There you go. See there. Bye.
So Towel friends, we're back live. Hello. So sorry about the slight delay. As you probably noticed, Towel Stream, after however many hours it was, finally said, you know what, Towel, we would appreciate if you would restart the streaming and give us a little chance to breathe. So there you go. We don't have breaks on this stream, ladies and gentlemen. You know what we have? We have 30-second buffers. Some streams buffer for a few minutes in return. We buffer for 30 seconds. We're back. I'm a Towel. Hello, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Now, one thing we are going to do that I'm excited about here, and I'm excited for to show this as well to our dear Super Towel friend who is on the line, which is Harvard Yard. If you're just tuning in, that was actually a perfect transition for the top of the hour. And I'm interested in Harvard Yard's thoughts on this video that we're about to watch, which Harvard Yard, as you probably know, is about the way in which cold reading works. Now, you might say, why are we watching a video about cold reading? Well, it's because I'm very interested to hear Harvard Yard's analysis about the way cold reading transliterates into the discipline of public relations. Cold reading is when you're in a room with someone trying to like pretend to be a fortune teller, you know, something like, oh, your brother passed away recently. Oh my God, yes, he did. But translating it into an audience that's not actually in front of you is PR. So let's listen to Orson Welles, one of my favorite interviews, and then we'll ask Harvard Yard some questions about it.
I once, you know, I'm a magician, and I got interested in mind reading and fortune telling, fake fortune telling, you know, and I got to know a lot of old fakes who had retired as millionaires, you know, and they told me their secrets, how you do it. There are things that are called cold readings.
Oh, what's that?
A cold reading is you warm up the sucker by telling him things that he says, how could he ever know that, you see? You say, you know, between the ages of 13 and 15, you had a great change came in your life. But that happens in everybody's life. But he says, he came in and told me things I already see. You've got a scar on your knee. Everybody fell down and has a scar on their knee. Those are cold readings, you see?
I have a scar on my knee.
Sure
How
you
did
do.
you know that?
Yeah, you see? Just something bigger than myself. Well, now, the point about this is that after they're warmed up, they're amazed by this knee bit and the rest of it. They start telling you. Because you just say, is it? And you see from their face it is or it isn't. And then you tell it back and they say, how did he do it? You see? So I was bored. I was playing in Kansas City with Catherine Cornell one time, and we didn't have any matinee on Wednesday, so I hired a room and put Dr. Swami fortune teller, you know? $2 readings. And for the whole day, they came in, and each one, because I felt guilty about it at the end, I said, I'm not going to take your money, you know, because I couldn't have really taken. For a whole day, I was a fortune teller, faking. But then there began to happen to me the thing that does happen to fortune tellers, and which is the occupational disease of fraudulent fortune tellers. And they have a name for it. It's called becoming a shut-eye. And a shut-eye in the argot of these crooks is the fellow who begins to believe himself. You see, and you make these wild guesses. One of them explained to me, he says, supposing you're a night clerk in a hotel, and when you get the job, first of all, a fellow comes in, wants a single room. You look at how good his luggage is, how good are his shoes, and you tell him there's a room in the court, there's no room, or yes, sir, depending on various pieces of evidence. He says, you've been a night clerk long enough, you glance, and you tell him. You've been a night clerk a little longer, and you don't have to look. You've seen it, but the computer in here has made all of those deductions without your being conscious of it. So the mind reader gets so that he, without thinking, does that, and then they say it's true. And a woman came in to me at the end of my career as a fraudulent fortune teller in a bright print dress, sat down, looking perfectly all right, and I said, you've lost your husband last week. And she burst into tears. She had. And then I quit.
That was terrible.
Yes, it's one of those things. Undoubtedly, it's not psychic. Undoubtedly, there was evidence of a tragedy. There was all kinds of things that went into the computer and got processed without me crookedly thinking what I'm going to say to her. And that's how it works, I think.
That's fascinating. And you get sort of 5 spooky premonitions a year.
Like that, and then, you know, yes, I do. And I'm sure they're all spooky like that in some kind of funny way. I suppose I looked at Una and said, you know, she's just, Una is exactly the girl that would be happy with Charlie, I suppose. And instead of thinking, maybe you'll meet him, what did I lose? I said, you're going to marry him. And she did.
So Harvard Yard, and I know people are going to want us. I know people are going to want us to explain. But so you, so you probably heard a lot in there from Orson Welles.
I heard a lot in there, Grant. Come on.
So and I that's what I'm saying. Like, you probably heard something in there about, all right, PR, the discipline of public relations. This is screaming it. But what's the difference between cold reading an audience or a person in a room and public relations?
Let me think about it. You're just putting it into a different way. Okay, hold on. Re-ask that. I'm on a little bit of a different tangent, but very similar. Ask it again, please. Going into a room?
The discipline in PR involves speaking to an audience that you don't see. You know, you're talking to like a TV audience or like a big crowd, but they're not necessarily like, you're not cold reading them. You're anticipating how they're going to react to what you're saying. So you're getting inside their mind, but you don't exactly know. Cold reading, you're in the room with them. You can ask them questions. You can read their vibe. So you've done PR. When you're trying to get inside the mind of an audience that doesn't exist yet, it's an audience that your speaker is going to be talking to. How is that similar but different than reading someone in front of you and responding in real time?
I think, and excuse my allergies, by the way. Okay, so what he's saying there, right? What he's saying is a tactic, right? That we are going to see used here. I think that's why we're watching it. But I think what you're going to do in this case is you're going to get the audience, right? He said to believe in themselves or believe in their own thinking. Okay, this is what I took from it anyway. And at that point, if you get them, all right. He went through the deal of how you get from point A to point B to point C to point D. Okay. So he went through how you get the information, how you get them to disclose it, how you get them to believe it, and then they're a fake. So that's what I took from it. That's just my take on it. So from a PR standpoint, how are you going to do that, right? You're going to figure out who your audience is, and this is actually interesting because it just goes right into everything. Who your audience is, right? Then he calls it the disease, right? Then you're going to get it over to, let's say in the case, I'm going to take Bree Karen Reed at this point, just as an example. Okay. You're going to get them to believe that within themselves or believe that within a cause, right? They're adamant. It could be any cause, doesn't Bree Karen Reed, but in for sake of discussion, here it is. And then it's fake. I don't know. That's what I took from it. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but that's what I took from it.
And you're right. It's a bit of acting. And can you, if you would, tell us a little bit about how that works? I mean, so when you're not, as a PR professional, you're not manipulating your audience. You are selling them on something by presenting an image to them that they, can relate to. So maybe that's what I'm asking about. How do you think about, if you're advising a client, and a lot of people don't think this way, rightfully so, but if you're advising a client, okay, you have to go out there, I know that, it's going to be a little difficult, but you have to sell this certain idea. Right. Part of this is them picking up on what their audience expects a person who is selling them that to look like. Maybe you can tell us about, I don't know as much about this. I study PR more as like what a PR professional would do, not as much how the client would act on TV, but tell us about it.
Yeah, I would say this, for me anyway, this could be more sales related. I think it could go into PR, okay? But in my old selling days, right, I would do what he said. You'd get information from the person, what do they like to do? Who are they? Oh, that's nice. Over time, sometimes very quickly, if you're good read with people, then you would get them to believe. Okay, so then you bring up the product, right? You get them to believe in the product. This can cross right over to PR, right, in my opinion. Get them to believe in the product. Then they're I don't say sunk, that's not the right word, but then they're going to give you what you want, okay, until, let's say in your case and Murder This Week, until you're smarter than they are, right? Because then you're almost calling them out on their. So I would say that in what we saw in that video, in the couples video, right, or the beliefs that you go over it so many times, you believe it. So if we go through those interviews, right, you say over and over and over again until you believe it. And then he talked about it being a fake, so I think it's just loaded. This is loaded, but it does dovetail right into exactly what you found this week. I don't know if that answered your question, but
it does. It reminds me of a scene in the modern BBC adaptation of Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock and Mycroft are sitting looking outside the window. I'm going to try to find it for you. And they say, they look at a man and they are able to identify him completely by his clothing. And that is in one part of the analysis, picking up on who your audience is. But the other is social engineering. Now, have you heard of this term? Eva Towle brought it up, social engineering. Can you tell us a little bit about it? And why is it a discipline? What's the difference between social engineering and just authentically saying what you believe?
I think Eva, love Eva. I think, okay, I think take it as at its words, okay? Social engineering. So in my opinion, how are you going to engineer, manufacture, make it happen, blah, 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 the social aspect of it? If you take it by virtue of just those two words. So to me, social engineering would be almost, you mentioned kind of like NLP, but not exactly NLP, right? But it's how are you going to engineer the social to be exactly how you want it to be. And that's been a theme this week, unless I was on another channel, but I wasn't. So Grant, did that kind of answer that?
Yep, and I think that's I think that's what Eva Towle was driving at, which is how is it possible? How is it possible that that this can exist in a society where we all think of ourselves as free? And the answer is that a lot of us open our minds. We're very trusting, rightfully so, perhaps. And the scene I want to show you, if I can find it, I'm going to try to. No guarantees I can actually find it for you.
So Grant, as you're finding it, isn't that what you did with your example of the Catholics? Right, that would be social engineering.
Right, and it was obviously it's how I actually feel, but it was social engineering, absolutely.
Right, so and I'm telling you, I bought it. I consider myself fairly savvy, right? I hear Baptist, I hear Catholic, I tune in, I'm like, oh man, Hal said he wanted to be a priest. This guy's not kidding right now. He dropped the priest a couple of times in the last couple of weeks. He's busting into the vocation, and he's going to have these people be Catholic on the stream. I think that's what social engineering is. Would you agree with that?
Right, and obviously I didn't want to convince people to.
You said you didn't.
Right, but I was saying to people, don't fall for this. Like, even though it's my authentic beliefs, this is an example. And people, I mean, you were obviously saying, I know he really believes it, but it's something you want to believe. You want there to be a person out there doing that. That's how easy it is to fall for it.
But it was effective. I ran it back, and I was like, he's for real right now. He's doing this experiment. He said he could probably do it. This guy, he's doing it right now. What in the fuck is going on here? And so I ran it back, and then I heard you, and you were very great at saying a disclaimer. I'm not doing this. I'm not, with everyone. So it was fair, but I bought it.
Yep.
Just to listen.
Yep. Now, obviously, we stopped a little bit into the progression. We went from, and obviously this is relevant, we went from the jurors' interviews to then the podcast about Islam. And then I think something else that we found, and I guess this is I feel like we're doing, part of what I'm practicing, Harvard Yard, and I appreciate you doing this, is part of the interviews that I want to, get better at, or a part of what I want to learn how to do is when a guest is on, say, play a video and have them comment on it. Now, one of the videos that I'd like to show you right now is the video that we translated of Paula. Do you remember when we dubbed this video? And I think it dovetails, instead of watching the Islamic, or the podcast about Islam and feminism. But before we begin this, one of the things I want to ask you about is, before we move on from that podcast from 2021, what does it tell you that the way that Islam was being presented on that podcast was that it was compatible with, how would I describe this, Western feminism, and also someone who wants to convert from Catholicism? Wasn't that a little bit odd?
I had an aversion to it, to be honest with you. There was times I had to tune out, respectfully.
Well,
You made me angry.
well, no, of course, and I am not a woman, so I certainly I understand why, and people were saying that in the chat, but even not on the substance of it, but just the way it was packaged. It wasn't saying, "Oh, you should convert to Islam." It was very subtle, like, "Here's why it's okay to be a feminist," and then abandon Catholicism, become now that kind of package is PR, is it not?
Well, it's PR, and I think it's also what you're talking about that social engineering part, right? But that's just a very mild, come on in, come on in version. Yeah, come on in. You just hear about me and my husband talking. Come on in. That's what it felt. It felt like to me.
Yep, and on that topic, I'd actually love for you to analyze this. And I'm interested also because, as you know, the way we put this together was we actually went and are you able to see that video, Paula?
Oh yeah, I know this one very well because this was completely divergent. So yes, I would love to watch it again.
Yep. Now, this video, of course, was originally in Portuguese. And Murder by Maestro was very impressed by the dubbing service I found. And I want to be clear, it would be hard for an English audience to understand this without a dub, so I think we had to dub it. But I didn't know that the dub we would find would be this good and match to the tone of her voice. So what we're going to do is I'm going to play this for those who haven't seen it. It was the juror originally speaking in Portuguese about how she found her husband. And we're not analyzing it for the content. We're analyzing it alongside someone who knows PR. And we're talking about why this specific presentation aligns with what our thoughts were in real time over this past week about why it was a little bit packaged too interestingly well. So let's listen.
Hi everyone, how are you? So, I'm going to tell you how Karim and I met. Sit down. Here comes the story. So we met at a cafe in San Francisco. I had a little Brazilian flag, a card with the Brazilian flag. And he saw the flag and asked if I was Brazilian. I said yes. Then we started talking. He told me his name was Karim. I thought to myself, Arab, I really like that. What an interesting man. He also had a beard like I like, a little bearded guy, cute. A little wooden necklace that I was enchanted by, which I later found out were prayer beads, but I thought that little necklace was super hippie. I thought, wow, Arab, hippie, bearded, perfect, right? But our conversation started to flow there, and we really connected when I told Karim on that same, on our first day, I told him that I wanted to learn more about Islam because I was studying Islam, because I had been fasting, that I knew about Ramadan, knew some things, and I wanted to learn more. He immediately offered to teach me a lot of things. And we had other meetings after that. I met some of his friends. Yeah, he met my cousin here. I mentioned him to my family. He saw my family on camera. You know, that's what we could do. I also met his parents through the camera. And, well, Muslims don't date. Muslims meet and marry. So we couldn't keep dragging this process out, you know, just getting to know each other, you know. And since Karim is a psychologist, this helped a lot because he did a bunch of personality and compatibility tests with me. We talked very openly about everything. We discussed things like where we are going to spend vacations with my family or with his, like the method we will use to have a child, if I prefer normal delivery or cesarean section. We talked about things like who will pay the household bills, how the bills will be divided, how everything about the day-to-day life of a couple we discussed before getting married, seriously. Nothing was sugar-coated or sweetened. We were very straightforward because he knew the right questions. And I was 27 years old. I wasn't that mature, but I also knew what I wanted. So we were very direct with each other. And the fact that of me looking for a religion, wanting to do the right things, wanting to follow this faith, it also enchanted him and gave him confidence that I was a nice person. And he also gave me a confidence that I wasn't afraid. During this process of getting to know each other, Yash converted, and we went through the process of the religious wedding. After the religious wedding, I was able to meet his parents, and then we could travel, because once you have the religious wedding, you can already live as husband and wife. So
I mean, there's your proof she knew the father-in-law, by the way.
then I went to meet his parents, and we could travel together, and then we had the civil wedding here. And all of this happened in 3 months. Okay, folks, I married him in 3 months. I called my grandma. I told her what was happening. I said he was Muslim. Then my grandma said, wow, Paula. I woke up early these days. I was watching a morning show that was explaining how Muslims wake up super early to pray. They must be good people. Just like that, my grandmother gave me that kind of sign, like, go, Paula, go ahead. It will work out. And I believe in these kinds of signs in life. My mother didn't oppose. My grandmother didn't oppose. My aunts, my cousins didn't say much. My father, I think he was a bit hesitant. The family of Karim certainly had doubts too, but things happened very easily for us, you know. As his friends got to know me, childhood friends, people he trusts a lot, the friends also realized that I was being sincere. And as I got to know him, talked about him to my family, and my family saw him, they also felt that Karim was sincere. So everything went right, you know? So it was super fast, but it was fast and responsible. It was responsible because we were first trying to honor God. Second, because we asked the right questions and discussed absolutely everything before getting married. And third, it was quick and easy, which we understood as a divine sign that it was meant to be. And here we are almost 7 years later. It truly was meant to be, because almost 7 years, 3 children, 1 move, 2 trips. I think his family likes me. Certainly my family likes him. So that was our love story. It was destiny. It was from God. It was at the right time. We said the right thing to each other so that we connected right away. The conversation began. And will I tell you it was easy? It wasn't. The first year of marriage then was horrible, because intercultural marriage is complicated. It's not simple, okay? Yeah, different cultures, different customs. I was adapting to the new rules of the religion. Yeah, he was trying to adapt to my ways, to the things I liked that he didn't understand. Language. My English was terrible. I spoke with many mistakes, and he couldn't understand me most of the time. But like, we had some really intense moments, like in the first year, in 2014. Then in 2015, we went to Brazil, had our wedding party there in Brazil. And I think that sealed everything, because everyone met him. We had the wedding party. My friends liked him. My family who didn't know him also liked him. My mother welcomed him. He stayed with me at my house, there at my mom's with my stepfather. Anyway, it was all we had positive feedback from everyone, you know, all the time. So everything was very easy. And thank God for that. Alhamdulillah, we're together. And may we stay together until we die, right? Until death do us part, with our children and our growing family. No, not growing more. It ends here with our family, united, right? My parents, his parents, with everyone getting along, with us getting along, with the children growing, and that we have many Valentine's Days together, both Brazilian and American. That's it, folks. See ya.
Okay, so I'll mute the video. I'll just have it playing as you analyze it. Tell us your thoughts, Harvard Yard. You know, what did you think of that? It was obviously translated with the disclaimer. It was translated. What did you think?
Okay, so therefore her accent would be different or would not be different?
So that is not actually her speaking. It is an interpolate. So it's taking her voice in Portuguese and then translating it to English.
Okay.
So that is not her. No. Now we have heard her real voice, and we've analyzed that, but so we're not focusing on the accent, but we're or the
content. Yeah, and I did it. I listened purposely that way. I think, and again, as a disclaimer, she's a very intelligent woman. This is not saying anything against her. Okay, it's an observation. Okay, so the observation is this. This is quite the how to join a certain religion talk. So I guess the easiest way to convert it, if I could, real fast, to Catholicism, right?
Well, no pun intended with convert there, but yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So it'd be like this. Hey, Grant, oh man, we met at that cafe, and I told you about, if you want to become a Catholic, you've got to get baptized, and then you've got to make your first confession, and when you make your first confession, You really, we're falling in love here. So you got to make that first confession though. Then once you make that first confession, we got to go over to confirmation. And by that point, it's very, very, very important that you have your rosary, like those wood beads, right? Because I noticed, it's like a crash course in how to become to join Islam. Perfectly be honest is how I heard it. And then I would say to from there you do this and you do that, and there's certain restrictions. We can't do this. If we're going to get married, we can't have sex, can't have this, can't have that. And are you totally cool with that? You seem to be cool with that, right? All right, that's great, cool. So let's meet the parents, right? But the parents are in Europe, so we'll just do, which would not happen usually in America. We'll just meet the folks on the Zooms, okay? And that's okay. But I'm just so glad they liked you. You know what I mean? I'm just so glad.
Well, and
because it was predestined. It was predestined.
I want to
using the example.
No, of course I want to jump in because you're just speaking to me as if you were, doing a podcast interview. But what she was doing was even more interesting. She was encoding this in a story, like a personal story.
Correct. So if I had to read it that way, that was fun, doing it in language that we would understand. But basically what it says is there's a flag, there's beads, there's prayers, there's fasting, there's there was a rush, there was compatibility, there was predestination, there was fasting. I think I said that one before. This was all almost like the work of a greater power. So please, come on board. That's just what it felt like to me.
Yep.
If you tell me not to look at content.
Yep. Now Eva Towell said.
Did it in two ways.
Now Eva Towell said Eva Towell said that this is a reflection. She's a PR person's dream, right? And I think you and I certainly have talked about that. But another thing is the reason I want to stop screen sharing, and I'm going to bring up another video for you to analyze. And how fun is this, Harvard Yard? We're doing it is almost like getting an opportunity to do a real time TV analysis. I'm going to bring up on the screen for you.
But Grant, we never got married. What the heck? You're leaving me out in the freaking street when I introduced you to my folks.
Listen. The Pope gave me I'm being sarcastic. The Pope gave me very specific instructions. If I'm going to spread Catholic belief in the West, I can't get married. I have to be seen as this sort of figure who just doesn't get married. He just goes around helping people. You don't understand? The Pope gave me very specific instructions. I'm kidding.
Okay, I know we're having fun here, but it's the only way I could try to convert what she was saying. So anyway, it was fun. I send you a hug. All right, let's go.
Yep. No, you don't understand. When I eventually run for office, they're going to use that quote and be like, see, we were right about John F. Kennedy. We're right about him. Like, though he's working for the Pope.
Oh, that's good stuff. Good way to move along with the day.
Yeah, but what we're going to watch here, and I'm going to bring it up on your screen, I'm just getting it ready for the Towel Friends, is this is a little bit more than just someone, and this is, I'm not saying this just about her. This is, to me, it's a little bit deeper than, oh, we really like Islam. It's that there's certain states, I think it's fair to say, who, let's say as part of their domestic apparatus, in particular Saudi, maybe, perhaps, potentially, use the spread of Islam to advance the agenda of Wahhabist factions that support their state. And not just Saudi, but other states. So let's listen to this lecture from a lawyer. This was James Cridler.
Oh, I loved it.
Yep, I know you've seen the whole thing. We're going to watch just a clip here of a lecture from Dartmouth, and I'd like your analysis after we watch the part about the way in which the Saudi Ministry of Islamic Affairs functions. And we're not saying that it's only the Saudi Ministry of Islamic Affairs that does this, but just let's listen to what they do.
Dramatic action. And that.
Hold on, we got to go back a little bit because this actually explains why Saudi Arabia is far more radical than we realize. So let's listen to this part, and then I also want to ask you some questions about Saudi's role in 9/11. But first, let's listen to the full clip. It's only about 2-3 minutes, and it talks about the Saudi Ministry of Islamic Affairs.
But the fact is, 9/11 was an attack on the United States with the active intent and cooperation from 11 known Saudi government officials. Saudi Arabian government officials were the accomplices without whom there never could have been a 9/11 attack. And I'm going to give you a little information about that. The starting place, I guess, is why would Saudi Arabia support al-Qaeda? Osama bin Laden is Sunni, etc. And to understand that, we have to go back to 1979. Most of you with the same hair color as me will remember that year. I was in my third year of law school. The current students obviously will not. But 1979 was a wake-up call to the world and the Islamic world in particular. Two cataclysmic events happened. The Shah of Iran was overthrown, something that seemed unthinkable at the time, by radical Shiite Muslims. And in the same year, the mosque in Mecca was taken over by Wahhabi radicals. Now, the House of Saud was built in partnership with the founder of Wahhabism. But until, and you must remember that the king of Saudi Arabia, now King Salman, in Arabic, his title is the keeper and protector of the holy mosques. The word king doesn't appear in his Arabic title. When that happened, the royal family had an oh my God moment. If the Shah can be overthrown and Wahhabi radicals can take over the mosque, we are next unless we take dramatic action. And that event prompted the royal family to deliberately start accommodating the Wahhabi mullahs. They did it in two ways. Sometime later, they created a new branch of the Saudi government called the Ministry of Islamic Affairs. The Ministry of Islamic Affairs is dedicated to the spread of Wahhabism internationally. And every embassy and consulate in the world has Ministry of Islamic Affairs officials embedded in it, as well as foreign ministry, intelligence, what have you. The second thing to keep in mind is the nature of the Saudi Arabian government. You all know that there are many members of the royal family. Well, how do you get ahead there? How do you become foreign minister, defense minister, deputy crown prince, or king? They don't have elections. The way in which you rise to prominence and power in Saudi Arabia is to seek and obtain the support of the Wahhabi mullahs. So every prominent person in Saudi Arabia, King Salman, his predecessor, all made their pilgrimages to kiss bin Laden's ring in Kandahar.
Now let's pause here because we're going to jump down a little bit. Let's be clear. Mohammed bin Salman was picked by King Solomon. Okay? So let's be very clear. So let's listen to this. Let's listen to this last part about the Ministry of Islamic Affairs.
And, you know, there's this university, Iman U, and that's where all the imams are trained and the Saudi government officials who populate the Ministry of Islamic Affairs. So you have this ministry directly dedicated to the spread of Wahhabism. I mean, if you'd ask me what would be a great thing for MBS to do, would be to say, I, as a young man, am turning the page on what some people in our government did 20 years ago, because the planning is now more than 20 years ago, And I am disbanding or altering the Ministry of Islamic Affairs. I mean, that's the best way to lend teeth to his statement, I'm, clamping down on the Wahhabi extremists.
This was delivered in 2020. And by the way, how interesting is it that President Trump was faced impeachment over that nonsense Ukraine thing right as there was becoming pressure from this lawyer who's very powerful? He met with Trump right as President Trump right as this was happening to remove the Saudi Arabian government's immunity for 9/11. But to begin, just tell me what you think about this. How does it make you feel to learn that there is a formal department, Harvard Yard, a formal department of the Saudi government that is dedicated to basically doing what we just analyzed in that video? I'm not saying the two are connected, but it's an eerily similar topic.
Yeah, when we get to the Saudi part, it's a little more challenging for me because I don't have a lot of background in that. But what I heard is there's more than meets the eye in 9/11, surrounded by money, right, by power. But at the end, I think he was saying what could happen, or what he maybe would hope to happen, there would be younger people that come up in the ranks in order to change that. That's what I heard. But again, I'm not great at this part.
Well, and I think a lot of people who watch this stream will know, I'm a nonpartisan. I think we have people from all ends of the political spectrum here. I've said that the Democratic Party left me in this trial has pushed me more towards moderate. I've admitted that. But I also have known, not personally, but my family has known President Trump for 20 or 30 years. I don't know when they last spoke to him because I imagine he's very busy once he became president in 2016. But he used to hang up. My grandfather was the fire chief in Newton, and my grandfather and my mom would go down to Mar-a-Lago once a year, and my grandfather and him would sit around and talk about firefighting, and they both that's how I knew President Trump, although I don't agree with all his politics. He had to have been a good man because my grandfather is the sweetest human ever, and if my grandfather likes your vibe, you got to be all right. So that's how I've always felt that way. But I want to play this clip because I think a lot of people are saying, well, we love President Trump, so especially some of the people who voted for President Trump. Don't you think he would do something about this grant? He was talking about Saudi Arabia being responsible. Let me know what you think about this clip where this lawyer says he met directly with President Trump, but it seems like President Trump's own national security establishment stepped in. Let's take a listen.
I and some of the families were with President Trump on 9/11. The next day, Attorney General Barr invoked state secrets and national security as an excuse to keep the FBI documents hidden. We're fighting that. We have some champions. Tomorrow, Tulsi Gabbard at 1 o'clock will hold a press conference saying release, the information to the families. So luckily, we've got a lot.
And I mean, you can hear it, and I'm going to just jump to one part. Don't think that I'm stretching, and I know we're doing analysis that's a little bit outside of what we normally do. But listen to what he says about the challenge. This guy has intelligence community clearance, clearly, but because he's in a lot of the documents in the case that he represents the families and the victims in the 9/11 case, he can't talk about. They're under protective order. By the way, this lawyer is the only person in history who's ever gotten a judgment for victims of terrorism from a state. He got Libya to pay the victims of the Lockerbie bombings. Might have been Iran, actually. Either Libya or Iran. But let's listen to this.
The challenge in dealing with the administration is to get them to focus sufficiently to overcome what I see as a clear cover-up being perpetrated by McGarity and McGuire. And to state the obvious, when the news is, other than Baghdadi, is impeachment, and everything else, it is enormously hard, to break through.
And so, I know I won't ask you to dive too deep into it because we got a little astray. But you can see here that he's basically saying we tried really hard. Oh, by the way, Super Towel Eva, I love that Super Towel Lemon emoji. You're amazing. But this man is trying very hard, this lawyer, to say, listen, the people want to do the right thing, but there's a lot of pressure, and maybe even President Trump can be put under pressure if he starts talking about the wrong thing. But let's pull it back. The only reason I really brought this up is I was asking you about your opinion about how it makes you feel that it's not just that we might be looking at PR here, but that PR can serve not just like selling products to people. It can serve the interest of religion or any number of different groups, and it can be implemented in a very professional way.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. I keep thinking here, Grant, at Boston College, this is Lockerbie, correct?
Yeah, Lockerbie was of course, for those who don't know, it was the bombing of the Trans Am flight. I think it was 89 over in Scotland by the Libyans. It was when Muammar Gaddafi was in charge of Libya.
Right. I actually had a friend on that flight, ironically. So sometimes I go in and out, and she was a friend from Boston College, actually. Believe it or not. She had a twin, so that's easily verifiable. So let's go.
I'm so sorry to hear that. That tragedy, I know I'm so sorry your friend was lost, but we might have to explain to people, because this lawyer, maybe you can tell us, this lawyer, and maybe your friend's family even knows this lawyer, he was the only person in history to ever successfully sue a state on behalf of victims of a bombing.
Yeah, I'd like to go back and look that up, because, yeah, she was a twin. She had a twin. That I recall, and yeah, it was heavy. I remember being very, very heavy in school, because I was in school back then, yeah, it was just heavy. So she was BC. So Scott, Grant, you may be able to. Sorry, my brain went to back there. You may be able to look that up. Not that we're doing that right now, but I think. I agree with you on his clearance. I agree with you on his lawyering. I think that there were a lot of families that were torn apart by that. I think this was a first, what do you call it? Well, big world event, so to speak, where people knew people that were lost in it. So, I don't know.
Yep, and I want to...
Can't hear you.
I want to bring this, sorry, thank you. I have a real-time mute detection. I want to bring this over onto your screen. For people who don't know what we're talking about, and this is a public affairs, by the way, I formally decided this is a public information service. It is a public affairs service. So we're now going to do long-form programming where we occasionally analyze content or historic events with our guests. I feel that this is the best way to reflect the mission of this platform. And in honor of what our guest Harvard Yard just brought up, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, by the way. It's coming back past 6:45 p.m. Eastern here in Boston, down to 69 degrees. I can almost breathe again in the weather. Let's take a look at this news coverage of the Lockerbie bombing, and then we'll come back to this last week of developments in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, which was itself an intense situation. In honor of your friend.
Good stuff that, as I'm sure you'll agree. And more good stuff to come in the next of our classic movies. But this one's very different from what you've just seen. It's a light, sophisticated comedy, Topper, starring Cary Grant, Constance Bennett and Roland Young, in the story of a pair of wealthy young wastrels who die before their time in a car crash and come back to perform one good deed. And their idea of a good deed is to pick on a hapless, downtrodden bank manager, and whether he likes it or not, and most of the time he doesn't, shake him out of his rut. Cary Grant at the top of his form, and I know you won't want to miss that. Until tonight, goodbye.
Now on BBC One, we return to the newsroom and Michael Burke.
All 273 people aboard a Pan American jumbo jet are now known to have died tonight when it crashed on the town of Lockerbie in the Scottish borders. People in the town have died too. It's thought at least a dozen, but bodies are still being found. The plane hit a petrol station and demolished 2 rows of houses, sending a fireball 300 feet into the air. The RAF Rescue Centre said a short while ago there were no survivors in the houses. It's Britain's worst air disaster. The plane was a Boeing 747 Pan American Flight 103, which left Heathrow bound for Kennedy Airport, New York at 6:25 tonight. At 7:19, it suddenly vanished off the radar screens over the Scottish borders and seconds later hit Lockerbie, devastating the southern part of a small town of 3,000 people. Rescue teams from all over Britain converged on Lockerbie, but there was scarcely anybody to rescue. Fewer than a dozen Lockerbie people have been treated for injuries. Among those on the plane were groups of American students and military personnel heading home for Christmas. We don't know what caused the crash. Officials say it did not collide with another aircraft, which leaves structural failure or sabotage the most likely cause. Mike Donkin reports.
The remains of Pan Am Flight 103 were strewn over miles of border countryside tonight, still smouldering. Holidaymakers heading for the States were aboard, servicemen returning home. None could have survived. To the little town of Lockerbie, the crash brought unthinkable devastation. Dozens of houses on the south side of the town were wrecked. Cars were engulfed by burning aviation fuel, their drivers still inside. Witnesses' stories are terrible.
I was driving up the road in the car, and you know, I heard this horrible sound. It was like a rushing and a screaming noise, and the whole sky just lit up, and then you had...
Oh, just... I didn't realize they'd have images from the scene. I will say, Harvard Yard, thank you for mentioning your friend who was lost in the crash. I did not realize how intense those images would be, and I apologize if they were overwhelming.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm good. So I'm about 15 to 20 years, quote, your senior. But yeah, I think it's important to honor her. Patricia Coyle, and her sister was Chrissy, and we know her as Chrissy. And Grant, the dorms, there's 2 dorms that are up, not the mods. You made me smile today big time. But there was 2 dorms up. I had to walk through the middle part up there, and the sister and I shared a room there. And there, at that time, there was like 4 in a room or something. Was it
Edmonds?
Well, okay, not Edmonds. What's next to Edmonds?
Walsh.
The one facing the other way. It was Walsh. No, that's down. That's down campus. You're way down campus.
Well, were you
up campus?
Were you
go through the grotto or whatever it was called? You got to go there, and you got to walk back up in. There's 2 big doors.
Were you freshmen or were you sophomores or juniors?
I want to say maybe it was junior, because I lived off campus. Senior, maybe junior, senior. So go freshman, sophomore, maybe.
So Co-Row, like Fitzgibbons or somewhere right near McElroy.
Okay, it might have been. Yeah, right near McElroy where we'd eat, but you go back up in there, and there was 2 dorms back up in there.
So they built a lot. They built a lot more over time. But yes, that sounds like.
Did they?
Yeah, that sounds like the upper campus area.
Yeah, it's the upper campus.
It's called Co-Row now.
Oh! I need to get hip. I went back about a year ago. I drove around. It was at night though, and got out and walked around. It was really a cool experience at night. But anyway, so. We'll carry on, and we'll hold good thoughts for her.
Yes.
I distinctly remember that. But again, it was younger, and you don't exactly know death as well at that point either. You know, so that's when, at least in my experience, started to know people that had died and stuff. So it was very, very new. But I'm great to talk about it anyway. Just we'll hold her in good thought. She's being remembered today, so that's cool.
No, I appreciate that, and thank you for sharing her name. And we were, of course, that did come up in the context of what was a wild series of developments this week, and we then quickly transitioned into, or we were going to transition into, after we took a look at those videos of the juror and sort of found some interesting things, not necessarily about her perspective, but just about the PR appearance of it all. Then came the patent discussion. So you know what? Let me just I know you were excited for this.
I know. And what I was going to say is, just for fun, not for fun, because that's not fun. But you never know what you're going to get from a guest that you interview. Do you know what I mean? Like you're saying, it's becoming like a channel or however a long format. But you never know what you're going to get from a guest. Who would have thunk?
Yep, and what I agree with you. And I think people are learning, and part of what people like about this channel is the opportunity to learn, and that means a lot to me. So one of the things I want to bring up is this patent situation, and I guess I kind of think it would be fun if you could take us through what it was like in real time, because you obviously saw the patent go up on the screen, and you were kind of listening to this whole analysis. So we're looking into the father-in-law's conviction. Obviously, we see the line about the patent, and then obviously over on your screen there, you're going to see that was the patent. So maybe, you can tell, if you wouldn't mind, the audience a little bit about what this moment was like. I'm going to zoom in a little bit for you because that was actually that name right there in particular, right in the center of your screen, Mustafa E. Ahmad, spelled wrong because it's Mustafa F. Ahmad, that led us down this rabbit hole. So take us through what was it like? I'm interested to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, but it was his patent, but yet it wasn't his patent, correct? Someone else signed it or something.
Well,
there was some something anyway.
Yes, and it's on your screen right now. So the father-in-law who got arrested for stealing the nuclear secrets is up at the top. Ahmed Al-Hadi Y. Sergeldin. But then
can you pull over the abstract? I can read it real quick.
Yep, but then and we'll talk about that in a second. But then the second name is Mustafa E. Ahmad. Okay, then the second name, it's not that it was he didn't forge it or like his signature. It was that it's a fake name. The man's real name is Mustafa with a U F Ahmad. Now, the reason why this also is interesting, of course, is you remember the first thing that happened is Murder by Maestro, who found this, and I were looking into what is this patent. Well, you can see right over on your screen, and we'll be able to show it to the Towel friends if you want to analyze the abstract for us. It looks like it's a device to detect emergency signals in traffic, right?
Hold on. Give me 10 seconds here. Talk about the weather again.
Well, no, and I'll just explain it for the audience. So this patent is ostensibly for a signal adaptive processor device for detecting and identifying specific sound signals that are emitted by relatively moving or at-rest sources in noisy environment. Now that immediately is going to make you think, okay, that's military. That's probably for detecting like arms fire, or I thought it was for, I didn't know exactly what, but I thought military. Murder by Maestro thought, okay, maybe it's for detecting something like, what would it be, voices, like detecting enemy voices. But no, you scroll down and the patent itself, right, looks like it's for a device you put in a car. Okay, this is the Juror 11's father-in-law, by the way, if you're wondering what we're analyzing. It looks like a device you put in a car to tell you if police are around, ambulance, or fire engine. But who would make that, right? And you look at this whole patent, all right, it's complex, it's small. Then you get to the write-up of the patent, and it is all about how civilian traffic, it would be like benefited, right, if this device were created. Do you know what this device actually is? I know you know the answer, Harvard Yard. But as you're reading this patent, and take us back to that moment when Murder by Maestro and I were analyzing and you were looking on stream, did you think, oh yeah, no, there's something weird here? Or did you think, oh, okay, it looks like it's a traffic device?
Okay, hold on. Bear with me, hold on. Allergies are killing me. Okay, hold on. I'm kind of I know the answer, but I just want to make sure I'm informed.
Yep. And you can see it's basically saying, listen, in traffic, people, there's a lot of noise, and you can't hear the emergency vehicles. So if we put this little device in people's cars, they'll know where the emergency vehicles are.
Right. But there's language in here that's concerning, okay? Awareness of drivers with low state of awareness, hearing impairment.
But you got to, but you got to think all this is fake, right? Like they don't care about the drivers, but they're providing a little cover. Even here on the second,
they're running cover for then what turns into be what you'll share, which is correct.
Right, and it says summer of the invention. It seems like it's a low cost microcomputer based device that can be installed in vehicles such as automobiles, trucks, buses, which identifies the siren sound emitted by police or fire vehicles out of many different sources of sound emitting at the same time in the ambient environment, and it indicates the PAF direction of approach and alert the vehicle's operator by visual as well as sound means. So that's not what this is, though, right? We know what this is actually going to be a patent for. It's going to come up on your screen right now. Now tell me.
Grant, will you go to 40? Go to 40.
What do you mean?
If you don't mind, just go back up to where you were at, line 40.
Yeah.
Or go to 40, if you wouldn't mind, please. By using physically different reference signals in the training mode, we can generate new reference templates in order to correspond with these physically different sounds by comparing the incoming signal as a template time for our device to be used to detect and identify that. I'm sorry, I meant 45. 40 and 40. how do they do this? 40 and 45. What? Just go with 40. I think that goes right into what you're about to talk about. I could be wrong. Then drop down to 50. I think is where you're going. I could be wrong, but tell me, did I lose it?
Yeah, well, it's not just that. It's that, again, it's cover, so it looks
It's cover for what we're about to get to, but it's got language
that looks like it sounds like it's talking about cars, but it's really not.
It's really not.
And then you
It's
find
really
out
not.
you find
but granted, it covers. I mean, it cover. If you're pulled into court, let's pretend, right? You could say, "Oh, but it da 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 da." But now,
well, it's
I
not
would be
about that.
quiet.
It's more about the patent trademark office has to be able to say, okay, yes, in civilian traffic, this device could do that. Okay, yeah, it could, but really, its main purpose, and tell me if this sounds familiar. The single shoulder mounted sensor provides individual soldiers immediate awareness of hostile fire locations, whether during sniper or rapid fire engagement. When integrated, Warrior X can provide unit leaders with the shooter grid coordinates with pinpoint accuracy, which allows them to order airstrikes, enhancing the situational awareness needed to effectively coordinate team responses to hostile fire. The Boomerang Warrior X detection system is mounted on the shoulder of the soldier so he or she can have both hands free. The sensor is connected by cable to a small screen that provides a range of information about enemy fire as azimuth, range, and elevation. The shot can be detected up to a maximum distance of 500 meters. The complete system has an operating duration of 12 hours. That's this. It's a low-cost microcomputer-based device that can be installed on a person's shoulder and identifies sound not emitted by vehicles out of many different sources of sound emitting at the same time in the ambient environment. It indicates the sound direction of approach, and it alerts the operator by visual as well as sound means. And then, what does this say over here? Incoming shot announcements are transmitted to a built-in speaker or an earpiece, while a lightweight display provides range and azimuth of the incoming shot announcements of the shooter position. As the soldier moves, the system compensates for the motion and continually updates the threat's location on the wrist display. And it functions in urban and mountainous terrains. False alerts are non-existent. So that is, you called it, Harvard Yard. That is what this device, it's really talking about. Now, the interesting part, and Harvard Yard, I think it's best to ask you these questions because a lot of lay listeners will say, okay, Grant, I know that you understand where this has gone, but can you pause and tell us what's going on? So why is it a big deal that, well, first of all, we know it's normal for patents to be fake, right? Like the defense establishment is not going to publish publicly what they're working on. They're going to cover it, right? That part's not abnormal. But why, and give us a little preview, why is the fact that the name is fake a problem? Not necessarily where we're going to go with it next, but why does that name being fake on a patent of this seriousness indicate concern?
Yeah, this one is difficult. I mean, this took you and Murder by Maestro time to get. So be fair. You just gotta be fair. I'm not military intelligence. You want to know where this led, how this led to the other place?
Well, no, I will take us through that. But as you as you were watching, right, and you're hearing me say, okay, Murder by Maestro, this guy's name, like, I think it was posted in chat, if you recall, recall Murder by Maestro, and as soon as we kind of figured out it was the Boomerang Warrior X, we were like, oh, who's Mustafa Iyamad at King Fayed University? Now, maybe I should just explain this so then you can react to it. So then I go, yes, I go around.
Idaho.
Right. Oh, that's what it was. You remembered more than I did. Weren't we looking in the document, Murder by Maestro and I on the chat and all the rest of the Tau friends, to find whether he went to the University of Idaho, which he left for some reason with an advanced degree and then became a security guard and then showed up again at Raytheon. Do you think maybe he did something bad at the University of Idaho? Maybe. Yeah. But anyway, so you can see we take a look here, and we see Mustafa E. Ahmad, right? But there is no Mustafa E. Ahmad. Okay? There just is no Mustafa E. Ahmad. You know what there is, though? There is a Mustafa Faisal Ahmad who has been at that very school for, I don't know, something like 40 years after being in Nebraska, which would, and he definitely knew, I would guess, we know he knew, the guy on the patent knew the father-in-law who went down for stealing missile secrets in CSAM. But look at this. What do you see? Do you see this page here? Mustafa Faisal Ahmad. So then you realize, wait a minute. Why would he change just the U? And we'll go back to the patent application. Why would he change just the U to an O? And why would he change his middle initial from an E to an F? Maybe because he didn't want to leave a trail. And also, if you look at this bio, why would this man who helped design sensitive military technology, clearly in the U.S., we know that. Why would this man suddenly reappear, not reappear, why would for 40 years he list himself as the founder of Saudi Arabia's first e-commerce platform, and also he owned lensexpress.com, okay? That was him. Remember those ads? And also, he had an e-commerce company in Sydney. But it says nothing. Look, here it is, Chardon State College in Nebraska. That was in the 80s. It says nothing whatsoever about being involved in sensitive patent development with a man who was clearly working for Raytheon. How much? And so I'll take you through it. The implications here are that those two men worked on that patent. One of them falsified their name, went back to Saudi Arabia, where he's been ever since, doesn't talk about his history in that kind of work, even though it's very valuable, and therefore he is likely Saudi intelligence. Now, let's put this all together. 2019, the father-in-law of Juror 11 in the Reed and O'Keefe trial gets caught stealing our missile systems. Now, I think you remember, what exactly were the theft of those missile systems about? Well, let me grab the document for you here, and let's take a look at the government's sentencing memo. Hold on. Be the reason why...
Hey, Grant.
Go ahead.
Grant, important to note that Paula has said that she is not in touch with her father-in-law.
Oh, no,
I think
of course.
that is important to share if you're... Just for clarification.
Oh, you went on mute.
I'm back. Sorry, I thought you were going to talk.
No. I was saying you were raising a very important point, because that eventually Paula sends me a written statement where she says she's not in contact with this man. So you nailed it.
Well, it's important, I think, because people that are coming in, or maybe coming in late, or maybe tuned in interested in this, like, oh my goodness, what in the heck is happening? She has distanced herself or said that she does not have contact, or Grant, however she told you. So I think it's important to honor that as we're pushing through this. If I think you would agree.
Yes, but it also should be noted in his sentencing memo, the son-in-law in 2020, in the father's federal sentencing memo, not in the one, not in this one, but in the defense one, the son wrote a letter on his behalf. Now,
I agree, but I was just saying at this point.
Yep. Now I'm only bringing this up because if you go to the father-in-law's sentencing memo, and this is directly tied in, you will see this was no mere technical violation of classified information handling rules. This was a significant breach of national security. The technology largely concerned ballistic missiles, defense systems, specifically the radar used to detect missiles that are aimed at our soldiers, our ships, our buildings, and our citizens, and to guide our own systems in times of need. Some of the technology was cutting edge, as it involved radar systems that were in the process of being implemented while defendant was committing his crimes. Some of the systems have not yet been fully implemented. That was 2020, July 2020. The Boomerang Warrior X only went in the field recently. The implications are that back when this was a patent, it was compromised by Saudi and Egyptian intelligence, and then got into the field, and it's possible in 2019 the Egyptian intelligence guy, the juror's father-in-law who got caught, didn't disclose this, that he worked on this patent with the Saudi guy. Now you might say, why would the Saudis want to do this? Well, if they built the patent, and the function of the patent is to detect missiles incoming or fire incoming at the soldier, you would know, if you built the patent, how to make sure that system doesn't detect the incoming missile fire. So that's my first question to you. Did that all make sense as you learned it, or did it take a little while for you to pick up on it? I know you didn't want to explain it, Harvard Yard, because it's complicated, but are you able to follow it?
Yeah, no, yes, I can follow it, but it requires precision, pun intended, precision, and you've got to have some knowledge around how this works. So if you're not a military person or have no military content, you might be a little lost here, because it's like, how did you get from A to B to C, and what the heck? And I know even in chat at that time, people were like, what's happening here? As you're kind of reaching the height of, oh my God, this is, this is, go America, and I mean that in all a loving way. But it was confusing. I must be honest, it was confusing to get from the patent to that, the time frame. Now that was interesting to me, though. I remember zoning in on the time, because it went to 90 to whatever. I thought, God, this is a long time. Like these are not things that are just made in, the afternoon, or even a year. I mean, this is 10, 20 years. And then you see, well, who bought them? Where did they come from? What are they? Did they come from this patent? Did they? So your head can go in all different directions. So I think that moment for you, Murder by Maestro, must have been just absolutely, and we saw it, absolutely mind-blowing. What? But for your average person, it was like, all right, I'm with you. I'm trying to get there. I'm excited for you. But what, I don't know if that helps, but that's the answer.
Yep. Well, no, and then that's exactly what I was going to ask. So then as you got it, and as it processed, and now we're a few days later, how would you explain it? I know some of the towel friends, obviously Eva is saying, Grant, towel again with the receipts. They're seeing it, so they're interpreting it. But how would you explain it? What are we actually talking about when we say this system is compromised?
Well, it scares the shit out of me. To be perfectly honest with you, it scares me, because an average, I'm going to try to say what an average person would think if they learned this information. It's like, what? All these people, the patent, this back when, to this, to how can things be compromised, to this is the United States. Like, how this can't be going on. Call somebody, get somebody who didn't see this, who doesn't know this. This, again, I'm just telling you.
Well, and let's
experience would be.
Yeah, no, and let's add into the fact that in 2019, he, in his plea deal, which we looked at, he cooperated, right, with the federal government, and said he would give as much information as he could over to them about documents or otherwise that may have been compromised. Do you think he told them he worked on this patent? No. The only reason the Boomerang Warrior X got into the field 3 years after his plea is clearly because he didn't tell them he worked with Saudi intelligence on this patent. And then, to just bring this into lay terms, why would he do that? Well, the most valuable piece of information, one of them, that Saudi intelligence or Egyptian intelligence or any hostile state actor could have, is you have to get the device into the field. It takes 10 to 20 years to do the patent. Then you got to produce them. Then you got to get them to our units. Then they're in the field. What's the most valuable thing you could know once they're in the field? How to defeat them. You don't have to hack into our systems if you had a long cover 40-year plan, because you built the device, wait for it to get out in the field. So do you see what I'm saying? That Egyptian guy, if he got the feeling, the juror's father-in-law, that he didn't need to give up this specific document or this connection because the U.S. didn't know, he may have hid it from them.
Well, it's like if you have a baby, the baby's going to grow up. You can't keep the baby from growing. And that, I do not mean that in the analogy of the horrific things to children. But, it's like a baby. It grew up. And now it's out there, and it's scary.
Well, and it's also the latent way intelligence works. It is a little bit.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's the latent way intelligence works, in the sense that you're looking at a plan that would take 40 years, but states don't care. They have billions of dollars. They have unlimited resources. The people to them are nothing. Why would a state care that it took? It's invaluable. So of course they'd wait 40 years. But what tells me that it's serious is that that device would never have gotten into the field. I promise you that device would never have gotten into the field if they got an inkling, even an inkling, that it was compromised, which means he didn't tell them.
Grant?
Go ahead.
So can we make a pact that we'll just go hide in the Vatican if this happens? It just gets out. I mean, it's out. It's out already. But I'm talking with you. We're talking about serious stuff. We'll just go to the Vatican. Families will understand and have a very religious life. Deal?
Yes, and we'll tell the Pope that we both were good students at Boston College, and the Pope will be okay. Now, I want to.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I say that because this is serious, and to make the statement and put this together is extremely serious. I mean, you don't just go kind of, half off and say, "Oh, I think this is happening and this is happening." It's very serious.
Well, and you better be right.
I remember the day.
Oh, go ahead. You remember the day?
Well, no, I remember the day. A few days back when you put this together. I mean, Murder by Maestro can join us at the Vatican, but that person's not hiding, but is behind a computer and safe. So, but no, it's serious. It's serious stuff to put together and then put out publicly. And you're right. You have to do it and make sure you're doing it right, because this is sensitive information. And if I'm only qualifying it with if it is true, this is really an issue, a big issue. And that's, as a person in the chat during this point, it was like, wow, you asked, and a few minutes back, what was the reaction? The reaction was like, "Oh my God, are you kidding? Like, should I get out of chat?" This is like secret spy shit. Excuse the language. This is like, well, what is happening right now? Well, what's happening? So anyway, I don't know if that helps, but I just think it's scary.
Yep, and the natural thing that it led me to think at the time, obviously, was, are people realizing the implications of this? Because it wasn't just, oh, her father-in-law got in trouble, even for like a serious crime. It was like, yes, this is both a very serious crime, and if you look at this, the father-in-law, okay, the U.S. sentencing memorandum, right? This is what made it so weird. The government, and you can see this up on your towel screens, although it's not going to be the easiest thing in the world to see. I can zoom in a little bit. The government...
Okay.
The government in the sentencing memorandum, they recommend, because of these aggravating factors, company personnel who reviewed the documents the father-in-law took, company personnel reviewed the documents that the father-in-law took and kept as assessed that they appeared to come from mass downloads of complete file directories rather than select downloads of specific files. The documents included a project that he did not work on, a project that did not involve radar, but rather protecting others from tampering with missiles. His last 2 mass downloads occurred on days that were on the weekend and for which he claimed 0 work time. He altered the classification markings on approximately 50 documents, either by replacing the secret or confidential markings digitally with XX or on one paper document by physically cutting off the classification banners with a pair of scissors or a razor blade. When confronted, he lied repeatedly over many days about what he had done, tried to avoid returning the documents, and researched how to destroy the evidence, which was thwarted only because of the FBI surveillance and execution of court-ordered search and seizure warrants, and he had significant ties abroad. And then also, to be clear, he kept these documents. This is the most ridiculous part. He kept the documents in his car's glove box, his living room, his master bedroom closet, a spare bedroom, his dining room table, a sitting area, a utility room, and his person. 10 documents were found on a laptop belonging to his mistress. Okay? And then, if we go down here, there's this part about Egypt. I also like this line. Cutting off the classified headers and footers of a classified document does not remove the classified material any more than does cutting the ingredients label off a Pop-Tart box remove the calories. Don't make a federal prosecutor mad. They will use hilarious analogies that make you look ridiculous. The second extraordinary claim is that the defendant's multiple ties to Egypt are irrelevant. The prosecutors responding to the defendant. Of course they are irrelevant. A defendant like Sarah Geldin with significant ties to a foreign country who has illegally retained national defense information is much more likely to have transferred that information to that foreign country than would a defendant with no foreign ties at all. Moreover, a defendant like Sarah Geldin with significant ties to a foreign country would make a more significant target of foreign operatives who might want to steal the documents from an insecure location like Sarah Geldin's home. Either way, his foreign ties are important. Okay, now, one more thing to keep into consideration. He does take a plea, all right? And we're on the federal docket here. If you want to follow along, you can go to PACER. It's case number 118CR10436. Don't include the PBS1 in your search or this dash. Only include this part in your PACER search because otherwise it won't show up.
Grant,
go ahead.
Grant, not everybody has PACER, but for those who may be listening, who may be on board this evening for a little dinner watch, go to PACER. I can't really see you. Are you smiling?
Of course, it's hilarious. Okay.
All right, I'll be quiet.
But yes, of course, if you're going to go to PACER, make sure you enter in this document number and don't put anything past it because then it won't search for it and you'll pay 10 cents to search nothing. Okay, so go to, and yes, the government charges you and you have to be very right when you want to use this service. So it's all public though, and you go to the indictment. You don't go to the indictment. You start with the indictment, right, which is on 11/2018. All right. Now we're going to scroll down and down and down and down and down because what we're really looking for is the plea. All right. So where's the plea? We want the plea. It should be right before sentencing, right here. So you click docket number 61. All right. Now you open it in a new tab, and it's going to ask you if you want to pay for it. And you go ahead and you click it. All right. There you go. Now you can see this is the plea agreement. If you've ever wanted to see a federal plea agreement, they're very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. So you scroll down. Now, why are we reading the plea agreement? It looks like a contract of adhesion. It's just a standard form plea agreement. Oh, really? Are you sure? Because if you go to paragraph 5 on page 3, and you really got to look for this stuff. Like you, and I admit, I think if I was not trained in law school, no one would have found this stuff. You have to know what you're looking for. No one, like if you're just reading, it just looks like a standard form plea, change of plea, sentencing guidelines. But if you stop right here, that clause, and I was looking at plea agreements all across the PACER docket during this day because I was looking at standard form pleas to see if it was normal. This is not. Defendant will, at the earliest possible time after signing this agreement, use his best reasonable efforts to recover for the United States any classified proprietary to Raytheon or any other person or entity other than defendant and or export-controlled documents and files that were, like, that is a very serious thing if export-controlled documents were involved, and files that were in his possession or under his control, but which the United States did not seize during its searches on May 3rd, 2017. If defendant does not fulfill this condition, the U.S. attorney will be relieved of his obligation to move for a 3-level decrease in his offense under USSG 311.1 as set forth above in paragraph 3D and to make the second sentencing recommendation in paragraph 4. So, if he did not give up what he was supposed to, he could have gotten serious trouble. Now, you might say, why is this so relevant? Well, there's one other thing that happened, and Harvard Yard, jump in anytime. I'm really only doing this because Eva Towell loves receipts, but continue.
Well, and look at that right now on number 5, right? They double down. Not only is he busted, so is the U.S. attorney.
No, but
it says it right there, Grant. Right there.
No, the U.S.
attorney will be relieved of his obligations.
No. What he's saying, what that means. I'll translate for you. What this means is that.
Thank you.
if the guy didn't comply,
I got it.
then the U.S. attorney doesn't have to go along with the reduced sentence recommendation.
Got it. For a second, though, your average person might think, "Holy, shit, if this guy doesn't produce, you're both toast."
No,
I'm the U.S. attorney by conflict.
No,
I apologize.
No. It's only a bad thing. The U.S. attorney did what they were supposed to do. If this weren't there, then we'd have all kind of questions about how did this happen, why did this happen. But let's take a look at this. Give me 1 second here. Take a look at this charge because simultaneous to him, as you know, being arrested for the possession of those stolen missile defense systems, which, by the way, those federal charges related to the exact kind of system that we saw in this patent, the Boomerang Warrior X, like they were talking about sensitive military radar, which is more than radar, it's actually sound-based detection technology. They were looking. This guy submitted a patent with a member of Saudi intelligence that got into the field after this plea agreement. Okay, that's why this is so relevant, because we don't know why would this get into the field if the guy who made the patent is over in Saudi Arabia. The other thing that's a little weird is the guy simultaneous to this. So let's take a look at the initiation date of these charges. It was 10/8/19. Right after he gets popped for the federal charges. Do you see that case that he gets charged with up on your screen, ladies and gentlemen? That is the same guy charged with child sexual abuse material possession and photographing an underage nude unsuspecting person. Do you see that? Now look who his lawyer is. Kevin Readington. That was Jen McCabe's lawyer in the Reed trial. He was in the courtroom. He was also doing the Turek trial. He was in the courtroom in that courthouse while that juror was there. You really think he didn't know his own client's daughter-in-law? But you know what's really interesting about this? So you can see this guy pleads guilty and to all of these charges. But there's something that's a little bit weird that happens, okay? Originally, he doesn't have the money for bail, okay? He cannot make $10,000 bail. He was correct on 10/8/2019. He was committed to the Bristol County House of Corrections in lieu of having posted bail in the amount ordered, $100,000 bond or $10,000 cash surety. He was then kept in jail for a while. We don't know exactly what was going on. All of a sudden, right after that, maybe like a month later, not even a month later, 12 days later, despite the fact that he didn't have $10K to make bail, Kevin Readington, a very expensive federal and state criminal defense lawyer, all of a sudden files an appearance, even though the dude couldn't make bail for $10K. Then you get this serious Kevin Readington motion. And then here's where it gets really weird. There's a bunch of continuance. Eventually, and we're going to read about this in the next document from the federal case, eventually he gets out of jail. The warrants were called. A motion to revoke bail is made. We're going to find out this is because he committed a no contact order violation. He tried to get the victim in the child sexual abuse material case to not testify. Now, there's a bunch of reschedulings, but here's the part that is so interesting. So you saw the U.S. attorney in this sentencing memorandum, which I have here, okay, makes a recommendation of 60 months, all right? Hold on. Where is it? It's right here. Defendant Sarah Geldin violated all of this. And as with so many aspects of national security, the system protecting national defense works in large part on the trust placed upon those who work on it. It's not enough that they pass background checks. They must sign agreements, undergo training, undergo retraining, and periodic reinvestigation. They must also follow the law, and when confronted with a violation, help to correct it, not conceal it or destroy the evidence. They must not take the information for their or another's advantage, and they must not put the information in harm's way for others to take. Defendant Sarah Geldin violated all of this. An appropriate sentence is the government's recommendation of 60 months imprisonment, and which is within the guidelines. Okay. Now, look at what ends up happening right before this guy. So this guy, the federal court definitely knows this guy's got outstanding charges as he's about to be sentenced. Okay, because he pleads guilty on 6/22/2021, and his federal court. So his state court case is open in 2019, and he gets sentenced on the federal stuff in 2020. So the federal judge knows he's concurrent charged with this child sexual abuse material. But you want to know what's a little weird? Right before sentencing, okay, and you think that this would really piss off a federal judge, literally 3 weeks before sentencing, look what the defendant's attorney, Sarah Geldin's attorney, submits to the docket. Now, you wouldn't know. I went through every docket because I was like, why did he submit this like unlabeled request that the judge just took no order on? Well, it caused me to look. I literally looked at every docket. As you know, every item on the docket, I get a little compulsive. And as a result of doing that, well, what did I come across, ladies and gentlemen? None other than this very interesting document. And it looks like nothing on the first page, right, Harvard Yard? But you go down a little bit. Oh, what is this? Why does the defendant respectfully seek action by the court right before sentencing? On 5/19/2020, Mr. Sarah Geldin was arrested on a warrant issued by the Attleboro District Court for violation of a no-contact order. Previously, on 10/1/29, Sarah Geldin was arrested by officers from the Norton Police Department and charged with knowing possession of visual material of child depicted in sexual conduct, unlawfully recording nude or partially nude person, victim under 18, and unlawfully recording nude or partially nude person, 2 counts. The unlawful conduct pertaining to these charges allegedly occurred prior to his arrest on the pending instant offense in federal court. Per the release conditions imposed by the Attleboro District Court, Mr. Sarah Geldin was ordered not to have any contact with the alleged victim, Jane. Now, here's what's interesting. If you go over here to the state case, this was not initiated until 9/19/2019. If you go to the federal case, this was initiated 11/20/2018. So it would look like the child sex abuse material charge occurred after he was charged in federal court. But this says the unlawful conduct occurred prior to his arrest on the event related to federal court. So we know that the CSAM material, they must have found it during the federal investigation because it was historic and it predated his arrest on the federal charges. Per the release conditions imposed by the Attleboro District Court, Sarah Geldin was not ordered not to have any contact with the alleged victim, Jane. The defendant's federal pretrial conditions also included a no-contact order with Jane. According to a report submitted by Agent Craig Harrow of the Naval Criminal Investigative Service, Miss Jane reported that the defendant communicated with her on a number of occasions in April 2020 and requested to meet with her. Specifically, on 4/30/2020, she notified Agent Harrow that Mr. Sarah Geldin sent someone to find her 2 weeks earlier, and he also called her at work. He asked her to drop the state charges pending against him and requested a meeting. Although Ms. McPherson told the defendant that she would meet with him on 4/27/2020, she did not show up for the meeting. In total, she reported to Agent Harrow that he called her approximately 2 to 4 times, including on 4/24/2020 and 4/26/2020. Agent Harrow shared this information with Detective Turcotte from the Norton Police Department, who in turn notified the Bristol County DA's office, which is prosecuting the state case. A warrant was then issued for the defendant's arrest, as noted above. And Mr. Sarah Geldin's 5/19/2020 bail hearing, which we just saw, was on the docket right... Hold on. 5/19... Did he get the date wrong? 5/19/2020. Okay, so it was a little bit further. It was this hearing right here. This is when it was actually... So it was this bail revocation hearing, as I said. The Commonwealth sought to revoke bail due to the violations of the no-contact order. However, the warrant was recalled, the motion denied, and Sarah Geldin was released, though probable cause was found. That's horrible. We have a horrible system in Massachusetts. If you can even avoid getting a bail revocation on that, his state case is currently set for a pretrial conference on 7/17/20. The pretrial services does not request any court action on this matter, given that it has already been addressed in state court and there is no additional information to suggest further violation of the no-contact order. He's scheduled for sentencing in federal court on 7/22/2020. His compliance with his conditions will be continued to be closely monitored, etc. Then the judge signs it at the bottom. I adopted the recommendation and take no action. Judge Patty B. Saris, Honorable Patty B. Saris, the U.S. District Court Judge. Now, you might say, okay, that would really piss a judge off right before sentencing. But for some reason, you know what this man is sentenced to? For penalty and repentance? 18 months imprisonment, 1 year supervised release, $10K fine, $100 special assessment, and he's allowed to serve the sentence. To FMC Devons or FCI Allenwood, which are two very low security prisons. And he's allowed to self-surrender. Notice he's convicted July 22nd, allowed to self-surrender in December of 2020, 6 months later. So, to bring that all together, let's go to the state court case, right, which was pretty serious. What happens on 6/22/2021? So what day was this sentence? 7/22/2020. 1 year later, 1 year into his federal prison sentence with only 6 months to go, he goes to state court with Readington. And what does it say? Not even as a motion on the docket. It's under an event of a pretrial hearing on 6/22/2021. He pleads guilty. Defendant's motion to stay execution of sentence and to run sentence concurrent with federal sentence filed. And then there you go. He pleads guilty. He does 18 months to serve. 18 months. Everything concurrent. And he has to register as a sex offender. And then what's weird is, if you look at this, right? The probation was supposed to start on 6/22/2021 and end 6/21/2024. It just ends on 12/22/2022, which is right when he got out of federal prison. So you think Harvard Yard? I took you through it. What are your thoughts taking in all this information? How did this happen?
I don't drink, but if I drank, I'd be drinking right now. You mean, how do you get out?
No,
this whole thing. Summarize the whole thing.
Well, what is your reaction to this man getting despite a 60-month sentencing recommendation from the DOJ, getting 18 months for stealing ballistic missile secrets and being allowed to serve it concurrently with child sexual abuse material charges?
I mean, on one hand, you would hope he gave the stuff up to the government. I mean, that might be one. Or on the flip side of that, was Readington his lawyer the whole time?
Yeah, and Readington's the kind of guy who, if you did make a deal with the government like that, he would go to the state court for you and tell them, the state court, that the deal was made. That's what he does.
Correct. But he is an outstanding attorney. We will say that. I mean, not that if he did this, with that.
No, you can, but
lawyer,
no, best lawyer in the world, you're not getting 18 months when the DOJ recommends 60.
I just, I would venture to guess that this would involve money or power or holding something over your head
or becoming a cooperative informant, obviously. Correct. But then it makes you wonder if he was a cooperative informant. And obviously we saw, I just want to show you in the government sentencing memorandum, we saw the line, the U.S. attorney clearly thought.
Go to 5? Back to 5?
No, that was the plea agreement. But if we look here, the the U.S. attorney who wrote this memo, hold on, let me go all the way to the bottom.
Is that Pop-Tarts?
That was the guy, his name was Scott L. Garland.
Who made the comment on the Pop-Tarts? Wait, which one was that?
Assistant U.S. Attorney Scott L. Garland. Now, U.S. Attorney Garland in this document also says something else, right? And this U.S. attorney clearly thought this guy was a spy for Egypt. You can see it. And there's a part in here where he's saying that this was a smart guy. The defendant was a smart guy, and he talks about how he had degrees, okay? Now, when he says it, he said, defendant Sarah Gelden received repeated training on handling classified information. He did not lack the wit or the drive to follow the instructions. He has a master's of science in scientific computing, a PhD in a condensed state of matter, which makes me think this was actually something related to like atomic propulsion, several patents, and speaks 4 languages. Now, that patent thing means that the U.S. attorney, he didn't say which patent it was, but the U.S. attorney must have known Or it just said it on a CV and he didn't do the research. But he must have tried to research the patents if he knew the dude has patents. That makes me think that the U.S. attorney, when he looked at this document, it isn't enough. Like, it kind of looks like if you just look at it in passing, you would never know, and I'm not talking about the document, you would never know that the names indicate like a connection to Saudi intelligence. You would just see a patent that went on to go become the Boomerang X. But here's the big insight, and people who follow or are close to the military or whatever will probably get this. If this guy got sentenced, right, which we know he did, in July of 2020, and part of his sentence, per his plea agreement, going back to your favorite paragraph 5, was return of documents and files that he knew or was aware were possessing in the interest of the United States. There's no way there's not also a classified section of this plea where he has to give up, because this doesn't say everything. We know that there's more to this. He clearly cooperated in ways they didn't enumerate on the public docket and never will, and it was never written down. He's like a cooperating informant, to like a security informant for state or something, or CIA, which is way, way more than they'd ever put in here. But this is enough. This paragraph 5 is enough to let me know part of that cooperation, if he only got 18 months, which is a sweetheart deal, is he's got a parallel deal, probably not in writing, maybe in writing, but classified, very classified in ways that none of us will ever find out and none of us should ever look for. He has a parallel agreement out there, which is why I reported this to very specific people in very specific governmental departments. He's got an agreement out there with state or with CIA or something, saying that he would give up all he knows about what he was doing for Egyptian intelligence and what their people were doing domestically. I promise you he wheeled and dealed on that. But I don't think, because of the timing, right? So this patent goes all the way back to 1990, but it takes 40 years to get in the field. I don't think reasonably that this device, which came from that patent, would have gone into the field if this man, in the context of his sentencing and plea agreement and cooperation with the U.S. government and the defense establishment to get his 18-month sweetheart deal on these charges, I don't think that they would have put this device in the field if he told them about this guy. And we obviously know that this guy is not Mustafa E. Ahmad at King Fahd University. It's Mustafa F. Ahmad. So, Harvard Yard, I talked a lot. I don't even know how to ask you a question. That's been the last week. What would you say to someone who maybe had tuned in sporadically or was kind of getting wind that this is going on? Are we seeing something that in like a month we're going to see on like the AP and World News Tonight? Like, how is this all going to play out?
I think that connecting the patent, that's what it sounds like, is not fully connected here, correct?
No, it is fully. So this guy, the reason the patent's fully connected is this guy.
Or it's not fully disclosed.
No, right. It's fully connected because we were able to put him together with
fully connected, but it's not disclosed.
We think it's not disclosed, which means that the only reason this device got into the field is because this guy withheld that information so that this device would be susceptible to compromise by Saudi or Egyptian intelligence, so that if they want to target our soldiers, should it come to that, they'll have this in their back pocket.
With the explanation that you just gave, that makes sense. Right there, those last couple of sentences. Okay, so to connect the lack of disclosure of the patent, okay, that's not classified if it was never disclosed, okay, could then lead to X, could then lead to Y, could then lead to Z, it currently in the field.
Yep, and then on top of all that, this is the father-in-law of Juror 11, which means why wouldn't he have wheeled and dealed and been like, okay, like my family will help you, just make sure my family's safe, they'll cooperate, they'll give you whatever you want. And this woman, this juror-in-law, Paula, who looks like she's out there doing like this propaganda, might actually not be doing it for a foreign state. It might not have been an intelligence failure. She might be a useful asset to us, okay? Which means that is an intelligence asset on the jury. And let's just say maybe, what if I have reason to believe there might be another intelligence asset on the jury? Okay, well, that can't be a coincidence. So what do you think of and this is the big reveal, and people already know where I think this is going if you read my tweet today. What do you think of the conclusion that the old liberal DOJ in Boston, and yes, we'll talk about the Rachel Rollins and Josh Levy stuff.
Yep. That's where all my notes are.
Wanted to get back at Hank Brennan for confirming the end of the federal probe and the exposure of the ARCA shadiness by getting their intelligence assets on the jury without the knowledge of U.S. Attorney Foley's DOJ, just as a rogue black op, kind of like G. Gordon Liddy and Howard Hunt leaving the CIA in 1969 and then going to work for the plumbers in 1971. How much do you want to bet that this was an operation by rogue elements of the old liberal DOJ, and they not only interfered in a state court jury, they committed obstruction of justice by putting operatives on the jury and ran an actual operation? What is your reaction to that possibility?
I think it is possible. The area that I think let me say something first, Grant, that I think is important. A lot of towels in the chat sent links. A lot of people participated. So I just want to acknowledge that the chat was flying with links. People were sending links and trying to help understand. I think, Grant, you would agree with that, and that was super helpful.
Oh, yeah. And obviously throughout all of this, I've kept reiterating, and you did as well, LA Connection, Murder by Maestro. There's so many different people who were saying, and you have to parse out a lot of links that might go different directions. But when you get those Goldmine links, the collaborative effort on display, it's a beautiful thing. And of course, the chat here is on the screen, so there is a record of it too, which is beautiful.
100%. And I remember seeing links and seeing that, and then if I tried to get out and go to the link, then I couldn't get back in the chat. I think definitely, and that's kind of where I went today. And since both Jackson and Hank both gave their statements, that when you get to that point, that's where I went kind of in my head and my research of what was going on, how this led to that. So
yep, and then
yes, absolutely.
Yep, and there are some people making comments in the chat. Murder by Maestro said, sadly, the juror's father-in-law probably didn't give up all he had deleted things. And then Murder by Maestro says, who knows what the hell he was actually doing. The father-in-law probably had a way to transmit info abroad without being detected, which is, so you either do like a dead drop where you drop documents in like a park and mark a tree and they just pick them up, or they're using some form of encrypted communication that we don't know about, which is why the NSA exists, which is why I don't like it being used domestically. I think the FISA court's a good check and balance. Although the Carter Page situation gives me pause, that's not the FISA court's fault. It was more like an intelligence agency battle. If you don't know about that situation, Carter Page worked for the Trump campaign, but he was actually a CIA asset who had authorization to be in contact with Russians. The FBI applied for a warrant to spy on the Trump campaign at the FISA court. They told the FISA court that Carter Page wasn't a CIA agent. However, the CIA previously, it turns out, had told Carter, Lisa Page, and Peter Strzok and Lisa Page, the two FBI agents. The CIA told one of them that Carter Page was in the CIA, but the FBI manipulated the email that the CIA sent and then submitted it to the FISA court to make it look like Carter Page wasn't in the CIA. So the FISA court would think that Page had no reason to be talking to Russians, so they would issue a warrant to spy on the Trump campaign. Did I explain that right? Had you heard of that, Harvard Yard? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I have. Well, I just think it's an example of how this stuff can operate. And one of the things this week was in plain sight, Grant, hidden in plain sight. Was that it when we were looking? I think that's the term, hidden in plain sight. It's just so much goes on that we just can't see that it's going on unless, for example, like with this juror, you really study it.
Well, and let's talk about
let's talk
about what it would mean. we watched videos earlier today from the church committee, and I think a lot of us now understand, like, yes, domestic intelligence can operate this way. But let's talk a little bit about why would anyone have had an incentive to do this? Why would the liberal DOJ or factions within it have a reason to do this? And you've heard about me talk about the Rachel Rollins situation. If you know anything about that, and you learned about it on the stream, that office, that liberal office in Boston, Rachel Rollins did weaponize her position. She tried to directly interfere in the election between Kevin Hayden and Ricardo Arroyo for Suffolk DA in the primary. And she tried to do so by leaking a federal probe that didn't exist to smear the Suffolk DA. So would it really surprise you if Rachel Rollins allowed that federal probe of John's death to start up, right? It gets going in November of 2022. Rachel Rollins gets kicked out in May of 2023. And even though it started because they want to get Morrissey, Josh Levy lets it continue, not because he hates Morrissey, but because he's investigating the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, and therefore the whole probe of John's death was fake. However, Karen Reed got a wink and a nod from the DOJ and some extra help during her first trial. That's why ARCA got to violate the sequester. That's why they withheld the payments and contacts with ARCA from the defense. The DOJ let ARCA do that for sure. And then the second trial, because President Trump came into office in November 2024, or won in November 24, they knew that a new U.S. attorney would be there in January of 2025. They weren't going to be able to rig the trial the same way. In fact, U.S. Attorney Leah Foley came out and confirmed the end of the federal probe. And Hank Brennan probably got, through a TUI request, U.S. Attorney Foley to reveal the hidden contacts and payments with ARCA. So what would you do if you're that old liberal DOJ? You're pissed off at Hank because he's a genius and exposed your shenanigans, and you want to protect your reputation. Kill two birds with one stone. Get some intelligence operatives on that jury. We know the Office of the Jury Commissioner in Massachusetts, it has its systems administered by a company which is owned by a guy that worked at Raytheon, and we can bring up that if we need to as well. Let's look at it right there. But is it possible that the feds with their resources could have gotten people on that jury who were intelligence operatives to rig the result? And does it make sense they would have done that for political reasons, to get back at Hank for confirming the end of the federal probe, and also for exposing their shenanigans with ARCA? Does that make sense? You're muted, Harvard Yard. We'll wait for her to come back.
I would say it's plausible, not possible. Am I back?
You're back. Go ahead.
I would say it's possible. It's possible. It's possible. It's more likely than possible. It's plausible. Unless my brain's that tired.
Yep. Oh, and there is a new audit of the Office of the Jury Commissioner, by the way, Murder by Maestro. I found the reason why I'm bringing this up is I want to see if they're still using that same consulting firm. So there was a new audit. It was done in 2024. All right, and let's see what it found. It's mostly about juror demographic. Hold on. It was mostly a juror survey. The audit that they haven't done a security audit since 2016. So let me grab the 2016 one. Give me 1 second, because the reason why I want to bring this up is Eva Towell in particular loves receipts. The systems, so I got it, Murder by Maestro. So the reason why I want to bring this up for a specific reason. One, it brought up that there were a lot of, in this audit, it brought up that there were a lot of security issues with this software. So if you probably saw this, right, Harvard Yard, the audit of the jury commissioner that we looked at. It's okay if you didn't.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Yes.
Wow. And I also just learned that right around the time that this was all going down, December of 2024, right in the lead up to the retrial, the PR firm that the two jurors are using, Paula and the foreman, Reagan Comms, also hired a former spokesperson from the Massachusetts State Police, Dave Procopio, along with the former spokesperson for the Norfolk DA, Mike Morrissey. How deep does this go? But if we look in this audit, and that came from LOL Bird, great find there, LOL Bird. If we take a look in this audit, right, we find that there were some issues with the way passwords were being stored, user accounts were not being purged from the system. Hold on, was this it? This might not actually be. Hold on, stay with me for a second. Murder by Maestro, I may need you to resend those links. I may need you to resend them. I may have actually downloaded the PDFs, but I may need you to resend them. Hold on. Yeah, I may need your help here, Murder by Maestro. Let me know if you... Also, whoa, John O'Keefe's cousin worked at that firm and left in December of 2024. Whoa. That's some shit. But
that's a real example of where this goes next pretty quickly. Right? So to explain to people that don't understand necessarily, something will come in like that. You'll start to think about it. You'll back and forth, chattel back and forth, and then something comes out of that's a whole nother way.
Yeah, and I5. Yep, absolutely. It's one of those.
And by the
moments.
way, plausible wasn't the right word. I would say highly likely. I changed my my language. Thank you.
Yep. And so here
I need a Red Bull. I just got a Red Bull. I'm quiet now.
No, there you go. Red Bulls are good. So here is the link in question. This was this is the audit of the kind of software that oversees juror information, and eventually they start working on some of it. But you can see that one of the findings here, and that there were user counts not properly deactivated, and then they were allowed to still be open after the person had left. And then also, I think that they have they had six-letter passwords, and so they need to develop policies for strong. For password administration, and it was like six characters. In addition, users can only enter a maximum of 6 characters, and administrators cannot monitor password rules. So it was like a really bad system. Now it's administered. We got to go to the vendor. Let's take a look at the vendor that administers it. Right, Eva Towel? We like receipts. And so we look here. I was just kind of looking at it, and where the figure is, it's Verity Consulting Inc., right? So if you go to Verity Consulting Inc., right, because if you're a good towel, you're going to look into the audit report. You don't want to just see what obviously we were nailing in on the fact that the passwords were weak and that they were not doing a good job deactivating old accounts. But what happens if we go to Verity Consulting, right? What if we do that? And, we open up the page. Okay, we're being good investigative researcher little towels. And we got to look for about, right? We got to look for the about page, okay?
Well, Grant, I think it's important to note that what you're doing right now is exactly how the other stuff came about. Just like this. A link came across. Let's look into it. For people that might not know.
Yep. And let's take a look, because what happens if we look at this, Verity Consulting was founded by Dan Murphy in 2001, and this is definitely the company. Now, you can see it's like this guy has a lot of federal contracts and state contracts, but look what happens when we go down here. I wonder what Dan Murphy did in his career, right? The guy who administers the jury system. He's a Boston native who graduated from UMass Boston with a degree. Isn't that where Kareem Sergeldin went, the former husband or maybe current husband of Juror 11. He went to UMass Boston, didn't he? With a degree in computer science. As a software engineer, he worked at Raytheon. You know, now that I think about it, didn't one of the juror's father-in-law's sons intern at Raytheon? And DEC until he founded Verarity. Now, how much do you want to bet? Let's find out what DEC is. But do you want to guess that this guy, what do you think of this? Does it seem a little odd that there's intelligence community connections to the guy who administers the jury system in Massachusetts? He might not do that kind of favor for Alan Jackson, but what if he's a defense intelligence asset? Oh, he might do something like that. What do you think?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, you're in the zone. I'm just standing right back here. When you get a little dismissive, you're on a roll. I'm just sitting back right here. When you do the short answers, boom, you're all in that over there. It's good.
Well, no, and what I'm interested in is what you're like as you look at this sort of. And you start putting it all together, we're starting to see patterns. Like a lot
Correct.
of these people are in the intelligence arena, even the guy who administers the jury system. And I just want to be clear, this is literally the software that is responsible for the random selection of potential jurors and the management and summonings of them. I wonder if this guy in this very weakly controlled system with very bad retention information, I wonder if maybe he, could help out.
Who is he? You said he was family or somebody with family. Who is this?
No, this is Dan Murphy, who runs Virility Consulting. They administer the random selection of jurors in Massachusetts.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
So what now are you starting to No, LOL Bird, that's the LOL Bird, let me interpret, because LOL Bird is wondering why the former state police person and the Norfolk DA person went to Reagan Consulting right as like an O'Keefe family member left. Like, I'm telling you, LOL Bird, you're onto something, and I'll tell you what it is. And I understand your theory, but I'll tell you my theory. What it is that this operation was deployed in December of 2024, which, as you remember, which was the last month in office of the U.S. Attorney, Josh Levy, the last full month. Josh Levy was out of office January 20th, 2025. So if you're telling me that in December of 2024, David Traub, the former Norfolk County DA spokesperson, and the former state police spokesperson go over to that Reagan Consulting, which has ties to a woman who has been there for 37 years, that was at Bentley when Karen was there, and also very likely has ties to the defense establishment or the intelligence establishment through the founder of the firm. You don't think it's a little weird that both jurors go to that firm? You don't think maybe this really was a setup? You don't think it was deployed? You would have still had DOJ resources in December of 2024 if you were Josh Levy, and all you need to do is make sure the juror. When did juror notices get mailed out for this case?
I don't have the answer to that. But
No. I'm asking the chat.
No. I know it's someone in the chat. That's why I'm asking you a question while they're looking up. Is this the person that runs the PR firm that the foreman is at?
No.
And the other.
No.
Okay, I was like, wow. If that's the case, I'll just throw the phone.
No. This is worse. No. This is worse. This is Dan Murphy is the guy who runs the software that select.
No, the software for the vote. Yeah, got it.
No, not for the voters. For the who gets on the jury.
Yep.
Now the guy who runs the PR firm. No, that guy's even more interesting. Have you taken a look at him?
Well, I know we did on stream. I know people were looking at the Office background and looking at that. I have not taken a look at him, except I know I have not taken a deep dive into him. Although I know you all did when I was in and out.
Yep. So we
for a short period of time.
Yep. So that's there up on your screen. And what if we take a look back, right, when he was 17 years old?
And I think people's minds blown in chat. Is the chat just blowing up? Because this is really complicated to follow. What's the chat doing?
Yeah, I think so. A lot of people are saying, yeah, this is explosive, for good reason. But look at, the founder of the consulting firm, Reagan Consulting. Look what it says here. He was the youngest murder by maestro. Found this. He was this guy, George Reagan. This is the firm, by the way, that Juror 1 and apparently Paula are using, and that has connections to Karen, and that O'Keefe family member left in December 2024. We have to find out when listen to me, if selection letters for this case went out like in December of 2024 or January of 2025, we put this all together. They deployed the op before the old DOJ left office. Then it was just a matter of getting them on the jury. Like Allen would have known who the plants were, and they would have already made sure they got jury selection letters. They would have given them, the feds would have given the informants cover so that they'd get through jury selection. It was just Allen's job to not strike them by accident. This wasn't Allen's operation. He was just part of it. We have to figure out when jury selection letters got sent out in this case.
Well, and Grant, the other thing to think, right, is the foreman did not take notes. Okay, therefore, it is possible that person has an incredible memory. It is possible.
Mm-hmm. But he doesn't. He doesn't because he was getting things wrong during his interview.
Okay. I thought there was a potential with that.
No, but you know what is way more likely? That, I don't know, but the foreman's connection to this PR firm raises the question, like, was he potentially in this? And obviously he's only known as the Juror 1 of the foreman now, but Paula, clearly has intelligence community connection. So if she's involved with Reagan Communications too, I'm telling you, I just have this sense, and if the jury selection letters really did go out between December of 2024 and January of 2025, then we have it. They did. That's how they rigged it. They managed to get in with the. It's a very complex op, and Alan Jackson is not running it, nor is Karen. It's the DOJ. It was the old DOJ. They had just enough time. They had to do it so they would have known. Oh my God, the December 2020. I can't believe this. That December 2024 date would have been the exact time. It's within 1 month of President Trump winning the election. They would have all known that they would have all known they only had a few months to get this done. Sorry, I'm getting my other Gatorade. They only had a few months to get this done. They only had a few months. And they had to deploy it immediately because they had to have a plan, and they would have had a contingency plan. Karen and the DOJ, but also they would have told Karen. They would have said, listen, if Biden wins, we'll do this. If President Trump wins, we'll do this. And I promise you.
But
go ahead.
But granted, I was going to say it is possible. Just if you could just entertain this for a minute, Jackson and Unetti, I would try to run it back. I know DOJ is bigger than they are, but with that gap, I would try to run it back to them.
No, there's no money. There's no money. There's not for this kind of operation because what it would entail, and I'm trying to look at this timeline, is if Levy was going out of office. Remember how much help Levy gave the defense the first time around, right? Let them let ARCA violate the order, et cetera, et cetera. Then Levy would have said to Jackson and Unetti after President Trump won, listen, I'm not going to be able to be there for you this time around, so we have to go with Plan B. Now, Unetti and Jackson wouldn't have actually been the planners. They would have been the beneficiaries, a collateral beneficiary of this. So they would have been like, okay, what's Plan B? Now, if you're Levy, here's Plan B. It's foolproof. It's literally foolproof. it makes sense if you think about what this Reagan communications firm does and all the timeline of, okay, right after President Trump wins, all of a sudden the Reagan communications firm is getting David Traub and the former state police spokesperson. They're not going over there as plants for Morrissey. They're going over there because they're taking part in this very well-funded, probably black budget operation by the DOJ. Now, here's what I believe the operation was. I know why it was motivated. It was to protect Levy's reputation and also as an FU to Hank Brennan. But also, it seems like that it was a preemptive move in a lot of ways because the administration was going out of office. That's what it really was. It was a way to guarantee for Karen that she would get the outcome she wanted, even if that liberal DOJ wasn't in power. So, therefore, wait, what? Murder by Maestro. No, hold on. I can't think about the FOIA request right now. Can you bring me back to what I was just saying, Harvard Yard? Oh, I'll just go listen to it on stream.
I'm here. I mean, it's okay.
No, it's okay. Hold on. I have to listen to it on my own stream to figure out exactly where I was when I got it. This is why I can't read comments in chat, and I know people will tag me because they want to bring something to my attention, but all it does is throw me off from my ability to relay information. So hold on.
It's all good.
Going out of office. Oh, right. So the administration was going out of office. That's what I think might have been the trigger for it. And so the only foolproof way to guarantee that you get a not guilty verdict is to run a very convoluted op. It's very complex. It would involve, like, you'd have to have inside knowledge about how the DA's office works, so you get Traub to work for Reagan Communication. You'd have to have inside knowledge about what the state police are thinking, so you get that former spokesperson. Then you have to position your plants. Alan Jackson and David Unetti do not have the money to bring, or the resources or the connections to bring in people from all around or whatever, or find people here that will cooperate. This is sensitive. They have to be well trained. They have to have information that the government can use against them so that they will not reveal the operation. You can't just pick random people off the street. You can't just pick even the most loyal person. They have to be trained as intelligence operatives to do this kind of thing because it's very high stakes. You're talking about obstruction of justice in the context of a state court murder trial. So therefore, they would have said, Levy would have said, listen, we can do this, but we're going to have to really run it tight. It's going to have to be a tight op, all right? So December of 2024, January of 2025, all the dominoes come together. You got to get to the person who oversees the jury software, which we got connects to. He's clearly a DOD or defense intelligence or intelligence guy. So you go to the Veridity Consulting and you say, okay, there are very specific people who live at very specific addresses that need to be selected for a Norfolk County jury that's to be impaneled at this point in time. Okay, those jury selection letters get sent out. They knew the case was going to happen sometime in April. They know when the pool is going to be selected. It's got to be a very big op. They probably had to have at least, oh my God, like 40 to 60 people, at least, and they all had to be well trained, and they're very random. That's why they probably got a little desperate and to calling someone like Paula, because they probably couldn't find them all from around here. And so, but then they had to guarantee that these people got selected for this jury pool. And you know what's really weird? That guy, that foreman who got on, he was the very first juror called up and the very first juror selected on the very first day. They made sure he got on. And then Paula was the backup, and I bet there's one or two more in there. It all makes sense, and you'd run the operation exactly like this. You'd run it through a PR firm that is like connected to the DOD, and then you'd have that coordinating kind of all of this, like all the tactical pieces of it under the auspices of that PR firm through the lawyers, okay? And then you have the different players underneath them. It's these overlapping concentric social circles of influence, and then you do it in December of 2024. The O'Keefe family member finds out about it. She bails. And then she's like, I can't believe you all are doing this. But she realizes that she's up against, in my opinion, something very, very powerful forces. And she's like, screw it. I'm not getting involved in this. So I'm not fighting this proxy war, and I'm not leaking this. It's too sensitive. It's too dangerous. So she bails. However, Then in January of 2025, as Levy leaves office, he's already deployed it. They've had months. They've had 3 months, 90 days to work on this. They have an unlimited black budget. They deploy all of their assets in Norfolk County, and I bet they'd been there for a while, but they deploy them and they say, all right, the letters are coming. This is your assignment. You're going to get selected for jury duty. I bet they spent months training these people, probably like more than that. You're going to get selected. You're going to go to jury duty. They had to do like a whole briefing, I bet, for each one of them. I don't know how many they got on that jury. We don't know enough yet to figure this out. But they got them into the jury pool. They made sure they get selected. They got selected. They probably had cover stories when they were doing their selection. That's how Hank didn't find them. And there's no way you would have put all this together because it's way too good of an op. I bet they were even like a little different than they used to look. Like they would have been impossible to identify. It was very, very well executed. So that's my theory, that this was implemented and executed December 2024, January 2025.
All right. So Grant, I know you can do this. Okay. If you make it smaller, okay, and you run it through ARCA to Yannetti and Jackson, or through someone bigger straight to Jackson, or if we're going to hold with the local area, you run it through Yannetti. Could you do a similar scenario on a smaller scale? Can your brain do that right now or not at all?
Say it one more time.
All right, can your brain do a smaller one? Can your brain bring it down? Can your brain bring it to ARCA, to Yannetti, ARCA, to Jackson?
Oh, you know,
make it smaller.
I just explained it. So
no, you did, but in a big global,
sure. So the ARCA thing, what that was during the first trial, Levy was still in office. So it was easy for the DOJ to say, okay, ARCA, here's what's being talked about during the trial. Here's how they let them violate the sequester order. ARCA, you don't have to tell Judge Cannoni or the state prosecutors about your payments from Karen's team or your contacts with her. They were putting their thumb on the scale, but it was with the powers of the office. You know what I'm saying? They were still in office.
I agree.
So,
but I was just wondering how to make it smaller. If it wasn't that large of an operation, it still could have been an operation, in my opinion, with Yannetti and Jackson.
Right, but you got to think of the two trials as different for this reason. There were two operations that were ran distinctly for the two different trials. The first trial was a light operation. It was not a break glass moment. It was a light operation. All quote unquote, all the DOJ tried to do was keep information from the prosecutors, and it was gentle obstruction of justice. They gently let ARCA violate the protective order, and they gently let ARCA violate the sequestration order. But what no one saw coming, and what you have to understand is bifurcated about it, is that in the second trial, right, they had a completely different approach because they were going to be out of office. So the first trial's planned by the DOJ, which Jackson and Yannetti knew about. But again, nothing about this was planned by Karen Reed. Nothing about this was planned by Alan Jackson or David Yannetti. They are just kind of assets and tools that are collaterally benefiting from a larger DOJ agenda, multiple DOJ agendas, all right? And so the first trial, it was more just gentle, let ARCA violate the order, to hide the payments, the contacts. Second trial, you got to think of it as a completely new operation. Now they're not going to bother with they know they're going to be out of office as of November of 2024. They got 3 months. We can't pull the same stunt as the first trial. It didn't work. She almost got convicted. What is our emergency break glass moment? Okay, it's now. What do? Okay, we have intelligence operatives. We get them on the jury, and then they're the perfect people. We tell them that they have free will to do whatever it takes to make sure that jury votes not guilty, and then maybe we throw in the OUI as just a little thing to make it seem like the jury just wasn't trying to completely acquit her. So that's my theory. Sorry, that wasn't actually a question.
No, it's fine. No, I understand. I understand. I just don't know. I just can't shake it that. Pardon me. I just can't shake it that Jackson and Yannetti wouldn't have been involved. I just can't shake that. But again,
They're definitely involved. They're just collateral beneficiaries. Like, there is no way, and I think maybe I'm wrong, so I'll listen to your counterfactual. There is no way that they were the masterminds. They were just because remember, politics is all about someone else has a larger agenda, the person in power. Here it was getting Michael Morrissey, but also, and this ties it into a question I wanted to bring it back to with you earlier. What if Josh Levy was manipulating Alan Jackson, Karen Reed, and David Yannetti the whole time, and eventually came out and told them? But what if Josh Levy in November of 2022 always wanted to investigate Sandra Birchmore's murder, but needed cover to do it?
That, and respectfully, I don't know as much about Birchmore, but that's the level I'm talking about. Now, granted, you do have the higher level. I get what you're saying, but you bring it down a little bit more, okay? Bring it down. There's no way that Jackson and Yannetti didn't know about this deal. There's no way. I mean, look at him. I mean, Yannetti looks like he'd seen a ghost the whole trial.
No, well, that's what I mean, and they weren't capable of coordinating this. It looked like they were the type of people who were told, okay, we're going to help you. Like, powers that be above them were like, we're going to help you, but you got to play a role. And here's partially why I think that it was about Sandra Birchmore. It was very clear that people were going out of their way in the DOJ and also around Karen's orbit to downplay it. Hayden went on Kirk Minahan's podcast in the summer of 2023 or the fall of 2023 and was like, yeah, I don't think that was a cover-up. Really? And, I think he wasn't doing that because he thought that. I think he was saying it because he knew it was getting a little too close to the real investigation to be talking about it. So he was like, oh, no, I don't know enough about that, or I don't think it's a cover-up. And they just moved on. And Kirk Minahan, who had especially, Dave Cullinane, I'm sure Dave Cullinane noticed this and was like, what the fuck? But even Kirk Minahan, I remember, who had done the podcast. It was Kirk Minahan's podcast, but it was really Dave Cullinane in season 2 who, really, I think, figured a lot of this stuff out. Kirk definitely did some good work on this, too, for sure. He deserves a lot of credit. As someone who studied the Sandra Birchmore case, I know it very, very well. And I figured it out long before the Canton PD audit came out, that what had happened was the Canton PD turned over information to MSP. To take you all through the Sandra Birchmore case, because it is relevant here, as a quick reminder. On February 1st, let's actually take a pause here. It's 8:20. It's June 27, 2025. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. I'm here with Harvard Yard. We're doing we're not really done with the stream, but we're kind of heading in that direction. And I will say it was very, very interesting. Very interesting, folks, to think about the Sandra Birchmore case for this reason. Sandra Birchmore was a young woman in Canton who was pregnant in February of 2021 with a child that she told then Stoughton police officer Matthew Farwell was his. Now, Matthew Farwell had been abusing Sandra since she was a young child, and she met him through the Police Explorers program in Stoughton, which is kind of very creepy, in the sense that Farwell was preying on people in his official police position to abuse underage girls. Now, Matthew Farwell, on February 1st of 2021 at 9:23 p.m. goes over to Sandra Birchmore's apartment because she refuses to get rid of, quote, in his words, the baby that she was carrying that he thought was his. So he goes over to Sandra's apartment at 9:23 p.m. on February 1st, 2021, and hangs Sandra from a door with a belt and kills her. 3 days later, on February 4th, 2021, the Canton Police Department arrived at Sandra Birchmore's apartment, I think in the morning, to do a wellness check because she didn't report to work where she was an assistant at a local school. I think her friend who worked at Sharon High School, I want to say, got her the job at this school where she was an administrative assistant. So that Monday morning, the Canton police, like reasonable police, collect information from the building maintenance worker and the security video, and the building maintenance worker confirms to the Canton police that the man at Sandra Birchmore's apartment on Friday, February 1st, 2021 at 9:23 p.m. on video was Matt Farwell, the same man who helped Sandra move into her apartment a few months prior. Then, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, sorry, I'm jumping forward 2 days. Then the Canton Police Department go to Sandra's school and get information from her colleagues and others that Matt Farwell was saying that he knew that Sandra was pregnant and that he, quote, would take care of the problem if she wouldn't get rid of the baby, quote, herself. And then also the Canton police got information that Farwell and Sandra had been involved in a relationship, and then Farwell was abusing Sandra for years when she was an underage child. Jump forward 2 days to February 6, 2021. According to an audit of the Canton Police Department, the Canton Police turn over all of that specific information to the Massachusetts State Police Unit, detailed to the Norfolk DA, and then to investigate Farwell. Now, 2 important pieces of information to remember. 2 troopers, at least, on that unit. In Massachusetts, every state police, every district attorney's office, except for Boston, I think, has maybe Springfield, has a state police unit detailed to the Norfolk DA, or to the DA's office, that does homicide investigations and other things like that. So that unit detailed to the Norfolk DA has a few troopers on it that you've definitely heard of. Michael Proctor, Brian Tully was the unit commander, Yuri Buchanan, guy named John Fanning, another guy named the guy who read the text, the one who got hit by Nick Garino, hit by a drunk driver. So these names all will sound familiar. Nick Duane, I think, was another one, Duane. So these troopers, all right, 2 of them at least used to work in Stoughton. 1, John Fanning. 2, Yuri Buchanan. John Fanning wrote the police report, the state police report about Sandra Birchmore's murder, wherein John Fanning found, in an incredibly strange way, that Matt Farwell was not responsible for Sandra's death and that she died as a result of self-harm. For some reason, the medical examiner went along with this finding as well, which was very strange. Went along with this finding of self-harm. Now, jump forward, all right? A few months later, sometime after the state police come out with their report into Sandra's death, I have good reason to believe that Ken Berkowitz, the former chief of police in Canton, went to the FBI about the fact that the MSP rendered a report covering up Sandra's murder, and that in turn, the Berkowitz also reported the Stoughton police because there may have been more victims than just Sandra, and it may have been a wider ring of cops than just Matt Farwell, including his brother and another guy who's under investigation by the Post Commission in Massachusetts right now. And that's why, now you're seeing Harvard Yard where it's coming to. That's why I think in November of 2022, Josh Levy had already been told by Ken Berkowitz, or at least whoever Ken Berkowitz called at the FBI, that Josh Levy already knew about the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. He's in the intelligence community. He was probably the first person, or the highest-ranking person, that was told about that, because he's the U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts. And so that would make absolutely perfect sense. That would make absolutely perfect sense. Absolutely. And what I mean by that is, if Josh Levy knew Sandra Birchmore's murder was covered up, then when Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, and Karen Reed walked into Josh Levy's office in November of 2022, Levy wasn't doing that probe to get Michael Morrissey or anything like that. It was as cover so that the state police, who are a paramilitary intelligence operation, wouldn't know they were being investigated for covering up Sandra's death. And you want to know what's really interesting? Matthew Farwell, as Towell has been predicting for weeks and months, added a death penalty attorney to his legal team because the death penalty's on the table, and the only way to get it off the table is for him to cooperate. So what do you think?
Mike, you have to eat something or I'll pass out one way or the other. Yes, I think that's correct. I laid it out just a tad bit differently. But as we're talking, how do you know well, we know Jackson was with Levy. We know that because they all went to his office. So what happened in that office when they went to that office? That's where I'm saying Jackson and Yannetti. I understand the bigger scale and stuff, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Oh, and I'm not saying, by the way, that Jackson and Yannetti and whatever didn't have a reason to pitch this to the U.S. attorney. And I'm not even saying that Jackson and Yannetti didn't believe that the U.S. attorney really was going to look into this. I'm telling you that I think the U.S. attorney manipulated Jackson and Yannetti and Karen until the fall of 2023, when he probably told them, listen, that old grand jury into John's death, nonsense. It wasn't actually real, the federal grand jury. The real thing was into Sandra's death. That unit that investigated you, Karen, yeah, like, you know, we know it's possible you did it, but really they screwed up with the Birchmore thing. We owe you a little bit of a favor there, Karen. Your whole movement, I don't know if we would have been able to indict Farwell without you, Karen. We'll give you some help on your trial.
Mm-hmm. And meanwhile, Brennan, who's smart as can be, knows this is going on.
And therefore,
so he can't. Go ahead.
Well, therefore, in January of 2025, when Brennan moved and got, I bet Brennan was already knew that U.S. Attorney Leah Foley, because listen, I will be direct. I knew that it was probably going to be U.S. Attorney Foley in early January of 2025. Okay, and that was before, I think, Trump. I don't remember when President Trump announced it, but I knew it like pretty early. Okay. Not from anyone directly. I heard it through the grapevine that it was probably going to be U.S. Attorney Leah Foley. And so my immediate thought was, if I know that, then I bet Hank Brennan knows that. And so therefore it wouldn't surprise me if the U.S. Attorney Josh Levy, as he was outgoing, knew that all this was happening, knew that U.S. Attorney Foley was going to come into office, and immediately, because think about the political posturing of it. President Trump, immediately upon coming into office, closed, and I'll prove this to you. Let me show it to you. Hold on. Let me show it to you. DOJ closes 6 police misconduct investigations. Now they immediately closed as soon as President Trump, and they would have known, by the way. Okay, they would have known. The old DOJ would have seen this telegraphed on the wall, because I knew it. I was analyzing this at the time. I knew the DOJ under President Trump would bring back the death penalty, and it would influence Farwell's plea, because if they put the death penalty on the table, that will really pressure you to plea. And the only way the death penalty can get on the table is if the U.S. Attorney General approves it, and the only way they can approve it is if the administration does it. The Biden administration did not allow the death penalty to be used. The Trump administration does. But you can see right here, just in May of 2025, all of the 6 different civil rights investigations were shut down, and I'm sure that the investigation into John O'Keefe's death was also closed, because the new DOJ had a more hostile posture to people who wanted them to investigate cops. But here's the relevance, okay? Here's the relevance of it all. If Levy knew that the new DOJ was going to do exactly what they did, which was announce the end of the federal probe into John's death, that it was closed, and expose ARCA's contacts with Reed, then it makes even more sense why going into trial 2, Levy would have deployed an operation. It makes absolutely perfect sense, because his back was against the wall. He knew that Brennan was smart enough to come and get him and was going to expose it all, so he had to guarantee Hank got humiliated, which was why he rigged the jury. And that also protected Karen, and they knew that their strategy during trial one only got her a 9-3 leaning guilty, so they had to try the break glass option, which was put operatives on the jury. And only the DOJ can approve that. Allen cannot.
Correct. But you agree that the relationship potentially between Levy, Jackson, Yannetti is there, or was there.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, it wasn't what everyone thought, and this is my erudite analysis as a towel. It wasn't what everyone thought. It wasn't Reed and her team getting favors from the DOJ or controlling the DOJ. It was the DOJ using them.
Understood.
And once the DOJ got what they wanted in August of 2023, which was the opening of the indictment process into Farwell, that's when they started the investigation. They didn't indict him until August of 2024. Once they opened that indictment process, they got what they wanted. So then they probably told Karen, okay, we got what we wanted from you. You can't go out there and tell anyone. It's very classified. You'll blow this operation. Don't you want those troopers to get indicted, Karen? You'll blow it. And so, therefore, that explains why Karen was going around like acting holier than thou the whole time, because she did know something we all didn't know. And it was that the real case, the real explosive stuff, was the Birchmore case. But Karen couldn't go out there in public and say it, because the attention drawn to her case had made her famous and a lot of money. And I bet the DOJ was telling her, don't you go out there and let people know that the probe into John's death was fake. We need it to be the public attention to stay off the Birchmore probe. So you go make a lot of noise, Karen. And even though the DOJ didn't care about her innocence, they wanted her to make a lot of noise as a distraction. It was always an operation. It just took different forms.
Mm-hmm. Well, therein lies the rub, right? So she could go on any channel or anything and say anything and da-da-da-da. And then Brennan's going to show those clips. And he presented, solid, and with a jury that's going to say not guilty, it didn't really matter. But to a lot of the general public, it really did matter.
Yep. And that's what I'm saying. Like, Hank Brennan could have prepared the best case in the world, and it wouldn't have mattered. Also, I really appreciate this link, Irish Hewlett. It's a bit of it's an 8-minute clip on Court TV, and I don't know if you could just tell me what we'll be watching. I don't want to just, I don't really know what this is. This looks like it was. Sorry.
You want me to? I know you.
No. It's just I have to get the link. I just can't hear what the court hearing is, so I don't know. Iris. She said. Iris said no. Sorry. Iris said, "Here's what you're looking for," but I don't know what this is. So if you could just help me explain it before we. I'm just speaking to Iris. If you could just help me understand what you want me to watch before I click it. I'm looking at it. It's a court hearing with Karen, but why is this what I'm looking for? But anyway, go ahead, Harvard Yard.
No, I was just going to give you, what I wrote down kind of as my theory, popular or not, or however. Do you want to hear that or wait to watch the clip?
I'm not going to put the clip on until I figure out what it is, so just go ahead.
Okay, so when I looked at this, right, when I looked at the statement from the statement from Brennan on Monday, okay? You got the statement from Brennan, then you got Jackson coming in hot. But he's coming in hot more on the corruption side. He was not, it wasn't cool to Brennan, right? But that was, in my mind, only 25%, where 75% was going after the corruption, okay? And so you have that going on. The whole thing with this, for me, is distraction. That's what the movement was. That's what the clips were. That's what the letter was. That's what the attorneys on certain YouTube channels are. It's distraction in my personal opinion. So then it becomes, well, how do you split the baby, so to speak, right? So on one side you've got you've got over here's your right. So you've got Rollins with I put Yannetti with that Peter woman with part of the state patrol. So you've got that over there, and then on the other side you've got Morrissey, who put out a one-liner because he's not touching it.
Wait,
And
sorry.
you've got
Who's the Peter woman? She's with Morrissey and the state police.
no, I don't think she's with Morrissey.
Yes,
I
hold
think
on.
she's over in the other column.
Wait, Kate Peter?
Correct.
You think Kate
In my
Peter is
opinion.
pro Karen Reed pretending to be justice for John O'Keefe?
There's a really big argument that could be made there. Yes.
Interesting. It's your opinion. You're entitled to it. I hadn't thought. I had thought that would actually make a lot of sense. Interesting.
And I can tell you why. Because I think if we're going with
Back now to Dedham,
hold
Massachusetts,
on.
where defendant Karen Reed is back in court for a status hearing. Her murder trial ended in a mistrial earlier this month after the jury came back deadlocked on whether or not she fatally struck.
So, sorry, this is the clip I'm queuing. I don't really understand. Iris, I get this is from January 25, but I don't really understand why we're watching this. It has to do with the schedule for the second trial. I guess it might have to do with juror notices, but we'll watch it. It's 8 minutes and then we're going to, get ready to close. But, again, I maybe it's just because I'm missing it. I don't really understand what the setting of the hearing about the setting of the second trial is about. Maybe it's because this is when we find out when juror notices go out, but I just don't understand that. So, but we'll find out. We're going to watch it. But yeah, so you were saying you think that Kate Peter might be some kind of intelligence operative. Some kind of like fake pro justice for John O'Keefe person.
I think there's a lot of questions there. I think that in my mind, for example, I received some direct messages. I received a message from her. I want to say it was in like June, and then in January, randomly, I got one. It's just very. I find it. I don't know her personally. I find it to be very, very random, and I feel that. The comments about the foreman, they've upset me for days. The racist comments about the foreman.
Wait, what did she say about the foreman? I heard a little bit about this, but people refused to describe it for me because they said it would upset me. Can you gently?
I've been upset.
Okay, can you gently? All right, I'm ready to get upset.
Yeah, I can, because to be perfectly blunt with you, I had to look it up. That's how and then when I did, I was like, you got to be effing kidding me with this.
Go ahead, and please don't use any terms that she may have used, but if you could generally describe what she said, I'm ready for this. I didn't get it the other day because I asked someone in the comments and they may have described it, but I wasn't looking because we were doing other things. What did she say about the foreman? And then let's talk about why you think it is a sign of insidious behavior. Anytime Harvard Yard has to compose themselves, it is not a good sign.
Can somebody put it in chat?
I don't think that's going to work because even the other day people would not describe it. So do you want me to just go? Did she delete it? Is it still up? All right. Don't summarize it if you don't feel comfortable. I will just go read it. Okay, hold on. You got to tell me, how does the post start? I need to know.
I'm just going to tell you. It just is very simple. That juror is an Uncle Tom.
Okay, I asked that we not say the term though. The reason why
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You asked me what the
No. I just to reiterate.
No one was going to back up.
No. But there's a reason. I just want to reiterate that.
I understand.
No, and that
you
can't
did not
be.
ask.
No. It's just I'm sorry because it was fast, but I specifically said please don't say the term. I want to reiterate that term was quoted for the purposes of. But again, I specifically said please don't say the term. Because I knew it was going to be something like that.
It was a disturbing term to me, I thought, and I apologize. And yes, it is there. It has since been deleted.
I understand. So you were repeating it because you were so offended by it that you're raising it for the purpose of criticism. That you are allowed to do.
Yeah, well, I'm raising it for the purpose of criticism. I'm also raising it for the purpose of distraction. Okay, no,
you're not distracting. You're saying that it was used as like a way for the juror then to go out and say, hey, look, people are saying terrible things about me, like she's a tool almost.
Well, she's going to pull, it's distraction again. It's going to pull the attention over that way so you don't look that way. Okay,
it also makes it's also extra insidious because something I noticed was the jurors were going out and they weren't. I mean, Paula eventually did. Hello, Christine. Paula eventually did kind of address the substance, but for a while, the Paula and other jurors were saying, or maybe just Paula, like people are saying terrible things about my kids and about me and my looks, and they're mocking me. Whereas on this stream, we were doing the antithesis. We are being very respectful and commenting on the sort of the substance of what we were seeing. And so then when I was seeing her, Paula, say those things, first of all, I was kind of hurt that people were saying those things about her, which I found offensive. Second of all, I felt immediately, oh, like they're not falling into a trap. They're doing that on purpose because it will give Paula the ability to say, oh, I was being attacked in this way, you know? And then when I hear now that Kate did that with the 4-person as well until she was forced to delete it, it makes me, because I think it was a little too obvious, it makes me think, in my opinion, that she was doing it again. Like, distract from any actual criticism, just put out, and you know what that means. You know, there's only one explanation for that. Which, what you said, that she's never really been pro-justice for John O'Keefe. It was always never about, it was like, yeah, she would do things to get credibility, in my opinion, as pro-justice for John O'Keefe. But really, she was at the key moments either being ineffective or doing specific things to cause more harm than good. Like, it's just too...
Correct. Correct. And again, I apologize to Chad. I apologize to everyone, but I was quoting a tweet, or I was quoting a post that caused a lot of controversy.
No, you don't. And that part, I know you want to apologize, but part of what is important, and it is kind of enumerated, is if you want to provide an analysis or a critical commentary on someone who had used that kind of language, and you're saying something like, this person said something that made me so offensive, that kind of thing, as long as it's prefaced with that is, just as from a personal perspective, I'm okay with you criticizing. There are certain words that will never be said here. For example, during the trial, I didn't like that certain words were broadcast over the Law and Crime feed. And I had to say the same thing. This was not broadcast on this feed because I'm condoning this language. If you don't hear it, then you won't understand the questions about it, which on cross were very critical. So same applies here.
Right, and I think there was some talk, wasn't there, of her being involved with someone in State Patrol? I don't know the whole thing, but that's why I'm putting it in that column.
Well, because you were
there was some talk of that.
Who are you saying? So now I'm a little confused.
Peter, I'm still on Peter.
So you're putting her in
discussion about her. I'm putting her in the. She is in the Peter State part of the State Patrol.
No. So that would go against your theory then, because the State Patrol are loyal to Morrissey.
Wasn't there a contact in the State Patrol?
What?
Wasn't there a contact in the State Patrol?
Yes, who's loyal to Morrissey. So you have to understand, if your suggestion, and I'm not saying you're wrong, you just got to put all the factions together here. If your suggestion, you might be right, you might be wrong, it's your opinion. If your read of it is that you think Kate Peter is an artificial, fan or supporter of the Justice for John O'Keefe movement, then what you're saying is that she's not aligned with Morrissey or the state police, although she's pretending to be and trying to get close to them, but she's in reality on the other side and has been the whole time. That is what you'd be saying. Now, I don't know if you're right about that, but that's why I was taken aback. I was like, wow.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying.
Okay, so then she would not be aligned. So she does know people in the State Highway Patrol, which here is called the State Police, but they are aligned with Morrissey, so she wouldn't be aligned with them. She might be talking to them.
Not all of them, but not all of them are aligned with Morrissey. If they were aligned with
no state police are aligned with Levy. One state police spokesperson quit the office, just like Morrissey's spokesperson quit that office and went to work with the Reagan communication firm that's tied with the defense. No state police are aligned with Levy. They are all, each state police office unit, okay? That's what you got to understand. The state police is a big unit. But they have individual departments, okay? And one of the departments with like 7 troopers is the detective unit assigned to the Norfolk DA. They've been there forever. Doesn't matter who the DA is, those troopers will usually stay there. And there's some of them are detectives. One of those detectives, who's no longer in that unit but was there for a while, and along with Proctor and others, know Kate Peter. They are all loyal to Morrissey.
Okay.
So, therefore, if what you're saying is true, then, although you're right that Kate Peter has connections to the State Highway Patrol and she has connections to Morrissey himself, what you'd be suggesting, and maybe you're right, is that she isn't actually loyal to them. She's been a turncoat the whole time and they haven't noticed it. That would be interesting.
Correct. And again, that's just, when I look at things, that's how I see that. By virtue of different posts, by virtue of just the thing that I think is the biggest thing here is who works for who. That's what keeps coming to my mind as I'm going through this and making a list and making a chart. Who really works for who? And that's kind of where I'm at. Same with Turboy.
Yep.
Who does he work for? Who does he work for?
Yeah, well, himself, but also.
Well, no, I know.
And I think we already know the answer to that question. In April of 2023, I believe Turtleboy
Rollins.
No, that way predates that. I don't think Rachel helped him in April of 2023. Maybe by proxy. What happened was I think he was facing some kind of wiretapping investigation with a woman with a victim out of Rhode Island named Haskins, last name Haskins, and. Okay. Turtleboy, in the context of that wiretapping investigation, was nervous, so he reached out to Karen through Natalie. And that's why in the search warrant affidavit for Karen's phone, you have text from Natalie where Natalie was telling Turtleboy from Karen, like, be strong, Turtleboy. If you wake up one night feel better the next day, talk to Alan about your problems. That always is like a shot in the arm. Then Karen follows up like a few days later and is like through Natalie and is like, did you talk to Alan? And then Turtleboy's like, yes, just did. Okay, that was like April 20th through May 3rd of 2023. Within 2 weeks, a member of the FBI field office from Worcester, Samuel Weiner, and yes, that is his real name, reaches out and starts reaches out to people involved in that wiretapping probe related to the victim in Rhode Island who was not involved in any way with the Reed case. Therefore, it wasn't that Hayden is like a master of anything. He needed help. Karen and the feds helped him in return. They wanted his help. The feds needed this like artificial attention on Karen's case. Karen needed it too, so Hayden was a useful proxy. All those blogs over the summer of 2023 were abnormal in the frequency and their pattern of release because the fact that he was actually helping the feds, probably. Right. So therefore, what happened was in August of 2023, when the probe shifted away from John O'Keefe's death to Birchmore, then what happened was Hayden was no longer useful. Karen was, correct, but Hayden wasn't. So that's why Hayden kind of floundered, caught all those criminal charges, didn't get help when he got his bail revoked, etc., etc., etc. But at the same time, the state police were also using that criminal investigation of Hayden to find out information about what the federal probe was actually about, which is why the state police, when they were investigating Hayden, were asking people who were close to Hayden what is the actual target of the federal probe. And in turn, that explains why the state police unit, it wasn't just that they were a little weird with Birchmore. The probe of John's death, the investigation of John's death was clean. I believe that's why the federal probe is closed. But this unit did other things that led me to believe that the Birchmore thing was very real and that they did cover that up, because Brian Tully, who is Kate Peters' friend and also I'm pretty sure knows Jen McCabe, for whatever reason, Brian Tully took a 15-year forensic extraction of Lindsay Gattani's cell phone, and Lindsay is the named victim in the one of Hayden's felony cases. It was actually Lindsay Gattani who revealed information that Karen, so it's complex because Karen and Hayden were talking through an intermediary named Natalie during the summer of 2023. However, Karen and Natalie had a falling out in June of 2023 because Natalie called Karen late at night, apparently one day, and Karen didn't want to hear it, and she got upset, and Natalie felt offended. It's all very aristocratic, diplomatic bullshit that I don't really care about. They talked about freaking houseplants. Anyway, sorry, Natalie, you seem very nice overall, but it's a little bit weird that Karen got angry at you because you called late at night. That shows a weird personality on Karen's part, in my opinion. Anyway, so Natalie, and Karen stopped talking. So then Hayden and Karen start talking directly more and more between July, August, September, October, November of 2023. The only way the state police got information during that time period about what Hayden and Karen were talking about was Lindsay Gattani, because Lindsay Gattani was dating Hayden between October and November and December of 2023, roughly, okay? And so Hayden Kearney was like deeply in love with Lindsay Gattani and like professing his love for her. And so he was also telling her in text message and anyway and otherwise, and I can prove this actually with Exhibit O. So let me just bring this up on your stream right now. Hayden Kearney was telling Lindsay Gattani that Karen Reed and Josh Levy were speaking directly in October of 2023. Okay, now this and more than just that Josh saying things in an ex parte manner about the nature of the investigation to Karen Reed, of all people, okay? And so the state police, what happened was Hayden Kearney in October of 2023 got charged in Stoughton District Court with a bunch of witness intimidation felonies. Those charges got bound over by the Norfolk Superior Court grand jury on December 20th of 2023. Then immediately after that, so immediately after the grand jury indicts him, Lindsay Gattani, who was Hayden's former girlfriend at that time, because Lindsay apparently broke up with Hayden, from what I understand, and then Hayden wanted to get back with her, and it couldn't happen. And then, so on December 21st, okay, of 2023, December 21st or December 22nd, Lindsay Gattani gets a subpoena, okay, a new subpoena for a new grand jury. So why would the state police be opening up a new grand jury into Hayden Kearney at that moment, right then? Well, the only explanation, and I'm sure Hayden figured this out, would be that the state police were looking into Karen and Hayden, and they needed Lindsay to testify at the grand jury because, as it turned out to be right, Lindsay was the one who had the information about Karen and Hayden communicating after Natalie and Karen stopped talking. Well, as a result of that, Hayden goes over to Lindsay's apartment on December, 23rd, okay, 2023. Now, let me just show you. I found the image in question. It's going to come up on your screen right now, okay? These are text messages from Lindsay Gattani's phone that were submitted as part of the search warrant affidavit for Karen Reed's phone in January of 2024. Now, what do you see there on those files? Oh goodness, well, you happen to see a picture right there, a picture that says it's Hayden Kearney texting Lindsay Gattani, and at the top of the image, hold on one second, it says, "I found out information on the way home about the feds that I will not be making public." That's Hayden to Lindsay. And then questions have been asked, and Lindsay says, that's from Hayden to Lindsay. Then Lindsay says, really? Good or bad? And then Hayden says, yes, the feds requested a conference call over the weekend. This is 11/28/2023. Josh Levy himself asking questions like, is there any chance the trial date could be delayed? Only one reason to ask that. The feds were asking for all communications with the DA's office. The feds were asking for Jen McCabe's cell phone records to be sent to them as soon as they get them. Keep in mind, feds likely have Jen's phone records already, so they may want to see them because they suspect whoever hands them over to the defense will delete things that won't match up with their records. The mere fact that the feds are the ones seeking out Karen's lawyers tells you that this is far from over and that the feds want more info for this case. Levy asked Reed's team, if you are contacted by media in the coming days or weeks, would appreciate if you did not mention us working together. Why would Josh Levy ask that unless he knew something was going to happen and they were contacted for comment on it? And what Hayden didn't understand is the reason why Levy was saying that to Reed's team is that he didn't want to get Reed's team, who maybe had a propensity to be a little ridiculous and leak things, to reveal that the real investigation was about Sandra Birchmore. And Hayden was never told the investigation was about Sandra Birchmore. And hold on, this isn't actually up on the screen. I'm sorry about that. I'm going to make the, I'm going to show you the actual text message right now on the screen. It took me, obviously you were able to see it, Harvard Yard, but now the Towel friends will be able to see it as well. And you can see these are the text messages as I just read them out to you, and I can zoom in a little bit more as well. But you can see them right there, and they are very clear, folks. They are very clear that Josh Levy was having ex parte communication, and the person who had this information, the ex parte communication with Reed's team, and the person who had this information was Lindsay Gattani. Now, you might wonder how all of that is relevant to this. Well, because on December 23rd, 2023, Hayden, initially, I think Lindsay had invited Hayden over her house a few days earlier in the week. But on December 23rd, 2023, Hayden really pushes to go over to Lindsay's apartment, even though he doesn't want her to go, she doesn't want him to come over. Eventually, he manages to convince her to allow him to come over. When Hayden comes over, allegedly, according to the search warrant from Karen Reed's phone from January of 2024, he pressures Lindsay and says, don't cooperate with the grand jury, I'll get you a lawyer, etc., etc. And then apparently Hayden allegedly pushes Lindsay onto a couch. Charges were filed for that. They weren't bound over by the grand jury. They were no prost. But then Hayden allegedly records Lindsay without her knowledge, but with his phone in his pocket, then goes on to allegedly submit a edited version of the recording with Lindsay ostensibly consenting to it that was very clearly edited, in my opinion, because the original recording is out there without her consent in it. And then Hayden is alleged to have witness intimidated Lindsay. He leaves her apartment later that day, allegedly crashes his Lexus at 4 a.m. when he's driving home. And then 3 days later, on December 26th, well, there's something that happens. That weekend, a bolo with PC to arrest gets issued for Hayden because he was already on bail for the criminal charges that he had just been indicted on, the 16 felonies. So a bolo with PC for arrest gets issued over Christmas of December 2023, Christmas weekend. Hayden doesn't end up turning himself in over that weekend, but he does talk to Karen Reed on December 24th, 2023, according to leaked group Facebook chat messages from May of 2024 involving Jenna Rocco and Nick Rocco and otherwise. But anyway, Karen talks to Hayden on December 24th, and apparently she's mad at him, tells him he's going to be a distraction and that she doesn't want to talk to him anymore or something. So they don't talk anymore after that. And on December 26th, 2023, Hayden turns himself in and he faces a bail revocation hearing where Tim Bradel, Hayden's lawyer, mentions that he had tried to contact the DOJ and the FBI that morning. How do I know this? I was in court. I heard Bradel say it. It's recorded on my Twitter. You can find it. That day happened. There's an audio recording of FTR of the court, etc., etc. That clearly was Hayden, and I also have reason to believe that over that weekend of Christmas 2023, Hayden was desperately reaching out to high-ranking people in Karen's circle, trying to get the number of an FBI agent who was involved in the case and in investigating the Norfolk DA, and I think that was probably a last-ditch effort to get out of jail. But the reason I know the FBI didn't need him anymore is that he went to jail on a 60-day bail revocation, and he was in jail until February of 2024. Now, on March 4th, 2024, Karen Reed sends a text message to someone which gets leaked saying that she views Hayden as a risk, and it's because of the things that happened involving Lindsay Gattani. But strange, so Lindsay Gattani, well, and just to bring this home, Lindsay Gattani clearly cooperated with the state police, right? So Hayden was upset at her. But then for some reason, I don't think the state police were happy with her either, and I think it's because she didn't have any information about Birchmore being the actual subject of the federal probe. Right? And so in turn, I think what happened was, in the context of the investigation of Hayden Kearney, I think Brian Tully took a 15-year extraction of Lindsay's cell phone that had pictures of Lindsay giving birth on it, and only redacted that extraction to take out messages from Tully to Lindsay and from Kate Peter to Lindsay, and then gave that 15-year production completely unredacted except for those 2 strings of text to Hayden's lawyer, so that on April 24th, 2024, right before the first Karen Reed trial, so that Hayden Kearney would have material and fodder to use in public that would torment Lindsay but distract the Turtle Riders from some of the other witnesses who were closer to Jen and Tully than Lindsay was. Okay, and so that's why, because I saw that shit go down firsthand, and because I am not even going to tell you all how much I fucked up my life because of that shit that went down on April 24th, 2024. I will never forget that 24 fucking hour period. I swear to God, I almost got the impression that they did not want that girl, that poor girl, that wonderful human, that wonderful mother alive anymore. And by God, I would have gone to the ends of the earth to fucking stop that. So if that was your plan, fuck you. You failed. And let me tell you right now that there is no way whatsoever that was an accident. It was totally timed right before Karen's trial. And if that unit, if that man, Brian Tully, was capable of doing that, then they were capable of covering up Sandra Birchmore's murder.
That's the name. Tully. That Peter talks to. Tully.
Yeah, and that's why Brian Tully deleted messages, in my opinion, between Brian Tully and Lindsay and Kate Peter and Lindsay from that extraction to protect his friend Kate, but left all of that material related to Lindsay. All of her intimate pictures.
It's horrific. It's horrific. But Peter was involved in that. Brand,
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
When were you have
with
time?
the
Were
Tully, and Tully's the contact.
Right, and so, but you have
For
time.
Peter, and that's why she's a she's a fake.
Well, right, she may have been playing Tully all along, but you also have to understand that Kate Peter got involved with this because she worked for a PI firm in the fall of 2023.
I know that I do.
But,
know,
and she worked for a guy named Marty Kraft. Now, it's very possible that Kate Peter has dual loyalties or whatever, but she's been very intimately tied in with Tully and the DA and whatever for a long time. Everybody knows it. Bettero's been writing letters about it. Clearly, Turtle Boy picked up on it. It's obvious, and but the point is that it's not her. Kate Peter is just some stupid, in my opinion, low-level pawn who's a child and shouldn't even be involved in these conversations. And whether or not she was a dual loyalty, dual agent, whatever, those people who trusted her or found her useful, they paid the ultimate price, in my opinion, because they're going to get so royally screwed at the end of all this, they're not even going to understand what's coming. It's happening sooner rather than later, and I'm going to watch it all burn. And yes, that's how I really feel.
No, I appreciate that, and that's part of the reason I bring up Peter's name.
Because you wanted me to go off on a extremely
No, God, no,
loud tangent.
stop that, no, that's why when that comment came out, it's not okay. And then she doubled down, and that's not okay. So she's involved with this. That's not okay. And I feel awful what happened to your friend. Awful.
Thank you. I mean
that.
I appreciate that. You might be one of the first people involved in this to actually realize how badly they hurt her and how much she was used by them, both sides, and how much she was thrown to the wolves by Hayden for not willing to go along with him, and then for Kate and Tully's side because they saw her as useful fodder. You know, she was this woman. Lindsay Catani is a wonderful human, and now that I know where the story is going, it's Lindsay, I hope, who will be really vindicated in the end, because the only reason she got caught up on this is because Aidan Kearney, by telling her that Josh Levy was talking to Karen's team, made the state police think that Lindsay had information about what the real target of the probe was, even though she didn't know about the Birchmore thing. And when she was useless to both sides, they threw her to the wolves. And she's this single mother of 4 who has no resources, and they thought, no, she'll just go away. And then the one wild card they didn't expect was little Towel walking in and being like, you're not going to do this to this woman. It's wrong. It's completely outrageous, and I will give her my political connections if I have to stop you.
And sadly, Grant, I think she was used as part of the distraction, and that's heartbreaking.
It is, but she also was a victim. She's a named victim in an
Correct,
open...
a victim. That is correct. We're not holding any of that back or taking any of that
Well, what I'm
away
saying
from
is
her.
she's a named victim in a criminal case that is still open. That should have been the only focus. But all these different people had all these different motives. The federal probe and finding out what the federal probe was about, and getting Turtle Boy, and getting Karen, and leverage and plea deals. It's prosecutorial discretion run amok. It's the state police run amok. It's Levy run amok. And who are the people that get used as cannon fodder? The voiceless, unheard screams littering the historical battlefield. People like Lindsay. And it's wrong. How Matthew 25:31-46, how we treat the most vulnerable among us is how we would treat the Lord himself. And our system of justice is so inverted that it thinks that the least important among us, because they have no influence, should just get fucked. That's outrageous.
It is outrageous, but is it not similar to what you uncovered this week in a different way?
Yes.
In my opinion.
It is. It's a similar vein.
In my opinion.
In that it shows a very
So
similar...
are we not all Lindsays? Are we not all Lindsays of sort?
We are, because we all...
That's what I don't know how to put that any other way than that.
Except for the power brokers, all of us are viewed as disposable commoners. We all are just pawns in a larger game to be manipulated so that we think we have a representative form of government. We think there's integrity in the justice system, and we don't realize that it's just petty personal politics that happen to overlap with cases that become useful fodder for people's private interest. It's overlapping concentric social circles of influence that permeate outwards in a very insidious way throughout our institutions of representative democracy, and barring the check and balance that is cogent public discourse, an activated federal and state oversight apparatus, and the check and balance that comes from those two forces interacting together, the cogent public discourse and the existing oversight apparatus, there is no hope. And unfortunately, it comes down to whether there's just a political will to provide the check and balance, and that ends up coming down to whether that old liberal DOJ, which, by the way, Josh Levy is suing President Trump, is going to end up in the political crosshairs of an oversight apparatus and a GOP House committee or Senate committee that wants to look into it. It's unfortunate, but at least there's some check and balance in the system. But I'm telling you, it's really what's going to happen next. I'm not telling any of you what's going to happen next. But if you are not tuned in over the coming days and the coming weeks, let me just tell you, everything is going to go to hell. Now, everything that you know, everything that you've come to expect, everything that you possibly could have predicted is going to it's all going to go to hell. And if I heard this from one person, from two people, from three people, and I don't even think per se necessarily talking directly just about the Reed trial and the jury anymore. If I heard what I think is coming from 1, 2, 3 people, I wouldn't be saying what I'm about to say. But let me just tell you, as if this weren't enough chaos, what is coming next, it's game over. I have heard it's pretty much over. So I'm not saying anymore. Harvard Yard, we've almost been going for 12 hours. People are going to be upset that I have to do this. The viewers keep coming in as I was yelling more, but unfortunately it might be closer to bedtime.
I apologize for even going there, but I appreciate you. And of course, Lindsay is different than this week of what happened to her. But if we bring it in a broader scale, there is an analogy, I believe, to be had there, if that is acceptable.
Oh, by all means, I'm calming down my yelling. So
I take a breath. All good. Because we're talking about being used, from what I'm hearing from you, being used on both sides. right? So where we have gone this week is similar, not exact to the pain and everything that she's gone through. But if you have people in the jury, and you have this over here, and you have Rollins over there, and you have that over there, is it not similar in terms of who works for who?
And it's more who's willing to use who. What is it? And I agree.
There it is. That's a good points. Good points. Good points.
Yep.
Yeah. Who uses who? Who uses who? This is a scary place now. A very scary place now. And the last thing that I will say, we want to talk more about him, but as you notice, there's a large pullback from Hayden now. Huge. In terms of interviews and such. So. Anyway.
Oh, yep. And
Well, that's a whole nother topic.
Yep. And I think there's, I don't know, a juridical reckoning coming for all of them. I could see Hayden, in my opinion, as an analyst, pleading out. I could see Karen thus being in trouble. I could see the state police being in more trouble. I just see a lot of reckonings coming for a lot of people. And I take no pleasure in this. People think it's like, oh, Grant, you're sitting there and you're like, like I was right. No! Are you out of your mind? Like, no.
Well, and Grant, you may not agree with this, but I don't think Hayden is an intelligent person. I'm going to say that. I'm not saying what he does is good. I'm not saying the trouble he's caused is good, but he's not dumb. So it'll be interesting to see what transpires.
And this is rare, and obviously you don't have to send a donation to ask a question, but someone sent a donation and said, what did Turtle Boy have on the FBI? People think it's exotic animal trading. No, I don't think it's that. It's the other way around. It's that Turtle Boy kind of knew Rollins took out Joe Kennedy Jr. in the primary against Markey in 2021 using Rayla Campbell with Turtle Boy's help. But, like, that's not really that bad. It's not dirt. I think, if anything, Turtle Boy didn't have anything on the FBI. They had something on him. They were getting him to help them because they knew about his wiretapping issue with the victim out of Rhode Island, allegedly, okay? And then what shows that Turtle Boy didn't have anything on the FBI is, I'm telling you, and my sources are pretty good, I have reason to believe that Turtle Boy really wanted Agent LF's, see how nice I am? Look at me, I'm such a nice guy. Agent LF's phone number over the weekend of December 23rd through 2026. Now, it's telling in two regards. One, and I have no personal knowledge of this or anything, but like, let's just say you had useful information and like the FBI wanted to talk to you. One of the first things, hypothetically, one of the first things that an agent would do is call you and say, here's my desk line, here's my cell phone number. So if you can't get in contact with the FBI and you're helping them, that shows not that you didn't have her number or couldn't get her, it's that they weren't picking up the phone and they weren't going to help you. So I don't think that Aidan Kearney had the FBI's help or had anything on the FBI. I think, in fact, it was exactly the opposite. Now, we also have to make sure, hold on, I have to make sure we don't go over 12 hours here or it won't save the recording. We have 23 minutes left.
Okay, perfect. I'll head off. But I would like to say, Grant, and I think you will agree with me for the entire chat and people that come to your channel, that is not supported to talk about a jury form in that way. That is not
of course,
appropriate.
of course.
And that's not well, and I know you know that, but I was just putting that out before I go. That's not appropriate. It's not tolerated. It's horrid. And that's just what I want to say about that. And that upset me for a few days, and that is not okay.
Yep.
And I know that I've never seen anyone even do that in chat.
Yep.
So
oh goodness,
I hope I didn't bring too much emotion, Grant.
No, you didn't. You brought for that closing and I'm so glad you didn't let me forget about that, because out of everything we had talked about in that spiel, what set us off was that Kate Peter apparently said that horrific comment about the juror, which led you to think, why would anyone ever say something like that unless they were maybe trying to poison the well or any number of things. So now tell me,
and just that yes, go ahead.
Well, no, it really went to your point. So,
yeah, I just think it's just not the way. I think that so much is going to get disrupted. Like you said, I don't have any knowledge of what you're talking about, but I think so much is getting disrupted and so much is starting to come to light at a very rapid pace is what my feeling. We've often talked on the stream about what is our gut, what is our feeling. So much is going to go so fast. If we thought this week right on stream was towel going up plateau. It'd be that on steroids. So I just send you all my love. I send shout all my love. I thank you for listening to what are my opinions. I don't have any, I'm not saying I'm right, but they're just gut feelings I have. And I think we're in a very scary time. And I thank you always, Grant, for having a place where we can come, and be here and know that even if we're, it's welcoming in chat. And I saw that today. There was a lot of people that came in here that probably weren't from here and maybe weren't to be here, so to speak. And everyone was welcoming. Hi. That it's a place where, it's just a very good, well-intentioned, loving place. And it is also a place where, and I'm grateful lastly for this, Grant, in your case, where emotions can be shown, where they can be shown and there's no judgment. It's not like, oh my God, Grant, you just went off the ledge. It's like, it's impassioned and it's like, wow, whew, he's really vibing this and feeling this right now. And that's okay, where that would never happen other places. So for that, I'm really, really grateful. And, just thank you for learning. I always learn. I learn here and everybody on the channel. And there we go. You've got your 12 minutes to close it up. And thanks for having me. I'm always willing and ready. You know how to get a hold of me if so. And I don't know, maybe we'll have to talk about cartoons next time or something. I can't hear you.
I said it was great to have you, and I will do my truncated closing. And we appreciate you all. We appreciate, all of us appreciate you very much, and I think they're showing it in the chat. Harvard Yard,
Love
folks.
everybody. Love everybody. Have a good weekend. Hugs. Bye. I'll go to the stream now. Bye.
Harvard Yard is wonderful, ladies and gentlemen. We do have a wonderful chat here, but we're also on a time crunch. So you know what it means when we're on a time crunch, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be back with you tomorrow, probably sometime. Let's say it's a Saturday, so can I sleep in? So let's start around 10:30 or 11 a.m., and we'll plan to do a full day. We'll do recaps. We'll talk more about my thoughts on all of this. We'll find things to watch. If you have requests, put them in the chat. I heard that there was a... oh, you're so kind, Anthony Barton and Falcor Luck Dragon and Laura Lee Dixon and Colleen Henry and Amber M. Oh, Colleen Henry's here. Hold on, we don't have a lot of time. I literally only have 12 minutes. Let's see if I can pull this off. Am I going to be able to pull it off, ladies and gentlemen? Or am I going to be able to pull it off? I think I can do it, ladies and gentlemen. I literally only have 12 minutes. Oh, hold on. I think I can do it. Oh, here we go. I got it. Ladies and gentlemen, I got it. Colleen Henry, ready your towels, ladies and gentlemen. Ready your towels. I'm going to be able to pull it off. I am a towel. I know I'm going to be able to pull it off, ladies and gentlemen. We have just enough time. We have just enough time to do this. I might have to do a truncated closing, but that's okay. You know that if Murder by Maestro submits something like this to Little Towel, that we are going to watch it. Oh, there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, you want it. We love it. How are we going to end the day? We've only heard from him briefly. What's going to happen next? Where the roller coaster goes, nobody knows. But here's a clip that Colleen Henry really likes.
You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I was muted, but I just forgot as the Hank Brennan video was ending. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Christina Towell's birthday. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's Christina Towell's birthday. We all wish Super Towel Christina an amazing birthday. The Super Towel reporter on the ground makes the most wonderful images, someone that so many on this stream love and appreciate. It's been such an honor that we got to spend some of your birthday with you today, Christina. I am so glad that and it was a matter of fate perhaps, that I looked down and said it and saw it right there, Christina Towell's birthday. Oh, you are loved, my dear friend Christina Towell, by so many. You are appreciated. You are wonderful. And you know, I am glad that we crossed paths. Oh, what a wonderful reminder. Also, yes, that is the Call Me Hank clip. That is the Call Me Hank clip, ladies and gentlemen. Hank said, and I was filming, he said I could call him Hank. And yes, folks, definitely follow Truth Over Bias at their new account, which is at team #FKUR. Now, we can't do our traditional ending. Kitty Cat, I saw you in there. Jesse Roberts, Christina Towell, Colleen Henry, Willie Wallace, I agree. LS, you're a Super Towel, my dear friend. Oh, I love the birthday cake. That cake was not a lie. It is a cute video, I agree. Kerry Gold, Amber Am, Murba Maestro, Anthony Barton, Colleen, Christina. Oh, I can't. Papa's Attorney. Oh, Kitty Cat. There's so many of you. Oh, no, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to be able to. LOL Bird, you're an amazing Super Towel. Kitty Cat, Tonya Vincent, Falcor Dragon, Ralph L. 707. Sun-Eyed Girl was here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sunken Grave. I'm going as fast as I can. Catherine. Oh, God bless each and every one of you, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you. And in terms of the Super Chats, thank you to LS and Eva Towel, ladies and gentlemen. And LS again. Oh, you're still here, LS. We love our British Super Towels, Towels, and Anglophile. Thank you to Laura S. up from South Florida. Thank you to Jack D65 and Selma for sending Super Towel memberships. Peony and Rose. Eva, love and trust all you're saying. Grant, America Towel. Don't forget to eat, Grant, bossy Texas chick. Canada stands with the USA Towel community. Thank you, Grant, says Selma Paulette. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I have to get going soon, which means I only have 5 minutes to end this recording. Here's what I got to say. You know what I'm going to say. If you benefited from this stream, ladies and gentlemen, if you learned something today, if you found camaraderie here, you know how you can pay it forward. Look for reasons to do small acts of service. Look for reasons to do small acts of kindness. Yes, it can be as simple as donating to homeless veterans, ladies and gentlemen. Or you could donate to animal shelters run by veterans. Or you could donate to animal shelters in general. Yes, look for a reason to smile at someone on the street. Reach out to a friend or family member you haven't talked to in a while, my dear towel friends. Yes, look for reasons to be a helper. In a world defined by self-interest and greed, it's possible. Look for reasons to donate 200 tomato plants like Francis Fruchel did one time and have them designated as honorary towels. I believe it is indeed the case that you and these towel friends here and myself can bring about a new socio-political world order, not based on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power, but instead preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in unconditional love as made manifest in small acts of kindness and service. It's possible because of you, and the water bearer shall hearken the age of a new digital epic, standing tall and carrying a towel. Yes, the principles of unconditional love and kindness are indeed rising anew, and we shall let them ripple forth, ladies and gentlemen, and counter the forces of darkness. I believe it is possible because of you, and I'm grateful you've been along on this journey with me today, even as I continue to hearken from my digital platform and my soapbox about the values that so many of us share. We must be reminded that we cannot ever turn a blind eye. Our eyes must not be wide shut to the battle between good and evil that rages day to day. Towel friends on the X, God bless you. Means so much to me that you've been here with me. Got to let you go a few minutes early so I can have a few seconds over the towel friends with the YouTube. Otherwise, we'll go beyond 12 hours and then the stream won't save. So, let me do that. See you later, towel friends. God bless you, towel friends on the Towel YouTube. It means so much to me that we got to spend the day with each other. I appreciate you all so much. We only went for, what was it? I think 11 hours and like 57 minutes, so we have to end pretty soon. I appreciate it. I love all of you so much. We're going to be back together tomorrow sometime after 11:30 a.m. Happy Canada Day, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Canada Day. And I will say, my dear friends, Towel loves you all. Vicky Moore, Kitty Cat, Carrie Gold. I'm invigorated even 12 hours later. We're going to have another full day tomorrow. We'll have more to talk about, more interviews, more to analyze. It's a public information service. We'll watch C-SPAN clips. We'll watch some of the Watergate testimony. We'll utterly baffle Bossy Texas Chick, which I think is hilarious. But seriously, a lot's going on. I don't want to understate the importance of staying informed. I can't make the news happen, but I can be here to cover it with you when it does. Towel loves all of you so much. I appreciate how much you care about each other, how much you care about me. I will lay my head down tonight with those thoughts of the importance of this community in so many of your lives, and know that Towel loves you so much and in so many ways. You'll always have a home here. You'll always have friends here if you'd like to chat and tune in. You know where to find me if you need me overnight. I'm going to hopefully go follow truth over bias. Be well, friends. Be safe. Know how much the Towel loves you. Happy birthday, Christina Towel. And hugs to Diana Natale and Vicky and respect and Sun-Eyed Girl. Towel's going to get some rest. God bless you, dear friends. Be well. I'll have a lot more to say tomorrow, I'm sure. And know you're special because you are you. Whether you're a towelette, a flannel, a soap dispenser, a hemp towel, a beach towel, a paper towel, a microfiber towel, a washcloth, or otherwise. From my heart to you. You are appreciated and loved. And I hope you go to bed, or wherever you are in the world, maybe you're in the afternoon. You spend your day or your night enveloped by that warm, fluffy towel universe that you've helped create. God bless you, friends. Until tomorrow, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. Be safe, be well. Towel loves